Introduction. How could this be? Mo-san inquired. I have never held in high regard anything that is ephemeral. What is ephemeral? You or I? Zhou pointed to his chest. Both of us. Yanxi chuckled, lightly pinching her cheeks. You never have a kind word to say. At 7 in the morning, when the alarm clock vibrated for the first time, Zhou awakened, reaching beneath her pillow to silence the alarm, then rising with measured grace to head to the bathroom to freshen up. She closed the wardrobe door before turning on the light, careful not to disturb anyone's rest with the brightness. Once she was ready and emerged, Yanxi's voice broke the dimness. What time is it? Almost 7:30. You go first. Chapter 1. A Mother's Hope. 5 years swiftly passed, and Ryan found himself on his way home from work, unexpectedly witnessing a truck transform into a colossal robot, which struck him down with a single blow, leading him to be reborn in the world of Game of Thrones. Fortunately, he was well-versed in the plot of the series in approximately 2 years. The continent of Westeros would undergo a seismic shift, marking the end of House Targaryen's rule and the dawn of the new Baratheon dynasty, although it would not last for long before the War of the Five Kings erupted. Fortunately, he was born in the Westerlands, allowing him a decade or so for development, and the change of dynasty might even empower the region further. Initially, Ryan contemplated aligning himself with the Targaryens, seeking a way to profit, especially with 3 formidable dragons. If not for Daenerys' questionable judgment, they would have surely triumphed. It was almost comical that Bran managed to exploit the situation from his iron wheelchair. Yet, considering his Lannister bloodline, along with his estranged elder brother Jaime, sister Cersei, and the infamous Tyrion, the Kingslayer, Ryan feared that merely avoiding direct confrontation with Dragonfire was a stroke of luck. For now, he could only bide his time, waiting for his estranged father Tywin to pass, after which he would seek to seize the Westerlands and use its power to conquer the Riverlands. As for the dragons, with Daenerys' later maternal disposition, as long as he could find a way to submit to her, becoming a Grand Duke should pose no insurmountable challenge. Under the tutelage of his uncle, Ser Barton's guidance, and the training provided by his father, who had arranged for swordsmen and scholars to educate him in Casterly Rock, Ryan spent these 5 years not only studying the history of the Seven Kingdoms, but also learning their languages, weaponry, and tactical maneuvers. The reason his austere father granted Ryan this opportunity for education was not solely due to his status as a bastard, but also because of his striking resemblance to a young Tywin Lannister, coupled with the Lannisters' hereditary greenish-blue eyes, which attested to Ryan's noble lineage. However, the presence of his black hair placed him at a disadvantage in the line of succession. Combined with his illegitimate status, it rendered his claim to Casterly Rock nearly impossible. Thus, Tywin's investment in Ryan's upbringing was minimal yet present. Fortunately, Ryan discovered that despite being a bastard, he had awakened the most formidable cavalry system, endowing him with innate attributes of charm and leadership. As a result, his attributes had now transformed into: Name, Ryan. Level, 130-45. Vitality, 30 in good condition. Strength, 3. The average person is 10. Agility, for the average person is 10. Endurance, 3. The average person is 10. Intelligence, 12. The average person is 10. Vigor, 2. The average person is 10. Charm, 8. The average person is 5. Weapon proficiency, shield defense 1, archery 1, throwing 0. One-handed sword proficiency, 45. Two-handed sword proficiency, 30. Archery proficiency, 45. Polearm proficiency, 30. Horsemanship, one can only ride ordinary pack horses or donkeys. Social skills, leadership 1, leading 50 individuals, trading 3, persuasiveness 2. Management, medicine 1, first aid 3, engineering 3. Reputation, 30, only known by the common folk of Fairy Island and recognized as a bastard. Talent, leadership power as a natural noble. You possess inherent leadership qualities, capable of boosting morale and soldier health through a fervent shout. Troops, 0-50. Cavalry shop, Western farmers, 10 silver coins, Western recruits, 50 silver coins, Western soldiers, 100 silver coins, Western crossbowmen archers, 300 silver coins. Personal assets, 30 silver coins. Unallocated points, 1. While it is indeed possible to recruit soldiers directly through the cavalry system, the costs are exorbitantly high. Typically, recruiting a farmer would only cost 2 or 3 silver coins, meaning the cavalry shop prices are at least threefold that amount. However, soldiers recruited through the cavalry system exhibit remarkably high loyalty, almost never betraying their leader at worst. They may flee when morale is low. Yet, Once he secures the West, given its abundant resources, he can amass a formidable army to unify the entire region. After all, although the prices are steep, the training of elite units spans several years, whereas he merely requires a modest sum of money to acquire powerful knights, whose loyalty can be assured. Furthermore, the cavalry system offers a significant advantage. As long as Ryan puts in the effort, rewards will undoubtedly follow. With diligent practice, he may even surpass the Dawn Sword and become the mightiest knight in the realm of Westeros. Just as Ryan pondered which attribute to enhance next, the old steward hurried into his room, breathless, exclaiming, "Young Master Ryan, Lady Lolita's condition has worsened. The scholar fears she may not have much time left." Ryan swiftly made his way to his mother's chamber, where he found his uncle, Seth Barton, already present, standing solemnly with a look of deep sorrow. Upon seeing Ryan, he spoke in a hoarse and somber tone. "Your mother does not have much time left. Go and spend her final moments with her." Since the day when Mother Lolita took up her sword to protect Ryan from harm, her already frail constitution has been further weakened by the relentless tension and lack of sustenance. Despite the presence of Ryan and her elder brother, her health showed no signs of improvement. Her heart ached day and night for Tywin, yearning for him to accept Ryan and spare him the disgrace of living as a bastard. This constant worry eventually culminated in a severe deterioration of her condition, exacerbated by the harshness of winter, pushing her body to its limits. Upon seeing Ryan, Lolita mustered the strength to gently caress his youthful face, her voice a fragile whisper. "Ryan, you must live with fortitude. I believe in you. One day you will become the true lion, my pride." With great effort, she rose to embrace Ryan, softly urging, "Do not blame your father. He is still your father, Ryan. Forgive him, for I once loved him. And Ryan, I wish for you to promise me one thing. You must become a lion even more powerful than your father. Do you promise me?" Overcome with sorrow, Ryan trembled uncontrollably, struggling to suppress his tears. His mother had always wished for him to be strong, for the path of a bastard was fraught with challenges only resilience could pave the way to a brighter future. With a voice hoarse from repressed emotion, he vowed, "Mother, I promise you, I will become the true lion, the strongest lion." Lolita, seemingly at her final hour, turned to Seth Barton, her voice weak yet resolute. "Brother, I know my actions have brought shame upon our family, but you have always protected me. Now, I ask you for one last promise. Take care of Ryan, will you?" Through his own tears, Seth Barton replied with deep sorrow, "I promise you, sister, I will." With that, Lolita felt a sense of relief and lay back, gazing at Ryan, as if he were Tywin. "I have no regrets about Tywin," she murmured, attempting to reach out to touch his face, though her hand ultimately fell, leaving her to depart with a sense of longing. Ryan could no longer hold back his anguish, crying out "Mother," as he clutched her hands tightly, weeping uncontrollably. Seth Barton, trembling, exited the room. In the 5 years that had passed, Mother Lolita had bestowed upon Ryan her entire love, and he had lived enveloped in her maternal warmth until this moment. The entire fairy city plunged into mourning, for Lolita had always been a kind and passionate soul, treating every citizen with compassion. At that moment, the riding and slashing system issued its first mission, A Mother's Hope. Long-term mission, become the Lord of the Western Territories. Do you accept? Though his eyes were clouded with tears, the unwavering light of determination shone through as Ryan coldly responded, "I accept." Chapter 2. Departure to Cayenne City. A few days later, the resounding horn of the lion echoed throughout Fairy Island. The soldiers stationed in the harbor, upon spotting the banner of the Lannisters, hastily spurred their steeds towards Fairy City in search of Count Sebastian. Sebastian, having received news of the Lannister arrival, prudently accompanied 200 soldiers from House Farman to Fairy Harbor as a precaution. Originally, Fairy Island boasted only a dilapidated little port. However, under Rain's suggestion and with Tywin's generous annual sponsorship of 500 gold coins to House Farman, 300 coins were allocated for the port's construction. At last, a modest harbor was established, offering vessels a chance to dock and recuperate, thereby providing House Farman with a modest economic boost and enhanced reputation. The harbor's development was primarily funded by the Lannister family's patronage of Rain, and thus the naming rights belonged to Rain, who chose the name New Sun Harbor, hoping that House Farman, like the newly risen sun, would radiate vitality. Today, New Sun Harbor welcomed a small fleet from House Lannister, the Golden Lion banner fluttering proudly above the island. Hundreds of armored soldiers stood solemnly near the harbor, guarding the New Sun Harbor. Kayvon dismounted his grand steed from the ship, the Lion's Tooth, surveying the farming soldiers around him with a fleeting expression of disdain, quickly concealing it as he remarked, "Count Sebastian, has he yet arrived at the harbor?" The leading soldier, flustered, responded, "My lord, Count Sebastian is en route to New Sun Harbor." "Please, a moment of your patience." Kayvon cast a casual glance at New Sun Harbor and mused, "I never imagined these obstinate farmans would have a day of enlightenment. How peculiar." Before long, Sebastian and his contingent of soldiers reached New Sun Harbor, followed closely by Rain on a stout pony. The moment Kayvon laid eyes on Rain, he was taken aback by the striking resemblance to a young Tywin Lannister. Had it not been for his dark hair, Rain could have been mistaken for the young Duke himself. Sebastian, facing Kayvon, intently stated, "My lord Kayvon, I have prepared a sumptuous feast for you within Fairy City," before ordering salt and bread to be presented to Kayvon. Kayvon symbolically nibbled on a morsel of salt and a piece of bread, accepting the courtesy. He replied coolly, "There is no need for such fuss. My brother has commanded me to expedite the return of this lad to our home, bestowing upon him the Lannister name to ensure stability in the Westerlands." Sebastian, wishing to prolong Rain's stay, expressed his desire for him to remain longer, as the circumstances of his departure were uncertain. "My lord Kayvon, after such a long journey, might we rest for a day?" Kayvon brusquely interrupted, "There is no need, Count Sebastian. A grand celebration awaits us in Casterly Rock, and we shall not squander time here." Seth Barton still had more to say when Ryan interjected, "Uncle, since Lord Kevin indeed has pressing matters to attend to, I shall take my leave to see father." The Fairman family was undeniably feeble in comparison to the Lannisters, possessing little capacity for resistance. Ryan was acutely aware that his uncle wished for him to remain an additional day. However, circumstances dictated otherwise, for the situation was beyond mere human control. Kevin, satisfied, nodded and smiled. "Do not worry, Count Seth Barton. He is also a member of our Lannister family, and I shall ensure his protection." Seth Barton, with a hint of resignation, replied, "Thank you, Lord Kevin." Ryan spoke once more, "Lord Kevin, may I request another 2 hours? Before I depart, I wish to bid farewell to my mother." After a brief moment of contemplation, Kevin acquiesced to Ryan's request. Although the Lannisters were known for their pride, they also understood the importance of gratitude, particularly towards Ryan, a bastard who had joined the family later in life, thus making Kevin's consent all the more significant. Ryan mounted his pony and set off, this time accompanied not only by the warriors of the Fairman family, but also by several knights of the Lannister house. After approximately 40 minutes of travel, they finally arrived at the hill on Fairy Isle, where Lolita was laid to rest. Lolita had always cherished this spot, for it provided a breathtaking view of the evening glow upon the sea, creating a romantic scene of the Red Ocean. Moreover, Lolita felt she had shamed the Fairman family and deemed herself unworthy of eternal rest within their ancestral grounds. Thus, she left a letter requesting that Ryan and Seth Barton ensure her burial here after her passing. Gently, Ryan brushed the dust from Lolita's gravestone and spoke softly, "Mother, you need not worry about me any longer. Father has accepted me, but it may be a long time before I can visit you again, for I must journey to Casterly Rock. Rest assured, Mother, I shall become a true lion." After meticulously finishing his tribute, Ryan laid a bouquet of violets at Lolita's grave, then slowly rose, swiftly suppressing his sorrow. Calmly, he declared, "I have completed my homage. It is time for me to return." The Knights of the West, lingering nearby, were somewhat taken aback. They had not anticipated the lad would so swiftly regain his composure, momentarily evoking the presence of Duke Tywin before them. Soon after, Ryan returned to Suncrest, just as he and Kevin were about to depart from Fairy Isle, when Seth Barton called out to him. Turning to the Knights of the Fairman family behind him, he instructed, "Gino, Rick, you shall henceforth remain by young Master Ryan's side, safeguarding his safety and protecting him with your very lives." Kevin, observing this, coldly interjected, "Count Seth Barton, are you questioning the Lannisters? He is one of us, and we shall ensure his protection." In a rare display of resoluteness for Ryan's sake, Seth Barton retorted, "Lord Kevin, while Ryan is indeed of Lannister blood, he also carries within him the lineage of the Fairman family. He is one of us." Kayvon and Seth Barton stood at odds, while the soldiers of House Faman and House Lannister discreetly gripped their sword hilts. Ultimately, it was Kayvon who yielded first, for the Faman family held the legal advantage, coupled with Seth Barton's unwavering stance to protect his nephew, which was entirely justifiable. Though the Lannisters were haughty, they were reluctant to provoke discord with their vassals without cause, especially given the recent unrest within the Westerlands and the imperative command from Duke Tywin, which necessitated the swift return of Lane to Casterly Rock. This urgency compelled Kayvon to relent. In a cold tone, Kayvon declared, "Count Sethspartan, never forget he belongs to House Lannister," before turning away and boarding the ship, the Lyre. Lane, embracing Sethspartan, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, uncle." Sethspartan affectionately ruffled Lane's hair, smiling gently. "Should any trouble arise, return to us. You will always be a member of House Fawman, and forever my nephew." Lane replied with assurance, "Rest easy, uncle," as he turned to follow Kayvon aboard the Lyre. Sethspartan then turned to Gino and Rick, reiterating, "Take good care of him." Gino and Rick responded solemnly, "Yes, my lord," before joining Lane on the vessel. At that moment, the system alerted that 2 knightly squires and 8-foot soldiers from the Westerlands had joined the party, bringing the total to 11 of 50. Lane perused the data. Observing their panels, he noted that Gino and Rick possessed loyalty levels around 75, while the remaining soldiers hovered at 65. Gazing out at the sea, Lane's eyes shimmered with a fiery ambition, and he remarked softly, "It begins." Chapter 3. The bestowal of a surname. After a week's voyage, Ryan finally beheld the grandeur of Casterly Rock, yet the reality far surpassed that depicted in any television series. From the bow of the ship, Casterly Rock loomed majestically like a lion perched upon a colossal stone, surveying the entirety of the Westerlands. The fortress itself, hewn from a massive rock, served as a formidable bastion of war. Within this giant citadel lay a labyrinth of intricate tunnels, spacious enough to accommodate over 10,000 soldiers within its walls. Moreover, Casterly Rock boasted not only unparalleled defensive capabilities, but also an array of long-range weaponry, such as gigantic crossbows and catapults. Should the enemy fail to breach its defenses from within, even an army 5 times its number would stand no chance of conquering it. It appeared that Kevin discerned Ryan's awe and took pride in explaining the magnificence of the stronghold, asserting that even King's Landing could not rival the might of Casterly Rock. Few castles on the continent of Westeros could compare to its formidable stature. Casterly Rock had never succumbed to enemy forces, nor would it now or in the future. Not even during the tumultuous period of the Dance of Dragons, when the male members of House Lannister had largely perished, nor would it yield to the despicable Greyjoy pirates. The Redwyne scum, in particular, had exploited the West's vulnerability, wreaking havoc and suffering upon the realm. Lady Hannah had commanded the Lion's Gate to be shut, and with Casterly Rock's exceptional defenses, they had successfully repelled an overwhelming force of Ironborn, preserving the legacy of their ancestor, Norrin Lannister, which ultimately led to the existence of Ryan today. He was to take pride in being a Lannister, for in time, he would come to understand the essence of being a Lannister and the true meaning of honor. With a gentle pat on Ryan's head, Kevin departed. Ryan felt a peculiar sensation, for during the week of their voyage, he had exchanged no more than 5 words with this so-called uncle. Perhaps their return to Casterly Rock had uplifted Kevin's spirits, prompting him to engage in rare conversation with Ryan. Gazing at Casterly Rock, Ryan mused that only a dragon could conquer such an indomitable fortress, which would never fall. He could only hope. Before long, the ship arrived at Lannisport, where Ryan and his companions were met with an enthusiastic welcome. Soldiers lined the path to greet them. Kevin, riding his warhorse, smiled faintly and remarked that this was merely a prelude, for his elder brother had even organized a grand tournament to celebrate Ryan's arrival, inviting all the noble families of the West to partake. Yet, the more ostentatious the welcome, the colder Ryan felt, as if enveloped in a frigid winter. Legally, he had become a Lannister, seemingly the heir to Casterly Rock. However, his dark hair and status as a bastard rendered him at a significant disadvantage. To speak frankly, should Jaime choose to return and claim his inheritance, he could easily usurp Ryan's claim, even superseding Tyrion's rights. Moreover, the grand occasion was orchestrated by Tywin to divert the Mad King's attention, thereby ensuring the safety of Cersei and her brother in King's Landing. Lannister could foresee the multitude of assassins he would face from the Iron Throne in the days to come. However, Tywin did not anticipate that his beloved son Jaime would not return to inherit Casterly Rock, even after death. His return was solely to divert troops for Cersei's sake. This thought brought a cold smile to Lannister's lips, for he now intended to employ every possible means to earn the recognition of the Westerlands nobility, gradually widening the gap, and even seeking opportunities to ensure Jaime could never return to Casterly Rock. Lannister casually remarked, "Very well, uncle." After a brief journey, Lannister finally arrived within Casterly Rock. Entering the great hall under Kevin's guidance, there sat a balding man, yet the remnants of golden hair and his icy blue-gold eyes exuded the majesty of a lion. Tywin was methodically handling correspondence from the prominent families of the Westerlands. Upon noticing Kevin's arrival, Tywin remarked coolly, "You are late, Kevin." Kevin hastily explained, "Brother, we encountered a storm on the way, hence the delay." Before Kevin could finish, Lannister bowed and addressed, "Father." Tywin cast a brief, surprised glance at Lannister, taken aback by his appearance, but quickly regained his composure, his voice cold as he stated, "You cannot yet call me father. Once the tournament concludes and you become a true Lannister, you may do so." He then instructed Kevin, "Take him away, teach him the manners, and arrange for a suitable set of attire." Kevin promptly replied, "Yes, brother," and led Lannister away from the Great Hall. Tywin resumed his work, seemingly recalling the time when the mountains echoed with a lion's roar. After a moment of hesitation, he asserted, "My judgment will not falter," and continued to immerse himself in his documents. Following Kevin, Lannister inquired, "Uncle, what about the men I brought, Gino and Rick?" Kevin, regaining his proud demeanor, replied nonchalantly, "The family will see to their proper accommodation. They will later join your guard." He then ushered Lannister into a spacious and opulent chamber, advising, "A steward will soon arrive to take your measurements for formal and everyday attire. Should you have any requests, simply inform the maid." With that, he turned and departed. Shortly thereafter, there was a gentle knock at the door. Lannister called out, "Enter." An elderly gentleman with a head of white hair entered, smiling faintly, "Young Master Lannister. I am Buck, the steward of Casterly Rock. You may approach me with any matters. I am here on the Duke's orders to take your measurements." Lannister returned a naive smile, replying, "Thank you, Grandfather Buck." The old steward responded with a slight smile, "No need for thanks. It is my duty, young Master Lannister." After a brief session of measurements, he took his leave. Ryan's courteous demeanor towards Old Buck stemmed from two primary considerations. Firstly, Old Buck had long been entrenched in Casterly Rock, fostering connections throughout the realm, which was undoubtedly advantageous. Secondly, winning Old Buck's allegiance would simplify the task of navigating the intricacies of Casterly Rock's inner workings. Dressed in a resplendent crimson and gold attire, embellished with a golden lion, Ryan proceeded to the banquet hall. There, he encountered Tywin and Kevin, along with a diminutive figure standing under 4 feet tall. A golden-haired dwarf adorned in a similar lion-embroidered garment, Tyrion. Upon spotting Ryan, Tyrion approached with an enthusiastic flourish, raising a goblet in greeting. "I always believed I was the smallest," he exclaimed with a grin, "but it appears I have a younger brother. Welcome to the Lannister fold, my dear sibling." Ryan smiled in response. "You must be my brother." "Tyrion," he replied. After taking a sip of his drink, Tyrion chuckled. "I had no idea I was renowned enough for my brother all the way from Fairy City to recognize me." Before their exchange could continue, Tywin interjected coldly, "As of now, he is not yet your brother. Tyrion, finish your meal swiftly and return to your books. Do you understand?" Tyrion shot Ryan a playful expression and whispered, "It seems I have angered the lion. I should hasten my meal and take my leave." Ryan responded with a slight smile, refraining from further comment. As the hall fell into a profound silence, interrupted only by the clinking of cutlery. A week later, a grand tournament was held by the Lannisters. However, knights from the north, the Vale, Stormlands, and even the Riverlands were conspicuously absent, with only a few noble houses sending representatives. Even the Mad King, known for his disdain towards House Lannister, merely dispatched a token envoy to extend cursory congratulations, indicating the unrest within the kingdom at that moment. The tournament was predominantly attended by the noble houses of the Westerlands, and in the absence of formidable challengers, the Mountain ultimately claimed victory. In the presence of the assembled nobility, Ryan Hightower was officially bestowed with the Lannister surname, becoming Ryan Lannister. Following this honor, Ryan's reputation surged, surpassing the milestone of 1,000, with the accompanying rewards manifesting in an increase of 2 points in charm, as well as a point each in leadership and eloquence. At this moment, Ryan's attributes transformed into name, Ryan Lannister level 1, 300-0245, vitality 30, in good condition, strength 4, average human is 10, agility 4, average human is 10, stamina 3, average human is 10, intelligence 12, average human is 10, vitality 2, average human is 10, charisma 10, average is 5, weapon mastery, shield defense 1, archery 1, throwing 0, one-handed sword proficiency 45, two-handed sword proficiency 30, archery proficiency 45, polearm proficiency 30, riding 1, only able to ride pack horses and donkeys, social skills, command 2, leading 200 men, trade 3, persuasion 3, as a noble. Your persuasive abilities are heightened. Management, medicine 1, First Aid, 3, Engineering, 3, Reputation, 1030, as the temporary heir of House Lannister in the Westerlands. Your name is well known throughout the region, though it remains somewhat obscure in other lands. Talent, leadership, as a natural-born noble, you possess an inherent charisma, capable of bolstering morale and enhancing soldiers' vitality through a commanding shout. Troops, 11002-200 Chapter 4. The strange occurrences at King's Landing. Although Tywin never truly regarded Ryan as his son, he nonetheless provided him with the finest education, enlisting the renowned sword master Balistan Selmy, one of the most esteemed in the Seven Kingdoms, to impart his martial skills. There were attempts by the Mad King to subjugate Ryan through the Kingsguard, seeking to control this official heir of the Westerlands from a young age, or to compel him, like Jaime, to join the Kingsguard, thereby humiliating Tywin. However, Ryan was not deceived. He accepted all benefits wholeheartedly. While Balistan could only visit for a month every 6 months to train Ryan, the knights in Casterly Rock took on the rest of his education. Each time Balistan assessed Ryan's martial deficiencies, he provided immense assistance that propelled Ryan's skills forward. Due to the mechanics of the game, Ryan gained experience through daily training, and his extraordinary learning ability astonished Balistan, who boldly proclaimed to Duke Tywin that within a decade, Ryan would become the strongest knight in the Seven Kingdoms, potentially surpassing the legendary Dawnblade. Yet, Duke Tywin merely sent simple words of encouragement to Ryan, and during these 2 years, Ryan sensed Tywin's deliberate avoidance of him, perhaps to prevent misunderstandings among his vassals. In terms of academics, 2 scholars, Clara and Moby, dispatched by the Citadel, instructed Ryan, coupled with the vast library of House Lannister. His continuous reading and learning resulted in a comprehensive enhancement of his knowledge. Name, Ryan Lannister Level, 8, 40002120, Novel Network, Time Travel Vitality, 54, Status, Good, Strength, 6, Normal is 10, Agility, 6, Normal is 10, Stamina, 5, Normal is 10, Intelligence, 13, Normal is 10, Vigor, 5, Normal is 10, Charisma, 11, Normal is 5, Weapon Mastery, Shield Defense, 3, Archery, 3, Throwing, 0, One-handed Sword Proficiency, 112 Two-handed Sword Proficiency, 150 Archery Proficiency, 90 Polearm Proficiency, 110 Horsemanship, 2. Only capable of riding a common travel horse. Social Skills, Leadership, 4, Commanding 1,000 men, Trading, 3, Persuasion, 4. As a noble, your persuasive abilities are enhanced. Management, Medicine, 3, First Aid, 4, Engineering, 6, Team, 600, 021000. Over the course of the past 2 years, Ryan has relied on the monthly allowances provided by the Lannister family, in addition to the previous inhabitants of Fairy City. He has also recruited 30 knight attendants and 19 elite Westlands longbowmen through the riding and slashing marketplace. Through various channels, he has gradually infiltrated Casterly Rock, slowly forming his own guard. Given Ryan's youth and his limited excursions outside Casterly Rock, Tywin and others have shown little vigilance towards him, which has allowed Ryan's people to embed themselves gradually. However, during these 2 years of turmoil within the kingdom, even his mentor, Balistan Selmy, has not visited Casterly Rock to instruct Ryan for nearly a year. Even someone as reclusive as Ryan is aware of Robert Baratheon's uprising in Storm's End, Eddard Stark's mobilization in the north for vengeance, and Jon Arryn's response in the Vale. Furthermore, the Mad King's brutal execution of Duke Rickard Stark and his eldest son has evoked a sense of sorrow among the lords, leading to a lack of enthusiasm in responding to the Targaryen call, with most choosing to remain observant. Moreover, Brandon Stark's betrothal to Catelyn Tully, the eldest daughter of House Tully in the Riverlands, has stirred unrest throughout the Riverlands, likely leading them to take action. Under the Mad King's reign, 3 of the 7 kingdoms have begun to rebel, while the Westerlands remain in a state of watchfulness. The only factions responding to the Crown summons are Dorne, allied with the royal family, and the Reach, historically supportive of the Iron Throne through House Tyrell. The balance of power is tenuous, with all parties awaiting the Westerlands' involvement to disrupt this uneasy peace. The Mad King has repeatedly sent missives to Tywin, yet they have gone unanswered, even as the Mad King threatens the lives of Jaime and Cersei. Tywin, however, firmly counters with the assertion that the Westerlands have already named a new heir. The Mad King, constrained by his fears, resorts to leveraging the lives of Jaime and Cersei to at least stabilize the Westerlands' position in the impending rebellion. Ryan was acutely aware that outside the Westlands, chaos reigned. Yet at merely 7 years of age, he could do nothing but remain safely within the confines of the Westlands, where survival itself was tantamount to victory. As he engaged in training, an abrupt alert from the mounted combat interface signified the onset of battle. Instantly, Ryan's senses heightened, and the soldiers guarding him, upon receiving commands from his mind, transitioned into a state of readiness. He diligently utilized the mounted combat system to scrutinize the panels of those around him, discovering that 2 maids delivering food and a servant exhibited a loyalty rating of less than 10. A wave of alarm washed over him as he thought, not again. Nevertheless, feigning indifference, Ryan slowly drew his crossbow, prepared the bolt, and aimed meticulously at his target. The servant edged closer, lurking within 5 meters, stealthily grasping a dagger concealed beneath his feet. Before the assailant could launch his attack, Ryan pivoted suddenly, releasing the crossbow. An arrow pierced the assassin's heart, and he felt strength drain from his body, stumbling to the ground before he could comprehend the situation. In a swift motion, Ryan unsheathed his long sword and deftly severed the assassin's throat. The man clutched his neck in desperation, yet blood gushed forth, and he collapsed lifelessly. The 2 maids had yet to grasp the daggers hidden beneath their skirts when 2 knights swiftly approached, silencing them with a hand over their mouths before delivering a fatal blow to their throats, blood spilling profusely. Upon exiting combat mode, Ryan wiped his sword clean and noted that the encounter had awarded him 30 experience points, barely compensating for a month and a half of training. He remarked coldly, "What a madman. This is becoming increasingly frequent. I must inform Father of these events," and turned to depart, accompanied by a contingent of protective soldiers. Nearby, Knight Gino promptly acknowledged, "Yes, my lord." It was not that Ryan had grown heartless. Rather, since he had become the public heir of House Lannister, the Targaryen assassins had never ceased their attempts on his life. The initial discomfort at witnessing death had morphed into a grim acceptance. Moreover, these frequent attempts had inadvertently endowed Ryan with considerable experience and notable advancement in his skills. Shortly thereafter, Kevin arrived at Casterly Rock's hall, seeking Tywin. Upon encountering him, he commenced a report regarding the recent assassination attempt. Tywin remained silent for a moment before coldly instructing, "Conduct a thorough investigation of the castle and eliminate the friends and family of those 3 who remain here. Their heads shall be displayed outside Casterly Rock, so they understand the price of attempting to assassinate our Lannister family." This was not merely out of affection for Ryan, but rather a necessity to uphold the dignity of House Lannister. Otherwise, subordinate lords might be emboldened to act. However, Kevin did not depart immediately. Instead, he spoke again, "Brother, the Targaryens have gone too far. This marks the 3rd assassination attempt this month alone. Were it not for our continuous vigilance and Ryan's commendable abilities, he could very well have perished by now. Brother, shall we not raise our arms as well? Let us threaten the Mad King with war and secure the return of Jaime and Cersei. If not, we may as well join the rebels and bring an end to the Targaryen rule." Tywin slowly set down the documents in his hand, his azure eyes fixed intently upon Kevin, as he replied coldly, "The Mad King's reign will not endure much longer. Alongside Prince Rhaegar, the Targaryens have dominated Westeros for over 3 centuries. The outcome between the House of the Dragon and the rebels remains uncertain. It is not yet time to act." Kevin, fueled by indignation, gazed sternly at his elder brother and retorted, "Are we to allow them to trample upon us, brother?" Tywin replied frostily, "Not for much longer, Kevin. No one can owe a debt to the Lannister family, no one. Now leave." Despite suppressing his anger, Kevin exited the Hall of Castamere, leaving behind only the hurried scratching of a quill against parchment, more frantic than usual, as Tywin appeared less composed than one might expect. At that moment, a knight from the Westerlands rushed into the Hall of Castamere, clutching a letter. Upon recognizing the knight, Tywin's voice turned icy. "It is best you have urgent news, otherwise you shall not fare well." The knight hastily bowed and presented the letter, which Tywin accepted slowly, opening it to find his brow furrowed instantly. He then commanded, "Summon Kevin to me at once." Shortly after, Kevin arrived at the hall, inquiring urgently, "Brother, what has transpired?" Tywin remained silent, merely gesturing towards the letter on the table. Confused, Kevin picked it up and opened it, his eyes widening in shock. The letter detailed the battle between Prince Rhaegar and Robert at the Trident. Initially, both sides were evenly matched, with the Targaryens even holding a slight advantage. However, once the conflict commenced, Rhaegar and Robert engaged in a fierce duel, culminating in Robert delivering a crushing blow that shattered Rhaegar's breastplate, scattering rubies across the ground, resulting in Rhaegar's immediate death. Following Rhaegar's demise, the morale of the Targaryen forces plummeted, leading to their swift defeat at the hands of Robert and his allies. Many noble lords were captured, and a significant number of soldiers defected to the rebels. At this moment, the combined forces of Baratheon, Stark, Arryn, and Tully surged toward King's Landing with the momentum of victory. The Targaryens had managed to maintain their rule primarily due to Rhaegar's presence. Most lords believed that despite the Mad King's madness, his days were numbered. With Rhaegar's ascension, the kingdom would once again flourish. However, with Rhaegar now dead, the majority of the lords saw no hope left and had grown utterly weary of the Mad King's rule. It could be said that the Targaryen dynasty was on the brink of collapse. Seeing this, Kevin rejoiced, "Brother, we can act now. The outcome is becoming clear. We can raise our forces." Tywin replied coolly, "Joining the coalition of Baratheon, Stark, Arryn, and Tully at this juncture would yield us little benefit." Kefon, somewhat perplexed, spoke. "But brother, the situation has become quite clear. If we do not intervene now, our western lands may soon descend into chaos." Tywin replied coldly, "We must not only engage but also emerge as the foremost victors. Dispatch messages via Raven to every lord, mobilize the soldiers we previously recruited, and set forth for King's Landing." He then produced the letters sent to us prior from King's Landing and directed a missive to the Mad King, signifying our agreement to march. "It is time to reclaim the debts owed to the West by Aerys." Kefon hesitated, "But this could tarnish our family's reputation. How will the other houses perceive us afterward?" Tywin's voice was ice. "I merely stated my consent to mobilize. I never claimed to be aiding House Targaryen. Moreover, summon Lion as well. We must have him, the heir of Casterly Rock, accompany me to assuage their concerns. We must seize King's Landing before the alliance of Stark, Arryn, and Baratheon can act, thus ensuring our greatest benefit." Understanding Tywin's intentions, Kefon immediately replied, "Yes, brother, I shall gather the forces in the shortest time possible," and turned to depart. Tywin had previously instructed the great houses to prepare soldiers, initially intending to march when Prince Rhaegar required assistance and to coerce him into marrying Cersei. However, circumstances had shifted. Now Tywin sought the Mad King's blood to cleanse the shame he had brought upon House Lannister and himself. In just a week, the prominent families of the West rallied their soldiers. Clad in the Red Lion armor, Tywin rode a magnificent steed at Lannister's port, bellowing to his vassals, "In this time of strife among the Seven Kingdoms, our West remains stable, yet stability does not equate to weakness. It is time they witness the fury of the lion. Go forth and show them what true warfare entails." His vassals drew their swords and roared, "For the West! For House Lannister!" The clamor of soldiers and neighing steeds filled Lannister's port. At Tywin's command, the grand army of 30,000 from the west advanced towards the Iron Throne. Lion, adorned in the same Red Lion armor, marched alongside Tywin, accompanied not only by his own retinue, but also by his uncle, Lord Sebastian. However, unlike before, under Lion's counsel and with the financial backing of House Lannister, a small marketplace had been established adjacent to New Day Port, ensuring a steady supply of provisions for the Isle of the Maidens and enhancing its prosperity. As a result, House Farman was able to recruit and sustain more soldiers. For this campaign, they summoned 1,200 fully armed troops, and at Lord Sebastian's request, they would also ensure Lion's safety. Sebastian complained from the side, "I cannot fathom what that fellow is thinking. He insists on supporting the Iron Throne while bringing you, the heir of the West, along. Is he not risking all our stakes on a venture with minimal gains and great losses?" Riding upon his steed, Ryan smiled faintly and remarked to his uncle, "Father has always spoken of supporting the Iron Throne, yet he has never mentioned aiding the Mad King. My presence is merely to instill a semblance of trust in him. It seems we are destined to engage in a battle, albeit one devoid of any glory." Seth Barton instantly grasped the implication, astonished as he began to speak. "Does that mean we are too?" However, he was interrupted by Ryan, who cast a glance around and continued, "Uncle, it is best that fewer people are privy to such matters. The fewer who know, the safer we shall be. Moreover, it is inappropriate for us to discuss our liege in such a manner." Seth, surveying the surroundings, chose not to voice his thoughts, instead riding alongside Ryan towards King's Landing. Throughout their journey, Tywin had never mentioned supporting House Targaryen, consistently asserting that their efforts were for the Iron Throne. He produced letters from the Mad King and, with Ryan's collaboration, dispelled the doubts of the noble houses, allowing the forces of the West to advance unimpeded. Upon learning of the mobilization from the West, the Mad King clutched at this last straw, wholly disregarding the reasons behind the sudden uprising and showing no suspicion towards Tywin's intentions. He hastily instructed his scholars to send messages urging the lords to permit Tywin's forces passage to defend King's Landing. The army of the West encountered no obstacles on their journey, arriving at the gates of the Dragon's Gate. Tywin gazed coldly at the city he had strived for most of his life. During his tenure as Hand of the King, King's Landing had flourished in prosperity and stability, contributing to the overall development of the Seven Kingdoms. This city, a testament to Tywin's pride, also bore the scars of countless humiliations inflicted by the Mad King. Trampling upon his dignity, Tywin's eyes gradually transformed from warmth to a chilling ruthlessness as he commanded, "Kayvon, instruct them to open the gates." Kayvon immediately stepped forth and shouted to the guards at the Dragon's Gate, "The Lannister family has come to support the Iron Throne. Quickly, open the gates." The soldiers at the gates, seeing the vast army of the West, believed salvation had arrived and hurriedly opened the doors. With the sound of mechanical gears turning and a roar akin to that of a dragon, the great gates slowly creaked open. Chapter 6. The Bloodbath of King's Landing. As the Dragon's Gate opened, a shadow enveloped the armored forces of the Western Coalition. Duke Tywin, mounted upon his majestic steed, emerged slowly from the darkness, his golden-green eyes now icy and unfeeling. The Lannister soldiers, who had only just received the news, instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons, their gazes darting nervously around them. Just as the captain of the gate's guard, clad in golden robes, approached to assist Tywin with his horse, the mountain suddenly struck, wielding his enormous sword with ferocity, cleaving the captain's head from his shoulders. A torrent of blood erupted, transforming into a crimson rain that splattered upon the faces of the surrounding Lannister soldiers. Tywin drew his sword, bellowing to his soldiers to seize control of the Dragon Gate and to bloodily cleanse King's Landing. Kevin, with a swift thrust, struck down a nearby golden cloak, raising his bloody blade and roaring for the massacre of King's Landing. The Lannister soldiers echoed the battle cry, brandishing their weapons as they charged at the surrounding golden cloaks. The cacophony of slaughter within the Dragon Gate reverberated through the air, leaving the major bannermen of the Westerlands in shock. However, after a brief moment of astonishment, they too unsheathed their swords, commanding their own men to strike. At the instant when Lon charged, he drew his crossbow and aimed at one of the golden cloaks, blinding him with a shot that caught him off guard. Before the soldier could react, Lon's comrades surged forward, wielding their spears to pierce his armor and bring about his demise. Seth, Barton, and the others also unsheathed their swords, although they did not engage in battle. Rather, they formed a protective circle around Lon. As Lon continuously loaded his crossbow, he commanded his team, urging them to heed his battle cry and to kill. In this fray, each soldier Lon's team dispatched allowed him to garner a fraction of experience, and he could almost hear the notifications of experience gained echoing in his ears. In less than 10 minutes, the 500 golden cloaks stationed at the Dragon Gate were slaughtered, while the Westerlands suffered around 300 casualties and roughly 1,000 injuries. Lon's unit, composed of elite soldiers, sustained no losses as they provided support from the sidelines. However, one should not underestimate the toll of nearly 1,500 casualties in such circumstances. For the fully armored golden cloaks, it would typically require 5 to 6 ordinary Westerland soldiers to match the prowess of a single golden cloak. Should there be a forced assault on the Dragon Gate, it is likely that at least 5,000 lives from the 30,000 strong Westerland army would be lost to capture it. This estimation is optimistic. If the Targaryens continued to reinforce their position, the losses could reach as high as 10,000 or more to conquer King's Landing. This is primarily due to the Targaryen family's possession of dragons in the past. King's Landing was never designed as a defensive fortress, for nothing could rival the terror of a dragon. The city was established to facilitate the Targaryens' control over the Seven Kingdoms. However, following the Dance of Dragons, the number of dragons diminished significantly, prompting the fortification of the city. After commanding the soldiers to secure the Dragon Gate, Tywin ordered the Westerland troops to commence a frenzied slaughter of the citizens within King's Landing, pillaging their possessions while employing a siege strategy against the Red Keep, hoping to exhaust the Mad King. Though the Red Keep could be taken, such an endeavor would deplete the Lannister family's strength, complicating future negotiations, especially as the Lions faction was currently ill-equipped to confront the combined forces of the stags, wolves, eagles, and fish. Furthermore, the coalition of stags, wolves, eagles, and fish was already advancing towards King's Landing, with the disorganized nobles of the realm, stripped of command and the presence of Prince Rhaegar, lacking both the will and means to resist. They would soon arrive at the gates of King's Landing. If the Lannister family were to seize the Red Keep and consume all its benefits, they might very well redirect their ambitions towards House Stark. Thus, Tywin resolved to conserve his strength, for the wealth scattered throughout King's Landing, aside from the Red Keep, would sufficiently enrich the Westerlands without resorting to actions that could endanger their own safety. During the siege of the Red Keep, Tywin brought soldiers from the Westerlands, unleashing chaos in a city to which he had devoted so much effort. Thick plumes of smoke filled the skies over King's Landing, while cries of anguish echoed throughout the streets. Among them was Ryan, who, while pillaging gold and valuables, found himself gazing at the ragged civilians, most of whom were women and children. Witnessing the sorrowful despair etched in their eyes, Ryan's heart softened. After all, he was not merely a pawn of the system. He would only slay warriors and those harboring malice, never the innocent elderly, women, or children. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Follow me. I shall lead you away from this place. Gradually, more civilians gathered around Ryan to maintain order amidst the chaos. He reluctantly exchanged a portion of the gold he had collected for a few seasoned soldiers. Upon reaching the Dragon Gate, they were met by the Earl of Kroller Lannister, the loyal guardian of the Western Gate. Tywin trusted that he would effectively secure the Dragon Gate to ensure the safe retreat of his soldiers. However, upon seeing a throng of civilians approaching the Dragon Gate, instead of taking refuge in their homes, the Earl prepared to issue a command for a volley of arrows to drive them back. Just then, his gaze fell upon the Golden Lion banner of House Lannister, compelling him to halt. Ryan stepped forward from among the soldiers of the Westerlands and coldly addressed the Earl. Open the Dragon Gate and allow these innocent civilians to pass. The Earl responded loudly, My apologies, young Master Ryan, but I have not received orders from Lord Tywin. I cannot permit anyone to leave King's Landing. Ryan replied icily, Open the gates. They are merely pitiful civilians. Letting them leave will not pose any threat to us. Yet the Earl stubbornly insisted, Young Master Ryan, I can only open the gates upon receipt of a decree from Lord Tywin. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ryan commanded one of the knights to retrieve Lord Tywin's decree. Shortly thereafter, the knight returned with something in hand. Ryan took it and called out, I have received my father's decree. Please open the gates, Earl Kroller Lannister. The Earl spoke again, My Lord Ryan, I need to verify. As he prepared to send someone to fetch a basket to receive the decree, Ryan suddenly shouted, Do you not trust me? I am the heir of Casterly Rock. To receive my father's decree in a basket is absurd. He then drew his sword and cleaved the basket in two. A figure, seemingly consumed by fury, strode purposefully towards the Dragon Gate. The guards stationed at the western boundary, upon witnessing Ryan approach alone and appear poised for violence, had no choice but to grant passage. Eventually, Ryan reached the walls of the Dragon Gate, brandishing a decree with a fierce demeanor as he advanced toward Count Kroller Layford. The knights of the Layford family contemplated obstructing him, but were dissuaded by Kroller's penetrating gaze. After all, Ryan was still the future lord of the Western Realm, and considering he was merely a child under the age of 10, he posed little threat. Upon arriving before Count Kroller Layford, Ryan, filled with indignation, hurled the decree at Kroller. Just as Kroller prepared to catch it, Ryan seized the opportunity to allocate his leveling points, enhancing his other attributes by one each, while directing the remainder entirely towards agility. In an instant, he exhibited a speed that rivaled that of an adult, drawing his one-handed sword and pressing it against Kroller's neck. He then spoke coldly, instructing Count Kroller Layford to open the city gates, claiming the individuals outside were merely commoners. After a brief moment of surprise, Count Kroller asserted gravely that he would not open the gates as Lord Tywin had commanded. Before he could finish, Ryan rudely interrupted, declaring, I am Ryan Lannister of House Lannister, heir to Casterly Rock, your future lord. Open the gates, and I will bear the consequences. With that, he pressed the blade of his sword firmly, drawing a trickle of blood from Kroller's neck. Following a fleeting exchange of glances, Kroller ultimately conceded, reluctantly instructing his surrounding knights to open the gates. Amidst the grateful shouts of the commoners, a throng of people finally departed from King's Landing. Observing the civilians he had led to safety, Ryan slowly sheathed his sword, turning to Kroller to offer an apology for his earlier affront. Count Kroller Layford, seemingly angered, replied, I will report this incident to Lord Tywin without fail. Now, please leave this place, my Lord Ryan. Before turning away, Ryan and his entourage gradually departed from the Dragon Gate, while Kroller, gazing at Ryan's retreating figure, murmured to himself, Indeed, the blood of the lion runs strong. Yet, he remains somewhat naïve. Perhaps it is for the best. The Lannisters have welcomed a cold-hearted ruler, and having a lord with such compassion in the future may not be a misfortune after all. Chapter 7. The Attributes of Ryan. Name: Ryan Lannister. Age: 8. Level: 15, 6,2800. Vitality: 65. Status: Good. Strength: 8. Normal Human: 10. Agility: 11. Normal Human: 10. Stamina: 7. Normal Human: 10. Intelligence: 14. Normal Human: 10. Vigor: 9. Normal Human: 10. Charisma: 13. Normal Human: 5. Weapon Proficiency: Shield Defense: 3. Archery: 3. Throwing: 0. One-handed Sword Proficiency: 172. Two-handed Sword Proficiency: 150. Archery Proficiency: 210. Polearm Proficiency: 110. Horsemanship: 2. Basic Riding Skills, Social Skills: Command: 5. Leading 2. 500 men. Trade. 3. Persuasion. 5. As a prominent noble, you possess heightened persuasive abilities. Management. Medicine. 3. First aid. 4. Engineering. 6. Troop composition. 1,0002. 500. 50 knight attendants. 30 elite Westerlands longbowmen. 2 knights from the previous Fairy Island, Gino and Rick, along with 18 soldiers from Fairy Island. Wealth. 1. 500 gold dragons. 3,000 silver stags. 700 copper stars. Reputation. 1. 120. 137. As the temporary heir to the Lannister family of the Westerlands, your name is widely known throughout the region. Your acts of kindness have spread your reputation for compassion and benevolence across the lands, and many are aware of your existence. Chapter 8. The Lion Before Long. A contingent of Westerlands knights approached Ryan. Upon seeing him, they spoke coldly. "My Lord Ryan, Lord Tywin requests your presence." Seth Barton coldly interjected, "Present Lord Tywin's orders first." The soldiers loyal to Ryan subtly reached for their swords, leading to a brief standoff. Ultimately, it was Ryan who broke the tension. Ryan calmly stated, "Sheath your swords, uncle. This is already the territory of House Lannister. No one shall dare lay a hand on me." He then turned to the leading knight and said, "Take me to my father." The leading knight wished to say more, but upon meeting Ryan's gaze, his golden-green eyes reminiscent of death, he quickly regained his composure. Slowly lowering his sword and responding solemnly, "As you wish, my Lord Ryan." Ryan's lack of resistance stemmed from several factors. First, he was still too weak to oppose them, and Tywin commanded immense respect in the Westerlands, particularly after securing King's Landing for the region. Second, Ryan was the apparent future lord of the Westerlands, and within this stronghold, no one dared to openly harm him. Third, and most significantly, the mounted combat system indicated that while the knight's loyalty was not particularly high, it remained at a safe level of around 50. Indeed, it was not long before Ryan arrived at Tywin's military tent. At the entrance stood the Hound, coldly regarding Ryan. Ryan cast a fleeting glance at him before stepping inside the tent, where Tywin was methodically strategizing the battle situation. It seemed as though Tywin was entirely oblivious to Ryan's arrival, continuing his deliberations undisturbed. Once Tywin had completed his strategic assessments, Ryan patiently awaited him with a smile. However, Tywin remained indifferent, engrossed in his affairs, and it was nearly an hour before he finally addressed Ryan. "How dare you threaten a count and defy your father's orders by allowing those wretched commoners to escape? Answer me, Ryan." After a brief silence, Ryan met Tywin's icy gaze with seriousness. "Father, I have never threatened Lord Kroller Lannister. I am a Lannister. As a vassal of our house, he is bound to obey me. The commoners have long been stripped of their wealth. Their presence in King's Landing would only burden us further and incite chaos. It is far better to let them go, demonstrating our mercy while making it clear that our conflict is solely with the Targaryens." Tywin slowly rose, regarding Ryan with a frigid stare. He scoffed, "Mercy? Do you have any idea how many of the Targaryen bastards reside in King's Landing, some of whom have lived here for generations, inherently loyal to the Targaryens? Furthermore, we in the Westerlands are the last to engage. Killing these commoners merely clears the way for the fish, wolves, eagles, and deer coalition. Moreover, in our plunder of King's Landing, those you have let go are not commoners, but future adversaries of House Lannister. And now that you acknowledge your Lannister heritage, you should understand that a lion does not concern itself with the thoughts of sheep. Our dominion does not rest upon mercy. Now leave me. If you are unwilling to deal with the commoners, then send men to take Mudgate. Should you fail, return to Casterly Rock with Lord Cersei and assist Tyrion in repairing the sewers." Tywin then tossed a military order to him, which did not specify which nobles were to assist Ryan in the assault on Mudgate, only commanding the capture of it. Ryan accepted the order, glanced at it without any change in expression, and simply replied, "Yes, father," before turning to leave. As Tywin watched Ryan's retreating figure, a rare flicker crossed his eyes, and he sighed before resuming his military duties. Upon his departure, Ryan remarked, "Father, dominion does not rely solely on mercy, yet it should not be founded solely on tyranny," and proceeded to the main camp to recruit soldiers. However, the outcome was much as Ryan had anticipated. The other great nobles held little regard for him as the temporary heir of the Westerlands. Additionally, his prior threat against Lord Kroller Lannister and the release of certain commoners had left many nobles in the Westerlands dissatisfied. Given that Tywin's military order did not call for the participation of the great houses, they felt no obligation to respond, and only symbolically sent a few soldiers to join Ryan. Due to its unique geographical location, the Mudgate finds itself in a predicament. Not only is it situated within the Flea Nest, which yields minimal resources, but despite not being the most fortified of gates, it is guarded by 2,000 soldiers. In light of the recent actions of the Western forces, the Flea nest has become a natural recruitment ground for them. The defenders of the Mud Gate number well over 2,000, a formidable bastion, yet the scant resources available deter many from joining the ranks. Apart from his uncle, Count Sebastian, who leads the soldiers of Fairy City in response to the call, only a small contingent of minor nobles from the west, alongside some dream-filled bastards and wandering knights, aspire to join Ryan's forces in the assault on the Mud Gate. Ryan surveyed his own meager assembly of approximately 2,500 men, feeling a twinge of disappointment, yet he recognized that this was the hand he had been dealt. This was, after all, a test set forth by Tywin, an exceedingly rigorous trial. Failing to complete, it would undoubtedly precipitate a steep decline in Ryan's already tenuous reputation. Count Sebastian, observing the situation, sought to counsel Ryan, suggesting that with such a scant force, primarily composed of ordinary conscripts, capturing the Mud Gate was an unrealistic ambition. He proposed that they request additional support from Lord Tywin or adopt a strategy of encirclement without direct confrontation, at least to preserve Ryan's standing and avoid leaving the area. Ryan offered a wan smile, casting his gaze toward the Red Keep, and replied, "Uncle, do you truly believe we have a choice? Should we fail to seize the Mud Gate, my father will surely compel me to leave King's Landing and return to the west. Seeking reinforcements would only solidify his belief in my inadequacy to fulfill the role of heir to Casterly Rock, paving the way for my brother Jaime to claim my birthright upon his return. Such a scenario would plunge me into a genuine deadlock. At least my father has granted me an opportunity, however slim it may be. If we can capture the Mud Gate, I may secure my position as the heir to Casterly Rock, if only temporarily. Beyond taking the Mud Gate, we have no alternative." Well versed in the unfolding narrative, Ryan was acutely aware that his brother Jaime would soon slay the Mad King, earning the title of Kingslayer. For the sake of Cersei, he would continue to serve in the Kingsguard and remain the rightful heir to Casterly Rock. Yet, this moment presented an opportunity, an avenue to elevate Ryan's standing, granting him a semblance of power to resist in the future, even if Tywin were to reconsider his position. Should Tywin pass away, Ryan's struggle against Jaime could be bolstered. For Jaime was the legitimate firstborn of Tywin's true wife, complete with golden locks. As an illegitimate son, Ryan held no legal advantage. Thus, he must not lose the title of heir, even if only temporarily. Chapter 9. The Siege of the Flea Nest. Ryan rode forth on his steed, addressing the soldiers of the west with fervor. "Brave comrades, we have breached the Dragon Gate, successfully seized King's Landing, and encircled the Red Keep, cleansing our honor with the blood of the Targaryens. However, at present, the remnants of the Targaryens are stubbornly resisting, attempting to undermine our control over King's Landing and seize our gold. Can we tolerate this?" The soldiers below roared in unison, "Absolutely not. Let not these scoundrels think they can escape unscathed. Slay them." Ryan bellowed, "Good. Warriors from the Westerlands, today, fight alongside me to seize the Mud Gate. In the name of House Lannister, I vow that once I breach the city gate, I shall share the honor and the gold with all of you. By the seven, I, Ryan, swear that of the spoils from this battle, I shall keep but one portion, while the remaining 9 shall be yours to claim. Now, let us charge the Mud Gate and show them what a lion truly is. Hear my roar." The soldiers under Ryan's command echoed, "Long live Lord Ryan. Hear our roar." Thus, the battalion set forth towards the Mud Gate with great fervor. In the eyes of the other noble families of the Westerlands, Ryan's actions seemed akin to a grasshopper attempting to halt a chariot, utterly foolish. Yet, they were also awed by his formidable presence, fully aware that success was unlikely. But what if, by some miracle, they triumphed? They would be left with only a fraction of the spoils, and would likely have to bear their own losses, rendering their efforts futile. Conversely, some astute nobles discerned Ryan's intent to elevate his stature by capturing the Mud Gate, though they remained skeptical of his chances. Ryan could hardly dwell on their doubts. He briefly checked the battle panel, which displayed troops 2520-002-3000, morale 75, buoyed by monetary incentives. Their morale is relatively high, allowing them to face slightly stronger opponents. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Alas, even with such a degree of financial temptation, morale could only be raised to a moderately high level. Were it not for the presence of my own men, who helped to balance the morale, it might not even reach 70. Even my uncle, Seth Barton, harbored little faith in me. Ryan surveyed his current assets. 1, 500 gold dragons, 3,000 silver stags, and 700 copper stars, enough to summon 5 elite knights from the Westlands, 10 elite spearmen, and over 20 conscripts. If he could find a way to infiltrate the mud gate, he could ambush them with his summoned troops. Moreover, in the narrow confines of the city streets, his elite warriors would be able to unleash their full potential. With this thought, Ryan's gaze grew resolute as he fixed his eyes on the direction of the mud gate, leading his army onward with unwavering determination. Before long, they arrived at the vicinity of the Flea bottom, where the impoverished inhabitants were ragged and shoeless. Upon seeing Ryan accompanied by a throng of soldiers, they hurriedly retreated to their hovels, seeking refuge. Ryan first commanded his troops to camp outside Flea bottom, then ordered the procurement of 3 scavenged oxen, which were slaughtered on the spot. A large cauldron was set up, and the meat from the oxen was cooked alongside some slightly moldy grain and bread, the aromatic scent wafting through the air, carried by the wind toward the entire enclave of Flea bottom. During this period, the soldiers from the west have been relentlessly harvesting grain and valuables, causing an influx of refugees into the already impoverished Flea nest, which had long been deprived of sustenance. Otherwise, they would have perished by now, relying solely on the mysterious disappearance of the corpses of fallen soldiers and civilians, which were boiled into a meager broth for survival. Even so, this effort was but a drop in the bucket for the vast population of the Flea nest, to the point that even rats had become scarce. Furthermore, those who dared to venture outside to collect the soldiers' bodies faced immediate execution upon discovery, rendering even the most basic food a luxury for the common folk of the Flea nest. At present, delightful aromas wafted through the air. Yet Ryan had not ordered his soldiers to raise the Flea nest. Instead, he had merely stationed them nearby. Unlike the previous group of West soldiers led by Tywin, who had been so brutish, Ryan's presence, coupled with the gnawing hunger, gradually attracted numerous refugees to the camp's periphery. Observing this, Ryan rode forth on his warhorse, proclaiming, "Do you wish to eat? Simply inform me of the current situation in Mudgate, even if it is but a morsel of information, and I shall grant you food. However, should I find that you dare to deceive me, you will face the grim fate of being boiled alive for another pot of broth. Now, who among you desires to eat?" After a brief silence among the refugees, one toothless man shouted, "I know. They still have plenty of grain over there. At least several warehouses full." Ryan smiled faintly and replied, "Very well, give him a portion of food." Clear then handed the man 2 substantial pieces of beef, which he eagerly tore into with his toothless mouth. Ryan cast a casual glance over the refugees of the Flea nest and continued, "We have our first brave soul to taste the meat. Who shall be next?" With the precedent set, the crowd of refugees erupted in a frenzy, clamoring, "I know Captain Parker of the Golden Spore. He enjoys drinking. They recently recruited a batch of refugees, or else I would have joined them by now." Another added, "By the way, they quietly came to fetch water a few nights ago." Gradually, Ryan sifted through the plethora of useless information to glean some valuable insights. Approximately 3,000 soldiers were stationed at Mudgate, equipped with numerous ranged weaponry, such as catapults and large crossbows, alongside enough food reserves to last for at least 2 weeks, although their fresh water supply would only sustain them for about a week. Moreover, by distributing food, Ryan managed to ease the suspicions of the civilians in the Flea nest, who were no longer as wary of him as before. The following day, Ryan again refrained from attacking Mudgate, opting instead to prepare another pot of broth. This time, however, he sought not information about Mudgate, but rather loudmouthed refugees to join his ranks. Surprisingly, among those recruited were several assassins. Yet, before the assassins could strike, Ryan received a system alert. Without hesitation, he drew his crossbow and shot one dead on the spot. The others were swiftly subdued by arriving soldiers. Ryan observed the captured assassins, noting that some had only recently joined the ranks of Mudgate's refugees. Ryan swiftly executed the threat, leaving behind a sole refugee to return and inform the Mudgate guards of their imminent arrival. He then offered a substantial reward of food sufficient for 3 days to anyone who could identify the families of the refugees bold enough to join the Mudgate. There was no need for Ryan's soldiers to intervene, as the starving refugees began to turn on one another within half a day. The families who had allied with the Mudgate were captured and delivered to Ryan's encampment. Ryan, merciless, dispatched those who had dared to assassinate him, including their children, severing their heads and discarding them at the entrance to the Mudgate, while refraining from further bloodshed against the remaining families of the Mudgate refugees. He merely stationed guards in visible locations to make his intentions unmistakably clear. Furthermore, Ryan encouraged the refugees from the Flea nest to report on one another, appointing certain individuals as managers who were rewarded with fine foods and even copper stars. In a matter of moments, the atmosphere within the Flea nest turned tense. The once loosely united group, initially resilient in the face of Ryan's approach, crumbled into paranoia and disarray, allowing Ryan to effortlessly resolve the issue at the Flea nest. As dawn broke, Parker finally comprehended the nature of the forces he had faced throughout the night. They were merely a group of the elderly, women, and children. Feeling foolish for having stood vigilant against them, he bellowed in frustration at the Lannisters. After arranging his men, he commanded them to maintain their positions while he ventured down to assess the casualties from the previous night, where he encountered Levi, bandaged and injured. Parker, filled with concern, inquired, "Levi, how did you sustain injuries? Those helpless civilians managed to harm you? What are our casualty figures?" Levi scoffed. "Had it not been for the cramped dining hall, I could have dispatched those ruffians with ease. Furthermore, some fool equipped them with leather armor, making them considerably more formidable. As for the casualties, these scoundrels, driven by the Lannisters' assault, managed to arm themselves. They were utterly terrified of the Lannisters, but fought desperately against us. Although they are all dead now, they tainted many of our water sources with blood, and we lost nearly 100 brothers, with around 200 more injured." Upon hearing this, Parker could not suppress his fury. "Levi, what were you doing? How could we lose nearly 100 men and sustain 200 injuries? They were merely starving civilians." Levi, equally enraged, retorted, "I fought fiercely inside while searching for any remaining threats to ensure everyone's safety. Meanwhile, you stood like a fool on the walls, staring down at a gathering of the elderly, women, and children for an entire night, only to come here and berate me." Levi could no longer contain his fury and shouted, "You, who stood guard all night without a scratch, have no right to criticize me." Parker retorted, "I am your superior." Levi, in a fit of rage, Levi struck him with a punch, exclaiming, "To hell with your rank." A brief scuffle ensued between Parker and Levi, both nearly drawing their swords. Ultimately, they locked eyes and released each other, turning away without a word. Though Parker and Levi had previously enjoyed a solid rapport, the relentless battles and being besieged from all sides had taken their toll. Day and night, they were drained by Ryan, pushing both men to the brink of exhaustion. Culminating in this clash, their soldiers, equally fatigued, could only maintain their vigil. Meanwhile, Ryan, as he had the day before, sent men to shout taunts and occasionally loosed a few arrows, keeping the defenders on edge and denying them respite. Parker bellowed to his soldiers, "Throw those bastards' corpses out, so that wretched little cat knows his tactics are futile against me." Before the refugees could voice their protests, countless bodies tumbled from the mud gate, crashing heavily before them. Blood and flesh quickly enveloped the area, silencing the refugees in terror. Had it not been for the mercenaries' gentle reminders with their daggers, they might have forgotten their purpose and fled. Ryan, observing this scene, was taken aback, realizing the man possessed a ruthless edge, but at least it had some effect. He could hardly believe they had suffered no losses. Seth Barton furrowed his brow, gravely stating, "This complicates matters. No one will open the gates for us now." Even with some casualties, their morale diminished. The mud gate remains a formidable obstacle. At that moment, the families of the refugees, witnessing the deaths of their husbands, brothers, and even sons, were overwhelmed with grief, their anguished cries echoing throughout the camp. As Ryan listened to their lamentations, a chilling realization struck him. He coldly commanded his soldiers to use their shields to provide minimal cover for the refugees, allowing them to recover the bodies of their loved ones. He then instructed his troops and mercenaries to blend in among them and launch an assault on the mud gate, urging them to protect themselves as they tested the gate's defenses. Moreover, if the enemy dared to retaliate, it would push the civilians of the flea-ridden area firmly into their fold, providing them with new recruits. Seth Barton, upon hearing this, was taken aback. This strategy was undeniably ruthless. If they refrained from attacking, Ryan would seize the opportunity to strike at the mud gate. Yet, should they launch an assault, the civilians would wholeheartedly align with them, even expressing gratitude towards Ryan's perceived mercy while denouncing the defenders of the mud gate. Seth could not help but glance at his nephew, a thought nagging at him. Was the Lannister family truly so cold-hearted? How could his kind-hearted sister give rise to such? Ryan disregarded his uncle's astonished gaze and coldly instructed him to inform the remaining soldiers to rest well, for they would launch a vigorous assault on the mud gate once night fell. As Seth Barton observed Ryan's retreating figure, he was momentarily transported to thoughts of Tywin. It was only after Ryan called out a second time that Seth returned to reality, promptly asserting, "Leave it to me, Ryan." As anticipated, the soldiers at the mud gate did not initiate an attack. Instead, a sudden volley of arrows erupted from the crowd of the elderly, women, and children, claiming the lives of several soldiers from the Golden Spawn. Amid Levi's furious roar, the Mudgate soldiers began their counterattack, though they inflicted minimal casualties on Ryan's forces. Instead, they caused the deaths of numerous elderly and weak individuals. While Ryan's soldiers feigned protection, escorting them to safety. This scene infuriated Levi, who raged atop the city walls, cursing the dishonorable scum of the West. Even Ryan's call for those refugees to come forward only incited a frenzied retaliation from the Mudgate soldiers, oblivious to the fact that such actions had already depleted their dwindling stamina. As night descended, Ryan gathered all his soldiers, preparing for a coordinated assault on the Mudgate. Parker, once again positioned at the city walls, readied for battle, but both sides remained locked in a stalemate deep into the night. Seeing the opposing forces remain immobile, Parker could not help but shout, "Damn Lannister wretches, still relying on this tactic." His guard lowered as the defending soldiers grew increasingly weary, having endured another round of preparation, their eyes heavy with fatigue. In contrast, Ryan and his men, well rested from the day's respite, showed no signs of exhaustion as the hour approached. Ryan commanded Rick and Gino to swiftly notify the soldiers that aside from the torches at the banner's position, no illumination was permitted, and they were to advance with the flag. The soldiers braced their shields and moved quickly, striving to close the distance, while archers concealed in the shadows prepared to strike, aiming to eliminate as many foes as possible. In the darkness, the only illumination was the faint glow of the Golden Lion banner fluttering overhead, accompanied by the advancing troops. Suddenly, the Mudgate soldiers shouted, and Parker, noticing the West soldiers nearing the base of the wall, bellowed, "There is an attack, counterattack." The alarm bells of the Mudgate rang out once more, awakening the other soldiers, who, upon seeing the numerous fallen comrades around them, hastily launched their counteroffensive, disregarding their grief. Witnessing this, Ryan shouted, "Light the torches, sound the horn, archers, suppress them." He then delegated command to his uncle, Seth Barton, to draw attention, while he, along with Rick, Gino, and a cadre of elite soldiers, charged forward, shields raised against the hail of arrows, bearing a massive siege timber towards the tunnel entrance. With a fierce cry, Ryan violently struck the heavy wooden door, and on the ninth blow, the old, thick door could withstand no more and splintered open. Levi, leading the remaining golden spawn, drew their swords and prepared for the inevitable, only to be met with a barrage of arrows as they rushed inside. However, Rick and Gino were well prepared, using their shields to withstand the onslaught. Despite this, numerous soldiers still suffered injuries. As the distance closed, both sides roared and charged at one another. Rick and Gino cast aside their battered shields, drawing their swords with fierce cries as they plunged into the fray, engaging in close combat. Meanwhile, Ryan relentlessly loosed crossbow bolts from behind, depleting his golden dragon and silver stag tokens to summon 5 elite knights and 10 elite spear soldiers from the west to join the fray. Chapter 11. Transformation. Ryan observed as the soldiers' morale and loyalty surged, realizing he had truly won over this troop, no longer relying solely on his father Tywin's prestige to lead them. Instead, they recognized his own authority. They were genuinely his men now, willing to heed his call to assault the Red Keep without hesitation. Subsequently, Ryan promptly distributed coins and supplies. After Seth Barton placed the heads of the Mudgate's corpses on his several donkey carts, they set off towards the western camp. Before departing, Ryan cast a glance at the refugees weeping over the bodies of their kin, feeling a twinge of guilt as he pondered for a moment. He then advised Rick to hang their Lannister banner at Flea Bottom, instructing him to convey to the surrounding lords and soldiers that Flea Bottom was under Ryan's protection, and they should cease plundering the unfortunate refugees. They had already inflicted considerable suffering and taken many lives. They should at least leave them with a glimmer of hope. He ordered that 500 men be allotted provisions for 3 days, sufficient to address some of the spoiled food, allowing them to survive. Seth Barton remained silent for a moment before responding. "Ryan, war is inherently painful, regardless of its outcome. Moreover, you cannot save everyone. Flea Bottom has long been rife with death and hunger." Ryan gazed at the desolate surroundings and, with a resigned smile, replied, "I understand, uncle. Yet I cannot help but feel a sense of remorse. Furthermore, having procured a significant amount of grain from the Mudgate, it was impractical to store it all, and rather than let it rot, it seemed prudent to leave some to aid the refugees of Flea Bottom." He then mounted his steed and advanced at a measured pace. Seth Barton watched Ryan's retreating figure and sighed. Indeed, he remains Lyanna's child. After Ryan's departure, the residents of Flea Bottom cautiously emerged, gazing at the Golden Lion banner raised within their midst and the piles of food that had amassed. After a brief moment of astonishment, they joined the fray to seize the provisions. It appeared they had forgotten the suffering Ryan had brought to Flea Bottom, instead fervently celebrating his generosity. For they were but fleas, overlooked by all. At that moment, Tywin was in the camp, dealing with the reports pouring in from various fronts, when suddenly Kevin burst into the tent, a hint of excitement in his demeanor. "Brother, Ryan has returned." Tywin did not lift his gaze, continuing to sift through the documents, and replied indifferently, "Is that so? How many casualties? How many enemies still hold the Mudgate?" He must come to terms with reality. It is nearly time for him to return to Casterly Rock. Kayvon hesitated for a moment before responding, "Brother, Ryan has successfully taken Mudgate, slaying all the defenders." The Lannister Golden Lion banner now proudly flies above Mudgate. In astonishment, Tywin felt the quill in his hand snap, slowly raising his gaze to coldly scrutinize Kayvon, questioning once more, "Are you certain of the accuracy of this intelligence?" Kayvon promptly replied, "Brother, the intelligence is accurate. Ryan utilized the chaos created by the Flea Market refugees to distract the Mudgate defenders, ultimately seizing the gate under the cover of night last evening." Tywin fell silent for a moment before inquiring, "What is the casualty report? Who participated in this endeavor? Were any other noble houses involved?" After a brief pause, Kayvon responded, "Aside from Count Seth Barton, the rest were minor Western nobles, landless knights, mercenaries, and Ryan's own guard, totaling around 2,000, with approximately 500 engaged. Roughly 700 Western warriors perished, with over 300 injured, bringing the total casualties to around 1,000. Brother, Ryan's performance in this siege could very well be recorded in the annals of the Seven Kingdoms. After all, capturing a reasonably fortified gate at the cost of half the casualties is nothing short of extraordinary." Tywin absorbed this information in silence, offering no praise, not even the faintest hint of commendation, before stating flatly, "Understood. You may leave, Kayvon." Just as Kayvon was about to depart, a thought struck him, and he asked, "Brother, should we summon Ryan back?" After a prolonged silence, Tywin's voice eventually echoed from within the tent, "Let him participate in the siege of the Red Keep." Receiving his answer, Kayvon promptly replied, "As you wish, brother," before exiting Tywin's command tent. Tywin slowly lifted his gaze to the golden lion sigil of House Lannister before murmuring, "Joanna. Joanna, only our child shall be my true heir." His expression transitioned from confusion to a frigid clarity. Meanwhile, within the western encampment, Ryan rode in on his majestic steed, laden with countless spoils and the severed heads of Mudgate's defenders, presenting himself before the assembly. The attending western nobles were taken aback, for prior to Ryan's departure, they had never fathomed that he could conquer Mudgate, let alone achieve such a resounding victory. This triumph at Mudgate significantly altered the perception of Ryan among the western nobility. He was no longer merely a figurehead thrust forth by Tywin to placate dissent. Rather, he emerged as a sagacious commander, perhaps even more suited to be the Lord of the West than Jaime himself. Ryan appeared nonchalant, yet secretly accessed his status panel, discovering that his reputation had surged from an initial 1370 to 1630, a testament to how a seemingly improbable victory in war had reshaped the views of the Western nobility. No longer was he merely a decorative heir in the West. Instead of merely being a widely acknowledged heir of the West, some minor nobles and gold-hungry lords are willing to follow you. At this moment, Kevin approached Lannister, gazing at the scattered golden heads of spores, a fleeting smile gracing his lips, only to be swiftly suppressed. He coldly addressed, "Lannister, by command of Lord Tywin. You are to rest for half a day and then lead the troops to join the siege of the Red Keep. As for the merits you achieve in this war, Lord Tywin will reward you appropriately once the conflict concludes." Lannister's expression remained unchanged, a faint smile appearing as he replied, "Yes, Uncle Kevin." Kevin regarded Lannister with a hint of admiration, stating, "Well done, Lannister," before turning away. The lack of praise from his father, Tywin, had long been anticipated by Lannister. Yet he remained indifferent. This was the first time in many years he could defy Tywin's wishes. The victory at the Mudgate had allowed him to tenuously establish his footing on this stage of power. Now, he merely awaited his dear brother, Jaime, to commit regicide, bringing shame upon all the knights of the West. He envisioned Jaime continuing to serve in the Kingsguard, disappointing the noble families of the West. All that remained was to wait for the young lion, Lannister, to fully mature, to reach a stature where even the current Lion King, Tywin, could not easily suppress him. Meanwhile, several hundred kilometers outside King's Landing, countless banners of lords stood tall, the most prominent being the Golden Crown Stag. Following closely was the banner of the Direwolf, alongside the Eagle of the Vale and the Trout, all making their way toward King's Landing. Chapter 12. The arrival of the Stag, Wolf, Eagle, and Trout coalition. Robb led his army to once again breach a noble's castle within the royal lands, exclaiming with a mix of laughter and scorn, "Damn these fellows. I cannot fathom why you would pledge allegiance to the madmen of House Targaryen." He scoffed at the audacity of a mere castle with only a few hundred soldiers daring to obstruct their forces. A noble, pressed firmly to the ground by several knights of House Baratheon, retorted angrily, "Regardless of the Targaryens, I care not. I am a knight, and it is my duty to protect my liege lord and safeguard House Targaryen." Robb, with a look of pity, regarded the noble before him and said, "Speak your name." "Sir." The noble coldly responded, "Heinegrin." Robb, undeterred by Heinegrin's demeanor, smiled gently. "A true knight should not meet his end in such a manner. Release him. Allow me to grant this esteemed Sir Heinegrin a death befitting his honor." The Baratheon knights understood their lord's temperament, exchanging resigned glances before reluctantly releasing the royal noble and returning his sword and shield. Ned stood quietly nearby, observing this honorable duel as Robb wielded his massive antler hammer, patiently awaiting the moment to strike. Zhou donned his tattered armor and charged at Robert, who effortlessly evaded Zhou's full-force assault. In an instant, Robert's hand tightened around his colossal hammer, which weighed over 100 pounds, yet seemed weightless in his grip as it sped towards Zhou with alarming swiftness. Zhou hurriedly raised his shield in defense, but upon the moment of collision with the hammer, an overwhelming force surged forth, leaving a deep dent in the already battered shield. He was propelled backwards several paces, barely managing to regain his footing before Robert launched another attack. Zhou quickly attempted to parry with his sword, but the fragile one-handed blade could withstand only 2 strikes before shattering under the pressure. As Zhou rolled away from Robert's onslaught, he glanced at the broken sword in his hand, a flicker of understanding regarding life and death crossing his face, and he charged at Robert with a fierce roar. Robert seized Zhou's hand that clutched the broken sword and, with a swift kick, sent him sprawling to the ground, raising his hammer high to strike at Zhou's head. Resigned to his fate, Zhou shut his eyes, yet the anticipated blow did not come. Slowly, he opened his eyes to find Robert before him. A look of confusion etched across his face as he inquired why. Robert removed his stag helmet and, with a gentle smile, replied, "Zhou Gurin, your life, loyal to the Targaryen family, has already been sacrificed beneath my hammer. A noble knight like you should not perish here. Remember, this life is yours to command now. Whether to remain loyal to the Targaryens or to sever our retreat once we depart, the choice lies with you, Sir Zhou." Zhou gradually rose, grasping his broken sword, and shouted, "Are you insulting me, Robert Baratheon?" Robert simply shook his head lightly, smiling as he said, "I merely wish to prevent a noble knight like you from being buried alongside the mad Targaryen. I have stated that this life now belongs to you. Whatever choice you make, I shall respect it." After a moment of silence, Zhou coldly retorted, "Are you not afraid that once you leave, I will ally with other nobles to cut off your escape?" Robert laughed heartily. "If you obstruct my path, I will defeat you again, Sir Zhou." As Robert turned to leave, Zhou suddenly knelt on one knee, cradling the broken sword in both hands, and solemnly declared, "Sir Robert, your nobility leaves me speechless. Please allow me to join you, even as a soldier, to fight alongside you." Robert turned around, his expression serious as he approached Zhou, asking, "Our fates with the Targaryen family remain undecided, Sir Zhou. Are you willing to forsake everything to fight with me?" Zhou replied earnestly, "My life as a knight of the Targaryen family ended moments ago. Now, as a free knight, I wish to join you and will fight for you until my last breath." Robert laughed heartily, taking the broken sword and placing it upon Zhou's shoulder, stating gravely, "In the name of the 7 gods and the Storm Lord, I welcome your allegiance, Baratheon." He then patted Shino on the shoulder, pulling him up while laughing heartily, proclaiming that we had gained another warrior among us, a true warrior. Ned, standing nearby, cast a helpless glance at Robert, a faint smile gracing his lips. Yet, Robert was indeed such a person, much like him, a knight of great honor, beloved by both knights and soldiers for his bold character. The soldiers from the Vale and Stormlands were deeply influenced by the chivalric code, devout in their faith to the 7 gods, and the Riverlands shared a similar sentiment, albeit with less fervor than their Vale and Stormlands counterparts. Even the soldiers from the north, who did not worship the 7, held a profound respect for warriors. The sight of this sacred moment stirred the hearts of the young soldiers, who could no longer contain their fervor, shouting, "Long live the Baratheons! Long live Robert! Huzzah!" The clamor of the soldiers echoed throughout the realm, and the subsequent march of the allied forces through the realm was met with little resistance, as many noble families were eager to surrender. Even when faced with some opposition, it was minimal. The reasons were clear. First, Robert possessed an undeniable charisma and adopted a lenient approach towards the noble families. Second, the Mad King's erratic behavior had instilled fear in the lords. In contrast to Robert and his companions, who rebelled for love, for a sister, for a father, and for a son, the disparity was vast. Lastly, and most significantly, Prince Rhaegar had already fallen in battle, leaving the noble families of the realm bereft of hope. Rather than resist stubbornly, they preferred to align themselves with the Baratheon family, which promised favorable terms for both soldiers and lords. 7 days later, the allied forces of the Stag, Wolf, Eagle, and Fish finally arrived outside the gates of King's Landing. Though each of them appeared travel-worn and etched with fatigue, their eyes burned with fervor and rage, fixated on the city before them. Jon gazed at the fluttering Lannister Golden Lion banners outside King's Landing, feeling a twinge of confusion. How strange, he mused, if Tywin is aiding the Mad King. Why does he not intercept us at the Vale, but instead remains holed up in the capital? Furthermore, in assisting House Targaryen, why do we see only the lion banner? The three-headed red dragon banner should also be present. Robert's face was a mask of fury as he declared, be it the old lion Tywin or the mad dragon Aerys. I now wish for them to feel the full force of my wrath. I shall crush every loathsome dragon spawn of House Targaryen beneath my hammer, their blood serving as the manifestation of my fury. Even the typically composed Ned, as he looked upon the city of King's Landing, echoing with the cries of his father and brother, could no longer suppress the murderous intent brewing within him. His rage seemed poised to consume the great wolf from the icy plains entirely. Ned's eyes, reminiscent of a famished dire wolf, were filled with lethal intent as he coldly proclaimed, "This cursed rabble shall bring forth the long winter." Chapter 13. Negotiations. Jon and his comrades had just completed the arrangements of their encampment, preparing to encircle King's Landing and, once rested, to launch a full assault on the city. At that moment, the king's gates slowly opened, and Lion led a small contingent of cavalry out, making their way toward Jon's camp. Upon reaching a position before the military encampment, they halted and designated a knight to enter and inform them that Lion had come to negotiate. Initially, this task was intended for Kevin, given his control over Lannisport and the familiarity of the noble houses with him. However, Lion perceived a new opportunity, one that could significantly enhance his prestige, and thus requested to undertake the mission himself. Lion understood that the future king, Robert, harbored disdain for both Cersei and Jaime. With a little accumulation of power, Lion believed Robert would be inclined to create complications for the sibling duo. After a brief moment of contemplation, Tywin ultimately decided to permit Lion to proceed, trusting that Jaime could ensure his safety within the Red Keep. From Tywin's current perspective, Lion, as the ostensible heir of the Westerlands, had begun to seem somewhat superfluous. Though Lion possessed certain capabilities, they paled in comparison to those of his legitimate brother, Kevin. In Tywin's eyes, Lion had always been regarded merely as a bastard, and bestowing upon him the Lannister name was already a considerable act of grace. Furthermore, Lion's faade as the heir could convey his sincerity to Jon and the others. Additionally, Jon, influenced by the chivalric code, was unlikely to target the merely 8-year-old Lion, especially with the might of the Westerlands having already seized King's Landing. After weighing the situation, Jon would likely acquiesce to their demands, making it improbable that he would resort to violence against Lion. Even if he did, for Tywin, it would only mean the loss of a bastard. Upon expressing his intentions, it wasn't long before Robert and Ned appeared before Lion. Robert, with a hint of disdain, inquired of Lion's purpose for being there. Ned regarded Lion with a cold gaze. Both having quickly discerned the current circumstances, Tywin had cunningly taken King's Landing, employing tactics they deemed beneath the dignity of a duke. Lion remained unfazed by Robert's scorn and Ned's frosty demeanor, smiling as he addressed them. "Duke Robert, Duke Ned, I come bearing the sincerity of House Lannister to negotiate." Robert scoffed, retorting, "Negotiate? Your wretched kin from the Westerlands only emerge now that the situation is clear. Do not presume that seizing King's Landing grants you the power to dictate terms and consume all the benefits." Lion recognized that negotiations required a firm stance as well. Thus, he glanced briefly before responding. "Duke Robert, while you have triumphed over Prince Rhaegar, do not forget that a portion of the forces loyal to House Targaryen remains. Moreover, Dorne is currently embroiled in conflict with the Riverlands, and the armies of the Stormlands are besieging Storm's End." He then turned his gaze to Ned, stating, "Even the North, far removed in Winterfell, may face raids from the Iron Islands." The pivotal nature of King's Landing is evident to all present. Rob scoffed, remarking on the sharp-tongued little Lion before him, yet it seemed he had failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. They were about to contend with the coalition of the Four Kingdoms. Even if they seized King's Landing through such means, the city would not be entirely within their control. Not even the mightiest forces of the West could rely solely on King's Landing to withstand the onslaught of the Four Kingdoms coalition. Ned interjected coldly, asserting that the wolf pack would not shy away from any battle. The North would never fall to the Iron Islands. And the North's affairs were of no concern to the Lannisters. Leon smiled faintly, acknowledging that while the forces of the West might struggle against the Four Kingdoms, they could certainly impede their advance. The Riverlands must defeat the Stormlands and unite with Dorne. Surely, the Tully family of the Riverlands would struggle to withstand the combined assault of two realms. Moreover, the Riverlands had never been united. Against the formidable forces of the Riverlands and the resilient Dorne, they would not endure for long. With the front line stretched too thin, those noble lords who had been waiting in the wings would find the time to support their liege lords, and thus the weary coalition of fish, wolves, eagles, and deer would face the same Four Kingdoms coalition as they. Robb and Ned comprehended this reality. If they could avoid conflict with the West, they would. However, this did not imply that they would concede to allow the West to partake in the spoils of victory. Furthermore, prior to mobilization, Robb and his companions had long been prepared to confront the remaining three kingdoms. They could not afford to lose momentum now. Robb stated coldly that the West must be capable of withstanding them alone. Just as the discussion was poised to reach an impasse, Jon Arryn appeared, observing both parties with a measured gaze. He remarked, "Since the West has come with sincerity, we may converse, but not here." Leon smiled subtly, responding, "Indeed, my Lord Jon. I trust we can resolve this matter amicably at the dining table, achieving a satisfactory outcome for both sides." Jon, seeing the situation, ordered salt and bread to be brought forth, offering it to Leon. Once Leon accepted this gesture of hospitality, they were obligated to ensure his safety. Leon received the salt and bread, consuming a modest portion before entering the war tent for further discussions. Jon fixed his gaze intently on Leon, stating sternly, "Leon Lannister, articulate your terms." Leon's expression grew serious as he replied coldly, "My father's sole condition is for Robb to wed Cersei Lannister of the West. Should Robb agree to this union, we shall offer King's Landing to all. Furthermore, we shall march alongside you against the Targaryens, Dorne, and the Riverlands." Robb immediately voiced his dissent, exclaiming, "I refuse. I have but one wife, and that is Lyanna Stark." Jon retorted sharply, "Lyanna is currently unaccounted for, hidden away by Rhaegar. And you have already slain Rhaegar. Who can guarantee that they won't kill Lyanna? Moreover, at this juncture, this matter transcends your personal desires. We must consider the collective." Then Jon felt he had perhaps spoken too harshly, and turned to Ned to express his apologies. "I am sorry, Ned, but this is the only way forward." Ned's gaze dimmed with sorrow as he softly replied, "It is all right, Jon, I understand." Even Ned, the brother of Lyanna, had acquiesced. Robert, despite his desire to speak further, ultimately remained silent. Jon turned to Lyon and stated, "Your sacrifices are insufficient. Inform Tywin that if he desires the Queen's throne, he must not only aid us in conquering King's Landing, but must also pacify the Riverlands or Dorne independently thereafter." After a moment of contemplation, Lyon smiled slightly and replied, "I am confident my father will agree to this request." Thus, the meeting concluded on a somewhat strained yet satisfactory note. After Lyon departed from the Allied camp, she chuckled to herself, recognizing that no one had anticipated the Lord of the Riverlands to be so feeble, unable to seize even Wind's Rest, which housed merely 2,000 men. Following a brief skirmish, they surrendered, and Dorne, unable to withstand the pressure from the other 6 realms, also capitulated, allowing the West to emerge as the greatest victor. Lyon subsequently conveyed Jon's terms to Tywin, who, without hesitation, acquiesced. After reaching an agreement, the West officially joined the alliance. The next day, Tywin commanded the King's Gate to be opened in welcome of the coalition. Chapter 14. The assault on the Red Keep as Jon and his comrades led the coalition into the city of King's Landing. They began to assume control of the city's defenses from Tywin. Due to Tywin's duplicitous actions in opening the city, Jon and his allies found it difficult to place complete trust in the cunning and treacherous Old Lion. They marched toward the Red Keep. Yet the surrounding area was besieged by the forces of the West, with siege engines and catapults incessantly thundering against the Red Keep. Despite being the final bastion defending the royal family, the Red Keep, reputed to be impregnable, withstood the relentless onslaught of countless siege weapons without sustaining any significant damage. Jon gazed upon the Red Keep, feeling a sense of frustration, as it seemed that their options were limited to sacrificing lives for progress. Robert, seething with rage, declared coldly, "I shall crush those accursed dragon spawn and the Mad King beneath my warhammer." Though Ned remained silent, the bloodshot glare in his eyes betrayed his inner turmoil, and he unconsciously tightened his grip on the ice. Jon ultimately resolved to mount a fierce assault. According to the intelligence received from Tywin, the Red Keep possessed enough provisions to last nearly 6 months. However, they could not afford to linger at the Red Keep for so long. The sooner they captured it, the sooner they could establish a new dynasty. Yet, the daunting reality was that the keep housed approximately 3,000 soldiers, all fully armored knights. Each knight could likely contend with 3 to 4 ordinary soldiers, and coupled with the Red Keep's formidable defenses, breaching it would prove to be no simple feat. In the realm of the time-traveling novel, Jon pondered for a moment before addressing his subordinate lord with a chilly demeanor, instructing him to convey to Tywin that the desire for the queen's throne demands a price. He commanded the soldiers of the Westerlands to launch a vigorous assault on the Red Keep, followed by our own forces, relentlessly attacking day and night, offering no respite to the defenders within. Even if it meant exhausting our resources, we must wear down the soldiers of the Red Keep, breaching its defenses with utmost haste. Upon receiving Jon's message, Tywin fell into a brief contemplation before acquiescing, coldly stating that preparations for the assault on the Red Keep should commence. Beside him, Kevan expressed his anger, exclaiming, "Brother, that cunning fellow Jon wants us to take the initiative in the first wave. Who does not know that the defenders within the Red Keep will resist with the utmost fervor? Furthermore, fueled by their deep-seated hatred towards us, our soldiers will suffer considerable losses. This man merely seeks to weaken us while simultaneously diminishing their ranks. Is conquering King's Landing not sufficient?" Tywin retorted with ire. "Not nearly enough. I am well aware of Jon's intentions to deplete our strength. However, capturing the Red Keep is not solely for their benefit, but also for ours. When we seized King's Landing, we had already burned our bridges. Moreover, having amassed such wealth and treasures within the city, we ought to be satisfied. Now, let them mount a fierce assault on the Red Keep. I shall personally lead this battle, while you, Kevan, will oversee the main camp." Observing his brother's resolute gaze, Kevan realized he could not sway Tywin's decision and reluctantly acquiesced. Meanwhile, Lancel, after a moment of reflection, resolved to partake as well, stepping forward to request, "Father, please allow me to fight alongside you." Tywin regarded Lancel with an inscrutable expression before coldly asserting, "Lancel Lannister, you are now the heir to the lordship of the Westerlands. I have already committed to battle. You must remain in the Westerlands with Kevan to maintain the morale of our forces, ensuring they charge forth without hesitation." Lancel's heart surged with excitement. The opportunity to prove his loyalty was at hand. His expression shifted to one of utmost seriousness, and tears welled in his eyes as he implored, "Even my father charges into battle. As your child, how can I remain safely apart? I am a lion, father. Though young, I am still a lion, not merely a house cat. Allow me to fight alongside you." Despite Lancel's heartfelt declaration, Tywin's expression remained unchanged, prompting Lancel to inwardly lament, "How cold-blooded this old man is, not even reacting to my plea." Tywin's gaze remained fixed on Lancel, who held his ground, unwavering in his determination. Eventually, Tywin relented, coldly stating, "You may charge with me, and I shall arrange for your protection. Now go and prepare." Kevan watched Lancel's departing figure with a hint of admiration, smiling slightly. Indeed, Lancel, as an heir, proves to be quite capable, brother. Before he could finish speaking, Tywin interrupted, declaring, "Enough, Kevan. You must understand that, regardless of circumstances, Lon is merely a bastard." Kevan paused for a moment in silence, then reluctantly replied, "Brother, yet Lon is ultimately a Lannister." Tywin coolly responded, "I am aware. He shall be the finest right-hand man for Jaime. I will ensure he is properly positioned." With a resigned sigh, Kevan exited Tywin's war tent. Having completed the charge arrangements, Tywin gazed in the direction of Lon's departure, ultimately resolving within himself, "Only Jaime is my true heir." The following day, the horns of the lion from the Westerlands echoed throughout the Red Keep. Tywin, mounted on a majestic steed, bellowed, "Warriors from the Westerlands, I have led you to successfully seize King's Landing, washing away our disgrace with their blood and plundering their wealth. Now, the only obstacle before us is this accursed Red Keep. Take it, capture the mad King Aerys alive, and let them witness true terror. Let them see what the claws of the lion can do. Now, charge into the Red Keep, tear apart these wretched dragon spawn. The first warrior to scale the walls of the Red Keep shall receive 1,000 golden dragons and a fief. The rest who ascend shall earn 100 golden dragons. Regardless of life or death, just charge forth. Even if you perish, I shall reward your families." In just a few sentences, Tywin ignited the fervor of all the Westerland warriors present, their morale soaring, even their adrenaline spiking. The lavish rewards offered by Tywin rendered their breaths heavier with anticipation. Seizing the moment, Tywin drew his sword and shouted, "Hear my roar! Take the Red Keep." The assembled warriors of the Westerlands echoed his rallying cry, "Hear our roar! Seize the Red Keep and wash away the Targaryens. Tywin bellowed. Westerland warriors, charge forth, swords raised toward the Red Keep. Under the leadership of the Mountain, the knights launched a fierce assault on the Red Keep, filling the air with their roars. Within the Red Keep, Barrist and Selmy also roared. Those dishonorable rabble from the Westerlands have deceived us into opening King's Landing, slaughtering its citizens. Now, it is time for them to pay the price. The soldiers inside the Red Keep, having long endured the insolence of these Westerland scoundrels, were eager for their swords to taste the blood of their foes. Erupting into furious shouts, preparing for battle, Barristan commanded Oswell went to lead the archers in a ranged attack against the advancing Westerland soldiers, and then ordered Jon Darry to utilize the defensive structures to counterattack, striving to dismantle their siege equipment. Meanwhile, he took his position on the wall, preparing for close combat. Chapter 15. The brutal meat grinder. As the soldiers of the Westerlands charged forward, shields raised, Oswell went shouted from the walls of the Red Keep. Let these damned scoundrels witness the prowess of our archers. First row, prepare. 3, 2, 1, loose. Second row, follow closely. 3, 2, 1, loose. First row, ready yourselves. In a moment, a torrential rain of arrows descended upon the soldiers of the West, yet, fortunately, shields mitigated the casualties, allowing them to advance despite the onslaught. Tywin bellowed for the crossbowmen to prepare, while the remaining archers retaliated to suppress the hail of arrows. Although crossbowmen were better trained than a seasoned archer, boasting a higher rate of fire and frequency of shots, their technical limitations rendered them inferior in precision and range compared to true longbowmen, who could not be reached. Consequently, Tywin had no choice but to order the archers of the West to counterattack, as the crossbowmen could only suppress the archers from a certain distance, which had not yet been achieved. Despite the relatively small number of archers from the West, their overwhelming force managed to keep the archers of the Red Keep at bay. Oswald sneered, unable to believe he was being suppressed by the archers of the West, finding it utterly ridiculous as he hailed from the riverlands. He swiftly maneuvered his bow, each arrow he released claiming the life of a West soldier. Amidst the pile of countless fallen soldiers from the West, the army finally approached the Red Keep, yet unexpectedly. They had not yet begun their assault. An array of pikes surged forth, piercing through hundreds of West soldiers and pinning them to the ground before the Red Keep. Jon Darry commanded dozens of dragon-hunting ballistae to unleash their fury upon the advancing West soldiers. Due to the rampaging blood dragons, the Green Party had constructed these ballistae as a precaution against dragon attacks. However, regrettably, the dragon-hunting ballistae could only breach the defenses of younger dragons, proving ineffective against adults or ancient ones. Moreover, the agility of younger dragons made them difficult targets, leading to the ballistae's gradual obscurity. Yet, as time passed, the dragons of House Targaryen diminished in prowess from generation to generation. While the dragon-hunting ballistae struggled to slay a dragon, they could easily penetrate several frail shields, though their slow reloading speed limited their effectiveness. Just as Jon Darry reveled in this meager advantage, the siege engines from the West began to exert their power, with 10 trebuchets launching a barrage of massive stones that promptly obliterated 5 dragon-hunting ballistae and crushed numerous soldiers of the Red Keep. Jon Darry cursed, exclaiming that they too must retaliate with their own siege equipment. The dragon-hunting ballistae returned towards the West trebuchets, seeking a means to dismantle them. In the chaos of war, countless pikes, arrows, and stones soared through the air. Yet, despite the toll of casualties being less than anticipated for Tywin, the army of the West ultimately reached the very foot of the Red Keep. At this juncture, the West crossbowmen proved their worth at close range. Their rapid fire coupled with the West's abundance of crossbowmen overwhelmed Oswald and his fellow archers, rendering their efforts nearly futile, provided they could evade the onslaught. Seizing the opportunity, Tywin roared for his men to charge the Red Keep. Countless siege ladders were raised against the walls, as a multitude of West soldiers, enraged, surged forward, shields raised high. However, Barristan was not to be trifled with. He immediately drew his sword and bellowed for the frontline soldiers to launch the rolling logs and crush them with boulders. The remaining knights unsheathed their swords, preparing for a close-quarters battle. At that moment, Ryan finally discerned an opportunity, one that could significantly enhance his reputation and demonstrate to the vassals of the West that he was indeed the rightful heir to the future lordship of the region. Despite the inherent dangers of this chance, he felt compelled to seize it. Initially, Ryan, much like his father, refrained from participating in the first wave of the charge, as it was likely to be futile with a high casualty rate. He could not bear to sacrifice the troops he had painstakingly assembled. Upon witnessing the soldiers of the West finally erecting the siege ladders, Ryan decided to utilize the 206 gold dragons, 832 silver stags, and 360 copper stars he had recently acquired. he summoned 4 elite knights of the West with the gold dragons, combining them with the 3 remaining elite knights to form a formidable force of 7. Next, he employed the silver stags to summon 21 elite warriors, who would use their shields to absorb ranged attacks. Finally, he called forth 45 conscripted soldiers from the West using the copper stars, fully aware that their role would be akin to cannon fodder. Ryan had never entertained the notion that many of these 45 conscripts would survive. Yet, such was the nature of war. He led the summoned soldiers into the charge while the remaining troops followed Seth Barton, continuing to heed Tywin's command. Ryan roared, urging everyone to charge alongside him. He allocated his recently upgraded points into strength, raising it to 11, granting him a physique somewhat stronger than that of an ordinary man. Instantly, his shield felt lighter in his grasp, and he resumed his charge. A flurry of arrows rained down upon him, clanging against his iron shield, and a few powerful shots pierced through, grazing his left arm. Nevertheless, Ryan pressed on, understanding that retreating now would render the sacrifices of his fallen soldiers in vain and pose an even greater danger to his own life. At that moment, 2 long spears whistled through the air, piercing more than 10 conscripts from the West. A cacophony of wails filled Ryan's ears as blood splattered around him, staining his already dark red armor a vivid crimson. He did not need to consult his system to know that morale had undoubtedly plummeted, but surrendering at this juncture was simply not an option. He continued to command the remaining soldiers to charge, but by the time they reached the siege ladders, only 5 of the 45 conscripts remained. The original 21 elite warriors had also suffered losses, leaving just 14 to arrive at the ladders. Yet, the number of soldiers who would perish attempting to scale the Red Keep's walls would undoubtedly be no less than before. With grim determination, Ryan once more allocated his upgraded points to strength, which provided him with a glimmer of confidence. He roared to his soldiers to continue their advance. The siege commenced with a cacophony of falling logs and boulders. In mere moments, the 5 summoned soldiers from the West were crushed, their bodies plummeting before Ryan. Before he could regain his composure, a relentless barrage of arrows descended upon them, resulting in a noticeable decrease in the ranks of elite West soldiers, with even one of the esteemed West Knights falling in battle. As Ryan sensed the impending futility of their charge, he summoned his skill, the leader's might, unleashing a roar akin to a lion's thunderous growl, momentarily drowning out the lamentations of the battlefield. The spirits of all soldiers under Ryan's command, previously dulled, began to rise anew, some even recovering from their wounds. Seth Barton immediately noted the resurgence of morale among his troops, as if his own injuries were slightly alleviated. Yet he had no time to ponder this as he continued directing his forces to advance. The West soldiers, having long struggled to breach the Red Keep, were weary and despondent, especially as they had yet to even reach the walls. However, amidst the chaos of war, a resounding lion's roar suddenly erupted, capturing the attention of all West soldiers. To their astonishment, a contingent bearing the Lannister Golden Lion banner surged towards the city gates once more. Soldiers who recognized Ryan shouted his name, exclaiming, "It is Lord Ryan, the Black Lion. Brothers, let the lion's roar echo. Victory shall be ours." The lion held a distinctly elevated status in the hearts of the West men, and the sight of their youthful lord scaling the siege ladders invigorated their spirits greatly. The remaining soldiers joined in the roar, and the morale of the West surged back to life. Tywin seized the opportunity, bellowing, "Hear my roar, West warriors. Charge!" He led the elite West Knights into the fray, with both lords and future lords joining the assault, causing a remarkable surge in the West's morale, momentarily stifling the Red Keep's offensive. Chapter 16. Mortals must meet their end. Ryan finally ascended the walls of the Red Keep, yet tragically, all 45 of the summoned West soldiers had perished. Of the originally 21 elite West warriors, only 2 remained. From the 7 elite West Knights, 5 were left standing. Had it not been for Ryan's invocation of leader's might, it was likely that not a single soul would have survived, and the possibility of even reaching the walls would have been bleak. Yet, an even more perilous situation loomed, as only this small squad had managed to breach the defenses. If they could not hold their ground long enough for the remaining West soldiers to ascend, they would surely perish. Clutching his one-handed sword and shield, Ryan roared, "Soldiers, charge forth. Secure this area." He led the meager band of fewer than 10 men into a fierce assault. Meanwhile, Balistan had just repelled the marauding forces of the Mountain and his allies when he spotted a squad of West soldiers charging forth, intent on eliminating them swiftly to prevent further incursions from their ranks. However, to his astonishment, upon closer inspection, Balistan realized that the individual charging towards him was none other than his own student, Ryan. With a sense of resignation, he muttered to himself, "Balistan, Do not forget your oath. And without further hesitation, he surged towards Ryan and his companions. Ryan, unaccustomed to such arduous combat, found himself and two elite warriors from the west engaged in a struggle against the same number of Red Keep guards. The once formidable West elite knight, capable of taking on 5 foes simultaneously, now could barely contend with 2 adversaries. Unlike the previous battle on the city roads, this confrontation was fundamentally different. The Red Keep was a fortress designed for defense, with expansive walls that could accommodate up to 50 soldiers at a time. Consequently, Ryan and his companions soon found themselves ensnared, continuously forced back by the onslaught. Reinforcements were scarce, with many soldiers meeting their demise the moment they attempted to join the fray, leaving Ryan and his allies without support. Under the pressure exerted by the West elite knights, Ryan, despite his smaller stature, managed to dispatch several Red Keep knights, earning 40 points from each, indicating their combat prowess had indeed reached that of knights. Had Ryan not summoned the West elite knights, he likely would have been reduced to mere fragments on the battlefield. At that moment, a fully armored middle-aged knight, Balistan himself, burst forth from the throng. In mere moments, he dispatched the West elite warriors, and even the elite knights fell before him in just a few exchanges. Ryan understood the urgency of joining the fight. If the West elite knights were slain, his fate would be nothing short of capture. And given the madness of the Mad King, he would likely be burned alive as a sacrifice. Swiftly, Ryan drew his sword and, alongside the remaining West knights, launched an assault on Balistan. Seizing an opportunity, Ryan struck towards Balistan's back. Yet, Balistan seemed to possess eyes on the back of his head, evading the attack effortlessly, and with a single kick, sent Ryan sprawling. The remaining West elite knights rushed to Ryan's aid, only to be met with Balistan's swift strike, which pierced one knight's chest, causing a torrent of blood to spurt forth. The surrounding West elite knights were swiftly cut down by the Red Keep soldiers. As Ryan surveyed the advancing Red Keep soldiers, despair began to seep in. However, he quickly rekindled his fighting spirit, roaring in defiance as he charged at Balistan. Balistan, noticing Ryan's approach, momentarily revealed a glimmer of admiration in his eyes, which was soon obscured by a fierce determination. Ryan relentlessly swung his one-handed sword at Balistan, who adeptly parried each blow. Balistan retaliated with a barrage of strikes that forced Ryan into a defensive posture, leaving numerous scars across his face. As Balistan pressed the attack, he coldly admonished Ryan. "I have told you time and again, your strikes must be steady. Your eagerness will be your undoing. Only by maintaining composure can one achieve ultimate victory." After the counterattack from Balistan, Ryan could only desperately defend himself with his shield, barely managing to block the relentless assaults. The shield resounded with the continuous clashing under Balistan's onslaught. Observing Ryan's turtle-like defense, Balistan coldly reprimanded him. "I have told you countless times. Do not remain immobile like a turtle. Adeptly utilize your shield to counterattack. In the fleeting moments of your blocks, observe the trajectory of your enemy's strikes. Do you intend to simply endure with your shield and await your demise?" With a swift motion, he brandished his sword, instantly dislodging the shield from Ryan's grasp and delivering a powerful slash that tore through Ryan's armor, causing a copious spurt of blood. In that moment, Ryan felt his consciousness blurring, yet he mustered his strength to grip his one-handed sword tightly, roaring in defiance as he lunged at Balistan. However, each of Ryan's strikes was deftly evaded by Balistan, who coldly stated, "In this final lesson, Ryan, never lose your composure." With a few simple moves, Balistan knocked Ryan's sword from his hand and, in a sudden strike, aimed for Ryan's heart, but instead pierced through his shoulder. The excruciating pain jolted Ryan back to reality, eliciting a cry of anguish. Balistan sternly admonished him, "Because of your momentary recklessness, countless soldiers following you have perished. Do you not understand, Ryan?" At that moment, an elite knight from the Western realm, who had previously fallen, suddenly charged forth, striking at Balistan and forcing him to retreat. Without a moment's hesitation, he scooped up Ryan and leapt down, forcibly retreating from the Red Fortress. With a resounding crash, Ryan felt as though his head were spinning. And when he opened his eyes, he saw the bloodied elite knight whisper, "My lord Ryan, I have fulfilled my final mission." Ryan was momentarily overwhelmed by the sight of the knight, whose face was smeared with blood, yet the severity of his injuries prevented him from remaining conscious. In the fleeting moment before losing consciousness, Ryan allocated his recently earned attribute points to vitality, raising it from 9 to 10. Vitality not only pertained to stamina and health, but also influenced recovery abilities and overall well-being. Thus, Ryan deemed it crucial to invest his final attribute points in vitality, hoping to endure the injuries he had sustained. Meanwhile, atop the walls of the Red Fortress, Oswald prepared to draw his bow, intent on ending Ryan's life, but was halted by Balistan. As Oswald forcefully pushed Balistan aside and sought to locate Ryan, he found that Ryan had already been engulfed by the throng. Oswald coldly remarked, "Balistan, you have held back. Otherwise, that severely wounded knight would never have had the chance to approach you. And this little lion would not have escaped the siege of the Red Fortress." Balistan replied with indifference, "I have no regrets. I have fought for the Targaryen family until now." Oswald shoved Balistan aside, snorting disdainfully, "You know your own conscience. Continue your battle." Balistan, gazing towards the direction Ryan had fallen, sighed in resignation before rejoining the fray. Days passed, during which Ryan found himself repeatedly reliving the duel with Balistan in his dreams. Balistan once again lunged at Ryan with his sword, prompting Ryan to roar in defiance, wielding his one-handed sword. At that moment, Ryan abruptly awoke, hastily groping around him, only to find his beloved sword absent. Gradually regaining his senses, he surveyed his surroundings, which were the familiar tents of the Western Army. A few drowsy attendants, noticing Ryan's awakening, exclaimed in delight, "My lord Ryan, you have finally awakened. The scholar treated your wounds and fed you infant's milk. You had been running a high fever for quite some time. You have been unconscious for 3 days and nights. Countess Sestabarton visited you numerous times, and even Count Kevin came to see you twice. Duke Tywin, however, due to the intense battle, had no time to visit." Ryan surmised that his father would not come to see him, for the more he cherished him, the more he signaled to the surrounding lords of the West. Especially now, with Jaime returning, such a visit was even less likely. Nevertheless, the realization that his father had truly not come left Ryan feeling a tinge of disappointment. Chapter 17. Miracle. After taking a simple sip of broth, Ryan inquired about the state of the battle. An attendant promptly responded, "My lord Ryan, you have become a hero of the West, the first warrior to ascend the Red Keep. Your name is known throughout the ranks. They call you the Black Lion, the valiant lion-hearted Lannister who risks his life. However, we have yet to capture the Red Keep. Our forces had just retreated when Robert Baratheon and Ned Stark led the coalition into a charge. The Four Kingdom coalition has been relentlessly attacking the Red Keep day and night." Still pressing forward, Ryan anticipated this situation and pressed on with his inquiry, "What are our losses?" The attendant hesitated momentarily before responding, "Our Western forces, numbering 50,000, have suffered approximately 4,000 casualties in just 4 days, with around 3,000 wounded. The forces of the Fish, Wolf, Eagle, and Stag have also incurred losses of about 5,000, with around 2,000 wounded." Ryan felt a sense of helplessness. Such losses were unavoidable, though the soldiers of King's Landing were not significantly superior to those of the West. The soldiers within the Red Keep were undoubtedly among the finest in the Seven Kingdoms. Even with only about 3,000 men, these soldiers were, to put it bluntly, almost all of knightly caliber. Not to mention, they were fully armored knights, bolstered by various siege engines and materials chosen for their resilience against dragon fire. Ordinary siege equipment struggled to breach the walls of the Red Keep, resulting in the coalition's substantial losses. Ryan believed that the Red Keep would soon falter, as it faced an army exceeding 100,000, drawn from the strength of 5 kingdoms. No matter how formidable the knights within the Red Keep were, they must be nearing their limits. Ryan briefly examined his attributes, eager to ascertain how many troops he still commanded. Name, Lannister Ryan. Age, 8. Level, 20, 1500021200. Vitality, 1500270. Status, heavily injured. Recovering, Strength, 12. Normal is 10. Agility, 11. Normal is 10. Stamina, 7. Normal is 10. Intelligence, 14. Normal is 10. Vigor, 10. Normal is 10. Charm, 15. Normal is 5. Reputation, 2,100. The name of the Black Lion resonates throughout the Seven Kingdoms. Even in the farthest east, in Dorne, your name is known, and the Westerlands have tacitly acknowledged you as their future lord. Troop, originally 186000250001130025000. Skills, Leader S power, as a natural noble. You possess an inherent charisma that can elevate the morale and health of your soldiers through a mighty roar. However, Ryan has, with great effort, gathered a contingent, only to suffer a loss of over 700 men, and this is merely the surviving troops, with no guarantee that the full 1130 can engage in battle. Ryan gazes at the talent of Leader S power, which has now surpassed the 3-day cooldown period. He contemplates utilizing this ability to expedite his healing. Yet he must maximize the potential of his innate skill. With this thought, Ryan takes a hearty sip of meat broth, slowly rises, and inquires of the attendant beside him. "What is your name?" The attendant promptly replies, "Cedric Pine." Ryan furrows his brows slightly, asking, You hail from the Pine family. How is it that you serve as a mere attendant? Cedric's expression dims as he quietly responds, My Lord Ryan, I am from a distant branch of the Pine family. My father left me only a farm, a set of leather armor, and a sword. Ryan seems to recall the exceptionally gifted Podrick Pine and smiles gently. Is there a Podrick Pine among your kin? Cedric, somewhat perplexed, replies, I have adopted a 4-year-old child from our family, indeed named Podrick Pine. However, how did you come to know of him, my lord? Ryan merely smiles without answering and lightly states, Cedric, bring me my armor. You shall also acquire a new set of leather armor and weapons. Inform them I commanded it. Cedric, though puzzled, complies with Ryan's orders. For an attendant's duty is to obey. Moreover, Ryan has granted him the opportunity to obtain a new set of armor and weapons, freeing him from the burden of worn equipment, which he can pass down to his son. Once Cedric returns with the freshly repaired red lion armor, Ryan calmly requests, Put my armor on. Cedric, surprised, responds, My lord, your body has only just begun to recover. It is unwise to don armor so soon. Ryan merely reiterates, Put my armor on, Cedric. Cedric wished to articulate further, yet upon witnessing the frigid, golden-green gaze of Ryan, he abruptly sealed his lips and adorned Ryan with his armor. Ryan traced the mended wounds of his battle gear, reminiscing about the prior skirmish, and coldly remarked that all mortals must face death. He then turned, accepting his one-handed sword and shield, and stated calmly, Cedric, follow me. Together we shall forge a new legend. Cedric glanced at the pristine sword and shield in his grasp, ultimately steeling his resolve, and hastily trailed after Ryan. Ryan approached the infirmary camp within the Army of the West, and the primary reason for his presence there was that his uncle, Seth Barton, commanded his troops. Under the jurisdiction of his father, Tywin, Ryan was unable to lead his own forces, with a significant likelihood of being summoned back to continue recuperating. Should he return, he risked missing out on gaining prestige and experience, as well as squandering his inherent skills. However, the capital had transformed into a vast battleground. Every able-bodied man or youth had been conscripted by the various nobles of the alliance, making it exceedingly difficult for him to recruit soldiers. The West nobility had also sustained considerable losses, and even with Ryan's current standing, he would struggle to enlist many from their ranks. Those he could recruit would likely be inexperienced refugees or mismatched mercenaries. It would be far wiser to utilize his innate abilities to recruit soldiers within the infirmary, healing their wounds in hopes of cultivating a formidable force. Surveying the multitude of injured soldiers from the west, Ryan cast a composed glance over all the wounded warriors present and proclaimed, I am Ryan Lannister. Instantly, the infirmary erupted with murmurs. The Black Lion, Ryan Lannister. Wasn't he gravely injured after falling from the Red Keep? How has he awakened? Our hero, Ryan Lannister of the West. Goodness, does the Lannister family possess such remarkable recovery abilities? Why do I not share in such prowess? Once again, it was Lannister. Observing the commotion among the soldiers, Ryan exchanged a knowing glance with Cedric, who promptly understood and bellowed, Silence. The surrounding soldiers gradually quieted under Cedric's fierce command. Ryan scanned the assembly of Westland warriors, his voice cold as he declared, We hail from the Lion of the West. We should not languish in this wretched, filthy city of King's Landing, awaiting our demise. Look around you, blood, dirt, and filth abound. In such an environment, most of you are destined to perish in solitude upon these cursed, broken beds. To die in obscurity is not the fate that awaits us, warriors of the West. Rather than languishing here in anguish and despair, join me in seeking vengeance against those accursed knights of the Red Keep. We shall storm the Red Keep, even if it costs us our lives. We will spill the blood of those despicable wretches and show them what it truly means to be a lion. Warriors, your rightful place lies upon the battlefield, not in this damned infirmary, fading into oblivion. Who among you wishes to join me on the battlefield to exact our vengeance, even if it means perishing like a true warrior? Within the infirmary, a brief silence was shattered by fervent roars, as one declared, Many of my brothers have succumbed to illness here. I am a warrior, and if I must die, let it be on the battlefield, not in this place. I shall join. Another cried, Rather than languish here in torment awaiting death, I would rather confront them head-on. I too shall join. A man, proud of his Lannister lineage, proclaimed, If he fears not death, then why should I? I shall join. With fervor, he added, I wish to fall while charging forth. To fight alongside the valiant Black Lion of the Westerlands, I earnestly wish to join. In an instant, Ryan had recruited over 1,200 wounded soldiers. Though their conditions were largely dire, many struggling to stand, the scholars within the infirmary were also roused, hurriedly approaching Ryan to plead, My lord. Many of them are in no condition to reach the battlefield. They will surely perish. Even if they reach the fray, They can barely last a few rounds. I implore you, my lord, if so many wounded die, Lord Tywin will not spare me. Rain brusquely pushed aside the foremost scholar, coldly retorting, they are warriors. Their rightful place is not here. I shall explain this to my father. He then approached the wounded, bellowing, you will be grateful for this decision for the rest of your lives. Now hear my roar as we charge the Red Keep. As he roared, he invoked his leadership skill, unleashing a lion-like bellow that resonated throughout the infirmary. The once unsteady warriors of the Westerlands suddenly regained their basic combat capabilities, even those with severe injuries finding some relief. In an instant, the newly formed battalion of the frail and wounded regained their fundamental strength, while Rain's condition improved from 1500-270, 4000-270, moderate injury, to a state where he could sustain basic combat ability. The newly joined warriors erupted in jubilant cries. Their gazes toward Rain filled with awe and gratitude, and their morale surged from a mere 30 to an impressive 80. Those Westerland warriors who did not join Rain looked on in regret, fervently beseeching him to allow them to join. Meanwhile, the scholars nearby exclaimed in astonishment, proclaiming it a miracle, akin to the descent of the seven gods or a divine champion. Rain, however, paid no heed to others and set forth with his newly formed band toward the battlefield. Chapter 18. Breaching the Red Keep. Tywin glared furiously at the somewhat dilapidated Red Keep before him, muttering in anger, damn it, we were so close. Nevertheless, even in his ire, Tywin could only lead the weary soldiers of the Westerlands in retreat, for their morale had plummeted to an abysmal low. No matter how ferociously the Mountain and his ruthless knights slaughtered, they could not stem the tide of withdrawal. Should the fighting continue, it would only result in further needless casualties for his army. As Jon gazed upon the dilapidated Red Keep, he coldly remarked that it was nearing its breaking point. With a surge of determination, Robert adjusted his crooked antlered helmet and wielded his massive antler hammer, bellowing for the warriors of Storm's End to seize the Red Keep and let them experience the fervor of wrath. He then led the valiant warriors into a charge. Ned echoed his fervor, urging them to unleash the fury of the wolf pack, to tear the Red Keep asunder. Drawing ice, he rallied the army of Winterfell to follow suit. Jon donned the eagle helm and shouted for the Knights of the Vale to charge, leading the forces of the Vale into the fray, while the army of the Riverlands, under the command of Brynden Tully, also surged forward. Witnessing this scene, Tywin's expression darkened. Just as victory seemed within reach, it appeared that the glory would be snatched away by others, a bitter pill for anyone to swallow. Kevin, incensed, implored, brother, allow me to lead the soldiers in one more charge, perhaps we can still seize the Red Keep. Tywin rebuked Kevin, explaining that after days of relentless assaults and multiple failed charges, the soldiers had reached their limit. To press on would not only crush their morale, but also lead to further casualties among the men of the West. What we must do now is singular, to rest and recuperate, evacuating the wounded from the battlefield to preserve our strength. At that moment, a golden lion banner suddenly appeared on the battlefield, advancing towards the Red Keep. It was Lannister, who, having recently assembled his forces, roared as he charged into battle. This stood in stark contrast to the retreating soldiers of the West. Upon sighting the golden lion banner, the soldiers of the West were taken aback, and as they recognized the figure, they erupted in cheers. It's the Black Lion, Lannister, our champion. Wasn't he among the wounded just yesterday? By the Seven, how could he return to lead us in a battle? Cestebin, influenced by Lannister's leadership, felt a resurgence of strength, and his troops regained some of their morale. Ready for one more charge. Astonished, Cestebin exclaimed, by the Seven, it's Lannister. Yet seeing him lead the charge, he cast aside his astonishment and shouted, your future lord has charged forth. Follow in his footsteps and take the Red Keep. The soldiers under Lannister responded with fervor, raising their banners anew and charging towards the Red Keep. The sight of Lannister, rallying countless wounded into the fray, invigorated the West's warriors, reviving their previously dwindling morale. In fact, some soldiers, emboldened by Lannister's presence and without any command from Tywin, began to charge towards the Red Keep. Kevin rejoiced, brother, Lannister's arrival has inspired our soldiers. Their spirits are rising. Let us charge as well. Tywin gazed upon the valiant figure of Lon, who battled fiercely on the battlefield, accompanied by the forces of the Westerlands. His expression shifted between uncertainty and resolve. However, after a brief moment of hesitation, he drew his sword and bellowed to the warriors of the West, urging them to heed his call to arms. He led the knights into a charge, and the army erupted in a thunderous roar as they advanced toward the Red Keep. Meanwhile, atop the walls of the Red Keep, Robert swung his massive staghorned hammer, crushing the breastplate of a Red Keep knight, delivering a fatal blow. He then turned to Ned, laughing heartily. Ha! Who would have thought that the treacherous lion could actually sire a true warrior? Quite the surprise. Upon noticing Lon, who was fiercely battling atop the scaling ladders, he exclaimed, "Now that is a real man. I like this lad, Ned." Ned rushed in, piercing a red keep knight who attempted to ambush Robert, his tone serious as he warned, "Robert, stay focused on the battlefield." Yet, a faint smile betrayed his agreement with Robert's sentiments. Robert laughed boisterously. "Huh? My brother, you truly are a dull direwolf." And he swung his hammer once more at another red keep knight. At that moment, Lon realized that although he was in a less than optimal condition, the knights of the Red Keep were equally exhausted, their strength waning even more than his own. The tide of battle had shifted, and now they were more evenly matched. With the assistance of the other knights from the Westerlands, Lon felled several more Red Keep knights. The sound of experience gained echoed around him, and Lon leveled up once again, this time allocating his newfound attribute points to vitality rather than strength. His vitality soared from 10 to 11, restoring a measure of his condition from 4,270, moderate injury, to 4,300-272, relatively moderate injury. Lon felt the ache in his muscles lessen as he wielded his sword with newfound lightness, taking a deep breath as he continued to charge at the enemy. The clash persisted for a full hour, and ultimately, the allied forces triumphed, seizing the Red Keep, leaving only the Mad King and his court within the royal palace. However, after days of relentless combat, the coalition found themselves too weary to launch an immediate assault on the palace, opting instead to rest before launching a concerted attack at dusk. Robert and his companions were not in a hurry, for after the recent battle, the once 1,000-strong contingent of Red Keep knights had dwindled to fewer than 100 fleeing back to the palace, along with the remaining guards inside. Their numbers would not exceed 300. Moreover, the royal palace lacked the formidable defenses of the Red Keep, making it evident that its capture was merely a matter of time. Within the Iron Throne Room, the Mad King Aerys raged, screaming furiously about the treasonous lords who dared to breach his Red Keep, vowing to annihilate them completely. Beside him, the injured Balistan murmured, "Your Majesty, we have very few troops left. We cannot even dispatch a raven. The other noble houses require time to muster their forces. Perhaps, Your Majesty, we should first depart from King's Landing through the secret passages of the Red Keep. Once we have left, we can summon our vassals to reclaim the city." Before Balistan could finish, he was interrupted by the Mad King's furious roar. "Damn you! What are you saying? King's Landing belongs to the Targaryen family. I shall never relinquish it. We have not yet lost. I still have soldiers, many soldiers." Balistan, perplexed, replied, "Your Majesty, we have no soldiers left." "Where will the soldiers come from?" The Mad King, with a manic glint in his eyes, turned to the fire sorcerer, Harlan, and laughed wildly. "I am a dragon. My soldiers are fire. If they seek my throne, I shall grant it to them, a burning iron throne. I will turn King's Landing into a sea of flames. And from this inferno, I shall be reborn." He then glanced at Harlan and shouted, "Harlan, is everything in place?" Harlan, his face betraying both reverence and madness, responded, "Your Majesty, the wildfire has long been prepared beneath King's Landing, awaiting but your command to engulf these accursed traitors." The Mad King cackled with glee. Yes, burn them. Burn them all." Balistan could not help but furrow his brow, yet ultimately remained silent. Within the throne room, a golden-haired Kingsguard observed the Mad King's derangement, bowing his head in silence, unaware of how his hand had found its way to the hilt of his sword. Chapter 19. The birth of the regicide outside the royal court, within the camp of the Westerlands. Lion had just settled his soldiers when a knight arrived to summon him to his father, Tywin. Lion felt a twinge of confusion. Should they not be strategizing for the interests of the Westerlands after Robert ascends the Iron Throne? Why this sudden call? Nonetheless, Lion followed the knight to Tywin's tent. Upon entering, he beheld Tywin clad in the armor of the Red Lion, orchestrating the forthcoming battle preparations. Beside him stood Kevin, also clad in Red Lion armor, who deliberately averted his gaze upon Lion's arrival. Before Lion could ponder further, Tywin lifted his head, his cold green-gold eyes fixed upon him. After a moment, he spoke, "Lion, you have performed admirably. Your actions have proven you to be a true Lannister. Therefore, when your brother Jaime returns, as a reward, I shall arrange for you a commendable fief, the castle of House Tarbeck. Although it has been largely destroyed, the family will finance its reconstruction, and you will be allocated a portion of the territory anew. As for the original Tarbeck lands, they will be fully entrusted to your stewardship, Lion." With that, he dismissed Lion and returned his focus to organizing the offensive strategy. Although Ryan comprehended that his father genuinely wished for his elder brother, Jaime, to return and inherit Casterly Rock, he did not anticipate that, Despite his considerable contributions, his father harbored no inclination whatsoever to choose him as the successor. Even in the absence of any misstep on Ryan's part as the temporary heir of the West, he was still compelled to relinquish his position in favor of his brother Jaime. The offer of the Tarbeck family castle from Tywin felt akin to a mere act of charity. Had it not been for his significant achievements, he might have been destined to serve his brother for life. Given Tywin's character, it was even conceivable that he would not permit Ryan to remain within Casterly Rock at all. Had he failed to accomplish those feats, he would likely have been assigned a remote fiefdom as a means to dismiss him, the bastard son. At this moment, even though Ryan was aware that his brother Jaime would not return to inherit Casterly Rock, a profound sense of disappointment enveloped him. In Tywin's eyes, he had never truly occupied the role of a son, as his brother Tyrion had admonished him to never forget his origins. For now, he could only suppress his feelings, offering a faint smile as he addressed his father, stating that if there were no further matters, he would take his leave. Tywin did not even lift his gaze, merely gesturing for Ryan to depart. After Ryan left, Kevin remained silent for a while before finally speaking. Brother, Ryan is very much like you in every regard. He is even quite courageous. Even now, among the great nobles of the West, he is regarded as a worthy heir. Perhaps. His words were abruptly interrupted by Tywin, who fixed his cold, golden-green gaze upon Kevin and coldly retorted, "No matter how much Ryan resembles me, he is still a bastard. No accomplishments can alter that fact. Jaime Lannister is your true nephew, the rightful heir of Casterly Rock, the future of the West. Never forget this, Kevin." Kevin wished to say more, but ultimately sighed in resignation, stating that he would go to inspect the troops before departing from Tywin's camp. Tywin watched the direction in which Ryan had left, remaining silent for a moment before murmuring, "Joanna, only our child can become my heir. I shall pave the way for him." After a brief moment of reflection, he transformed once more into the cold, unyielding lion, commencing his strategic preparations. As night fell, Robert once again launched a full assault on the capital with the allied forces, countless soldiers charging toward the royal court. Meanwhile, Barristan was diligently cleaning the blood from his sword, having stealthily eliminated most of the pyromancers to protect the citizens of King's Landing. He was resolute in fulfilling his vow to the Targaryen family, pledging his life to uphold that oath. At that moment, the sound of countless horns echoed once more outside the royal court, and Barristan, with unwavering determination, gripped his sword tightly and advanced toward the direction of the allied forces. Upon the Iron Throne, the Mad King Aerys reveled in capturing nobles and refugees to experiment with his wildfire, watching them burn in its flames, listening to their anguished wails. A chilling smile of twisted delight crept across the face of the Mad King. James stood guard over Illyris, witnessing the agonizing screams of those consumed by the eerie green flames, which mingled with Illyris's maniacal laughter, echoing throughout the Grand Hall. James's complexion grew increasingly pale as he recalled the cries of Brandon and Rickard Stark amidst the wildfire. The visions danced relentlessly in his mind, eventually coalescing into the inferno of King's Landing and the countless innocents devoured by the flames, including his father, Tywin, and even his beloved sister, all obliterated by the wildfires. As these thoughts plagued him, beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. In a moment of clarity, he caught sight of his white cloak and recalled his vow to protect the weak and safeguard his family. He found himself questioning his own heart. What would the legendary Sword of Dawn, Arthur Dayne, have done? A voice within seemed to answer, urging him to do what he believed was right. James slowly opened his eyes, the confusion within giving way to a resolute determination. He reached for the hilt of his sword, advancing towards the Mad King, Illyris. Meanwhile, Illyris continued his frenzied laughter, exclaiming, "Give them all. Let them witness a burning King's Landing, and from the flames, I shall be reborn as a true dragon." Before Illyris could revel further in his madness, a blade pierced through his chest from behind, vanishing as swiftly as it had appeared. Blood gushed from the wound, and the once vibrant purple eyes dimmed, his body collapsing slowly to the ground. In his final moments, Illyris strained to glimpse his assailant, but through his blurred vision, he could only discern a head of cursed golden hair, uttering a feeble curse upon the traitor before succumbing to darkness. The fire mage, Harlan, observed the fallen Mad King and exclaimed, "Quickly, summon the guards. Capture this damned traitor." Before Harlan could finish, James severed his head with a single stroke, and a torrential downpour of blood ensued in the royal hall, staining the Iron Throne. The surrounding guards and Kingsguard Oswald Riverine finally reacted. Oswald roared, "You wretched scum. You have betrayed your oath. Soldiers, slay this oathbreaker." He drew his sword and charged at James. Unfazed, James met him in combat. As their blades clashed, Oswald bellowed, You shall descend to the seven gods' hell, damn traitor. James replied coldly, I am a knight. With a sudden surge of strength, he repelled Oswald, intent on pursuing him. But the guards in the hall launched their own assault. In that moment before the Iron Throne, the sounds of metal clashing and anguished cries echoed, mirroring the chaos beyond the castle walls. Chapter 20. The Dragon. Even as Barristan rallied the remaining knights in a desperate resistance, risking their very lives, the overwhelming numbers of the coalition and the palace's fragile defenses proved insurmountable, forcing them to retreat time and again. Within the royal court, the number of soldiers was already sparse, now scattered by the coalition forces throughout the palace. In a narrow staircase, Ryan encountered his former mentor, Balistan. Yet, this once formidable captain of the royal guard now appeared utterly disheveled. Ryan had never witnessed his teacher in such a state of disarray. Not even amidst overwhelming siege had he seen Balistan so battered. The once glorious white cloak he wore was now tarnished with blood and grime, its pristine hue dulled to a shade of gray. The armor of the royal guard, which had once symbolized honor, was marred with numerous dents and tears. Balistan's movements had grown sluggish due to multiple crossbow wounds, his breath uneven from days of relentless battle and injury. Upon seeing Ryan, he mustered the strength to rise, sword in hand, gazing at Ryan with a look of resignation, weakly uttering, Come, Ryan, accompany me in my final journey. Rick and Gino promptly drew their swords to protect Ryan, for this was Balistan. Even in his current state of injury, he remained the fearless Balistan, one of the most formidable knights among the Seven Kingdoms. Ryan, however, pushed them aside, saying coldly, Let me face him myself. He then tightened his grip on his one-handed sword, discarding his shield to the side. Against his mentor, the shield would serve little purpose. Moreover, at his tender age, wielding a shield would only hinder his agility. In confronting Balistan, even in his weakened condition, Ryan needed to summon all his focus, fully leveraging his small stature and nimbleness to engage in combat. Within the confines of the royal staircase, the duel commenced. Ryan refrained from initiating the attack, instead opting to wait, biding his time for his mentor to bleed more, to exhaust more of his strength, thus enhancing his own chances of victory. Though this approach was somewhat underhanded, it was the most prudent strategy given his youth. A direct confrontation against Balistan was out of the question. Even stronger knightly squires could potentially pose a threat, with only the elite knights of the Western realm providing protection. Most could only engage in battle through defensive shields or ranged attacks with crossbows. Yet, upon observing Ryan's strategy, Balistan did not express anger. Instead, he commended, Well done, Ryan. In the face of formidable foes, maintaining composure is paramount. Only through calmness can one seize opportunities. Anger will only cloud judgment and hasten demise. With that, Balistan abandoned his waiting, launching the first attack. Ryan, never engaging in a direct confrontation, adeptly parried with his one-handed sword and utilized his small frame to evade Balistan's strikes. However, the narrow corridor, while allowing Ryan to capitalize on his agility, equally constrained his movement. The moment he let his guard down, Balistan seized the opportunity, wielding his sword with the ferocity of a tempest, relentlessly assaulting Ryan without affording him a moment's respite. As the battle intensified, Ryan found himself merely struggling to parry the blows. Eventually, due to his injuries and the toll of several days of combat, Balistan finally revealed signs of fatigue. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Ryan launched a swift counterattack, deftly evading Balistan's strikes before rolling and dashing to his side, delivering a swift cut to his calf. Balistan winced in pain, his previously injured leg unable to support his weight, causing him to drop to one knee. Without hesitation, Ryan pivoted, firmly planting his foot on Balistan's sword, and pressed his blade against Balistan's throat. Balistan, with a sense of resignation, urged, Proceed, Ryan. For a knight, to perish in battle is the finest end for a warrior. Just as Ryan hesitated, a sudden crash echoed behind Balistan, knocking him unconscious. Ryan looked up to find that Gino had intervened. It seemed that Gino, perceiving Ryan's reluctance to strike, had deduced that Ryan wished to spare his mentor. Thus, at the conclusion of their duel, Gino had quietly used his shield to strike Balistan down. Feigning anger, Ryan scolded Gino, You have dishonored this sacred combat. Should you dare to intervene again, you shall leave my company, understood? Gino quickly responded with respect, Thank you for your leniency, Lord Ryan. As Gino pondered whether he had indeed overstepped, Ryan issued another command, stating gravely, Now, arrange for Sir Balistan to be transported to the infirmary, where he shall be closely monitored. Instruct those scholars to provide him with the finest care. Once we have secured the throne, we shall reconsider our next steps. Should anything happen to Sir Balistan, you alone shall bear the consequences. Do you understand? Gino immediately grasped the gravity of the situation and affirmed, "Yes, my lord. I shall ensure Sir Ballistan's protection." He then promptly lifted Sir Balistan and departed the royal court. With his mentor gone, Ryan resumed his search of the royal palace, ultimately descending into the basement, where he intended to retrieve some dragon eggs. With the arrival of the blood-red comet, there might be a way to hatch a mighty dragon. Upon entering the dimly lit chamber, two bat-like creatures surged towards Ryan. Rick swiftly struck one down with his sword, sending it crashing to the ground. The others quickly raised their torches, revealing a silver-gray hatchling dragon struggling on the floor. Another, slightly larger golden hatchling, suddenly landed before the silver-gray one, roaring fiercely in an attempt to repel Ryan and his companions. It even attempted to unleash flames, but only sparks and smoke emerged. This indicated just how weakened the Targaryen dragons had become. Ryan furrowed his brow slightly and opened the system to examine the attributes of the two dragons. Name: Jin Guang species. Bipedal dragon age, 3000 to 2200. Insufficient magic power, unable to mature. Vitality, 3200 to 2200. Insufficient magic power, vitality continuously declining. Innate skills: Dragon Flame, lacking magic power. Unable to be properly manifested. Flight, scaled defense. Name: Inhui species. Bipedal dragon age, 1200 to 2200. Insufficient magic power, unable to mature. Vitality, 2300 to 2200. Insufficient magic power. Vitality continuously declining. Innate skills: Dragon Flame, lacking magic power, unable to be properly manifested. Flight, scaled defense. Upon reviewing the attributes of the two colossal dragons, the system instantaneously updated, revealing a battle pet containment system. It then indicated that the two dragons could be tamed for a mere 500 gold dragons each. Without a moment's hesitation, Ryan commanded his men to bring forth the treasures he had recently acquired. He swiftly accessed the system, and amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, a large quantity of gold dragons rapidly diminished, converting into the system's resources. After absorbing over 1,000 gold dragons, Ryan paused and instructed his men to firmly restrain the two dragons. He then gently placed his hand upon Inhui's head, silently uttering the words of taming. Inhui transformed into a silver-gray specter, entering Ryan's chest and becoming a tattoo. Seeing Inhui vanish, Jin Guang roared in fury, breaking free from the restraints of those around him and lunging towards Ryan. A flash of golden light ensued, and Jin Guang became a dragon tattoo, imprinting itself on Ryan's chest. Upon inspection, the system panel displayed: Battle Pets, Jin Guang, insufficient magic power, sealed, riding skill, 9 required for riding. Inhui, insufficient magic power, sealed, riding skill, 8 required for riding. Once all was concluded, Ryan surveyed the astonished knights surrounding him, briefly assessing each individual's loyalty. Rick, having witnessed this miracle, saw his loyalty rise from 79 to 85. The remaining individual's loyalty also increased to around 80, though 2 maintained a loyalty of nearly 60. Ryan cast a cold glance at the 2 and casually instructed Rick to eliminate them. After a brief hesitation, Rick and his companions swiftly acted against the 2, and following a short skirmish, they were slain on the spot. Ryan collected all the dragon eggs in the basement that could still hatch into the system's space. Chapter 21. A new dynasty. Meanwhile, Robert and his allies surged into the royal court, defeating the last of the Targaryen knights as they advanced toward the Iron Throne. However, as Robert shattered the great doors of the hall with his colossal antler hammer, he was met with the sight of the chamber strewn with the bodies of fallen warriors. The Mad King Ares lay lifeless upon the cold floor of the hall, an ocean of blood staining the once glorious chamber. Upon the Iron Throne, James sat proudly, his body marred with wounds and blood. The vassals of the West, Sir Elias Sterling and Count Roland de Craber, bore witness to James's treachery against the king. Robert coldly declared that as a member of the Kingsguard, it was one thing to refrain from battle, but to betray one's oath and slay the very lord one vowed to protect was utterly disgraceful. How dare such a dishonorable wretch sit upon the Iron Throne? Usurper, remove yourself from this seat. Ned added, his voice equally icy, that this throne rightfully belongs to Robert Baratheon, so descend from it, traitor. Tensions escalated instantaneously, and those loyal to Ned, including the likes of Illy, found themselves reluctantly drawing their swords, for he was indeed the eldest son of their lord. However, after a moment of contemplation, Jaime slowly descended from the Iron Throne and gently placed his sword down. Robert regarded Jaime with the disdain one might reserve for a pest, then kicked Jaime's sword aside and gradually took his place upon the Iron Throne. As Jaime approached Ned, the latter could no longer tolerate Jaime's treachery towards his vows and the chivalric code. Coldly, he admonished, You are unworthy to don the white cloak, let alone to be a knight. Depart from this place at once." Jaime met Ned's gaze with indifference, offering no defense, and quietly exited the hall. Meanwhile, the lords of the Westerlands, including Illy, watched Jaime's retreat with a complex mix of emotions. In the realm of Westeros, the protection of one's lord and the knightly vows held paramount importance, especially for the Kingsguard, the embodiment of chivalric honor. The consequences of universal betrayal would plunge the Seven Kingdoms into chaos, rendering lords unable to trust their vassals. Though the West did not uphold the chivalric code with the same fervor as the Vale or the Riverlands, they still revered knightly ideals. Even after betraying House Targaryen, they responded to their Lord Tywin Lannister's call. The Targaryens' cruel treatment of their vassal, Tywin, which included the brutal execution of those sworn to protect him and his heirs, Brandon and Rickard Stark, ultimately sparked rebellion. Despite the bloodshed inflicted upon the soldiers and nobles loyal to the Targaryens, they felt no remorse, viewing their actions as both a response to their lord's summons and a retaliation against the Targaryens' insolent humiliation of their lord and the Westerlands. However, Jaime's betrayal of his lord filled them with profound shame. Even under the disdainful gazes of the other nobles, they could muster no words, only bowing their heads in silence. Roland, in a moment of exasperation, remarked, "Is this truly our future lord? How ridiculous!" Though Illy did not voice his scorn, his expression betrayed an agreement with Lord Roland's sentiment. At that moment, amidst the chaos, the surviving Maester Pycelle crawled forth, dragging his frail body as he picked up the crown of the mad King Aerys, all eyes upon him with icy disdain. With measured steps, he approached Robert and respectfully murmured, "Your Grace, your grandmother, Rhaella Targaryen, was the daughter of Aegon V. You possess not only the blood of House Targaryen, but also the noble lineage of the Storm Kings. The Seven Kingdoms have suffered under the tyranny of the mad King Aerys for far too long. A true monarch is required to restore prosperity and peace. By vanquishing the mad King Aerys Targaryen, you are the rightful sovereign of the Seven Kingdoms, the true protector of the realm." Robert gazed at the blood-stained crown before him, nodding slightly to signal Ser Jorah to bring it forth. Robert accepted the bloodied crown with a subtle complexity in his expression before placing it upon his head. Surveying the gathered Ned and others from the Iron Throne, Ser Jorah proclaimed loudly, "Behold the birth of the new Undul, the king of the Reach and First Men. The ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, the protector of the realm, bow before Robert Baratheon, the First." Ned slowly drew his sword, Longclaw, smiling as he looked at his brother Robert, feeling a swell of pride, and knelt in fealty, proclaiming, "King of the Seven Kingdoms." The remaining nobles who had entered the hall followed suit, echoing the declaration, "King of the Seven Kingdoms." The hall was soon filled with shouts of allegiance, contrasting starkly with the sounds of battle outside. Meanwhile, Lancel had just led the Knights of the Westerlands to rescue his sister Cersei. Fortunately, Tywin had left behind several skilled knights, without whom Lancel's aid would have been in vain. As he opened the door and beheld his half-sister, he smiled faintly, saying, "Sister, I come at our father Tywin's behest to rescue you." Cersei, with her green-gold eyes, cast a disdainful glance at Lancel, sneering, "I do not require your rescue. What has our family done? One has caused the death of his own mother, the wretched imp. The other is born of a shameless harlot, a laughable black-haired Lannister bastard. Your very existence is an affront to our family. Be grateful to Father for bestowing upon you the Lannister name, and do not harbor any further thoughts. Casterly Rock and the Westerlands are destined for my brother Jaime. As for you, cling to the Lannister family like the grotesque little demon you are." With that, she disregarded Lancel's expression and strode away. Despite Lancel's attempts at restraint, he found it increasingly difficult to contain his fury, nearly tempted to draw his crossbow and silence her forever. However, recognizing her usefulness in inciting the War of the Five Kings alongside his beloved brother, he resolved to spare her life for now. Suppressing his inner rage, Lancel coldly directed his steps toward the royal hall. In the gardens of the royal court, Tywin surveyed the area, having dispatched the remaining Targaryen soldiers with his Westerland troops, his gaze fixed coldly upon the massive stone dragon statue. He then commanded Ser Gregor and Ser Amory beside him, "Eliminate the remaining royal members and bring me their corpses." After receiving their orders, the two ignoble knights, Gregor and Amory, made their way to the royal courtyard. Before Queen Elia, they brutally murdered her son, Prince Aegon, and subsequently violated her in a cruel manner. Amory dragged Princess Rhaenys from beneath the bed and stabbed her nearly 50 times. Ultimately, Tywin presented the bodies of Queen Elia and her children, Aegon and Rhaenys, wrapped in crimson banners, to Robert as a macabre tribute to his ascension as the new king of the Seven Kingdoms. This heinous act ignited a fierce argument between Robert and Ned. Gazing upon the mangled corpses, Ned was reminded of his own father and brother's charred remains. He vehemently shouted at Tywin and his accomplices, declaring that the prince and princess were merely children, and their actions were undoubtedly murder. Robert, coldly surveying the lifeless bodies, retorted that he saw no children, only the spawn of a vile dragon. Enraged, Ned questioned how Robert could have fallen so low, asserting that they were innocent children and that his actions were no different from those of the Mad King. Robert, equally furious, exclaimed in disbelief at being compared to the Mad King. Their heated exchange escalated within the hall, and even their foster father, John, could not quell their discord. Ultimately, they parted ways in anger, with Ned refusing to attend Robert's coronation and departing with the Stark forces to aid the besieged Winterfell. Chapter 22. The Night Robert, under the anointment of the church's clerics, completed his coronation ceremony. After becoming the Lord of the Seven Kingdoms, he honored his previous vow and wed Cersei. As events unfolded similarly to the original tale, on the day of the wedding, he quarreled with his brother and, overwhelmed by the loss of his betrothed, succumbed to intoxication. On their wedding night, he called out Lyanna's name, irrevocably inciting Cersei's deep-seated hatred for him. The day following their nuptials, Robert summoned his lords to announce their rewards. Jon Arryn would continue as the Guardian of the Vale, serving as Hand of the King to aid Robert, with a reward of 200,000 golden dragons. Meanwhile, Hosteen Fry would persist as the protector of the Riverlands and the governor of the Trident, receiving 100,000 golden dragons. The soldiers of the Riverlands and the Vale would be unified under the command of Brynden Tully, with Yohn Royce as his deputy, advancing towards the Riverlands to join forces with Ned's Winterfell army and seize the region. Tywin would maintain his position as guardian of the Westerlands, with the spoils of the campaign enriching the Westerlands, while also preparing to wage war against Dorne. Tywin even pledged 500,000 golden dragons as Cersei's dowry to assist Robert in stabilizing the realm. Although the Westerlands appeared to gain little from the war, they had, in truth, incurred minimal costs while reaping substantial benefits, plundering all but the royal treasures of King's Landing and securing the Queen's title. Similarly, the Tully family of the Riverlands, while seemingly acquiring mere riches, also garnered immense rewards. In the realm of time-traveling narratives, Duke Horst entrusted his two daughters to the guardianship of Duke Ned of the North and Duke John of the Vale, respectively. This strategic alliance significantly bolstered the influence of House Tully, swiftly subduing the ambitious nobles of the Riverlands who dared to challenge their power. The tumultuous Riverlands found a semblance of unity once more, as House Tully forged matrimonial ties with both the Vale and the North, further solidifying their position as the governors of the Trident with royal backing. Had it not been for the impulsive decisions of Catelyn and Edmure, the feudal lordship of the Riverlands would not have fallen to House Fry, but rather continued along the path laid out by Duke Horst. A century hence, House Tully would have achieved a truly unified Riverlands, firmly suppressing formidable families such as House Fry. Subsequently, Robert would personally lead the soldiers of Storm's End to conquer the remaining territories of the realm, while bestowing portions of the captured family castles upon the Stormland nobles who distinguished themselves in battle. Even a common soldier, the butcher's son Genos Brindley, was elevated to the rank of commander of the Kingsguard. At this juncture, Cersei coldly interjected, expressing her desire for Jaime to assume the role of captain of the Kingsguard. Robert, upon hearing this, could not suppress a laugh, exclaiming, "You wish for whom? A regicide who has forsaken his vows to lead the Kingsguard? Granting him clemency for his crimes is already a monumental act of grace. Such a man should return home rather than assume the mantle of the highest honor of knighthood, let alone the captaincy." Cersei retorted, "He killed the mad King Aerys for you. He deserves reward, not punishment." At that moment, Tywin stepped forth with a scowl, asserting, "Your Grace, I believe Jaime is no longer fit to serve in the Kingsguard. Returning to the Westerlands is his most suitable destiny." Before the debate could escalate, Jaime himself emerged, his eyes filled with confusion. He knelt, a serious expression upon his face, and implored, "Your Majesty, please grant me another chance to serve in the Kingsguard." The whispers of betrayal had tarnished Jaime's reputation, even drawing disdainful glances from the Westerland nobles. Yet, beneath Tywin's imposing presence, they quickly masked their contempt. Though their piercing gazes wounded Jaime's fragile pride, he yearned desperately to redeem himself and reclaim his lost honor, especially with his beloved sister Cersei insisting he remain in King's Landing by his side, unwilling to return to the west as heir to Casterly Rock. Tywin barked, "Jaime, return to your place at once." Jaime, stubbornly maintaining his half-kneeling position, pleaded again, "Your Majesty, Grant me one more opportunity to serve in the Kingsguard. Robert, already displeased with Tywin and swayed by Cersei and Jaime's requests, relented. Regicide, since you still wish to serve in the Kingsguard, I shall grant you this chance. You may continue in that role, but your loyalty must lie solely with the Queen. You need not protect me. The protection of a regicide is a burden I cannot bear. I do not wish to stand guard with one eye open, even in slumber. At that moment, Jon was still contemplating how to thwart Robert, but it was too late. Tywin cast a glance at Jaime, filled with both anger and disappointment. Before storming out of the throne room, Robert then erupted into laughter, and soon the nobles surrounding him, save for those from the Westerlands, joined in. The Westerland nobles exchanged knowing looks with Jaime before they began to leave the hall in succession. Suddenly, Robert called upon Lannister and commanded him to approach the Iron Throne. Smiling slightly as he declared that the true warrior among the Westerlands is but a child, Lannister. Though young, your age cannot conceal your courage, Lannister knelt. Cersei furiously interjected that he is merely a bastard, unworthy of. Before she could finish, Robert rudely interrupted, asserting that if a regicide can serve as a member of the Kingsguard, then surely a true warrior deserves recognition. Woman, what do you know? Silence. Cersei, despite being the queen, had made such an unreasonable demand and could not deter Robert. Lannister, aware of what was to follow, promptly knelt as Robert took a sword and laid it upon Lannister's shoulder. With a grave expression, Robert proclaimed, in the name of the warrior, I command you to be brave. In the name of the father, I command you to be just. In the name of the mother, I command you to protect the innocent. Rise, Ser Lannister of the Seven Kingdoms. Before nearly half of the noble houses of Westeros, Lannister was truly knighted. And applause erupted around him as they shouted, Knight of the Seven Kingdoms. Slowly rising, Lannister solemnly vowed, Your Majesty, I swear to defend your kingdom with my sword. Robert patted Lannister on the shoulder, chuckling, Now enjoy the feast, young lion. Jaime, standing nearby, gazed at his half-brother with a complex expression tinged with envy. After the ceremony, Cersei stormed out, seemingly indifferent to Robert and the others. Robert, likewise, paid no heed to Cersei's departure, and the lively atmosphere of the hall remained undiminished. Within the throne room, cups were raised, and laughter echoed as revelry continued. Jaime approached Lannister and casually congratulated him. Congratulations, brother, on becoming a knight. Lannister graciously raised his cup in response. After downing another drink, Jaime followed Cersei out. The Westerland nobles, observing the two brothers, seemed to feel a shift in the balance of their perceptions. Chapter 23. Suppression. After the banquet concluded, Lannister returned to the Westerland encampment, preparing to gather his belongings and lead his forces to Dorne. Just then, a Westerland knight entered Lannister's tent. Lannister glanced at him and asked coolly, What is it? The knight, flustered, quickly replied, My lord Tywin. He. Lannister, observing the knight's agitation, coldly admonished, Speak plainly. What did my father say? I assure you that I shall not take my anger out on you. The knight then dared to respond to Lord Tywin, stating that there was no necessity for him to accompany the army in the assault on Dorne. Furthermore, your uncle Ser Kevin and Lord Cersei of Goldentooth will escort the harvest back to the Westerlands alongside you. Your role will be to remain and guard Casterly Rock, awaiting Lord Tywin's triumphant return. As for the commendation you have earned from this endeavor, upon the completion of the escort, you may claim a reward of 10,000 golden dragons from within Casterly Rock. After hearing this, Lon felt a profound silence envelop him for several seconds. For his father had chosen to suppress him for the sake of his beloved elder brother, Jaime. Not only had Jaime distinguished himself in the battle for King's Landing, earning the title of knight and beginning to make a name for himself in the Westerlands, but the miraculous events within the infirmary had also captivated many scholars, leading them to believe that Lon was blessed by the Seven. This newfound reverence among the lower soldiers further solidified their trust in him. Indeed, during the final battle at the Red Keep, some soldiers and minor nobles had deserted their ranks and charged alongside Lon without Tywin's orders. If Lon were to achieve further glory in Dorne, his influence would undoubtedly expand, rendering the future increasingly difficult to control. However, it was primarily due to his brother Jaime's disreputable actions that Lon felt this way. Not only had Jaime betrayed his sovereign, but he had also slain him with his own hands. Such acts, in violation of oaths and the chivalric code, had tarnished Jaime's previously unassailable status as the firstborn heir in the eyes of the Westerland's warriors, significantly undermining the future governance of the vassals. Moreover, Jaime's insistence on remaining a member of the Kingsguard had turned the Westerlands into a subject of ridicule once more, and in a bid to protect Cersei, he had even declined to partake in the campaign to Dorne. These various actions had severely damaged Jaime's reputation among the noble houses of the Westerlands, to the point of jeopardizing his claim to succession. Should Lon achieve monumental success in the war in Dorne, the vassals of the Westerlands would inevitably draw comparisons between the two, and some nobles might even rally to Lon's side, even though Cersei and Robert were now wed. And upon the birth of their children, Jaime's natural support from the Iron Throne, coupled with his status as the firstborn son, would seem to solidify his claim to the Westerlands. Yet, even the slightest opportunity for Lon would compel Tywin to extinguish it in its infancy. For the lesson of the Dance of Dragons was indelibly etched in the minds of every noble in Westeros. After a prolonged silence, Lon coldly informed his father that he had received his orders and would soon return to Casterly Rock. The Westerlands knight, upon encountering Lon's frigid gaze, dared not linger in the tent and swiftly departed. Lon gazed at the sword in his hand, a wry smile gracing his lips, as if mocking himself. He shook his head gently and lamented, "Father, you truly leave me no opportunity." Gradually tightening his grip on the sword, his expression turned icy as he declared, "Regardless of how the tides may shift, Casterly Rock and the Westerlands are destined to be mine." At this moment, Rick entered Lord Ryan's military tent and quietly inquired, "My lord, our soldiers have gathered. When shall we march to Dorne?" Ryan cast an exasperated glance at Rick and replied coolly, "This time, we shall not move with the main force. Our mission is to escort the spoils from King's Landing back home." Rick, somewhat perplexed, asked, "My lord, does this mean we will not participate in the battle? Is it not a waste of the efforts we have accumulated in King's Landing? Moreover, should the other nobles of the West reap significant rewards in Dorne, even if our own vassals remain silent, they will surely harbor discontent, which could affect the morale of our entire company." Ryan gave Rick a cold stare and scoffed, "Am I unaware that this may render our prior efforts futile? But surely you must realize that our father is not oblivious to this either. As for the expedition to Dorne, rest assured, I guarantee their gains will be minimal, and your yearning for battle will undoubtedly be satisfied, whether it be in gold or glory. You shall receive your due. Now, inform the soldiers to prepare to return home. If they are unwilling to depart with me, let them join other factions. This will conveniently eliminate those who are wavering in their loyalty and ensure the integrity of our ranks." Though Rick still believed there was a high probability of substantial rewards from the West, knowing that prolonging the conflict would inevitably lead to Dorne's downfall under the coalition's might. Dorne was merely a tempting morsel for the West, dependent solely on how fiercely they chose to bite. Having long accepted Ryan's leadership, Rick could only follow in his footsteps. "Understood, my lord. I shall comply with your orders," Rick replied promptly. Shortly thereafter, Ryan rode forth to address his troops, feeling a sense of relief that a majority chose to remain. Particularly, all the soldiers he had brought from the infirmary opted to stay behind. Only those mercenaries yearning for gold and a handful of lesser nobles seeking glory departed. Ryan opened his panel to check his reputation, which had initially soared past the 2,500 mark due to Robert's knighting, reaching an impressive 2,730 as a knight bestowed by the king. Your renown has spread throughout the Seven Kingdoms. Furthermore, his brother's various eccentricities had garnered him a degree of recognition among the nobles of the West regarding his status as a future heir. However, his father Tywin's actions had unequivocally signaled to the West nobles his stance on Ryan, causing Ryan's reputation to plummet by a full 200 points. Nearly dropping below 2,500, the acknowledgement of his status among the nobles shifted from acceptance to wavering. Morale also fell from an impressive 89 to a mere 67. Ryan led his troops to rendezvous with his uncle, Seth Barton, and Count Crowley Layford of Goldtooth City. Seth Barton gently patted Ryan's shoulder, offering words of comfort. "Your uncle will always stand by your side. I have faith in you." Ryan, with a resigned smile, replied, "Uncle, I am not so fragile. I have emerged from the trials of being a bastard. Bastards are notoriously resilient. Such difficulties cannot deter me." Count Crowley Layford, mounted on his steed, joined Ryan, a faint smile gracing his lips. "My lord Ryan, it is good to see you again. Returning home is not without merit. After all, you are still young. Coming back to Casterly Rock will offer you greater safety and a more conducive environment for your growth." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the trio set forth towards Casterly Rock, laden with treasures of gold and silver. Chapter 24. The key to resolution amidst the astonished gazes of the noble houses and the allied forces of the West. Ryan and his companions gradually made their way towards Casterly Rock. Before departing from King's Landing, Ryan sought an audience with the Iron Throne to advocate for his mentor, Barristan. At that moment, Robert proved to be a commendable monarch, displaying a lenient approach towards the guilty. As long as they surrendered, most were granted amnesty. with exceptions made for the Targaryens and their affiliates. Barristan, renowned throughout the Seven Kingdoms as a knight of great repute, was a fitting choice for Robert's intentions. Coupled with Ryan's plea and Barristan's alignment with Robert's preferences, the king acquiesced and released him. Disillusioned by the Mad King's actions, Barristan ultimately accepted Robert's invitation and resumed his role as the captain of the Kingsguard. However, he could not abide Jaime's conduct, as he perceived Jaime's actions to be solely self-serving. The act of slaying one's sovereign was an affront that no knight could tolerate. After resolving the matter concerning Barristan, Ryan bid a brief farewell to his mentor and departed from King's Landing. During his journey, Ryan pondered his next steps, for the actions of his father, Tywin, had rendered his status as the Western heir, already precarious, even more so. He could not afford to remain idle, lest his currently advantageous legal claim to Casterly Rock be nullified, even if Tywin were to perish. Reclaiming Casterly Rock as a deposed heir would invite disputes among the Western nobility, potentially igniting internal strife within the Lannister pride. Just then, a band of robbers launched an assault on the rear of their convoy, attempting to seize a portion of the gold, but they were swiftly subdued by Gino and his comrades. Ryan surveyed the ground strewn with the corpses of the robbers and the trembling captives, sternly declaring, "Did you not recognize whose banner you faced? How dare you covet the gold of House Lannister? You court death." The leader of the captives, realizing their fate was sealed, ceased his pleas for mercy and retorted with a cold smirk, "Lannister, I have heard that even your excrement is gold. I merely wish to see if it were true. You so-called nobles, driven by your own interests, engage in relentless warfare, displaying not the slightest regard for our lives. Why should we not act in kind? It is merely that we have been vanquished by you for the time being. I once regarded you as exalted beings, content to pay my taxes. Yet, when my wife and children were ravaged by those self-styled knights and brigands, where were you? Where were the knights and lords who swore to protect us? You are consumed solely by your self-serving conflicts. Now, I have merely resorted to the same actions as you." At this moment, Ryan gazed upon the frenzied brigands before him, momentarily silent, for he had once been a mere peasant. Now, amidst the ongoing turmoil of the Seven Kingdoms, he had transformed into a ruthless outlaw. Beside him, Gino hastily interjected, "My lord, these scoundrels only seek to justify their abhorrent behavior. The entire realm is embroiled in war, and such brigands are springing up like mushrooms after the rain. Even our western territories have not escaped unscathed. Many villages under the protection of knights have fallen prey to these marauders." Suddenly, Ryan appeared to have an epiphany, exclaiming, "What did you say? Repeat that, Gino." Gino, taken aback by Ryan's inquiry, dutifully reiterated, "Even our western territories have suffered greatly. Numerous villages under the knights have been besieged by these rogues." At last, a plan began to form in Ryan's mind. Given the current state of constant war, he could return to Castle Caon and, with Tywin absent, establish a band of brigands in the name of safeguarding the entire western realm. This would allow him to justify the retention of his own forces. Furthermore, by hunting down brigands within the west, he could train his soldiers, enabling their gradual advancement. Simultaneously, he could continue to eliminate foes to gain experience without the need for protracted training. By purging the outlaws from the west, he could also bolster his reputation, especially since he currently lacked the support of the great nobles of the realm. Instead, he could seek the backing of lesser nobles and landed knights to stabilize his position. Upon contemplating this, a smile crept across Ryan's face. Gino, bewildered, hesitated to inquire about the reason for Ryan's mirth, instead quietly asking, "My lord, what shall we do with them?" Ryan, snapping back to reality, cast a cold glance at the disheveled brigands. Although they may have once been pitiful commoners, they had now become merciless bandits, their hands likely stained with the blood of countless refugees. More importantly, if he were to let them go, it would only portray Ryan as weak and vulnerable, complicating the safe transport of gold, beset by numerous bands of brigands. Even if Ryan and his men could manage such encounters with relative ease, casualties would be inevitable, along with the risk of losing a portion of their gold. The blow to Ryan's reputation is undoubtedly monumental. Thus, the only recourse now is to mete out a severe punishment upon this band of brigands. Ryan cast a cold glance at the trembling captives below and declared in a chilling tone that they should all endure the torment of impalement, sending a message to the lurking hyenas that those who covet the gold of House Lannister must pay a price far more dreadful than death itself. Impalement refers to the act of piercing a person with a sharp spear or wooden stake, deliberately avoiding vital organs, allowing them to slowly bleed to death amidst their agony. Their faces contorted in grotesque expressions of fear and pain even in death. Yet, even the chivalrous Rick displayed no sign of discontent. After all, the wretched brigands, as evidenced by their bloodied rags and gear, had plundered numerous villages and violated many women. This punishment was far from excessive. It was, in fact, a fitting retribution for their crimes. Ryan continued to lead his contingent toward the Westlands, leaving behind a gruesome tableau of corpses impaled on wooden stakes and severed heads of brigands strewn across the ground. His ruthless methods instilled a sense of dread among the surrounding bandits, resulting in an escort journey that encountered no further attacks. Safely, they returned the spoils of King's Landing to the Westlands and arrived at Casterly Rock. As Ryan bid farewell to his uncle, Ser Stabaton, he generously presented him with a full 5,000 golden dragons, urging him to expand the fleet of Fairy Castle and increase investments in the New Day port to ensure the growth of House Fairman's power. After all, the only noble who fully supported him at this juncture was his uncle, Ser Stabaton. Meanwhile, Count Crollo Lovard returned to Golden Tooth after completing his mission, continuing to safeguard the Westland's first line of defense against external threats. Indeed, Tywin's actions were not without their own considerations. Golden Tooth was of paramount importance to the Westlands. Should it fall, the entire region would surely be engulfed in flames of war. The Lannister fleet at Lannister Harbor stood vigilant against incursions from the Riverlands and Dorne. The decision to send Ser Stabaton away was partly due to Fairy Castle serving as the first line of defense for Lannister Harbor. Chapter 25. The Lion's Tooth Army inside the Hall of Casterly Rock. Ryan surveyed his forces, 810-002-6000. Originally bolstered by reinforcements from the infirmary, he had also allocated a portion of his soldiers to support his uncle, Ser Stabaton. With his uncle's departure, the contingent dwindled from over 2,000 to now just over 800. Had Ryan not had further plans, it is likely that these 800 would have been further reduced, as some would be integrated into Casterly Rock and Lannister Harbor, leaving perhaps only 200 in the best-case scenario. Just as Ryan finished organizing his troops, the scholar Volerick approached him within Casterly Rock, speaking in hushed tones. "My Lord Ryan, Lord Tywin has already sent word via Raven, awaiting your arrival at Casterly Rock. Allow me to inform you that all your soldiers, except for those tasked with safeguarding your security, shall be placed under the jurisdiction of Castle Casterly, led by your uncle, Devon Lannister." Subsequently, I produced a letter bearing Tywin's seal. Lion symbolically opened the letter, glancing at its contents before stating gravely that he would, of course, adhere to his father's orders. However, he explained that it was not the appropriate time. His father had led the majority of the Westerland's forces to Dorne for battle, and the Lannister fleet at the harbor needed to remain vigilant against the potential threats from the forces of the Iron Islands or the Greyjoys. The entire Westerlands had fallen into a state of vulnerability, and during the escorting of gold, our convoy had been ambushed by bandits on multiple occasions. To ensure the Lannister family's dominance and the safety of the Westerlands, I shall organize a bandit hunting force composed of my people, thereby safeguarding the interests of the noble houses throughout the realm. The armaments for this force will be provided by House Lannister, with half of the costs of maintaining the troops covered by the family and the other half by myself. Walrick murmured that, although there indeed existed bandits within the Westerlands, the region remained relatively stable compared to others. Furthermore, your father, Lord Tywin, had issued orders for the defense of Casterly Rock. He suggested that Lion might wait a few days, as Devon was already en route from the Stone September to Casterly Rock, and he was confident that Devon would provide a satisfactory response. Lion, however, did not respond to Walrick. Instead, he fixed his icy green gaze upon him, causing Walrick to feel a chill run down his spine. After a moment, Lion spoke in a measured tone, inquiring, "Walrick, who am I?" Walrick, taken aback by the question, hesitated before responding, "My lord, you are the son of Lord Tywin, Lion Lannister." Lion appeared dissatisfied with this answer and reiterated, his voice now devoid of its earlier indifference and laced with a frigid intensity, "Walrick, who am I?" At this moment, both Gino and Rick subtly reached for their sword hilts, ready to strike should Walrick fail to provide an adequate answer, their eyes fixed intently upon him. Though Walrick understood that Lion would not take his life, after all, he was a scholar appointed by the Citadel and had accompanied Lord Tywin for many years, he recognized the perilousness of the situation. After a few moments of contemplation, under Lion's penetrating gaze, he replied in a hushed tone, "My lord, you are the designated heir to Casterly Rock, the future protector of the Westerlands." This response evidently pleased Lion, as his countenance transformed from one of icy menace to a congenial smile. With a gentle smile, he proclaimed, "As the future guardian of the Westerlands, it is my duty to protect the realm and ensure the welfare of its noble houses. Therefore, I shall personally lead the bandit hunting expedition to eradicate these brigands and provide the people and lords of the Westerlands with a secure environment, ensuring that the returning nobles find a home that is not in disarray. Upon hearing that Lion intended to lead the charge himself, Walric realized this directly contradicted Lord Tywin's orders. Once again, I must intervene, my Lord Lannister. They are merely a band of brigands and thieves. I believe that Sir Rick and Sir Gino can handle the situation adequately without your personal risk. Before I could finish, I caught a glimpse of the icy glare emanating from Lannister, and thus I refrained from continuing. Lannister coldly remarked, Scholar Volerick, I hope you never forget my station. It must remain ever in your mind. He then commanded Scholar Volerick to prepare a raven, instructing him to inform all the noble houses of the West that I shall personally attend to the troubles within their domains. I seek no extravagant recompense, merely the provision of food and water for myself and my company, as well as the repair of our weaponry. Scholar Volerick remained silent for a moment, ultimately acquiescing to Lannister's command and reluctantly departed to convey his orders. After dismissing Scholar Volerick, Lannister instructed Rick to carry out the deployment of personnel, while Gino was tasked with preparing weapons and supplies. Once everything was set, Lannister resolved to set forth immediately. He could not afford to wait for his Uncle Devon's arrival. Though he would only be in Casterly Rock for a fleeting half-day, Lannister was confident that one day the castle would truly belong to him, and none could compel him to depart. Just as he was examining the map of the West, he was suddenly aware of approaching footsteps and the aroma of wine. The imp Tyrion approached, carrying 2 goblets of wine. He placed one beside Lannister, lightly clinking their cups, and smiled. My dear brother, you have returned triumphantly from King's Landing. I wish I could charge into battle alongside Father as you do. By the way, your demeanor just now was strikingly reminiscent of Father, my brother. But do be cautious. Your actions may provoke him, and upon his return, he might be quite furious. Without hesitation, Lannister lifted his goblet and drank deeply, responding with a faint smile. It has been too long, brother. Tyrion jested. Lannister, are you not concerned I might poison your drink? If you were to perish, I would be the sole legitimate heir to Casterly Rock. Lannister chuckled lightly, retorting, If that were the case, I would ensure your departure before the poison took effect, dear brother. He poured another goblet of wine, and with a hint of self-mockery, added, Brother, I believe you understand that neither of us has ever been considered a worthy heir in Father's eyes. Tyrion seemed to share this sentiment, raising his goblet in salute to Lannister and wryly acknowledging, Indeed, in Father's regard, we are not true heirs. My brother, if you are aware of this, why do you continue to resist destiny? Lannister did not directly address Tyrion's question, but smiled faintly, saying, It is akin to your inability to cease your reading. My brother, we each have our own means of vying for Father's affection, albeit in different ways. At this moment, Rick arrived at the Cayenne Hall to report to Lord Ryan, indicating that the troops had assembled and were ready to embark. Ryan poured himself another glass of wine, approached Tyrion, clinked their goblets, and with a faint smile, uttered, May the 7 gods bless you, my brother. He then downed his drink in one gulp. Tyrion followed suit, smiling gently as he replied, And you as well, brother, you are in greater need of their favor than I. After sharing a knowing smile, Ryan proceeded to his military camp. Tyrion watched Ryan's retreating figure and remarked with a hint of resignation, James, it seems Father has found you a formidable opponent. Ryan, mounted upon his steed, faced his troops, gazing at the fluttering Lannister gold lion banner, and declared, Change the lion's mane to black. From this moment forth, the Lion's Tooth Legion is officially established. While the others set about crafting the Black Lion banners, he utilized the remaining 5,000 golden dragons, summoning 40 knights from the Westerlands with 3,000 of those coins. Ryan organized the Legion, assigning Rick to lead 100 men as the vanguard, while Gino commanded another 100 as the crossbow unit. The newly inducted Cedric Payne, having proven himself during the Battle of the Red Keep, was knighted by Ryan and pledged his fealty. Ryan welcomed him into his ranks, tasking Cedric with leading 50 men as his personal guard. Having witnessed Ryan's valor and miracles, coupled with his knighthood, Cedric's loyalty was an astonishing 99, ensuring he would never betray Ryan, who felt secure in trusting his back to him. Subsequently, the gates of Cayenne City slowly opened, revealing a black-maned golden lion. Ryan, mounted on his horse, led the Lion's Tooth Legion, destined to make their mark upon the continent of Westeros, towards the horizon. Chapter 26. Unification of the 7 Kingdoms. Time flew by, and neither Dorne nor Tywin could have anticipated the incompetence of Duke Mysterial from the Riverlands. With a formidable army of 80,000, he failed to breach the defenses of Wind's Rest, held by Stannis and his mere 500 men. Astonishingly, just as Ned Stark led the Winterwolf coalition to arrive, The two sides had only exchanged accusations for a few days when Duke Mysterial received a raven from the Queen of Thorns, Lady Olenna. With the downfall of House Targaryen assured and the foundation of the Baratheon dynasty solidified, in order to safeguard the interests of House Tyrell, Duke Mysterial shockingly surrendered, aligning himself with the Baratheon dynasty. Despite Robert's disdain for the Tyrells, the military strength of the Riverlands compelled him to extend an invitation for their inclusion. The Tyrells, accompanied by their vassals, publicly declared their allegiance to Robert, acknowledging the Baratheon kingdom and remitting a substantial sum of 600,000 golden dragons as support for the Baratheon treasury, further enabling Randyll Tarly to lead the Riverlands army in the campaign against Dorne. Witnessing the perceptiveness of House Tyrell, Robert graciously permitted them to continue their role as the guardians of the South. Although the political judgment of the Thorn Queen proved to be accurate, the swiftness of their surrender was astonishing, disregarding the long-standing chivalric traditions that had prevailed in the Reach. They betrayed their former liege, the Targaryens, with barely any resistance, aligning themselves with House Baratheon. Coupled with the Duke of Mace's feeble military leadership and the Tyrells' historical treachery against their former masters, their position as guardians of the South was perpetually marred by their unremarkable lineage and illegitimate claim to power, lacking any formidable liege to support them. Moreover, the Tyrells' actions had utterly depleted the scant goodwill they possessed, leaving their vassals, who were strong and restless, poised to act. The Reach, once the mightiest of the Seven Kingdoms, had been rendered so vulnerable. Even as time passed, the Tyrells never contemplated proving themselves through genuine military might. Instead, they fixated on leveraging young Marjorie Tyrell to secure a position that might elevate their family's status and solidify their dominion over the South. However, they failed to recognize that what the chivalrous Reach truly required was a powerful liege, a king of unwavering resolve. This was the essence of ruling the Reach, not the inconsequential stratagems they employed. The manipulation of the Reach further exacerbated the plight of Dorne, which was already embroiled in a bitter struggle. Initially, it was believed that an alliance with the Reach could provide a tenuous balance against the other realms, but with the Reach's abrupt capitulation, they audaciously turned to assault Dorne and Dragonstone alongside the allied forces. Consequently, the people of Dorne harbored the deepest resentment towards the Lannisters of the West, who were responsible for the death of their beloved Princess Elia, followed closely by the Tyrells, who had now betrayed them. In Dorne, the conflict between these two adversaries, the West and Dorne, had reached a boiling point. Despite the West currently holding the upper hand, their situation was dire. For much of Dorne's territory consisted of arid wasteland, devoid of strategic value. Additionally, the fierce Dornish people posed a considerable challenge. Even if a castle were captured, its inhabitants would seize the cover of night to open the gates, often assassinating the station's soldiers or poisoning the water supply. Actions that severely undermined the morale of the West's forces. To stabilize the situation, Tywin resorted to brutal measures to ensure the safety of the territories he had seized. However, such tactics only incited greater resistance from the Dornish and resulted in increased casualties among the West soldiers. In Tywin's eyes, Dorne represented a tough, unyielding adversary devoid of worth. Nevertheless, in pursuit of Cersei's ambitions, Tywin relentlessly led his forces against Dorne, only to be met with the shocking news of the Reach's unconditional surrender. The remaining coalition forces incurred minimal losses while simultaneously reaping substantial reparations from the Riverlands, which left the soldiers of the West feeling profoundly unsettled. After all, they had expended considerable manpower, only to acquire the barren lands of Dorne and the fervent resistance of its populace. Moreover, Tywin had considered that although the Riverlands were prosperous, they also boasted a formidable military presence and a strong chivalric tradition, resulting in soldiers whose overall quality was not inferior to that of the West. Additionally, they were led by renowned commanders such as Brynden Tully. It was not surprising that a conflict could last a year or two. However, what Tywin did not anticipate was the utter lack of resolve displayed by the ruling Tully family of the Riverlands. After only a few days of conflict, they surrendered, allowing the coalition to obtain vast quantities of gold and glory with minimal effort. The news of the Riverlands' capitulation not only dampened the morale of Dorne, but also caused a decline in spirits among the West forces. Yet, Dorne proved its mettle, having been subdued by the Targaryens, who employed a policy of conciliation. Even in the face of reinforcements from the Six Kingdoms, Dorne chose not to capitulate. They continued to resist fiercely against the Six Kingdoms. This stalemate persisted until the Targaryen fleet succumbed to an unprecedented storm, leading to widespread rumors throughout the Seven Kingdoms that the Seven Gods favored the Baratheon family, for they possessed the legendary bloodline of the Storm King. The last vestiges of Targaryen power were ultimately vanquished in the Tempest, leaving the people of Dorne bereft of confidence to continue their struggle. After weighing the pros and cons, House Martell of Dorne ultimately chose to submit to the Baratheon dynasty. Although Robert yearned to utterly dismantle House Martell, whose animosity towards him rivaled that which they held for Tywin, he found himself compelled to accept Dorne's submission, especially as Dorne's reparations amounted to a mere 200,000 golden dragons. With the Seven Kingdoms on the verge of unification, Robert begrudgingly acquiesced to Dorne's allegiance while still appointing House Martell as the guardians of Dorne, thereby retaining the title of Prince of Dorne. Following Dorne's submission and after 2 years of the Usurpers' War, Robert successfully reclaimed the Seven Kingdoms, marking the beginning of Baratheon rule over the continent of Westeros. Meanwhile, Lannister led the Lion's Tooth army in eradicating the bandits and brigands that roamed the West. He employed brutal methods, inflicting the punishment of impalement upon these criminals, earning him the moniker the Impaling Black Lion. His terrifying tactics restored peace to the West. The nobility, both great and small, as well as the common folk, held a deep admiration for this Black Lion, particularly since he charged no fees for his services, resolving their most pressing issues. He even shared the spoils from the bandits with villages that had suffered their wrath, aiding in their reconstruction. This act of mercy inspired many small nobles, landed knights, landless knights, and commoners to join the Lion's Tooth army, swelling its ranks from an initial 800 to a formidable 2,000. Chapter 27. Preparations. Tywin led the weary forces of the Westerlands, accompanied by a modest trove of golden spoils, towards the west. Meanwhile, in a bid to prevent Tywin from exerting control over him in Casterly Rock and to safeguard his previous efforts from ruin, Lann set forth to the Iron Throne, traveling day and night to arrive before Tywin's return to Casterly Rock. At this moment, although Robert still retained his imposing stature, the indulgent revelries of recent days had begun to manifest in signs of burgeoning girth. Clad in the crimson armor of the Lion, Lann respectfully bowed, addressing the king. "Your Majesty, I extend my congratulations on the successful unification of the Seven Kingdoms." Robert, seemingly inebriated, gazed at Lann, taking a moment to respond before chuckling. "Ah, I recall now, the young lion of House Lannister. What brings you to the Iron Throne? Has our dear Duke Tywin passed, prompting your ascension to Casterly Rock? I heard your father forbade you from the battlefield, yet here you are, waging war against bandits in the West. Though they pale in comparison to the foes of Dorne, they serve as a fine training ground. Why, then, do you find yourself at the Iron Throne?" Lann replied with a smile, "Your Majesty, there are no bandits left in the West for me to vanquish. Tranquility has returned to the realm. However, as the Seven Kingdoms stabilize, the scourge of banditry has proliferated like weeds after rain. To ensure that our prince does not inherit a world tainted by filth, I humbly request your permission to lead my Lion's Tooth Legion in rooting out these outlaws across the Seven Kingdoms. I propose that the costs be shared equally between the West and the Iron Throne. With the remainder, I shall manage independently. This would be my way of repaying your kindness and compensating for my absence from the battlefield." Robert laughed heartily, reaching for his goblet, only to find it empty, cursing. "Damn that Lancel. Is this how you serve me, allowing my cup to run dry?" Lancel promptly refilled the goblet with fine wine. Robert downed it in one gulp, eyeing Lann with a grin. "Look at the company I keep. Mad women, the Kingsguard traitors, and servants who can't even pour a drink. All damned Lannisters. But you, Lann, you are different. I like you, lad. You embody the spirit of a true warrior, unlike that honorless fratricide. Damn it. I never thought you would live a life I could only dream of: fighting, drinking, basking in glory, and even the company of women." Then Robert glanced at Lann's lower half, laughing. "Huh? Your valor always makes me forget you are but 10 years of age. Damn it, when I was 10, I was wrestling with Ned in the training yard. And here you are, already facing foes in battle. As for your proposal, consider it approved. I shall grant you 30,000 golden dragons at once. Do not come to the Iron Throne every day, for even though I have a fondness for you, I do not wish to be perpetually surrounded by lions. There are already enough of them around me. Do you understand, lad?" Ryan, unfazed, responded with a smile, "Yes, Your Majesty." Just as Ryan prepared to take his leave, Robert called him back, speaking sternly. "Ryan, the king's gold is not easily acquired. I shall appoint you as the sheriff of the Seven Kingdoms, requiring all lords within to provide you with shelter and sustenance. However, Ryan, I expect to see a stable Seven Kingdoms within 3 years. I need assurance that my investment is not in vain, rather than the current state of rampant banditry. Do you understand?" Ryan's expression grew serious as he solemnly replied, "In the name of the Seven Gods, I assure you, Your Majesty, your investment will not be wasted. I will return to you a stable 7 kingdoms. Robert laughed heartily. Go now, lad. The king must continue the feast, and such revelries are not for you to partake in just yet. Ryan slowly withdrew, making his way to the Prime Minister's tower to meet Jon Arryn, where he received his appointment letter and 30,000 golden dragons, departing King's Landing that very night. Later that evening, Jon sought out Robert, inquiring, Robert, the war has ended. As for the outlaws within the 7 kingdoms, the lords will resolve those matters in due course. Why appoint Ryan Lannister as that so-called sheriff? You are well aware that this lad is scheming against Tywin, gathering support from lesser nobility. Furthermore, Robert, you must recognize that your queen is Cersei, while Ryan is merely a bastard. Only Jaime is your true heir. Once Jaime inherits Casterly Rock, your child's rule will be more secure. Instigating conflict in the Westerlands will only bring chaos to your kingdom. Robert took a sip of wine, laughing as he replied, Jon, we both know Tywin's methods, and Ryan poses no real threat. Moreover, this lad does possess some talent. He can quell the banditry in the 7 kingdoms without our aid, merely requiring some funds. Besides, he could create a bit of trouble for that old scoundrel Tywin. What's not to like? If it weren't for Jaime being the uncle of my children and that woman's pleas, I would truly prefer not to have a regicide near my throne and children. Were Ryan not a bastard, I might even assist him in becoming the true master of Casterly Rock, rather than that dishonorable regicide. Jon, faced with Robert's disdain for Jaime, felt quite helpless. It seemed that a bastard with little support would not cause much trouble, so he allowed it to unfold. Meanwhile, Tywin, having returned to Casterly Rock with his army, looked upon the letter Ryan had sent regarding the eradication of bandits, his expression darkening. Beside him, Kevin remained oblivious, even remarking, Ryan is quite impressive. At least he provides a stable home for our weary warriors upon their return. Tywin retorted coldly, if that were truly the case, he would not have acted without my consent, nor would he have neglected to inform Devon before taking matters into his own hands. He sought to defy me, garnering the support of the minor nobles within the Westerlands, truly, my good son. Kevin, however, paid little heed to this, chuckling helplessly, brother, you think too much. The minor nobles in the Westerlands, even if they support Lon, wield little power. Moreover, those families of some strength within the region would not allow bandits to rampage unchecked, thus requiring no assistance from Lon. Tywin coldly interjected, yet the entirety of the Westerlands now extols that lad's bravery and benevolence. Regardless of how feeble his support may be, it is still support. Is the lesson of the Bloodraven's dance not sufficient? If it were to play out upon our Lannister family, would you finally comprehend, Kevin? Even the slightest opportunity is an opportunity. I intend to hand over a complete and stable Westerlands to Jaime. I do not wish to witness Lon and Jaime squander our family's strength through internal conflict. Kevin, recalling the Bloodraven's dance, ceased to defend Lon. Tywin then turned to the scholar, Varelic, and coldly commanded, inform my wandering son that his father has returned to Casterly Rock, and he should return to reunite with his family. As for the rewards for this bandit suppression, once he arrives at Casterly Rock, I will address that myself. Varelic promptly replied, yes, my lord. As Varelic prepared to depart, Tywin halted him, saying icily, Varelic, I expect my commands to be conveyed accurately and completely to their intended recipients. Do you understand? Varelic quickly responded, certainly, my lord, I will ensure it. Tywin continued coldly, do not err again, or I shall not hesitate to seek a more obedient scholar from the citadel. Now leave my hall. Varelic hurriedly scurried away to relay Tywin's message to Lon. Ultimately, Lon declined to return to Casterly Rock, citing his mission to eradicate bandits throughout the 7 kingdoms and provide a stable nation for his nephew, Joffrey, along with the duty of a magistrate. Tywin, upon reading Lon's letter, could not help but reveal a chilling smile, muttering, truly, my good son. Chapter 28, Homecoming for 3 years, Lon, accompanied by the Lioness Tooth Army, traversed the 7 kingdoms, shattering the lives of countless bandits and safeguarding the lives and properties of innumerable farmers and minor lords. Among the most celebrated tales was that of a village ravaged by bandits, where flames illuminated the night sky and thick smoke veiled the heavens. A tattered girl wept inconsolably, clutching the last blood-stained copper star, crying out for vengeance. A black lion banner emerged within the dilapidated village, and a knight clad in dark crimson lion armor took the copper star from the girl's grasp. In accepting the final ember of hope, he also embraced the flame of retribution. Before dawn broke, countless bandit heads piled high before the village, which would soon rise anew from its ruins. As the villagers expressed their gratitude to the knight with their meager possessions and scant food, the knight presented a bloodied copper star, smiling faintly as he declared that he had already received his reward. he departed the village, bearing the Black Lion banner. And this young knight was none other than Lannister of Casterly Rock. With the minstrel's tales and the subtle machinations of Lannister himself, the knight's noble deeds, along with his compassion and valor, spread throughout the Seven Kingdoms, reaching even the wildlings in the far north. The poignant narratives and the countless corpses of brigands bore testament to the bravery and glory of Lannister and the Lion's Tooth army. In no time, numerous aspiring knights, squire attendants, and common folk within the Seven Kingdoms yearned to join the esteemed Lioness Tooth to become part of their ranks. 3 years later, on the third birthday of Prince Joffrey, 2,000 knights clad in dark crimson armor rode through the realm, their horses' hooves echoing like an earthquake. During these 3 years, Lannister discovered that he could not only strengthen the soldiers he recruited, but also enhance the loyalty and prowess of those who joined him, with the sole drawback being that they needed to provide their own equipment. The outlaws throughout the Seven Kingdoms were subdued by Lannister, their experiences absorbed by him and his forces, restoring peace to the realm. Lannister realized he could no longer delay. He had to embark on a relentless journey, seizing the opportunity of Joffrey's birthday to present 2 exceptionally unique gifts: the severed heads of the bandit leaders who had ravaged the land and a scroll of blessings from the common folk across the Seven Kingdoms. The scroll spanned a full 10 meters, carried by 30 elite knights from the west, filled with disjointed phrases, symbols, and handprints, signifying the stability under King Robert's rule. For Robert was cherished by the Seven Kingdoms. Upon receiving this peculiar gift, Robert could not help but burst into hearty laughter. Even Cersei, typically scathing, remarked on the gift's meagerness, yet the smile creeping at the corners of her mouth betrayed her true feelings. Joffrey, on the other hand, revealed his true nature, showing indifference to the scroll and instead displaying a morbid fascination with the severed heads. He eagerly proclaimed that he too would follow in Uncle Lannister's footsteps, slaying all bandits and enemies and presenting their heads as gifts to his mother. Cersei frowned at Joffrey's words, not because of his macabre intentions, but rather due to his calling a bastard his uncle. Meanwhile, his true uncle, Jaime, influenced by their father Robert, was forever branded as the Kingslayer. Reluctant to be referred to as uncle, lacking even the most basic respect. Yet Lannister, the bastard despised and looked down upon by Cersei, garnered the respect, nay, admiration of her son. A fact that filled the proud Cersei with profound discontent, though she refrained from expressing her ire at that moment. After all, it was the birthday of her beloved son, and despite her reluctance, she had to maintain the facade. Robert observed the jubilant crowd both within and beyond the walls of King's Landing, as though transported back to the day of his own coronation. He laughed heartily and beckoned, "Come here, you delightful little lion. Every time we meet, you manage to surprise me." Lannister replied, "Your Majesty, this only attests to your exceptional judgment and demonstrates that under your rule, the Seven Kingdoms can truly enjoy stability and prosperity." Robert then embraced Lannister tightly and exclaimed, "You sweet-talking rascal, let the festivities commence. Distribute bread and wine to the citizens of King's Landing, so that all may celebrate the birth of my son." In an instant, cheers for Robert and Joffrey echoed throughout the city. At the banquet, Lannister found himself surrounded by countless noble lords, toasting in his honor. After several cups, he finally spotted his beloved brother, Jaime. However, the look Jaime cast upon Lannister was one of pride tinged with loneliness, even revealing a hint of envy in his gaze. Just as Lannister envied Jaime's noble birth and Tywin's unwavering choices, Jaime too envied Lannister's life, not merely for being knighted through valor, but also for embodying the chivalric code. Surrounded by honor and admiration, basking in the affection of the common folk and the respect of the nobility, unlike himself, who, despite being called a Kingsguard, was met with scornful gazes. Even those he had saved, both nobles and commoners alike, looked upon him as one would regard refuse. As Lannister approached with a goblet in hand, he smiled faintly and said, "Long time no see, brother." Jaime raised his cup simply and replied, "Congratulations on completing your journey, my brother, though father is rather displeased with this matter." Lannister sighed, "We are our father's rebellious sons, yet we cannot forever grow under his protection. That does not forge true lions, brother." Jaime chuckled, "Indeed, we are quite the troublesome children." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Jaime mentioned that Cersei wished to see Lannister. After pondering for a moment, Lannister followed Jaime away. They traversed the royal court and arrived at a garden within the Red Keep, where he finally encountered Cersei. Upon their meeting, Lannister offered a faint smile and said, "Long time no see, sister." Cersei furrowed her brow and coldly remarked, "You have no right to call me sister. You should address me as queen." Lannister, unperturbed, smiled mildly and replied, "As you command, your grace." Cersei appeared dissatisfied with Lannister's demeanor, but continued, "Since your task is complete, you ought to return home. And remember, Lannister, do not let minor achievements cloud your sense of identity. Never forget your true nature, nor your dark hair." Lannister's expression turned icy as he responded, "It seems the queen has finished speaking," and without regard for Cersei's reaction, he strode away. As he departed, Ryan profoundly remarked that gold does not necessarily signify true worth. Only the genuine gold that has endured the searing flames is worthy of the title, Your Grace. The Esteemed Queen. Chapter 29. Homeward bound after several days of travel, Ryan finally returned to the west, gazing at the gates of Golden Tooth with a heartfelt exclamation. "I am home." Ultimately, Ryan resolved to allow his troops a day of respite within Golden Tooth. Upon entering the grand hall of the castle, he encountered Count Crollo Lovard. Although Count Crollo had not changed much, the passage of time had rendered him visibly older, with strands of gray peppering his temples. After partaking in bread and salt, Ryan engaged in conversation with Count Crollo. The Count, noticing that Ryan had transformed into a robust young man, chuckled. "It has been many years since we last met. I had not anticipated that you, Lord Ryan, would grow into such a strong figure, bringing stability and honor to the entirety of the West." Beside Count Crollo stood a youthful lad, no older than 15, gazing at Ryan with admiration. Before the Count could finish his thought, the lad eagerly interjected, "Lord Ryan, I have heard tales of your conquest of the Red Keep and your role in quelling the banditry that plagued the Seven Kingdoms after the Battle of King's Landing. I yearn to join your ranks. My swordsmanship and horsemanship are commendable. I wish to fight alongside you for the stability of the West and the people of the Seven Kingdoms." Count Crollo, somewhat irritated, admonished, "Palliber, step aside." Reluctantly, Palliber suppressed his excitement and retreated. Count Crollo then introduced, "Lord Ryan, this is my son, Palliber Lovard. He has long admired your exploits and was particularly thrilled to learn of your presence in Golden Tooth today. He was determined to meet you." Ryan smiled gently, reflecting on the years he had spent not only arming his forces with the gold bestowed upon him by Robert, but also sharing his fortunes freely, aiding countless lords, knights, and commoners in rebuilding their homes. He had also enlisted numerous minstrels to sing his praises, spreading his deeds throughout the Seven Kingdoms. Now, it was finally time to reap the rewards, as the heir of Golden Tooth sought to join him. Ryan replied with a serene demeanor, "Count Crollo, there is no need for such formality. Indeed, it has been far too long since our last encounter. Your unwavering protection of the gates of the West has made you a true benefactor of our realm." Count Crollo, unaffected by the accolades, chuckled heartily, "Ah, it is merely my duty. The Lovard family has been loyal to the Lannisters for generations. Safeguarding the West is both our responsibility and our mission. There is no need for such praise, Lord Ryan. It is simply what we ought to do." Observing Palliber's reluctance to engage, Ryan turned his attention to him, smiling. "You are Palliber, are you not?" Palliber eagerly stepped forward, his voice brimming with excitement. "Yes, my lord." Ryan chuckled, proclaiming that you wished to join the Lion's Tooth Legion and expressed confidence in your swordsmanship and horsemanship, urging me to witness your prowess. He then seized a one-handed sword from a nearby soldier and casually tossed another to Palliber. As Palliber prepared to take it, he was sternly admonished by his father, Count Crollo, who implored him not to engage with Lord Ryan. The Count further signaled Palliber with his eyes to refrain from picking up the sword. However, observing Palliber's hesitation, Ryan smiled gently and reassured Count Crollo, stating there was no need for concern, as it was merely a customary trial of skill. He further provoked Palliber with words, suggesting that if he claimed to possess commendable swordsmanship, it could only be a falsehood. He reminded Palliber that a true knight would never decline an invitation to spar. At merely 15 years of age, Palliber was brimming with youthful vigor, and faced with Ryan, who was just 13 yet already his idol, he found it impossible to resist. Ignoring his father's protests, Palliber resolutely grasped the sword and stood ready to face Ryan. With a subtle smile, Ryan raised his sword towards Palliber and gestured for him to make the first move. Over the past 3 years, Ryan had ascended through numerous battles, far surpassing the capabilities of ordinary knights. Only elite knights could contend with Ryan's current skill, and it was clear that Palliber, at 15, stood no chance against him. Thus, Ryan intended to defeat Palliber in the most definitive manner, facilitating his subsequent efforts to win him over. Seeing Ryan's apparent disdain, Palliber charged at him with a furious shout, only to be effortlessly evaded, with Ryan's blade slicing through Palliber's fine garments. In a frenzy, Palliber swung his sword at Ryan, yet every strike was deftly avoided, leading him to swiftly comprehend the vast chasm between their abilities. Desperate to regain some semblance of dignity, he resorted to verbal taunts, reminding himself that he was, after all, 15 and could at least overpower Ryan through sheer strength. Hoping to avoid a humiliating defeat, he boldly mocked, "Is the renowned Lord Ryan of the Seven Kingdoms merely a master of evasion?" Ryan, smiling slightly, responded, "As you wish," and in an instant, his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he charged at Palliber. In the fleeting moment of their clash, Palliber felt an overwhelming force that nearly made him lose grip of his sword. Ryan's attacks fell like a torrential downpour, leaving Palliber struggling merely to defend himself. Continuously pushed back by Ryan's relentless onslaught, onlookers quickly discerned the vast disparity in skill between Ryan and Palliber. Ultimately, after only a few exchanges, Ryan effortlessly disarmed Palliber, sending his sword flying and pressing the tip of his blade against Palliber's neck, stating coolly, "You have lost." Despite his disbelief in the unfolding reality, the cold sensation against his neck served as a stark reminder of his defeat. Dejected, Palliber conceded, "I have lost, Lord Ryan." Ryan smiled faintly and remarked, "Palliber, your swordsmanship is commendable. However, it lacks the fervor and trials of battle. A few skirmishes will surely rectify your deficiencies in practical combat." Palliber, feeling disheartened, replied, "But in this era of peace among the Seven Kingdoms, where would we find battles?" Ryan responded with a serene smile, "Do you not aspire to join the Lion's Tooth army? They are never short of opportunities for combat." Instantly, Palliber's eyes brightened with excitement. "Could it be that I might join?" He was interrupted by Ryan, who asked, "Palliber, would you be willing to become my squire? To join the Lion's Tooth army?" Despite his youth, Ryan was already a knight and could take on squires. Palliber, brimming with enthusiasm and disregarding his father's displeased expression, exclaimed, "I am willing, my lord. I wish to follow in your footsteps." Ryan smiled gently, resting his sword upon Palliber's shoulder, and solemnly declared, "I shall impart my skills to you. I will protect you with my blade, and we shall fight together. By the Seven, once you pass my trials, I shall knight you." Palliber, filled with excitement, eagerly agreed. While Crollo watched the scene with a resigned sigh, the Lovard family was now irrevocably bound to Ryan's cause. No matter how he explained, Tywin would no longer trust him, for their only heir, Palliber, had become Ryan's squire. Chapter 30. Returning home under Crollo Lovard's somewhat hostile gaze, Ryan departed from Goldtooth City, heading towards his family's stronghold in Cayenne City. Palliber was left behind in Goldtooth City, under the pretext that he required further honing of his skills. He awaited Ryan's call to join the Lion's Tooth army and partake in battle alongside him. Meanwhile, Ryan discreetly instructed Palliber to secretly train a contingent of naval combatants, emphasizing the importance of honing his naval skills, even at the expense of his horsemanship. Ryan assured Palliber that in 3 years, a momentous battle awaited that would be etched in history. Although Palliber felt a tinge of regret, he ultimately chose to place his unwavering trust in his idol and lord, Ryan. Thus, he clandestinely recruited a full 50 men within Goldtooth City for training. At present, Ryan had garnered the support of only a handful of noble families from the West, with the major houses being the recently subdued Lovard family from Goldtooth City and the naturally allied Faramon family from Fairy City. The remainder consisted primarily of minor nobles and both landed and landless knights. Even though Ryan's renown had soared to an astonishing 208, having earned the distinction of the youngest knight in Westeros, celebrated for his valor and benevolence, and employing certain means to propagate his reputation throughout the Seven Kingdoms, he still faced challenges. As the leader of the illustrious Lion's Tooth Legion, he possessed an irresistible allure for true knights and nobles who yearned for the chivalric path. Currently, the attributes of Ryan Lannister are as follows. Name: Ryan Lannister. Age: 14. Level: 21, 780-002. 1800. Vitality: 85. Status: Good. Strength: 14. Normal human: 10. Agility: 14. Normal human: 10. Stamina: 16. Normal human: 10. Intelligence: 14. Normal human: 10. Vitality: 15. Normal human: 10. Charisma: 16. Normal human: 5. Weapon mastery: Shield defense: 5. Archery: 5. Throwing: 2. One-handed sword proficiency. For 32, two-handed sword proficiency. For 50, archery proficiency. 380, polearm proficiency. 510 horsemanship. 5. Capable of riding most warhorses. Social skills. Leadership: 7. Commanding: 8,000 men. Trade: 3. Persuasiveness: 7. As a noble and honorable knight enhances his ability to persuade management. Medical: 4. First aid: 4. Engineering: 6. Troops: 22,000. 028, 000. 800 knight attendants: 500 elite Westerlands archers, 300 Westerlands knights, 500 elite Westerlands melee fighters, 100 elite Westerlands knights. Wealth, 5, 420 gold dragons, 3, 125 silver stacks. 980 copper stars reputation, 3, 208 available attribute points, 0 after 3 years of combating bandits. Not only have Ryan's soldiers experienced a significant qualitative leap, but Ryan himself has matured into a formidable force. Upon arriving at the former castle of House Tarbeck, he found it had undergone a remarkable transformation. A brand new castle had been constructed upon the remnants of the old one, although it currently possessed only basic defenses and could not yet be considered a family stronghold. It certainly served as a competent defensive fortress. However, it would take at least 3 more years to fully restore it as the family castle. As Ryan gazed at the Tarbeck castle before him, he was troubled by how to accommodate his soldiers. If they were stationed in Casterly Rock, his father would deepen his suspicions and might even disperse the soldiers to ensure their safety, possibly sending them to the most perilous regions to deplete Ryan's forces. To safeguard his own strength and prepare for the impending rebellion in the Iron Islands, Ryan, being the future heir to this castle, rightly claimed it for his use. Under the astonished gaze of the craftsman, a large contingent of fully armored warriors took residence in Tarbeck Castle. Fortunately, Ryan revealed his Lannister identity and assured them that he would explain the situation to his father, alleviating their concerns. He then proceeded to Casterly Rock accompanied only by Ser Cedric and 10 elite knights from the Westerlands. Standing before the colossal rock fortress, reminiscent of a mighty lion, Ryan reflected emotionally, "I am finally home." Lion understood that although his father Tywin was a man of ruthless disposition, he was also a man of unwavering commitment. The decision to restore the Tarbeck family castle indicated that his father had firmly resolved not to relinquish Casterly Rock for his inheritance. Even among the Lannister family, it seemed that Lion would soon find no refuge. Upon entering the Golden Lion Gate, he immediately spotted his brother Tyrion, who was already waiting for him with a bottle of wine. Tyrion approached with 2 glasses in hand, smiling as he inquired if Lion had finally concluded his journey. "Our Lannister Arthur has triumphantly returned to our homeland," he proclaimed. Lion accepted the glass and drank deeply, responding with a faint smile. "Indeed, brother. Though the journey lacked the charm of my brother Tyrion, it was somewhat bereft of amusement." Tyrion chuckled. "Is that so? It appears that next time, the 2 of us can embark on an adventure together." He then playfully asked if Lion had glimpsed his new castle along the way, which he had designed. "What do you think? Does it meet your expectations?" Lion replied with a grin. "I knew it. Such a splendid and practical castle could not have been conceived by an ordinary craftsman. It is undoubtedly your work, dear brother." Tyrion laughed heartily, as our father says. "I seem to possess other talents beyond mere juggling." After their pleasantries, Tyrion, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "Lion, while your actions have brought stability to the Westerlands and glory to the Lannister name, you have nonetheless defied our father's wishes. He has summoned you to Casterly Rock. Though he has patiently awaited your return for 3 years and is willing to wait a bit longer, I still advise you to hasten. The lion of our family has grown furious. Do not provoke him further, Lion." Lion responded with a calm smile. "I have no regrets regarding my actions. I would make the same choices again if given the chance. As for our father's wrath, I am well prepared." Tyrion could only smile wryly. "May the 7 bless you, my brother." After another hearty gulp of wine, Lion set off toward the hall of Casterly Rock. Upon his arrival, he found Tywin meticulously attending to matters concerning the Westerlands, seemingly oblivious to Lion's presence. It was not until 3 hours had passed that Tywin slowly set down his feather quill. He regarded Lion with his nearly frosty golden blue eyes. Speaking coldly, "Is this the illustrious Lion Lannister? I had not anticipated that you would still remember you have a father alive." Lion replied solemnly, "I have never forgotten you, father, nor my family." Chapter 31. The Iron Islands Rebellion begins. Tywin took a measured sip of wine from the table and coldly remarked, "You remember you are a Lannister, that you are my son, and as such, you ought to heed my commands. Stay in Casterly Rock to guard it, rather than flitting about dealing with insignificant bandits." Ryan no longer remained silent, for upon beholding the Tarbeck family castle, he understood that his father had resolutely made up his mind. He spoke coldly, asserting that as the heir of House Lannister, it was his duty to ensure the safety of the Westerlands. Moreover, quelling the banditry of the 7 kingdoms was also for the sake of House Lannister. To secure his sister and brother-in-law's position on the throne of the 7 kingdoms, he had returned glory to their family. Tywin retorted angrily, declaring that glory was never the foundation upon which House Lannister ruled the Westerlands, but rather fear. "Do you understand, Ryan? Lions do not desire the adoration of sheep and wolves. They merely require respect for their might and obedience. With a gaze as cold as ice, Tywin fixed his steely eyes on Ryan and coldly demanded, "Tell me, Ryan, what is it that you truly desire?" Ryan, no longer hesitant, met his father's gaze with his own golden-green eyes and replied coldly, "I seek but a single opportunity, a truly fair chance. I am your son, father." Tywin, incensed by Ryan's audacity to challenge Jaime's standing, retorted, "If you were not my son, you would have perished long ago. As a bastard, you have received far too much. The wealth, shelter, sustenance, and even the protection and name of my family that I have bestowed upon you have only fueled your greed. Ryan, you must understand that before I granted you the Lannister name, you were merely a bastard. Receiving that name was already a tremendous boon. And you dare ask for another chance? By the Seven, no one can compel me to grant Casterly Rock to a bastard. No one. Casterly Rock and the guardianship of the Westerlands are destined for your brother Jaime. Nothing will sway me." In a fit of rage, Tywin hurled his wine cup at Ryan, who narrowly evaded it. Tywin's voice thundered, "If you dislike residing in Casterly Rock, then get out. Return to your own fief, Taybeck Castle, without my summons. You are forbidden to return alone. Now, leave my hall, leave Casterly Rock. Only after your brother Jaime inherits Casterly Rock will the strength of your current castle be determined. Until then, you must remain in line." Ryan understood that the time was not yet ripe. He lacked the power to confront his father, who had reigned over the Westerlands for half a lifetime. With a cold smile, he acquiesced, "As you wish, father." He turned on his heel and departed Casterly Hall without looking back, leaving Casterly Rock under cover of night with his retinue. Upon returning to his castle, Ryan transformed the once Taybeck Castle into the future military stronghold of House Lannister, renaming it Lionheart Castle, the very heart of the lion. He intended to establish a new Lannister legacy within Lionheart Castle, as the banners outside were changed from the Golden Lion to his own black-maned Golden Lion. Ryan officially embarked on the path to seize power. In just 3 days, Tywin expelled Lon from Casterly Rock, the ostensible heir of the Westerlands. The news of Lon's departure spread throughout the entire region, causing his previously amassed reputation to plummet from 3208 to 3032. However, Lon was well prepared for this eventuality and was not at all taken aback by Tywin's tactics. Instead, he issued a proclamation from Casterly Rock, promising a reward of 100 golden dragons to any warrior who could best him or inflict injury upon him. Furthermore, there was the prospect of joining the Lion's Guard, with a mere silver coin required for entry, and accommodations would be provided within the castle. Concurrently, Lon allocated a portion of the spoils from his bandit eradication efforts to his uncle, Seth Barton, to further arm the fleet of the Fairy City. He cautioned his uncle about potential disturbances from the Iron Islands in the coming years, advising vigilance. Lon also acquired 4 old warships capable of carrying 500 men each from Lannisport at an exceedingly low price, even leveraging his identity as a Lannister. The cost would have been no less than 3,000 golden dragons. Ultimately, it was due to Kevin's sense of guilt towards Lon that he managed to procure these vessels for the remarkably low sum of 1,800 golden dragons, along with recruiting 30 seasoned sailors. Once all preparations were complete, Lon commenced training his forces in naval combat. He also opened a dual casino in Casterly Rock to attract visitors and bolster his income. After all, this castle was his only fief, and his father had not allocated any land to him. The castle itself remained unfinished, yielding little to no revenue. Although Lon's wealth was still considerable, he needed to be prudent with his expenditures. 2 years later, Lon experienced a qualitative leap in his strength, reaching the status of an elite knight. While the events he hosted in Casterly Rock did not attract significant nobility, many lesser lords and mercenaries were eager to participate. Initially, there were some who could defeat Lon, but as time progressed, such occurrences became rare. Even in a war of attrition, few could best him. Consequently, Lon resorted to pitting his soldiers against each other and providing others with a battleground. Meanwhile, within the Hall of Sea Monsters on Pike Island, Balon Greyjoy summoned all the vassals of the Iron Islands. As he surveyed the assembled lords of the various great families, he proclaimed in a cold voice, "Years ago, my father, Quellan Greyjoy, led the fleet of the Iron Islands into battle alongside Robert against the Riverlands. He even defeated the fleet of the Shield Islands. And both my father and brother perished in that conflict. Yet what have we received in return? A meager reward of 100,000 golden dragons, acknowledging the lands and duties I have always possessed. However, not even a fraction of the land he gained was bestowed upon us, as if we were mere beggars." Dismissed back to the Iron Islands, the vassals of the Iron Islands rallied in response, venting their discontent through shouts and curses. As Baron observed the rising fervor, he signaled for silence. Once calm was restored, Baron bellowed that since what they desired was refused to them, they would take it for themselves. It was time for the others to understand. It was time to remind the remaining 6 realms what true terror was, to demonstrate that force triumphs over arduous toil. He then raised his goblet, shouting that force prevails over labor. The vassals of the Iron Islands rose in unison, drawing their swords and echoing his declaration. His eldest son, Roderick, furiously proclaimed that Robert was nothing to them as the king of the Iron Islands. Did he even comprehend what it meant to be a true Ironborn? What did that cursed stag know? There was but one king of the Iron Islands, and that was his father, Balon Greyjoy. Subsequently, the vassals joined in, pounding the table and roaring slogans like King of the Iron Islands, King of the Isles, and King of Salt and Rock. Ultimately, under the auspices of the drowned goddess priest, Balon conducted the drowning ceremony and successfully emerged as the king of the Iron Islands, immediately embarking on his plunder of the other 6 kingdoms. Chapter 32. The Iron Islands strike. Balon had already leveraged the 100,000 golden dragons bestowed by Robert, along with the gold plundered from the Riverlands, to assemble a formidable fleet of 30 grand ships capable of carrying 500 men each. Additionally, he had amassed 500 medium-sized warships and countless smaller vessels to form his Iron Islands fleet. He equipped his longships with iron ram bows for ramming, reinforcing the hulls with iron plating to significantly enhance their defensive capabilities. Furthermore, he added scorpion crossbows and fire-launching crossbows to augment the offensive strength of his fleet. Adorned with a crown of driftwood, Balon surveyed his assembled naval forces and began issuing commands to his brothers, Victarion and Euron Greyjoy, instructing them that their mission was to utterly destroy the fleet of their good neighbor, the Lannister family, anchored in Lannisport. He would provide them with 20 grand ships and 200 warships to raid the Westerlands, once they defeated the Lannister fleet. The entirety of the Sunset Sea would belong to them. He cautioned them to swiftly plunder the coasts of the Westerlands, emphasizing not to linger in battle. Victarion replied coldly, "Rest assured, brother, I shall utterly vanquish this old lion's fleet," making him realize that no lion can withstand the tentacles of a sea monster. Euron, with a peculiar smirk, chuckled, "Huh? I am eager to see if the excrement of that old coot Tywin Lannister is indeed gold. If so, I shall capture him and confine him to my chamber s privy, feeding him colocynth daily." This elicited roars of laughter from the surrounding vassals of the Iron Islands. At last, upon a command from Balon, the vassals of the Iron Islands ascended the decks, and under the leadership of Victarion, the majority of the Iron Fleet set forth towards the harbor of Lannisport. Just as Victarion and his companions departed, Balon's eldest son, Roderick, stepped forward with fervor, exclaiming, "Father, allow me to lead the remaining Iron Fleet to assault Seagard. If we capture it, the entirety of the Riverlands shall bow before us." Balon gazed upon his son, now towering and robust, reminiscent of his own youth, and felt a swell of pride. "Indeed, you are my son, a true Ironborn," he replied. "You may command 5 great ships and 100 longships to lay siege to Seagard. However, await news. If your uncles succeed, you may proceed. If they falter, I require you to swiftly plunder the surrounding Riverlands and return with your fleet. Do you understand?" Roderick, brimming with excitement, declared, "I shall bring gold and glory to Pike, father," and set sail towards Seagard. This time, Balon nearly depleted the military might of the Iron Islands, mustering a formidable force of 40,000 Ironborn warriors to launch an offensive against the remaining 6 kingdoms, vowing to extend their raiding across the entire realm. Balon was not blindly arrogant. Although the Ironborn warriors were often outmatched on land by soldiers from the other 6 realms, it was no exaggeration to assert that, at sea, one Ironborn warrior could easily best 3 from the other kingdoms, barring a few exceptional areas. Moreover, the Iron Fleet was renowned for its ferocity, having defeated fleets several times its size. It could be said without exaggeration that every adult Ironborn was a capable captain, able to command their own vessels and plunder. Thus, Balon possessed considerable confidence in their impending ravage of the 6 kingdoms. Once the naval strength of the 6 realms was shattered, the entirety of the land would become his fishing grounds. At that point, even Robert would have to begrudgingly acknowledge his claim to the throne. Meanwhile, in the west at Lannisport, an unusual thick fog descended upon the harbor, obscuring the view of the sea. Kevin ordered the patrol fleet to consolidate near Lannisport to avoid collision with reefs, thereby preventing damage to the vessels and unnecessary casualties. This decision would haunt Kevin with regret and shame for the rest of his life. The root of this incident lay in Tywin's leadership, which had rendered the entire Westerlands both formidable and prideful. Kevin and his companions were utterly unconvinced that anyone would dare to assault Lannisport. For the last to attempt such an act, the Redwyne still had their corpse displayed outside the gates of Casterly Rock as a deterrent. Suddenly, a thunderous roar of lion horns echoed throughout Lannisport, signaling that the harbor was under attack. Kevin immediately rushed out with his men, only to witness countless warships bearing the golden kraken banners relentlessly bombarding the port. Countless broken ship arrows surged toward the Lannister fleet, wreaking havoc upon the surrounding vessels, while tongues of fire danced wildly, transforming the vicinity into an inferno. The surviving ships were mercilessly battered by the iron hammers of the Iron Islands fleet, and the panicked Lannister soldiers on deck were suddenly confronted by the ferocious warriors of the Iron Islands. In an instant, the air was filled with the cacophony of battle cries and wails of despair, as thick black smoke enveloped the sky above the Westerlands. Kevin sought to rally his men for a counterattack. However, as he boarded the Lion's Roar, a massive ship from the Iron Islands, known as the Sea Serpent, struck with its iron hammer, forcing him back. Just as he managed to steady the vessel, the Sea Serpent unleashed a torrent of flames from its fire crossbows, igniting the sails of the Lion's Roar in a conflagration. Kevin attempted to rise and continue the fight, but a barrage of arrows suddenly rained down upon him and his companions, decimating more than half of the crew aboard the Lion's Roar, and piercing his left hand with a deadly blade. At that moment, Euron led a throng of Ironborn, roaring and wielding battle axes as they stormed the decks of the Lion's Roar. A fierce clash ensued, culminating in Kevin being grievously wounded and tumbling into the sea. Fortunately, a loyal confidant who had survived jumped into the water to rescue him, guiding Kevin away toward Casterly Rock. This left behind a Lannister fleet engulfed in flames. A once mighty armada that had dominated the Seven Kingdoms, now facing its demise in its own harbor, when Devon arrived with Lannister soldiers to provide assistance. All that remained were the countless corpses of Lannister men strewn across the sea, along with the charred and wrecked vessels, and the retreating silhouettes of the Iron Islands fleet. Meanwhile, far away on the Iron Throne, Robert had just received news of Balon declaring himself king and was preparing to summon his vassals when he was informed of the annihilation of the Lannister fleet. The entire Westerlands, now besieged by the Iron Islands, could only manage a weary defense. Upon reading the letter, Robert could not help but let out a cold laugh, realizing that even the old line of the Westerlands could stumble. Beside him, Cersei urged him to gather the fleet to pursue those audacious invaders of the Westerlands. Robert bellowed, "Silence, woman. I am the king." He then commanded Stannis from Dragonstone to lead the royal fleet in pursuit of the Iron Islands, while he himself rallied the remaining lords of the Six Kingdoms in King's Landing to organize a campaign against the Iron Islands. Meanwhile, in the Westerlands, Lane learned of the destruction of his family's fleet, leaving the entire eastern coast exposed to the Ironborn assault. Countless Ironborn began to pillage the Westerlands, yet he refrained from immediate action. His ships were few, with only 4 warships that could not afford to falter. Uncertain of how many vessels remained with his uncle's fleet at Fairy Island, he needed to preserve his fundamental fighting strength. He resolved to wait until the nobles and common folk of the eastern coast were beset by despair before launching his own offensive, thereby maximizing his gains. Let the people of the West know that only he, Ryan, possesses the ability to safeguard the realm, to turn the tide and avenge the grievances of its citizens. As for the current infringement upon the overall interests of the West, Ryan remains indifferent. He is confident that his father will stabilize the foundation of the West. Even if there are losses at present, he believes that once he fully masters the West, restoration can gradually ensue. Years of experience have taught Ryan that at times, one must not harbor even a trace of mercy. Otherwise, one risks being cast out from the stage of power, losing precious opportunities that are few and far between. Chapter 33. The Rampage of Sea Monsters. The entire eastern coastline of the West has succumbed to the plunder of the Iron Islands, for the Ironborn possess warships. Each time the soldiers of the West arrive, the marauders have already completed their looting and made their swift exit. Moreover, to prevent the Ironborn from seizing the moment to attack the heart of the West, most soldiers are compelled to remain within the confines of their castles. Only the cavalry can barely keep pace with the Ironborn, yet their extensive raids leave the cavalry exhausted and unable to halt the onslaught along the eastern coast. Tywin has encircled the infantry at crucial points leading from the eastern coast to other regions, signaling his abandonment of the entire eastern coast. While this may be the most prudent course of action for the West at present, at least preserving the other areas beyond the eastern coast, it simultaneously results in significant losses of wealth for the nobility and common folk of the eastern coast. Towns like Ketch, Yanhua City, and even the distant Clifton have felt the encroachment of the Ironborn. Just as Marlon Portley from King's Landing, commanding the Silverfin and Silvercod warships. Along with 10 medium-sized escort vessels and over 30 small boats, launched an assault on Clifton, the soldiers of the town had yet to muster their defenses. Countless giant crossbow bolts rained upon the city, dismantling the defensive apparatus atop its walls and claiming the lives of numerous soldiers from House Westerling. Count Gavin Westerling hastily rallied the remaining troops to counterattack, but under the relentless onslaught of crossbow fire, they could only adopt a defensive posture. At that moment, seizing the opportunity, Marlon led the Ironborn soldiers in a charge against Clifton, intent on capturing the town. After all, the wealth of the surrounding petty lords and commoners was at stake. He sought to conquer Clifton and make a Westerling noblewoman his salt concubine. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves echoed, and Marlon instinctively shouted for a retreat. The cavalry of the west had arrived. The Ironborn, still scaling the city walls, hurriedly began to withdraw, but before they could retreat far, a barrage of arrows descended upon them, claiming the lives of dozens. Count Gavin squinted into the distance, spotting a banner of a golden lion with a black mane approaching. He roared, "Our West Lion's Tooth Legion has arrived. Everyone, counterattack with me." He then led the remaining family soldiers to open the city gates and charge forward. As Marlon and his companions sought to retreat, they found themselves entangled before the formidable cliffs of the rock. In a desperate struggle, Marlon fought valiantly while retreating, bellowing for all to ascend to the deck. With a fierce swing of his axe, he severed the head of a soldier from House Westerling, disregarding the remaining Ironborn soldiers as he hastily led his men in withdrawal. However, he underestimated Ryan and his forces. Ryan, having engaged bandits and brigands across diverse terrains, commanded cavalry that surpassed the speed of ordinary Westlands riders. To expedite his support for the Rock, Ryan carefully selected the swiftest 500 men from his ranks, replacing their heavy armor with lighter equipment, transforming them into light cavalry. As Ryan approached, he roared for everyone to switch to pikes, declaring his intent to decisively sever their ranks. Charging forward with 500 light troops wielding long pikes, he effortlessly split Marlon's forces in two. Yet, whether it was Marlon's exceptional escape skills or mere fortune favoring him, he managed to lead a portion of his men back to his ship, the Silverfin. Realizing that the remaining soldiers had no hope of retreat, Marlon bellowed for the Scorpions to be loaded, threatening anyone who dared pursue. The Ironborn left on the deck of the Silverfin hastily prepared to unleash their bolts at Ryan's forces. However, Ryan's men were not stationary targets. The swift-moving cavalry rendered them difficult to hit. Marlon, enraged, cursed their inability to strike him, exclaiming that they might as well not hit anyone else. Before he could finish, one of the Ironborn still aiming was struck down by Ryan's arrow, sending a chill of fear through Marlon. He had not anticipated Ryan's archery skills had reached such a terrifying level, capable of hitting targets even while in motion. Without hesitation, he fired the Scorpions to fend off a wave of pursuing enemies and prepared to retreat. Meanwhile, another ship, the Cod, had just finished loading its Scorpions and was poised to execute a similar maneuver. Suddenly, a massive vessel resembling a lion, equipped with a battering ram, collided with the Cod. Countless Ironborn crew members were thrown into disarray by the tremendous force, and before they could regain their footing, a hail of arrows descended upon them, claiming numerous lives. The remaining crew attempted to control the Cod's fire-breathing crossbows to retaliate. At that moment, Gino led the Lion's Tooth Company aboard the Cod, initiating fierce hand-to-hand combat, while Rick commanded another ship, the Obsidian, to confront the Silverfin. Marlon, in a fit of rage, shouted in disbelief. Lamenting that not all of the Westlands warships had remained at Lannisport, he questioned from whence these vessels had emerged. It was unclear how many times Marlon had shouted for an escape, while Ced led the remaining two ships, the Claw and the Fawn, in a surprise assault against his 30 or so escort vessels. The smaller ships were directly capsized, and those fortunate enough to remain afloat were swiftly met with a barrage of arrows, resulting in their swift demise. Ryan's forces had already divided into two groups upon departing from Lionheart City, with one led by Ryan himself advancing to support the Rock from the land. Another team, led by Gino, launched a surprise attack from behind on the approaching Iron Fleet. They must have believed that the Western territories were devoid of any naval forces, thereby lowering their guard and setting themselves up for an unexpected assault. However, what astonished Ryan was how Marlon, against all odds, managed to lead the Silverfin and 3 medium-sized frigates, along with 8 small vessels, to successfully break through. In their departure, they even set fire to the sails of the Claw. Ryan understood that the situation was not solely attributed to Gino and his men. The primary reason was that they had been practicing naval warfare near Lionheart City, without the experience of true naval battles, not even possessing a suitable bay for training. Their combat experience on the seas was sorely lacking. Furthermore, their adversaries were the seasoned Iron Fleet, making their breakout less surprising. Yet, Ryan found solace in the fact that they had managed to capture the Cod and a total of 10 relatively intact medium-sized frigates. As for the remaining small vessels, Ryan was indifferent. Once the battle concluded, Count Gavin, disregarding his injuries, hurried to express his gratitude to Ryan, stating, "My Lord Ryan, had you not come to our aid, it is likely that Castle Rock would have fallen to those damned sea scum today." Ryan replied with a faint smile, "Count Gavin, protecting the Western Territories is indeed the duty of our Lannister family, and it is my personal mission as well. There is no need for such formality. Even without our support, I have no doubt you would have been able to drive those sea marauders back into the depths." Count Gavin was acutely aware of his family's precarious situation, as Castle Rock was merely a small fortress perched upon steep cliffs. Alone, they were utterly incapable of withstanding the assault of nearly 2,000 Ironborn. Even if they managed to hold out for a while, it would severely diminish his family's already limited strength. Moreover, Count Gavin understood that Duke Tywin was unlikely to offer him assistance anytime soon. Even if help were to arrive, it would be several days hence, and he was uncertain if they could endure until then. While he feared not for his own life, the thought of his young son and daughter, along with the rest of his family, suffering at the hands of the Ironborn was unbearable. Contemplating this, Count Gavin's demeanor turned grave as he addressed Ryan. "My lord, this favor shall not be forgotten by the Westerling family. One day, we shall repay you." At that moment, a soldier from the Westerling family reported that their losses amounted to around 500, with 230 Ironborn captured. Ryan's own casualties were approximately 80, with 320 Ironborn taken prisoner. Chapter 34. Ryan in action. Just as Count Gavin prepared to execute all the captives, Ryan intervened. Gavin, perplexed and even somewhat incensed, exclaimed, "My lord Ryan, why do you stop me? These wretched sea scum have killed so many of my men. They have plundered the West at will, and now it is time for them to pay for their blood debts." Ryan regarded Gavin with a gaze as cold as ice. Waiting until the Count regained his composure, Ryan spoke calmly, asserting that they must pay for their blood debts in kind. However, the recently acquired ships required repairs, and this group of Ironborn were naturally adept shipwrights. I needed them to mend the vessels so we could assist the remaining territories of the West. Count Gavin expressed his confusion, questioning how these damned scoundrels could willingly aid us in repairing the ships. Ryan smiled faintly, suggesting that a quarter of them should be executed first, compelling the remaining Ironborn to work through the night. Should they fail, they too would meet the same fate. By tomorrow evening, I must ensure that the codfish is seaworthy and the sails of the Claw are mended. Furthermore, inform them that each warship would retain only 30 Ironborn for repairs. Should they disregard this or fail to complete the repairs by evening, not a single Ironborn would be spared. I refuse to believe that they are all so obstinately defiant. Count Gavin was taken aback by Ryan's words. He had anticipated Ryan was no benevolent figure but had not expected such ruthlessness. However, considering the Ironborn's past actions, he ultimately acquiesced. Under the watchful eyes of Gino and others, the Ironborn from the Iron Islands initially displayed their stubbornness. However, after witnessing numerous comrades executed, many soon capitulated. The first to yield set off a chain reaction, followed by a second and a third, until all had temporarily submitted. Driven by the hope of securing one of the 30 coveted spots, they labored tirelessly day and night. By the next evening, they astonishingly completed the repairs of all the vessels under Ryan's command. Yet, Ryan showed no mercy, adhering to his decree by executing until only 30 remained aboard each ship, even mandating they fight amongst themselves for that number. He selected one Ironborn to act as the foreman, granting him the same privileges as the soldiers of the West, and entrusting him with the management of the others. The remaining Ironborn were confined below deck, forced to coexist with the horses. In the name of the Seven Gods, Ryan promised that if they toiled diligently, they would be returned home after repelling the Iron Islands fleet, along with a silver stag for each as travel fare. Ryan understood that only by offering them a glimmer of hope could he effectively motivate the remaining Ironborn to serve him. At this moment, Palliber arrived at Castle Crag with 100 of his trained naval soldiers and 400 from Golden Tooth, finally joining forces with Ryan and his men. Upon seeing Ryan, Palliber's face lit up with excitement. "My lord Ryan, we heard along the way of your nocturnal raid to support Castle Crag, vanquishing the incoming rabble. I request to join your ranks so that those marauding sea scoundrels may witness the prowess of our warriors from the West." Ryan patted Palliber's shoulder, smiling, "Welcome aboard. We have a singular opportunity to give those sea miscreants a thorough thrashing." Palliber replied joyfully, "I can hardly wait to fight alongside you, my lord Ryan." Ryan gazed at the excited Palabuz and chuckled. Earlier, I instructed you to diligently train your naval combat skills. How have you fared, my lad? Palabuz responded with utmost seriousness. Since Lord Ryan commanded me to enhance my naval prowess and train the seamen, I have never relaxed for a single day. I am now capable of independently navigating a vessel. Ryan, maintaining a composed demeanor, discreetly assessed Palabuz's attributes and noted that his capabilities had risen from that of a seasoned warrior to the level of a squire in the West. His seamanship had astonishingly reached a score of 4, allowing him to manage a warship, albeit with some difficulty. Upon confirming Palabuz's attributes, Ryan summoned the ship Cod to make its appearance, exclaiming with a smile, Palabuz, this vessel now belongs to you. Welcome to the Lion's Tooth Army, my squire. Palabuz, filled with excitement, drew his sword, knelt on one knee, and solemnly declared, wherever the blade points, I shall fight for you, my lord. In response, Ryan unsheathed his sword, resting it on Palabuz's shoulder, and said gravely, Rise, my new captain. Palabuz then renamed the Cod to Golden Tooth, becoming the first line of defense before Lord Ryan, much like his father had been. Subsequently, Ryan bid farewell to Count Gavin, generously allocating the majority of the spoils acquired from Marlin to assist in the restoration of Cliffrock City, establishing defensive measures, and recruiting mercenaries. He also left 5 escort ships and all smaller boats to engage in naval combat against the Iron Men. Though unable to confront the Iron Fleet directly, these vessels could serve as early warning systems. Count Gavin was deeply moved, expressing that the Westerling family would eternally support Ryan Lannister. Thus, Ryan secured the allegiance of another prominent family from the West. Although the Westerling family was relatively weaker among the great houses of the West, it nonetheless contributed to Ryan's growing strength. With his Black Lion fleet, Ryan departed from Cliffrock City, heading towards the next location for support. Palabuz, brimming with enthusiasm, inquired, My lord, are we bound for Fire Banquet City? I have heard that it too suffers greatly from the Iron Men's incursions. Ryan replied with a subtle smile. Our objective has never been Fire Banquet City. Close to it lies Cage Town, and the distance to Cliffrock City is not considerable. There are certainly numerous West soldiers stationed there, leaving the Iron Men with little opportunity to breach Fire Banquet City. Moreover, both Fire Banquet City and Cage Town belong to regions of considerable economic prosperity and are situated near Lannister Port. They are undoubtedly prime targets for the Iron Fleet's assaults. Given our current limited naval forces, we must not allow ourselves to be compromised there. Palabuz, looking perplexed, asked, Then, my lord, what is our target this time? Ryan slowly unfurled the map of the West, pointing to the eastern side of Lannister Bay, specifically to the Rice Chicken Hall. He then explained to the gathered men. The Rice Chicken Hall is renowned for its vast expanse and high grain yield, rendering it exceedingly prosperous due to years of accumulation. Furthermore, its remoteness from Lannister Port and the absence of formidable families nearby prevent any substantial support from being rendered. In a fleeting moment, it became one of the most coveted targets for the Ironborn. I trust that at this very instant, the Yanxi Hall has succumbed to the encirclement of the Ironborn. Our objective is to circumvent the main force of the Iron Fleet and provide assistance to Yanxi Hall, exploiting the adversary's belief that we possess no warships, thereby annihilating the Iron Fleet stationed outside Yanxi Hall. Following this, we shall advance from the inland, striving to obliterate them entirely, thus stabilizing at least a portion of the eastern coastline of the Westlands. Upon hearing Ryan's plan, the assembly unanimously concurred, and the entire Black Lion fleet set sail towards Yanxi Hall. Meanwhile, far off in King's Landing, Robert had completed the assembly of the Stormlands and the Royal Army. Yet due to the peculiar geographical conditions of the Iron Islands, only a fraction of the elite forces had arrived. Additionally, Jon had sent ravens, and the elite knights from the Vale were advancing towards King's Landing. Even Ned, stationed at the northernmost reaches, led his winter wolves southward to join him. As for the soldiers of the Riverlands, they remained behind to guard against the Iron Fleet, ensuring the safety of their territory. Initially, Jon opposed Robert's decision to lead the charge, but he could not resist Robert's fervor for battle. Moreover, this was the first individual to openly challenge his royal authority since the establishment of House Baratheon. Robert sought to deliver a devastating blow to Balon, this overambitious adversary, to deter those lurking in the shadows and solidify the reign of House Baratheon. Chapter 35. Naval Warfare. At this juncture, having received the ravens, Stannis led the royal fleet towards the Westlands. Along the way, bolstered by Robert's summons, fleets from Old Town, Dragonstone, and the Riverlands joined their ranks. In an instant, the royal fleet transformed into a colossal armada comprising 80 large vessels and over 100 warships. The brothers Robert and Ned reunited once more in King's Landing. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they led the coalition towards the Westlands. Stannis, accompanied by the royal army, had already traversed the narrow sea and crossed the Dornish desert, setting course for the Sunset Sea. Meanwhile, Ryan had successfully maneuvered past the Iron Fleet stationed at Lannisport, advancing towards Yanxi Hall. Upon nearing the coastline of Yanxi Hall, he beheld 3 ships adorned with black and red sails, emblazoned with a skull and bone emblem, the insignia of House Drum from Old Wick Island. Their fleet boasted 40 medium-sized warships, with countless smaller vessels in attendance. True to their status as a prominent family, even in such a position of advantage, the Drum fleet maintained a vigilant patrol in the vicinity, effectively sealing off the waters surrounding Yanxi Hall. Engaging them through stealth was largely implausible. A direct assault was the only viable option. Ryan directed his Black Lion fleet to remain concealed until the sea grew tumultuous, fierce winds battering the coasts of Yanxi Hall. This compelled the Drum fleet to drop anchor and secure their sails with chains to stabilize their entire formation. Upon receiving this intelligence from his subordinates, Ryan was struck with inspiration. In the realm of maritime fiction, the fleet at hand, apart from the renowned Golden Tooth, is outfitted with weaponry inferior to that of the Iron Islands. Currently, Ryan commands vessels that have been deemed obsolete by the Lannister fleet. Even if they were to possess equipment of equal or superior quality, it would still be an arduous task for Ryan to vanquish this assembly of elite naval warriors in a conventional confrontation. Thus, the present moment presents an opportune chance to harness the sea winds and towering waves to swiftly close the distance and engage in close-quarters combat. However, there exists the peril that their ships may be capsized by the surging waves or veer off course, plunging them into a dire disadvantage, potentially sealing the fate of the entire Black Lion fleet. With the opportunity fleeting, Ryan deliberated briefly before deciding to take a chance, wagering on the whims of fortune. Standing upon his ship, the Black Lion, he bellowed, "Today, we confront this rabble from the Iron Islands upon the vast ocean. Do you fear them?" Palliber and others echoed his fervor with shouts of defiance. "We do not fear. We do not fear." The soldiers beneath them joined in a chorus of resolute roars, filling the air with a palpable ferocity. Observing the fervent warriors before him, Ryan proclaimed, "Warriors of the West, our ancestors guarded the Golden Lion, and we are their proud descendants. It is time to declare to the 7 kingdoms, whether on plains, hills, or seas, that mere sea monsters shall never rival the might of the lion. Now, brave warriors, let our swords convey to these sea scum from the Iron Islands that they have crossed the wrong individuals. Feel the wrath of the lion's pride. Hear my roar." The entire Lion's Tooth Legion erupted in a thunderous roar, and Ryan recognized that their morale had reached its zenith. He shouted, "Now, all ships, hoist the sails. Raise the anchors and polish your swords. We shall charge through the towering waves and vanquish those sea miscreants." With the Black Lion leading the charge, let the supporting ships follow closely behind, using our great vessel to shield you from the tempest. Gino and others fervently echoed, "Raise the anchors, hoist the sails." With a fierce command, Ryan called for the charge, and 5 warships simultaneously lifted their anchors. The powerful sea winds propelled the colossal vessels forward with remarkable speed, slicing through the waves towards the enemy. The surrounding support ships, shielded by the larger vessel, surged through the tumultuous seas in pursuit of the Drum family warships. Meanwhile, the young nobles aboard the Drum family's support ships grumbled about the dreadful weather that forced them to patrol. As usual, boredom set in. Who would anticipate that amidst such a tempest, an enormous wave would suddenly surge towards them? Out of the unexpected deluge emerged 5 ships emblazoned with the Golden Lion emblem of House Lannister, charging towards them. Yet, strikingly, this Golden Lion bore a mane of black. But at that moment, they had no time to ponder such peculiarities. As others began to sound the alarm at the sight of the warship, the Black Lion surged forward, toppling them as it plunged into their ranks, closely followed by the remaining vessels. In an instant, the once formidable fleet of 40 medium-sized frigates belonging to the Zhou family was decimated, with 23 ships sunk in mere moments. Ryan commanded all large vessels to unleash their fire crossbows, igniting the remaining Zhou frigates in a torrent of flames. The air was soon filled with countless cries of despair echoing across the ocean. Meanwhile, the escort ships that had been tailing closely began to ram into the remaining Zhou frigates, initiating battle. At this moment, Earl Dunstan Zhou realized the impending attack from Ryan and his cohorts. His eldest son, Dennis Zhou, attempted to order their crew to turn the ship for battle. But Dunstan swiftly interjected, declaring that it was too late. Their speed was overwhelming, and their ships were too closely linked to maneuver effectively. He then bellowed at his son Dennis to command all remaining vessels to fire their scorpion crossbows at the enemy, while the fire crossbows prepared for action. Once they collide, we must find a way to set their sails ablaze. Otherwise, we shall be dashed against the rocks, split in two. Dunstan, renowned as the legendary captain known as the Bone Hand, demonstrated his aptitude for issuing the most fitting commands even amid dire circumstances. A multitude of massive crossbow bolts flew in a deadly dance between the two fleets, targeting each other's vessels. Yet this scarcely hindered the relentless advance of Ryan and his forces. Witnessing this, Dunstan unsheathed his ancestral sword, Red Rain, forged from Valyrian steel, and braced himself for the impending clash. He shouted to his son Dennis, "It appears we are up against madmen. Prepare for close combat." The Black Lion crashed violently into Dunstan's Old Wick, shattering a significant portion of its deck. The sheer force of the impact propelled the vessel back several meters, while the other ships of Gino and his allies also engaged the Zhou family's warships. Both sides unleashed their fire crossbows at one another's sails. As flames engulfed the masts in a furious onslaught, Dunstan aimed to reduce the impact of Ryan's ships, while Ryan sought to sever Dunstan's retreat. The moment had arrived for a true and brutal confrontation. Ryan, leading his elite Western Knights, charged aboard the Old Wick, engaging in fierce combat with the ironclad crew. He boldly sought out Dunstan and his son Dennis, swords drawn in a standoff. Fixating on the sword Red Rain in Dunstan's grasp, Ryan smirked, "I admire your blade. Have you ever considered finding it a new master?" Dunstan laughed heartily. "Indeed, it is a beautiful sword, coveted by many, yet they all perish beneath its edge." Ryan retorted with a cold grin, "Is that so? I am eager to put that to the test." At this point, Dennis could no longer tolerate Ryan's provocations towards his father. With a roar, he charged at Ryan, who deftly evaded the strike and, in a swift motion, swung his own sword towards Dennis's abdomen, slicing through his leather armor and opening a deep gash. However, Dennis did not retreat. He continued to strike at Ryan, who chose not to evade this time but instead met him head-on. In the instant they clashed, Dennis felt an overwhelming force surge against him, nearly causing him to lose grip on his sword. Seizing the opportunity, Ryan aimed a strike at Dennis's neck, seemingly poised to take him down. Suddenly, Ryan sensed an attack from behind and had no choice but to redirect his sword to block, following up with a swift kick to repel the assailant. It was Count Dunstan. Initially contemplating waiting for the right moment, he realized that his son was no match for Ryan and, fearing for his life, rushed to join the fray. Ryan, observing the father and son duo, smirked, sensing that the battle was about to become more intriguing. Chapter 36. The Assault. Dunstan launched a frontal assault on Ryan, who smiled faintly, brandishing his sword to engage him in direct combat. The two warriors exchanged blows with relentless fervor. Although Dunstan had once been a formidable swordsman in his youth, age had dulled his prowess. And as the intense battle wore on, Ryan gradually gained the upper hand. Just as Ryan prepared to disarm Dunstan and send his sword, Red Rain, flying, Dennis roared anew and charged at Ryan. Ryan sidestepped the attack and retaliated with a fierce strike to Dennis's rear, slicing through his armor and inflicting a deep wound that exposed bone. At that moment, instead of rushing to his son's aid, Dunstan lunged at Ryan with a thrust aimed at his neck. Ryan dodged, but not without sustaining a painful gash across his cheek from the razor-sharp Red Rain. While evading Dunstan's attack, Ryan countered with a slash aimed at Dunstan's abdomen. The Count attempted to evade, yet Ryan's blade cut through his armor, causing blood to flow freely from the wound, but Dunstan remained fixated on Ryan, undeterred. Dennis, struggling to rise, exchanged a determined glance with his father, and together they launched a simultaneous attack on Ryan, filling the battlefield with the clamor of clashing steel. Years of rigorous training had honed Ryan's skills to that of an average knight, yet his strength far surpassed that of ordinary men. Given that both Dunstan and Dennis had already sustained injuries from Ryan, even their combined efforts were proving increasingly ineffective against him. Count Dunstan understood that as time progressed, their wounds, exacerbated by the fierce engagement, would continue to bleed, ultimately leading to their defeat at the hands of this young man. With this thought in mind, he consciously moved toward the scorpion crossbow. As he neared it, he exchanged a meaningful glance with his son, Dennis. Suddenly, Dennis's attacks intensified against Ryan. Seizing the moment, Dunstan delivered a powerful kick to the scorpion crossbow, causing it to pivot toward Ryan. He then struck the bowstring with his sword. The bowstring, typically resilient, would require a heavy axe to sever. However, Dunstan wielded the eternally sharp Valyrian steel sword, Red Rain, which made quick work of it. In an instant, a massive bolt was propelled toward Ryan, who swiftly rolled to evade the incoming projectile. At that moment, Dunstan seized the opportunity. Taking Dennis and leaping from the Old Wick to plunge into the depths of the sea, disappearing from sight. Ryan, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of irritation, after all. Every warrior yearned for a Valyrian steel sword. The anticipated crimson rain slipped away right before Ryan's eyes. In his fury, Ryan turned and swiftly beheaded a hapless Ironborn who had approached with a death wish, blood gushing forth from the wound, splattering across Ryan's face. This stark reminder of the battle gradually calmed his rage, prompting him to continue his assault on the surrounding Ironborn. Although their leader, Bonehand, had fled, the conflict at sea remained fierce. The Ironborn found themselves with no escape, seasoned warriors accustomed to the tumultuous deck from years of combat. On the opposing side stood Ryan's Lion's Tooth Legion from the Western elite forces, who, despite their naval training, struggled against the violent waves and the perilous sway of the deck, resulting in a decline in their overall combat effectiveness. Observing this, Ryan held nothing back, unleashing his innate ability, leader's power, as he let out a roar akin to that of a lion, reverberating across the battlefield. This not only healed some of his warriors' wounds, but also revitalized their morale, which had waned amidst the skirmishes. As the scales of battle began to tip, Ryan led the Black Lion fleet to decisively defeat the Drum family's armada, which had comprised 3 massive warships, 40 escort vessels, and numerous smaller boats. They sank 2 colossal warships and 34 escort ships, leaving the smaller vessels utterly obliterated. Though Ryan's side suffered no losses among their 5 warships, they were severely damaged and could not risk further navigation, necessitating repairs. The already limited escort vessels had lost half their number, but they fortunately acquired 4 intact escort ships to replenish their losses. To Ryan's astonishment, Dunstan and his son dared to return, brazenly seizing a damaged warship from right under Ryan's nose. This audacity was partly due to the treacherous winds and waves, along with the absence of sails, which made seafaring perilous, thus dissuading Ryan from pursuing them. In this battle, Ryan's forces comprised 850 warriors, with approximately 500 casualties, some of whom were swept away by the surging waters during their escape. In contrast, the Drum family fielded 370 fighters, suffering around 800 casualties. With over 200 fleeing mid-battle and more than 400 taken captive, Ryan surveyed his battered ships and injured comrades, casting a cold glance at the surrounding Ironborn as he declared, "We have captured enough. Let us send them to meet their drowning god." Amidst the wails of the Ironborn, the sea was once again stained crimson, receiving a grim greeting from the drowning god. From the mouths of those Ironborn who still harbored hopes of survival came news that Count Dunstan's second son, Donald Drum, had led over 2,000 Ironborn to launch an assault on the Rice Chicken Hall. Ryan cast the secretive Ironborn into the depths of the sea, allowing them to perish on their own, while the remainder were directly offered to the drowned god. Simultaneously, he issued commands for Palliber and Rick to remain behind, tasked with repairing the vessels and guarding against further Ironborn assaults, leaving over 1,000 men to fortify the region. Meanwhile, Ryan, accompanied by Sod, Gino, and 500 cavalry, set forth to support the Hall of the Swallows. Palliber had initially wished to accompany Ryan into battle, yet his wounds from 2 axe strikes in the previous skirmish rendered him incapable of immediate recovery. Reluctantly, he stayed behind, while Rick was retained due to his extensive combat experience, as Ryan feared Palliber's inexperience could jeopardize their defenses against the Ironborn. At that moment, aboard the precarious Bonefish, Dunstan prepared his remaining Ironborn for a retreat to Pike Island. Their fleet had suffered near total annihilation, leaving them unable to raid the west any longer. Dunstan's foreboding instincts compelled him to abandon further ventures. Just as Dennis, freshly bandaged, stepped forward to express his discontent with his father's decision, he erupted with fury, proclaiming that they ought to seek assistance from Lord Victarion and Lord Euron's fleets. "My brother, your son, remains in the west." Before he could finish, Dunstan's roar interrupted him. "Dream on, boy. We are Ironborn. When we set sail, we placed our lives before the drowned god, and we should have anticipated such outcomes. Moreover, Victarion's fleet is busy plundering at Lannisport and will pay no heed to our trivial matters, even if they came to our aid. Your brother Donner would have already been devoured by that Black Lion. Do not expect mercy for your brother. The entire West yearns to flay us alive." Dennis shouted in defiance, "He is my brother. I must return to save him." Yet Dunstan's fist struck him down, roaring, "He is also my son, as are you. I have lost one son already. I cannot bear to lose another." Witnessing his father's fury laced with helplessness, Dennis fell silent. Dunstan took a deep swig of fish liquor, gazing at the sea, trembling slightly as he murmured, "May the drowned god protect my son, Donner." Chapter 37. Support for the Hall of the Swallows after Robert and his allies departed from King's Landing. Jon even sent a letter to Balon in the name of the Iron Throne, commanding him to relinquish his claim to kingship, lest the armies of the other 6 kingdoms trample the Iron Islands. Balon received Jon's missive, merely glanced at it dismissively, and used it as a makeshift tissue before tossing it into the fire. At that moment, Balon fancied that the Sunset Sea harbored no adversaries. Believing his iron fleet to be invincible, he boasted that the other 6 kingdoms could come forth to attack. The sea would serve as his fortress, and he awaited Robert on the Iron Islands. Far off in the Hall of the Swallows, Count Roland Greyjoy led his family's soldiers in a valiant yet arduous defense against the onslaught of Donner and his forces. Although the Grey family was not particularly powerful, it was nonetheless a notable family within the Westerlands, proudly bearing the wild boar as their emblem to signify their valor. The audacity of the Drum family from the Iron Islands to seize the Hall of Yanxi was nothing short of a delusion. However, following the fall of Lannisport, their territory was suddenly besieged by Ironborn raiders. In a bid to protect his vassals and his own wealth, Count Roland launched a decisive counterattack against the marauding sea scum that dared to encroach upon his lands. Unbeknownst to him, he had walked into a trap. The Drum family, employing their naval artillery, utterly decimated the Grey forces. Relying on his formidable prowess, Count Roland managed to lead the remnants of his soldiers back to the Hall of Yanxi. At this moment, the Grey family's strength could barely sustain the defense of the hall, leaving them incapable of aiding other minor lords or safeguarding their subjects. Seizing the opportunity, Donner of the Drum family pillaged the surrounding territories, feeling insatiable and even attempting to conquer the Hall of Yanxi itself. He captured all the minor lords in the vicinity to use them as leverage against Count Roland, demanding the surrender of the hall. Observing his vassals held at sword point outside the gates, Roland felt a surge of rage. Yet, if he were to open the gates and engage in battle, he risked losing his stronghold entirely. Conversely, if he refrained from opening the gates to rescue his vassals, how could he ever govern his loyal subjects again? Count Roland found himself in a dire predicament, and Donner, noticing Roland's internal struggle, decided to stoke the flames further. With a malicious grin, he raised his battle axe and, with a swift motion, severed the head of a knight bound like a dumpling, sending a fountain of blood spraying into the air. In a brazen display, he tossed the knight's head into the Hall of Yanxi, commanding his men to capture more of the Grey family's minor nobles. He continued to taunt Roland, demanding he emerge, or else face the slaughter of the noble families within the hall. Roland understood the provocation but had no choice but to suppress his fury and endure. The situation escalated when Donner began to insult the families and women of the minor nobles, crossing a line that Roland could no longer tolerate. While the knights should have anticipated the perils of battle, it was one thing to risk their own lives and another entirely to fail to protect their families. The very foundation of the Grey family's authority would be jeopardized if they could not safeguard their vassals' loved ones. With a steady hand, Count Roland slowly drew his sword and instructed his knights, "When I charge out to battle, you must escort my family away from the Hall of Yanxi and seek refuge in Castle Cayenne. Even if the hall falls, I trust that Duke Tywin will reclaim it. Our Kreft family shall once again reclaim the title of Lord of the Hall of Chickens. Your sole task now is to preserve the last remnants of our bloodline." The knight hastily interjected, "My lord, they intend to lure you out of the city for battle. If we merely defend the city, in just a few days, the Ironborn will either retreat to the Iron Islands or be slain by Duke Tywin's men." Roland smiled faintly, gesturing towards his family banner emblazoned with a wild boar, and remarked, "Do you know our Kreft family's motto?" The knight hesitated for a moment before responding, "Fearless, my lord." Roland laughed heartily. "I cannot speak for other families, but the Kreft family has never shied away from battle, never in the past, nor will we now." Gradually, Roland's gaze grew resolute as he declared coldly, "We shall never fear combat, for we are inherently unafraid." He then commanded the knight beside him, "Fulfill your mission, Sir Mito." With that, he led the remaining soldiers to open the city gates and launched an assault against Donner and his men. Donner sneered, "This damned fool of a pig has finally been provoked. Brothers, let us sever this wretch's head and seize the Hall of Chickens, where untold treasures await us. Charge!" With that, the Ironborn roared in fury as they surged towards Count Roland. The battle commenced outside the Hall of Chickens, and despite Count Roland and his soldiers' valiant efforts, their numerical disadvantage and injuries rendered them incapable of matching Donner's forces head-on. The battlefield swiftly tilted in favor of the attackers. Just as Donner brought his axe down upon the wounded Roland, poised to sever his head, a whistling arrow suddenly struck him. Before he could react, the arrow pierced his left hand, causing him to lose grip of his axe. Seizing the opportunity, Roland rolled to his feet, brandishing his sword and lunging at Donner, who could only grit his teeth and awkwardly blocked the attack with his axe. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted on the battlefield as Ryan lowered his longbow from his back. The arrow that struck Donner had been loosed by him. Fortunately, he had spotted Count Roland's banner, allowing him to approximate his location. Moreover, his youth had accustomed him to wielding the longbow during previous skirmishes, honing his archery skills to that of an elite knight, enabling him to provide support to Count Roland from such a distance. Ryan, seeing the moment was right, bellowed, "All men, draw your pikes. Show these sea scum what true land combat looks like. Hear my roar." Upon noticing the Lannister lion banner, Roland was taken aback. It was not the familiar golden lion he knew. However, there was no time for contemplation. He shouted, "Counterattack!" Donner, realizing cavalry was approaching, could only roar, "Back line. Prepare for defense. Cavalry is upon us." But the thundering hooves had already thrown Donner's ranks into disarray, making it impossible to mount an effective defense. As Ryan seized the opportunity, he charged forth on his steed, plunging into the ranks of the Ironborn and swiftly dispatching 5 warriors with a single thrust of his lance. Behind him, the Lionfang Legion also wreaked havoc, claiming numerous Ironborn lives as they advanced towards Donald. Roland, despite his injuries, positioned himself to block Donald's retreat. Realizing escape was futile, Donald hastily hurled a throwing axe in an attempt to halt Ryan's advance. Yet, Ryan's mastery of equestrian skills allowed him to deftly evade the weapon, lunging towards Donald with his lance. Seeing no way to evade, Donald desperately grabbed a nearby fallen comrade, hoping to shield himself from Ryan's assault. To his dismay, Ryan's strength was overwhelming. With a single thrust, he pierced through both men, pinning Donald to the ground, immobilized. Had Donald not evaded a fatal blow, the outcome would have been far graver than a mere shoulder wound. The battlefield transformed dramatically with Ryan's intervention. The Ironborn, led by Donald, fell victim to a surprise attack from Ryan's cavalry, compounded by Roland's direct engagement, which swiftly led to their rout and ultimate defeat. Chapter 38. The sole victor Ryan, wielding his lance, slowly lifted Donald from the ground and impaled him against a great tree. The excruciating pain jolted the previously unconscious Donald back to awareness, eliciting a pained wail. As he regained his senses and surveyed his surroundings, he was met with the haunting sight of the lifeless bodies of his former subordinates and soldiers. Confronted with this shocking scene, Donald could not help but accept his fate of defeat. Meanwhile, Roland, despite his wounds, steadied himself and raised his sword, prepared to behead Donald as vengeance for the fallen warriors. The once unyielding Donald, akin to a stubborn stone, finally revealed his cowardice in the face of imminent death. He cried out, "I am a noble from the Iron Islands. My father is Count Dunstan. I came to the Zhou family seeking the rights of nobility, and I demand my life be spared in exchange for ransom. Indeed, our fleet is anchored in the Yanxi Hall waters. If you let me go, my father will pay the ransom, and you may even use me to barter for your captured noble offspring. I can persuade my father to retreat to the Iron Islands if you spare me." Fearing that Ryan and the others might not believe him, he quickly added, "If you are uncertain, I can swear by the name of the god of drowning." Witnessing this, Roland's anger intensified. He could scarcely fathom that his family's valiant soldiers, unafraid of death, had met their demise at the hands of such a coward. Gripping his sword tightly, he bellowed, "You, a wretch from the Iron Islands, dare to call yourself a noble? The knights Sir Hakebo and Sir Kiuzerwi, whom you killed, were also nobles of the 7 kingdoms. Why should they be denied the rights that a noble deserves? Spare you, you despicable wretch? No matter how many oaths you take, I shall never believe you. Regardless of whether it is you or the wretched deity you worship, both deserve to descend into the depths of the 7 hells. You despicable scoundrel, perish." Just as Roland swung his sword towards Donner's neck, a golden lion-engraved sword intercepted his strike. Upon raising his gaze, Roland was taken aback to find that it was Ryan who had thwarted his attack. In his fury, he implored, "My lord Ryan, please do not impede my quest for vengeance on behalf of our fallen warriors." Initially, Ryan had indeed contemplated imprisoning Donner, intending to leverage him in exchange for the Valyrian steel sword, Red Rain, from his father. After all, the allure of a Valyrian steel blade was immense for the Lannister family and for Ryan himself. However, reflecting on his father Dunstan's resolute demeanor when faced with danger, Ryan firmly believed that Dunstan would never sacrifice a second son to relinquish the family's ancestral heirloom, Red Rain. It would be far more prudent to execute Donner, thereby pacifying the nobles and commoners of the Yanxi Hall who had suffered at his hands, and winning their gratitude and affection. Ryan spoke gravely, "Count Roland, you undoubtedly possess the right to seek revenge for your vassals and subjects. Yet this scoundrel does not merit such an honorable demise. and it is the nobles and commoners he has wronged who ought to exact this vengeance." He gestured toward the families of the knights slain by Donner, alongside the countless commoners he had ravaged and humiliated. Roland beheld the fury and despair in the eyes of Hikebo and Kyuzawi's families, as well as those of the commoners mourning their slain children, husbands, and brothers. Ultimately, he relinquished his sword, coldly stating, "My lord Ryan, you speak the truth. A beheading is too noble a fate for this wretch." At Ryan's signal, they tightened their grip on their daggers and slowly surrounded Donner. The once meek captives, akin to lambs awaiting slaughter, now encircled him with the ferocity of ravenous wolves. Panic seized Donner, and trembling, he shouted, "Get away, you wretched scum. My father will not spare you." Ryan, with a chilling tone, replied, "Your father has been defeated and has fled, completely abandoning you. Otherwise, how could we have approached from behind? Think about it." Donner, quaking with rage, retorted, "You lie? You deceive me. My father would never be vanquished at sea by your hand. He would never forsake his son. You are lying, you are lying." In the end, amid Donner's desperate wails, he was brutally slain by the enraged noble families and commoners, his body reduced to countless fragments scattered across the ground. Ryan thus solidified the allegiance of the Krek family and the nobility and commoners within and without the Yanxi Hall. Henceforth, Ryan garnered the loyalty of 4 prominent noble houses from the west: the Lethford family from Goldtooth, the Westerling family from Cragclaw, the Farron family from the Isle of Fairies, and the newly allied Krek family, in addition to his own house, the Lionheart, as long as they are allowed a period of recuperation. Mustering an army of around 10,000 is entirely feasible, although they are unlikely to assist Lon in confronting Tywin directly. They remain steadfast in upholding Lon's status as the future heir of the Westerlands, with Tywin now finding it exceedingly challenging to seize Lon's claim to the inheritance through conventional means. Everything hinges on the aftermath of the War of the Five Kings. Once Lon's father, Duke Tywin, is slain by his brother Tyrion, the final contest between him and Jaime will determine the true ruler of the Westerlands. While this may be a cruel fate for the region, at this moment, Lon stands as the greatest beneficiary, aside from the Iron Islands. Subsequently, Lon briefly stationed himself at the Hall of the Chickens, entrusting the Black Lion fleet at sea to Palaber and others for urgent repairs. With 500 cavalry, Lon commenced the pursuit of the fleeing Iron Men, restoring peace to the Hall and reassuring its inhabitants. Concurrently, Lon dispatched letters through the scholars at the Hall to his uncle, Seth Barton. Ultimately, after 7 days, Lon received a missive from the Isle of Beauties, which had also suffered an assault by the Iron Men. However, thanks to Lon's prior warnings and the growing strength of the Isle's fleet, his uncle Seth successfully repelled a small contingent of the invading Iron ships. Though they incurred some losses, they still retained 5 warships and 30 escort vessels. Lon instructed him to remain passive until the royal fleet arrived, planning to launch a simultaneous assault to annihilate the Iron Fleet and avenge the Westerlands. Balon's eldest son, Roderick, after learning of his uncle's Victarion and Euron's resounding victory at Lannisport, launched an attack on the port city of Seagard. Unlike his uncles, his fortunes were less favorable. In his haste for success, he was slain by the city's count, Jason Mallister, atop the walls. The Iron Men under his command, bereft of their leader Roderick, were driven back into the sea by Mallister's forces. Before Balon could grieve, news arrived that Stannis had already crossed the Narrow Sea and would soon reach the Sunset Sea. To prevent the loss of his throne, he hastily commanded his brothers Victarion and Euron to lead the entire Iron Fleet into battle. At the same time, Robert, accompanied by his forces, traversed through Goldtooth, putting the Iron Islands in a precarious position, surrounded by foes. Chapter 39. The strategy. Stannis sat intently on one of the royal fleet's flagship, the Stag, studying the map of Westeros before him. Beside him was his loyal Onion Knight, Davos, with whom he was deliberating the strategy for the impending battle. Just as they were about to formulate a specific operational plan, a knight from Dragonstone abruptly burst into the war room. Stannis slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes coldly fixed on the knight, and said in a chilling tone, "You had better bring important news, sire. Otherwise, according to military protocol, you shall receive 20 lashes." Upon hearing the command for 20 lashes, the knight, trembling in fear, hastily declared, "My lord, an urgent missive from House Lannister has arrived." A peculiar expression flickered across Stannis' stern visage as he coldly responded, "If it is a plea for assistance, inform them that the royal fleet has already set sail. It shall soon arrive at the Sunset Sea to vanquish the marauding Ironborn, so they need not panic." With that, Stannis was about to dismiss the knight, for this was not the first correspondence he had received from the Lannisters. It was accompanied by a letter from Robert urging him to act swiftly. Yet at that moment, the Onion Knight, Davos, interjected, "My Lord Stannis, it has been quite some time since we received any word from the Lannisters. Perhaps we should open it. After all, we are facing the Iron Fleet directly, and it may contain valuable intelligence." Though Stannis was known for his stubbornness and gravity, he was not impervious to counsel from his subordinates. Ultimately, he took the letter, and upon inspection, he noted the familiar Lannister golden lion emblem, albeit with a mane of black. Stannis was somewhat perplexed, but Davos seemed to recall something and explained, "My Lord Stannis, this emblem likely belongs to Lyle Lannister. It is said that Duke Tywin, discontent with his current heir, expelled Lyle from Casterly Rock. However, he has arranged for Lyle to settle in the remnants of the Tarbeck ancestral castle, which was razed to the ground. It is now known as Lionheart Castle. To assert his identity, Lyle has altered his family's golden lion to feature a black-maned lion, akin to himself." Stannis scoffed. Even if Tywin harbors disdain for this bastard, he should have chosen Tyrion Lannister. At least Tyrion is the legitimate son of his true wife, Joanna, both legally and by blood. He is not a child whose surname was forcefully restored or a traitor who has slain his own king. Stannis was a man of rigid principles. Despite Tyrion's stature as a dwarf, he firmly adhered to the letter of the law. This inflexible stance often left him at odds with his brothers, Robert and Renly, and even instilled fear in his vassals due to his austere demeanor. Though Stannis harbored no affection for Lyle, he opened the letter to find that it did not contain a plea for aid. Instead, it reported that Lyle had dispatched his ships and small boats to scout the Iron Fleet, revealing that they were indeed en route to confront the royal forces, along with their current location and an estimated course. The letter further detailed the Iron Fleets that Lyle had defeated, namely the Greyjoys and the Boltons, along with the number of ships vanquished. Additionally, it outlined the strength of Lyle's current fleet, as well as the forces stationed near the Isle of Women and the surrounding areas, awaiting Stannis' command. The good news brought by Lon was so unexpected that even the usually stoic Lord Stannis displayed a rare smile. The sudden appearance of a smile on Stannis' face astonished Ser Davos, the Onion Knight, who inquired with curiosity, "My lord, what is this good news?" Stannis refrained from answering directly, merely remarking that it appeared the Lannister family was not entirely composed of sea-fools. He then tossed a letter to Davos, who, upon reading it, could not help but exclaim, "Indeed, this is splendid news, my lord." It is worth noting that while the Lannisters prided themselves on their golden locks, this dark-haired individual had managed to preserve the last semblance of dignity for the Lannister name, much like how our king, with his dark hair, fathered the golden-haired princes Joffrey and Tommen. Davos's words seemed to provoke some contemplation in Stannis regarding the theme of golden versus dark hair. However, he quickly dismissed such musings, as he did not believe Cersei Lannister would be audacious enough to act in such a manner, especially during a time of war, where the pressing matter remained the rebellion of the Iron Islands. Stannis promptly commanded Lon to deploy his fleet to draw the attention of the Iron Fleet, guiding them to a juncture between the Sunset Sea and the Narrow Sea. He planned to conceal his royal fleet in a nearby strait, intending to ensnare the Iron Fleet like fish in a barrel. Meanwhile, the fleet from Fairy Island was instructed to stealthily follow the Iron Fleet, ready to block their final escape route once they entered the strait, ensuring the Iron Fleet was captured entirely. Originally, Stannis had intended to send a squadron as bait to attract the Iron Fleet's attention. At this moment, the Iron Fleet had grown arrogant after decisively defeating the Lannister fleet at Lannisterport, making them susceptible to deception. Lon's involvement would increase the chances of success, given the deep-seated enmity between the Westerlands and the Iron Islands, as well as the Iron Fleet's belief that they had utterly dominated the Sunset Sea. Unaware that Lon was still lurking as an overlooked foe, Davos, however, voiced concerns regarding the perilous nature of this plan, noting that Lon, as the heir to the entire Westerlands, was at great risk. Should he perish at sea, even if Duke Tywin disdained Lon, a reaction would be inevitable, potentially straining the relationship between the Westerlands and the crown. Stannis coldly interrupted Davos, asserting that Lon, as a Lannister, was obligated to atone for his family's misjudgments in this war. Seeing that Stannis was resolute, Davos fell silent and proceeded to relay the command to Lon. Upon receiving the letter, Lon did not exhibit any overt reaction, even in the face of the perilous nature of the task at hand. He understood that as a bastard, he was destined to fight fiercely for any semblance of the privileges that were rightfully his. Moreover, should this endeavor succeed, he would garner the adoration of the entire Westerlands, emerging as the true sovereign of its future, capable of standing toe-to-toe with his father, Tywin. Upon receiving the news that Lannister had fortuitously brought a portion of the fleet to continuously support the notable nobles of the Westerlands, Duke Tywin exhibited no response. He merely regarded the letter before him with indifference, subsequently incinerating it. Yet, those who knew Tywin could discern that he was seething with fury at that moment. Chapter 40. The bait. After receiving Stannis' correspondence, Lon set forth a raven across the realm, declaring his intent to avenge the Lannister fleet. Victarion and Euron also received the tidings, but they paid Lon little mind. Lon had but a few warships, discarded by the Lannister family, and a couple of dilapidated Iron Islands vessels. In comparison to them, he was akin to a small fish amidst sharks. As for Lon's provocation, Euron boasted audaciously that if Lon dared to approach, he would sever the head of this presumptuous bastard lion and use it as a decoration in his lavatory. Simultaneously, Lon had already navigated his fleet to the inevitable passage of the Iron Fleet. In a bid to arrive before the Iron Fleet, Lon forsook all unnecessary burdens, bringing only provisions and water sufficient for 2 days, thereby enabling his aging fleet to achieve remarkable speed. Gazing at the Black Lion Legion, comrades with whom he had shared life and death, Lon felt a momentary haze of uncertainty. After all, sacrifices were imperative today, lest he fail to attract the attention of Victarion and the others. Though his heart was heavy with reluctance, he had no choice but to accept the necessity of sacrifice. For war dictated that life and death were no longer his to choose. At this juncture, the paramount objective was to secure victory in this conflict. Not only to avenge the Westerlands, but also to solidify his position as the rightful ruler of its future. Even his father, Tywin, would find it exceedingly difficult to alter that status post-victory. After all, only a battered and weakened fleet could lure the formidable Iron Fleet, which held itself in such high regard, into the grave prepared for them by Stannis and his allies. Just as the Iron Fleet was about to depart from the Sunset Sea into the Straits, it was unexpectedly ambushed by Lon's Black Lion Fleet. Lon surged forth from the vicinity of hidden reefs, unleashing a barrage of massive crossbow bolts towards the mass of the left flank of the Iron Fleet, aiming to disable their sails and significantly impair their maneuverability. Suddenly, he commanded his warships to accelerate, using their lion-shaped rams to strike fiercely against the enemy vessels. The fire-breathing crossbows aboard his ships unleashed a torrent of scorching flames upon the adversary, even launching all remaining oil reserves affixed to the massive arrows towards the enemy fleet. Subsequently, archers from the Black Lion Legion drew their bows, sending flaming arrows to ignite the oil upon impact. In an instant, the left flank of the Iron Fleet found itself engulfed in chaos and flames, a spectacle that appeared grand yet tumultuous. In reality, the casualties among warships were minimal. Only a few small frigates were destroyed and set ablaze. Even Ryan's tactic of throwing incendiary oil seemed, to the seasoned captains like Victarion and others, a strategy only a novice or an utter fool of the seas would employ. After all, although the warships were wooden, they were merely encased in a thin layer of iron. The vessels, while constructed of wood, were not akin to wooden castles or forests on land. They had absorbed seawater for years, rendering them less flammable. Hence, the use of fire crossbows was necessary to expel the moisture hidden within the wood through prolonged burning before ignition could occur. Nevertheless, even with this method, the primary targets of the fire crossbows remained the crew and sails, with the probability of igniting the ship itself being quite low. Moreover, the blaze instigated by Ryan's use of onboard oil could easily be extinguished by an experienced captain utilizing the waves and the helm. The fire Ryan caused was quickly quelled, and the oil tactic resulted in fewer enemy casualties than his own forces had inflicted in direct combat. The surrounding Iron Fleet swiftly retaliated, unleashing a barrage of massive crossbow bolts and flames upon Ryan's Black Lion Fleet. In an instant, nearly all of Ryan's frigates were lost. Ryan could only hastily navigate his battered fleet through the chaos, seemingly at a loss for direction, as he headed towards the trap laid by Stannis. Fortunately, having previously jettisoned all excess weight allowed Ryan's ships to attain exceptional speed, enabling them to break free before the Iron Fleet could fully encircle them. Euron, witnessing Ryan's plight, exclaimed with excitement, "Brother, do you remember what I said before? He is merely a fortunate young fool who cannot command a naval battle. Brother, let us together eliminate this lucky Lannister fish that slipped through the net, thus boosting the morale of our troops." He even grinned at his brother in a provocative manner, adding, "Otherwise, the news of our Greyjoy family's dominance over the Sunset Sea will become a laughingstock." Victarion pondered for a moment. Indeed, Ryan appeared to be a hot-headed youth blinded by rage. Perhaps their earlier victory had led them to underestimate the Lannister fleet, granting this impetuous young man the opportunity to defeat a few of their ships. To bolster morale, avenge their fallen comrades from House Drum and others, and capture Ryan for the purpose of bargaining with the wealthy old lion for a ship's worth of gold. Victarion consented to his brother's plan, rallying the entire Iron Fleet to pursue Ryan. Yet, due to the reduction in weight, Ryan's vessels had little in the way of remaining massive crossbow bolts, rendering their counterattacks feeble as they were pursued. The Iron Fleet was pierced by massive crossbow bolts, significantly diminishing its speed. Coupled with the exceptional nautical skills of the experienced captains from the Iron Fleet, the distance between the two sides continued to diminish. Just as it seemed they would capture Ryan and his companions, consigning them to the depths of the ocean, Ryan finally maneuvered his fleet into the ambush near the Bay of Stannis. The Iron Fleet, as anticipated, entered the bay, falling into the trap. Victor Leon, with his vast experience in naval warfare, sensed something amiss at the first moment. However, the frenzied state of the Iron Fleet and the imminent presence of Ryan compelled him to suppress his last reservations and lead his Iron Fleet into the bay that would spell their doom. Unbeknownst to them, the forces led by Count Cespetin of Fairy Island were closely trailing behind, gradually blocking the last escape route for the Iron Fleet. On board the ferry, Count Cespetin, observing the Iron Fleet devoid of flags, solemnly invoked the 7 gods for Ryan's protection, praying that the spirit of Lilith would safeguard her child, Ryan. As the Iron Fleet entered the bay, countless warships adorned with noble banners suddenly emerged, encircling them completely. Victor Leon shouted in despair, "Damn it, it's a trap. Prepare to break through." However, Stannis and his allies would not grant him that opportunity. In an instant, a barrage of massive crossbow bolts and flames illuminated the dim bay. Chapter 41, The Destruction of the Iron Fleet. Stannis roared, "Bury these damned Iron Men here." The entire fleet unleashed its firepower, aiming to utterly decimate them before approaching again. Upon receiving Stannis' orders, the royal fleet immediately opened fire with fervor, followed closely by the fleets from Old Town, Greenfield Island, and River Bay, converging upon the Iron Fleet with the intent to surround. They were not like Ryan's obsolete warships. They were equipped with the finest siege weaponry from the continent of Westeros. In mere moments, the concentrated assault of the Royal Combined Fleet sank several Iron Island warships. Victor Leon continued to bellow, "Find a way to break through, or we shall be trapped in this accursed stone bay." The remaining ships still behind the Iron Fleet prepared to withdraw from the bay, hoping to retain a portion of the Iron Fleet for the defense of the Iron Islands. However, they were caught off guard as several massive crossbow bolts, propelled by howling winds, struck their sails, instantly slaughtering numerous Iron Men before they could react. Under the furious command of Count Cespetin, several ships bearing the Furman family banner from Fairy Island collided with the fleeing Iron Fleet. The ensuing battle effectively blocked the narrow passage, as flames erupted from the fire-breathing crossbows, igniting the corridor and completely severing the last escape route for the Iron Fleet. Even if the Iron Fleet possesses the capability to vanquish the fleet of Faral stationed at the entrance, they cannot swiftly disperse the wreckage blocking the strait. More critically, Stannis would never afford them the opportunity to escape this bay. Victarion, true to the warrior lineage of House Greyjoy, demonstrated the indomitable spirit of the Ironborn, proclaiming in a thunderous roar that if they could not break through, they would defeat them here, asserting dominion over the seas to these landlubber nobles. "By the drowned god above, let us slay them, annihilate them completely." Euron's face twisted into a vicious grin, his eyes gleaming like a bloodthirsty beast, albeit concealing a subtle cunning. He joined his brother's roar, "By the drowned god above, let us slay these accursed noble brats." Stannis, leading his fleet, unleashed a barrage that sank a third of the Iron Fleet. Both sides had exhausted their ranged capabilities momentarily, requiring time to reload. Stannis, commanding the Royal Coalition fleet, was taken aback to see the Iron Fleet charging towards them. "Warriors of the 7 kingdoms," he bellowed, "since they seek close combat, let us oblige them." All ships hoisted their sails, readied their fire-breathing crossbows, and surged forward, ready to show them the wrath of House Baratheon. Davos promptly drew his sword and shouted, "Let the fires of wrath consume them. Slay this rabble of marauders." Amidst the crashing waves, the fleets collided with ferocity, igniting countless flames that illuminated the dim strait, momentarily eclipsing even the sun's radiance. Victarion, accompanied by the remaining Ironborn warriors, roared as they boarded the ship, the Drummond, to launch their assault. Stannis, embodying the spirit of a true leader, unsheathed his sword and rallied the soldiers of Dragonstone to charge. Davos, too, echoed the call, following his lord Stannis to attack the Ironborn. In this narrow strait, the cries of the wounded and the battle cries filled the air, overwhelming even the ocean's roar. Meanwhile, Lon, witnessing the chaotic battlefield, set his sights on Victarion, the villain leading the Iron Fleet's rampage in the west. "No need to reload," he shouted. "Bring the ship closer. I shall personally sever the head of this sea monster." He then led his ship, the Lionheart, into a charge against the Leviathan. As the Leviathan and the Drummond unleashed their fiery breath upon one another, those still battling aboard the Leviathan suddenly felt a jarring impact. Turning to see a lion-headed ram shatter the Leviathan's defenses and burst onto the deck, Lon, clad in dark crimson lion armor, surged forth with a host of vengeful Westerman soldiers. Euron, witnessing this, swung his axe and struck down a knight from Dragonstone, sneering, "I shall claim the head of this mangy lion." Then he led his subordinates to charge towards Ryan and his companions. Ryan, steadfastly confronting the formidable Euron, sneered, "If you have the guts, come at me, foul fish. If you desire this lion's head, you must prove your worth." Euron, laughing heartily, retorted, "Your scruffy lion's mouth is far more odorous than those little maidens from the west." Ryan's expression turned icy as he coldly replied, "You seek your own demise." Euron, still laughing, taunted, "Come on, scruffy lion." Both sides surged towards one another, Ryan meeting Euron's massive axe with his double-handed sword. Euron had initially deemed Ryan a mere fledgling, unworthy of his strength. A few simple words had enraged the youth, and he intended to decapitate this ruffled lion at the moment he repelled him. However, to Euron's surprise, Ryan's strength proved to be on par with his own, achieving an equilibrium of power. Ryan, too, was astonished, for his current strength far exceeded that of an ordinary knight from the west. This seemingly reckless and shameless fellow, Euron, was indeed a formidable warrior. As the two commenced their struggle, a brief stalemate ensued, after which Ryan capitalized on the agility of his sword over Euron's heavy axe. With a deft maneuver, he spun and struck Euron's thigh, slicing through his armor and wounding him. Ryan aimed to pierce Euron's abdomen with another strike, but Euron retaliated fiercely, forcing Ryan back. They separated once more, yet this time Euron's gaze held less disdain and more caution. Ryan, resembling a lion fixated on its prey, fixed his cold, green-gold eyes upon Euron, as if intending to devour him. After a brief standoff, Euron initiated the attack, wielding his hefty axe with the swiftness of a one-handed sword. Yet Ryan, too, adeptly swung his finely forged double-handed sword, creating a barrier of steel to deflect Euron's onslaught. As the struggle continued, Ryan managed to slash Euron's abdomen, causing a torrent of blood to spill forth. Euron struck back with his axe, pushing Ryan away, and surveyed the battlefield, realizing his allies were faltering and becoming encircled. In a desperate bid, he leapt into the sea, igniting Ryan's fury as he drew his longbow, unleashing a flurry of arrows into the water. Although the surface was stained with blood, Ryan sensed that this foul fish would not succumb easily. Meanwhile, as Victarion continued his battle with Stannis, a double-handed sword unexpectedly pierced his chest from behind. Before he could react, a decisive blow severed his head. The assailant was none other than Ryan. Stannis furrowed his brow and coldly remarked, "You could have captured him alive for the judgment of our king." Ryan met Stannis's icy gaze and replied, "He has inflicted too much harm upon the West. It is time to settle the debt. Lannister, debts must be repaid." Moreover, Ryan comprehended that only by eliminating the greatest adversary in the Western territories could he fully earn the loyalty of its people. With the demise of Victarion, the once renowned Iron Fleet, celebrated across the Seven Kingdoms, descended into obscurity, vanishing entirely within the dim confines of the fjord. Chapter 42, The Hearts of Men with His Spoils. The corpse of Victarion, Ryan was the first to return to his ship, the Lionheart. He then accessed his attributes panel to assess the losses his forces had suffered during the naval engagement. Originally 500 warriors from the Western territories had embarked on this campaign, yet now fewer than half remained, leaving a mere 340. The 5 warships that had set sail were now in disrepair, with several already leaking, and the escort fleet had been completely annihilated. Whether they could be salvaged remained uncertain. However, the fruits of this endeavor were bountiful, as Ryan had willingly acted as bait, acquiring a portion of the gold plundered from the Western territories by the Iron Fleet. Additionally, he had liberated numerous citizens and several minor nobles. Yet, the most significant prize was the head of the Iron Fleet's leader, Victarion. With this trophy, the entire Western territories would rally in his honor. Such support from the populace and the nobility was worth any number of fallen soldiers. For winning the hearts of the people would ultimately enable Ryan to amass a greater army in the future. As Ryan contemplated his next move, he noticed Palabert at the doorway, visibly distressed, having never before witnessed the horrors of true warfare. The brutality of the Fjord Battle was overwhelming for the young Palabert to accept. Ryan, observing Palabert, saw a reflection of his past self and spoke coldly. Palabert, war is inherently cruel. With reddened eyes, Palabert murmured, My Lord Ryan, those accursed Iron Men. If we were on land, our warriors could easily dispatch 3 of them. If it weren't for those damned waves, how could our soldiers have suffered such losses? Ryan replied icily, Palabert, you must understand that your adversaries will not allow you to choose the battlefield. Moreover, one must be prepared for sacrifice in battle. A warrior should be mentally ready before stepping onto the field. If you lack this resolve, once we reach the shore, you should return to your city of Golfong and leave the Lion's Tooth Legion. Palabert, after a moment of contemplation, recalling the comrades who had fought alongside him and the countless displaced refugees of the Western Territories, Palabert's gaze grew resolute. He spoke earnestly, My Lord Ryan, please allow me to continue serving you. Ryan regarded Palabert with deep sincerity. Palabert, you are unlike the others. You are not only my retainer, but also the future Earl of Goldfong, the guardian of the gates to the Western Territories. Goldfong is not merely the fangs of the lion in battle. It serves as the first line of defense for the Western Territories. Palabert, I hope you will possess a broader vision than others and a deeper understanding of the cruelty of war, so as to prevent the flames of conflict from igniting within the Western Territories. Through this war, Palabert has come to understand his responsibilities. He solemnly addressed Lord Ryan, stating that he would surely safeguard the Western gates in the future. Ryan, gratified by Palabert's words, smiled gently and said, I believe in you. Now, go mend the ships. The Lionheart alone cannot accommodate so many citizens of the West. Observing that Palabert's loyalty had soared to an impressive 94, Ryan realized that their conversation had been impactful. However, had it not been for Palabert's status as the future heir of Golden Tooth, Ryan would not have expended such effort. Meanwhile, aboard the ship Deer Call, Davos was elated over the significant achievements gained from this war. Yet, Stannis remained impassive. Unable to contain himself, Davos quietly inquired, My lord, we have successfully annihilated the Iron Fleet, and the rebellion from the Iron Islands is nearing its end. Why do you still appear so grim? Stannis replied coldly, Today, I glimpsed the shadows of future conflicts. The ambitions of that young black lion, Ryan, are vast. He dare use half of the rewards to barter for ships to transport the West's citizens and nobles captured by the Iron Fleet. Furthermore, this war will culminate in the death of the infamous Victor Talion, the architect of the West's woes, once he returns to his domain. I fear that after Tywin's demise, the West will plunge into civil strife, plunging the Baratheon dynasty back into turmoil. At this moment, Stannis had not yet completely lost faith in Robert. Despite Storm's End being bestowed upon Renly, leaving him with naught but the barren Dragonstone as a token of his princely status, he remained a steadfast defender of his family and the Iron Throne. After a moment of contemplation, Davos murmured, My lord, with the cunning and wisdom of Duke Tywin, he will surely devise a means to prevent such a scenario. Moreover, our queen hails from the West and has the support of the Iron Throne. Even if Ryan achieves great feats, it will be challenging for him to inherit the role of protector of the West. Not to mention, Ryan Lannister has already been driven from the castle of House Tarbeck by Tywin, and it seems unlikely he will inherit the West. Stannis softly replied, I hope my premonitions are unfounded. Leading the royal coalition, Stannis arrived at Lannisport, adorned with countless banners of the Iron Islands nobles and the promise of victory. Robert and his forces were already assembled, ready to join with Tywin to completely eradicate the Iron Men who had been plaguing the West. As Stannis and his men were warmly welcomed by the citizens of the West upon reaching Lannisport, they merely acknowledged the cheers before departing. Seizing the moment, Ryan commanded his men to hoist the golden Kraken banner belonging to House Greyjoy. Standing atop a platform, he held up the severed head of Victor Talion, proclaiming, This head belongs to Victor Talion of House Greyjoy, the principal architect of the West's plunder. I, Ryan Lannister, of House Lannister, have sworn to protect the West and its people for generations. The sea monster from House Greyjoy, having forgotten the fate of the once mighty Red Sea beast, dared to launch a surprise attack on our western lands, pillaging our territory and our people. Yet, this creature has overlooked a vital truth. We are lions. This repugnant beast from the foul depths of the ocean has the audacity to provoke a lion, and the only outcome that awaits it is death. Raising the severed head aloft, Ryan bellowed, The Lannisters will repay their debts, today, tomorrow, and for all eternity. At this moment, Gino and Rick seized the opportunity to liberate the plundered citizens and nobles of the West. Instantly, the darkness that had shrouded the entire region was dispelled by Ryan's victory and the return of lost kin, replaced only by an unquenchable fury directed at the Iron Islands. Count Roland, seizing the moment, brandished his sword and roared, The Black Lion. Count Gavin followed suit. And soon the people and nobles of the West were chanting the name of the Black Lion, as Ryan's fame echoed throughout Lannisport. Ryan capitalized on this momentum, shouting, "Join us! Let us march upon the Iron Islands and reclaim our gold and glory." In that fervent moment, countless warriors from the West rushed to join the Lion's Tooth Legion, a banner representing the honor of the entire region, swelling the ranks to an astonishing 6,000. Had it not been for the need to consider Tywin's perspective, Ryan could have easily amassed an army of 10,000. Ryan's renown surged past the 4,000 mark, reaching an impressive 4,200. Throughout the West, people celebrated him as a symbol of honor, with the name of the Black Lion resounding across the Seven Kingdoms and even reaching distant lands. Meanwhile, Robert observed this spectacle with a sardonic smile. Casting a glance at his father-in-law, Duke Tywin, he harbored no affection for the cunning old lion and welcomed any opportunity to create trouble for him. After all, Ryan was a knight he had personally appointed, though he could never rival the status of his son's uncle, Jaime. Yet, Robert held a fondness for the Black Lion, at least 100 times more than for the Kingslayer beside him. Tywin's cold, green-gold eyes fixated on Ryan in the distance. At the moment Ryan basked in the adulation, he was inexplicably reminded of his father, the Laughing Lion, who had once experienced a similar rise only to be gradually overshadowed. Chapter 43. The Expedition to the Iron Islands. Robert, witnessing the surge of morale inspired by Ryan, ascended the platform, surveying the crowd. He roared, "Brave warriors of the Seven Kingdoms! The old sea dog, Balon, and his proud fleet of iron ships have been utterly vanquished. This audacious monster thought to challenge my claim to the throne with a crew of brigands and fishermen. Yet now his last resort lies sunken in the very depths of the sea he once took pride in. Let us now bear witness to the flames of wrath that consume all, making it clear to him that he is not challenging a mere fisherman or a slave trader, but the valiant warriors from the Seven Kingdoms. Together, we shall seize the Iron Islands. I shall personally lead you to cast Balon from his so-called rotting throne and to shatter his floating crown, allowing him to experience the fury of the Seven Kingdoms." At that moment, Robert suddenly raised his war hammer, shattering the golden sea monster banner of House Greyjoy with a deafening crash, and bellowed, "Draw your swords, brave warriors. I shall grant you both status and gold. By the Seven, I, Robert, am never stingy with my warriors. Let us set sail for the Iron Islands to plunder all that belongs to Balon." Warriors from every corner, whether soldiers or knights, raised their weapons high, roaring in unison. "Let us charge the Iron Islands and give Balon a good thrashing. Long live King Robert." At this moment, the dilapidated port of Lannisport was enveloped in the warriors' furious cries. The waning light of the setting sun contrasting sharply with the cold gleam of swords drawn by the valiant men from across the Seven Kingdoms. Though 6 years had passed, and Robert had become somewhat portly due to the indulgent life in King's Landing, he remained a formidable warrior, a king adored by knights and soldiers alike. The morale of the elite warriors from the Six Kingdoms was thoroughly ignited by Robert. All prepared to strike for the Iron Islands, awaiting only the completion of Stannis' fleet repairs before they could embark. Meanwhile, in the halls of Pike Castle on Pike Island, Balon sat atop his floating throne, no longer the spirited ruler he once was when he was first crowned, resembling a withered sea fish as he clutched a letter delivered by a raven. It bore the grim news that his eldest son, Roderick Greyjoy, had perished in the city of Seaguard. Furthermore, his brother, Victarion Greyjoy, had seen his proud iron fleet utterly decimated in a mere fjord. Another brother, Euron, was unaccounted for. And more critically, in this campaign, nearly all the forces of the Iron Islands had been expended, barely gathering 40,000 ironborn warriors, most of whom had met their end alongside Victarion in the Battle of the Fjord. All that remained of the Iron Islands, counting every able-bodied ironborn, was scarcely around 30,000 warriors, barely sufficient for even a defensive stand. At this juncture, Balon's second son, Asha Greyjoy, gazed at his father, hesitating before finally speaking. "Father, we cannot hope to defend the Iron Islands with our current numbers. Perhaps we should bend the knee to the Iron Throne, at least to safeguard our people." Originally in a state of stupor, Balon slowly raised his head, looking at his son with bloodshot eyes, then gradually stood, delivering a resounding slap to Asha's face. With a voice as harsh as iron scraping against stone, he coldly roared, "Are you still my son? Are you still ironborn? Your brother and uncle have fallen in battle, and instead of seeking vengeance, you contemplate surrender? I adhere to the ancient ways. I shall not bow before that wretched stag, Robert. I am the king of Salt and Rock, the lord of the Iron Islands. If they desire my crown and throne, let them take it with sword and blade. Let them come to seize my realm. I shall await them here. The sea will shield me from adversaries. Meryn, disregarding his pain, bellowed, Father, our iron fleet has been vanquished, and the sea can no longer safeguard us. Balon cast the letter he held into the flames, his voice icy. This is the Iron Islands. Our pike will withstand them. As long as we hold our ground, they shall retreat due to a lack of supplies. Convey my command. All nobles of the Iron Islands must gather provisions and soldiers to defend the castle, forsaking all else outside its walls. We must hold the castle steadfastly. The ultimate victory shall be ours, mine, Balon S., and that of House Greyjoy. If you are still my son and wish to inherit the throne, go defend Pike, rather than coming to implore me to abandon my rightful seat like a coward. Meryn wished to say more, but upon witnessing his father's resolute demeanor, he merely sighed in resignation and departed the Salt Hall, headed for the Blood Castle to deliver messages and summon the remaining soldiers for the defense. The Mountain commanded the captured Iron Men to labor tirelessly in the repair of their fleet, directing soldiers to transfer all boarding apparatus from the Iron Fleet to their Black Lion fleet for a significant upgrade. They even sought to salvage portions of the damaged vessels from the Iron Fleet. Otherwise, the 5,000 warriors of the West would not fit aboard. At that moment, the Mountain arrived, accompanied by several knights of the West, bearing a command from his father, Tywin, ordering him to hasten to Casterly Rock without delay. Upon reading the missive, Lannister showed no reaction, continuing to oversee the repairs of the ships. Then, the Mountain coldly stated, My Lord Lannister, Duke Tywin commands you to set forth at once. Lannister merely shot a sidelong glance at the Mountain, while those around him, including Gino, instinctively reached for their swords, awaiting Lannister's command to turn against the Mountain. The Mountain, observing the soldiers akin to a rising tide, prepared to draw his own blade, but upon meeting Lannister's menacing gaze, he slowly lowered his hand. At last, Lannister spoke. You have made a wise choice, Ser Gregor. Otherwise, you would not leave here unscathed. He then approached the Mountain, locking eyes with him, and coldly declared, Ser Gregor, I shall remind you once. I am Lannister, and your future lord. Never forget that you are merely my vassal. Should I encounter you speaking to me in such a manner again, I shall not be so lenient. Although the Mountain seethed with rage at Lannister's threat, he remained a vassal of House Lannister, albeit one bound to Duke Tywin. Nonetheless, Lannister was indeed a member of House Lannister and his rightful lord. Suppressing his anger, he quietly acknowledged, understood, Lord Ryan. After casting a meaningful glance at him, Ryan entrusted the remaining matters to Gino and others, and proceeded with his personal guards and the soldiers of the Demon Mountain towards the city of Caon. Chapter 44. A father-son conversation after a year. Ryan returned to the city of Caon. As he gazed upon the familiar Lioness Gate, a wave of emotions washed over him, and he chuckled softly, realizing how swiftly he had returned to this place. He then slowly stepped through the Lioness Gate, ascended the royal steps of Caon, and ultimately entered the Grand Hall, where he encountered his father, Tywin. This was the first time Ryan had seen his father unoccupied, merely seated quietly upon the once magnificent throne of Caon, awaiting his arrival. Upon Ryan's entrance, Tywin gradually lifted his head, his icy green-gold eyes fixated intently on his son. Ryan, no longer the child he once was, now possessed a formidable fleet of iron ships, boasting a treasure of 12,000 golden dragons within his system. Should any complications arise, he could swiftly summon soldiers from his system's realm, seizing Caon City without hesitation, addressing further matters afterward. However, if given a choice, Ryan did not wish to commit patricide, at least not at this moment. The most crucial factor was that he was currently ill-prepared to face the other 5 realms. Moreover, even if he could contend with them, committing such an act would destabilize his hold over the West, rendering him vulnerable and devoid of support from his uncle. In the land of Westeros, a patricide would inevitably face retribution, and thus, under these circumstances, Ryan refrained from such a drastic decision, believing his father would not resort to it either. Tywin regarded Ryan, uncertainty flickering in his expression, perhaps a mixture of pride and reminiscence of his own father. The smiling lion, eliciting an exceedingly rare cold smirk from him. Looking at Ryan, he remarked, Ryan, you truly are my good son. Not only have you disregarded my orders to diligently construct your castle, but you also took it upon yourself to contact our vassals. More importantly, your esteemed uncle failed to report to me at the earliest opportunity and instead informed you, allowing you to bypass my authority in issuing commands. Do I exist as your father in your eyes? With that, Tywin forcefully slammed his wine goblet onto the table, his gaze locked onto Ryan. Confronted with his father's fury, Ryan responded with gravity. In these extraordinary times, one must act accordingly, as you once advised me. Tywin, studying Ryan's composed demeanor, retorted coldly, "Indeed, I did teach you that. Yet, could you not even spare a moment to send a raven to inform your father?" Ryan replied calmly at that time. The entirety of Lannister Port, indeed the entire eastern coastline of the West, had fallen into the hands of the Iron Islands. Should a raven have been sent, it would surely have been intercepted, jeopardizing our remaining fleet. To safeguard the last remnants of the fleet and our dignity, and to ensure my plans could proceed without hindrance, I was left with no choice but to act in secrecy, Father. Tywin was evidently dissatisfied with Lon's explanation. He slowly rose and approached Lon, fixating his gaze upon him, and coldly inquired, "Lon, tell me, why did you purchase several old warships in Lannisport upon your return to your castle and commence training for naval warfare? Did you receive prior intelligence regarding a potential assault by the Iron Fleet, and for your own interests, fail to report it to the family? Answer me immediately, Lon." Beside them, the Mountain, upon witnessing the Duke's fury, discreetly grasped the hilt of his sword, prepared to seize Lon at any moment. Lon, without a moment's hesitation, having anticipated this very question, responded earnestly, "Father, you must understand that aside from repairing the castle and my own modest expenses, you have provided no other support. The surrounding territories have yet to be delineated, resulting in minimal tax revenue. To sustain my Lannister vanguard while maintaining rigorous training, the income from my gladiatorial arena and gambling ventures is simply insufficient. Fortunately, the proximity of Lion's Heart to the Sunset Sea allows me to establish a small port for trade. Though it may not yield substantial gold dragons, it will at least uphold the basic combat capability of the Lannister vanguard. To this end, I dispatched a raven to my brother Tyrion, requesting a port design, as he should have received the raven and letters I released." Tywin did not fully trust Lon's words, as the coincidence was too striking. Yet he found himself without evidence to the contrary. After a prolonged silence in which they exchanged glances, Tywin ultimately decided to place his faith in Lon. He gradually returned to his seat and, in an unusual gesture, poured a glass of wine for Lon, indicating for him to sit down. Lon hesitated for a moment before complying, taking a sip of the wine, at which point Tywin spoke, "You have done well this time, Lon. You have preserved the last vestiges of the Lannister family's dignity and brought a measure of solace to the West. However, the Lannister family must repay its debts. The Iron Islands owe the West a debt, and a mere sea monster's head will not suffice. I require you to raid the Iron Islands and convey our family's regards to Balon. Should you execute this task commendably, I shall grant you an opportunity, a fair opportunity." Lon was momentarily taken aback, finding it almost inconceivable, for he had always perceived his father as regarding his elder brother Jaime as the sole heir. This perspective aligned with the primogeniture customs of Westeros, yet it was Jaime's various actions that had inadvertently created space for Lon. He had long believed himself superior to his elder brother, but had always been overshadowed by his father's preference. Now, hearing his father speak of granting him an opportunity stirred a whirlwind of excitement within Lon. He promptly stood, his emotions surging as he declared, "Father, I shall cleanse the shame the Iron Islands have brought upon us with the blood of the Ironborn. Let them understand that a Lannister always pays his debts." Tywin replied coolly, "I believe in you, Lon," and poured yet another glass of wine for him. This marked the first instance in which Ryan felt a flicker of paternal affection from his father, Tywin, albeit one laced with ulterior motives and interests. In the subsequent memoirs of the Lion of the North and Guardian of the Realm, Ryan recounted this moment as one of the few tender exchanges between him and his father throughout their lives. Following this brief display of warmth, Ryan, motivated by the urgency of his departure, prepared to hasten back to Lannisport that very night. As he exited the Hall of the Rock, an unexpected surge of aggression surged through him, and he delivered a powerful kick to the joint of the Mountain. The force was so immense that it brought the unsuspecting Mountain to a half-kneeling position. In the same motion, Ryan drew his sword and struck toward the Mountain's neck, catching him off guard and seemingly poised to sever his head. Yet, to his surprise, Ryan merely inflicted a shallow wound upon the Mountain's throat, which, in that perilous moment, evoked a sense of fear within him. Enraged and humiliated, the Mountain looked up to find Ryan's gaze, cold as ice, regarding him as if he were a mere corpse. Ryan spoke with chilling clarity, "Ser Gregor, this is the second time. Remember this number. I trust neither of us wishes to see a third occurrence. Believe me, you would not desire such an eventuality." Ignoring the murderous expression that crossed the Mountain's face, Ryan departed the rock, making his way to Lannisport. Tywin, having witnessed this entire exchange, chose to remain silent, for in his eyes, the Mountain was nothing more than a dog, while Ryan, despite everything, was still his son. Moreover, at that moment, Ryan held greater significance for him, at least for now. Chapter 45. The Battle for the Iron Islands. 3 days later, Ryan successfully reassembled his battered Black Lion fleet. He led 5,400 warriors of the Westerlands aboard the Black Lion fleet, joining forces with Robert and the royal fleet as they set sail for the Iron Islands. His uncle, Sir Lancel Lannister, remained in the Westerlands, commanding the forces of the Isle of Ladies to continue safeguarding the region against potential raids from other pirates or trade cities like Lys. Robert gathered his vassals and lords aboard the ship called the Stag's Call to devise a battle strategy, noting that most of the lords had already arrived. He began Balon. That coward has nearly drained the Iron Islands of their military strength in this campaign against the other 7 kingdoms. I dare say his forces are now struggling to even organize a viable defense. However, given the Iron Islands' isolation by sea and the irreconcilable tensions between the Ironborn and us, it seems that a full-scale assault is our only recourse. The silver lining is that the unique geography of the Iron Islands, coupled with their current insufficient naval forces, renders them incapable of providing mutual support, allowing us to focus on individual families. The Iron Islands consist of 31 islands, among which the major ones include Pike, Great Wyke, Old Wyke, Harlaw, Saltcliffe, Black Tide, and Oakenshield. The remaining islands form a cluster of 13 smaller isles encircling the solitary Lantern Castle. Robert cast a glance at Ned and the others around him, his voice cold as he remarked on the multitude of islands in the Iron Islands. With all of them holed up in their castles, if they were to conquer them one by one, the war would drag on interminably. These Ironborn were akin to monstrous sea creatures that could flaunt their prowess upon the waves, yet on land, they were but feeble shrimps. I am confident that you warriors from the 7 kingdoms can easily vanquish them on solid ground. Thus I have resolved to divide our forces. Therefore, I implore you to join me in swiftly subduing the Iron Islands, so that the world may witness the fate that befalls those who dare challenge the Baratheon dynasty of Robert. Ned wished to voice his concerns. After all, a joint assault, though slower, would ensure steadiness and minimize losses. However, to secure the stability of his brother's dynasty in the immediate term, it was indeed necessary to quell the rebellion in the Iron Islands swiftly and send a clear message to those lurking with ambition in the shadows. Thus, he ultimately refrained from dissuading Robert. Disregard those inconsequential isles. Once the larger islands fall, the smaller ones will surely capitulate. Now, let us commence the allocation of tasks. Barrow-S Cursed Pike Island shall be besieged by my royal fleet alongside Ned S. Winterfell forces. Harlaw Island will be attacked by Stannis, who shall lead a portion of the royal fleet. Great Wyke Island will be under the command of Lord Davos Seaworth, leading the fleet from the Stormlands. Stannis maintained his serious demeanor, replying coldly, "Leave it to me, brother." Davos, equally solemn, echoed, "Aye, your grace." Saltcliffe Island will see the forces of the Greyjoys, led by Victarion Greyjoy, while Sir Balon Hightower shall march upon Black Tide Island. As Robert began to mention Old Wyke Island, he was interrupted by Lane, who stood resolutely and declared, "Your grace, please assign Old Wyke and Oak Island to me. The Iron Islands have inflicted too much suffering upon the West. The people need an opportunity to vent their fury." Robert regarded the young Lane with a serious expression, warning, "You must consider carefully, Lane. The Drum family on Old Wyke and the Oakwood family are formidable foes." Lane's gaze remained steadfast as he earnestly replied, "Your grace, the Iron Islands fleet has been nearly obliterated. The maritime forces on Old Wyke and Oak Island are severely diminished, while my Black Lion fleet boasts 6 warships and 10 escort vessels. Moreover, I lead over 5,000 warriors from the west, seeking vengeance against the Iron Islands. They may excel at sea, but on land, mere sea monsters stand no chance against a lion. Furthermore, I previously defeated the Drum family near the coast of the west, and history shall repeat itself. Therefore, I beseech you, your grace, to entrust Old Wyke and Oak Island to me. I shall pledge my honor. I will not return to the west until I have conquered them." Robert gazed at the knight he had ennobled and ultimately acquiesced to Lane's request, laughing heartily. "By the gods, you are indeed a valiant rogue. You remind me of my younger self. How can that old lion have such a progeny? I cannot help but envy him." Observing Ryan, "I smiled and entrusted you with Old Wyke Island and Oak Island. Do not disappoint me, Ryan." Drawing his sword from his waist, Ryan knelt and vowed, "I shall never let you down, your majesty." After assigning tasks, Robert surveyed Ryan and the others, commanding, "I want you to defeat the enemy in the shortest time possible, by any means necessary, and ultimately rendezvous with me at Pike Island. Do you understand?" Ryan and the others roared in unison, "Yes, your majesty," and made their way to their respective fleets, setting out towards their combat objectives. Ryan also steered his Black Lion fleet towards Old Wyke Island. encountering little effective resistance along the way. It was evident that the Zhou family had already dispatched their final fleet to evacuate the women and children from Old Wick Island. 2 days later, Ryan successfully landed his Black Lion fleet on Old Pike Island and advanced towards the Zhou family's Old Wick city. Throughout the journey, he noticed that the surrounding villages were nearly deserted, with only the frail and elderly remaining, and even the food supplies were scarce. It seemed that Count Dunstan Zhou had summoned everyone to Old Wick City and concentrated all available food resources there, preparing for a protracted stalemate against Ryan. Even the Stonehouse family had abandoned their small castles, consolidating all their forces in Old Wick City, awaiting Ryan's arrival. Witnessing this scene, Ryan was astonished by Dunstan's remarkable ability to rally his people and his audacity. The ensuing battle in Old Wick City would undoubtedly be arduous. However, upon seeing the elderly, women, and children, Ryan did not permit his soldiers to slaughter them. Instead, he ordered their evacuation. This was not an act of mercy, but rather an experiment to determine if these vulnerable individuals could breach the gates of Old Wick City. Even if they could not, he intended to drive them into the city to deplete some of the food reserves. Ryan gazed upon the formidable fortress of Old Wick City, composed entirely of hard sea stone, its smooth walls rendering a fire assault nearly impossible. Furthermore, conventional siege tactics were hindered by the incessant rain and the slickness of the walls, making it exceedingly difficult to employ siege ladders. He resolved to encircle Old Wick City first, stationing the Lion Tooth army and utilizing the elderly and children he had brought along to pressure the gates with arrows and crossbows. However, to Ryan's surprise, Count Dunstan decisively ordered his soldiers to shoot at the elderly and children, resulting in the deaths of many. Dunstan further escalated tensions, bellowing at the surrounding soldiers. That cunning bastard lion seeks to use your families to force you to open the gates. Surely, you are aware of the extent to which those from the west despise us. They would never allow your families to return unscathed. The moment we open the city gates, not only will your families be at risk, but your own survival will be impossible. Thus, we have no choice but to resolutely defend Old Wick City. The black-furred hybrid lion is the true architect of the massacre of your kin. The Ironborn must steadfastly defend Old Wick, safeguarding your last remaining family members. In an instant, the soldiers' wrath was redirected entirely towards Ryan, a shift that was compounded by their faith in the drowned god. After all, the drowned god has never been known for benevolence, and the Ironborn are acutely aware that reconciliation between the Westlands and the Iron Islands is utterly impossible. Chapter 46. The Siege of Old Wick in a moment of despair. The old, weak, and women returned to Ryan's camp with anguished cries. Nearby, Zhou approached quietly, whispering, "My lord, shall we?" and made a gesture to suggest whether Ryan intended to annihilate this group of helpless souls. Gazing at the formidable walls of Old Wick, an insidious plan struck Ryan's mind. He coldly commanded, "No need. Everyone, begin setting up camp and prepare for patrols. Work through the night to construct siege ladders. Let these old, weak, and women lead the charge without taking anything with them. I wish to see if all the Ironborn within Old Wick are indeed so devoid of compassion. Once they grow complacent, we shall seize the walls in one decisive blow." Zhou was taken aback by Ryan's ruthlessness, realizing that Ryan was far more merciless than he had anticipated. However, considering that these were the families of those wretched Ironborn, he felt little moral burden. Even Rick, who usually adhered to the chivalric code, remained silent. Ryan recognized that his strategy was exceedingly cruel, yet he felt he had no alternative. To capture Old Wick swiftly and with minimal cost, he had to resort to such drastic measures. Fortunately, the targets were the notoriously infamous Ironborn. Otherwise, such actions might severely tarnish Ryan's reputation. After enjoying a sumptuous dinner, the old, weak, and women among the Ironborn drifted into a restless sleep. The warriors within Old Wick were not so fortunate. Ryan had arranged for night patrols to intermittently probe their defenses, preventing them from finding a moment's peace. Simultaneously attacking from different directions, the assault appeared grandiose, as if a full-scale offensive were underway, leaving the soldiers within Old Wick exhausted from defense. As dawn broke, the rudimentary siege ladders were completed, and Ryan organized his forces for action, rousing the captives still lost in slumber. Without providing them with weapons, he drove them forward with swords and knives, forcing them onto the battlefield amidst their cries for mercy. Ryan's army surged toward Old Wick, prompting the defenders to rush to the battlements, desperately ringing the iron bell, shouting, "The Lannisters are attacking! The Lannisters are attacking!" Before they could utter more than a few calls, a whistling arrow pierced the neck of one, silencing him forever. Ryan, observing the fallen Ironborn soldier, continued to draw his longbow, ordering, "Archers, provide ranged suppression, cover the siege. Upon receiving the command, Zhou bellowed, "My lord has spoken. Archers, provide ranged suppression, cover the siege." A contingent of crossbowmen and archers from the Western realm emerged from the ranks, swiftly drawing their longbows and crossbows. In an instant, a multitude of bolts and arrows flew wildly towards the ancient walls of Old Wick. Before the iron folk within the city could prepare themselves, countless projectiles claimed the lives of many. The overwhelming firepower of the Lion's Tooth Legion rendered any potential remote counterattack ineffective, as it became evident that Ryan's forces, laden with siege ladders, had already reached the base of the walls. At that moment, Count Dunstan and his eldest son, Dennis, ascended the battlements, shields and longbows in hand. Observing the quivering ironfolk, Dunstan bellowed, "You wretched fools, do you not know how to wield a shield? Those incapable of using a bow, take up shields and block their attacks, allowing our archers the space to retaliate. When that detestable horde of cats reaches the foot of the walls, let them witness the art of throwing. Use your throwing axes and short spears to vanquish these scoundrels." With those words, he led by example, positioning Dennis with his shield at the forefront to absorb the onslaught from the Lion's Tooth Legion. Meanwhile, Dunstan drew back his longbow to initiate a counterstrike. And under his organization, the Iron Folk gradually regained their composure, mounting an effective response. However, their counterattack came a tad too late. Rick had already arrived with soldiers carrying the siege ladders to the base of Old Wick. Amidst the roars of soldiers, the ladders were erected and forcefully slammed against the walls, while numerous grappling hooks swiftly descended, firmly anchoring themselves into the rocky surface. Upon witnessing this, Dunstan could not restrain his fury, exclaiming, "Cursed be it, their march is too swift. Dennis, take your men and destroy their siege ladders. If they manage to seize the walls in a short span, countless soldiers from the Western realm will surge forth, tearing apart our defenses, and Old Wick will surely fall." Dennis shouted, "Yes, father." He then relinquished his shield and led his guards to dismantle the siege ladders. However, the sheer number of ladders proved overwhelming, and for a time, Dennis was unable to sever all the ropes of the grappling hooks. Seizing the opportunity, Gino turned to the terrified captives, shouting, "All of you, ascend now, or your fate shall be death." With that, he mercilessly cleaved the head of an elderly iron folk, causing blood to rain down upon the faces of the frightened women and children. In that instant, chaos erupted among the captives as the Western soldiers drew their swords, driving the terrified individuals to scramble up the ladders, their cries echoing beneath the walls of Old Wick. Those who had been desperately severing the ropes paused, having just cut one, only to peer down and behold their aged mothers, weeping as they climbed the ladders, leaving them in a moment of hesitation. Before they could fully process the scene, their companions shouted angrily, pushing the ladders askew, causing them to tumble rapidly down the smooth walls of Old Wick. His aged mother perished tragically on the spot. Witnessing the gruesome death of his mother, he could no longer restrain his fury and seized his sword, striking out at his comrades. Instantly, chaos engulfed the walls of Old Wick, for not everyone possessed the cold-blooded resolve of Dunstan. A moment's hesitation left the siege ladder behind, and as he rushed to reach his family, he inadvertently granted the Lionfang Legion an opportunity. Meanwhile, Rick seized this rare chance, leading the soldiers of the West to storm the walls and engage in fierce combat. Upon seeing Rick successfully surmount the battlements, Ryan bellowed for all soldiers to launch an assault and seize Old Wick. After capturing Old Wick, he commanded that no swords be sheathed for 3 days, urging his men to unleash their wrath and slay. In that instant, the horns of countless lions blared, signaling a general offensive, with Ryan at the forefront. Charging alongside his personal guard, a tide of Lionfang Legion soldiers surged forth, a dark crimson wave rushing toward Old Wick. Dunstan, witnessing this, roared for his men to kill them swiftly and dismantle the siege ladder. However, a multitude of West soldiers had already flooded into the walls, and Dennis found himself engaged with Rick, unable to free himself. Just as Dunstan prepared to draw his sword, Red Rain, Ryan had already reached the base of the wall and spotted Dunstan. With a sudden pull of his longbow, he aimed at Dunstan, and with a thunderous twang, a whistling arrow sped towards him. In a critical moment, Dunstan's instincts honed over years of battle allowed him to evade a fatal hit. Yet, the arrow, adorned with barbs, pierced his shoulder, robbing him of much of his combat strength. His loyal guards quickly pulled him away from the edge of the battlements. Dunstan yearned to rise and fight, but the injury rendered him unable to wield Red Rain for an assault. He could only draw a lighter one-handed sword, breaking free from his guards and struggling to stand and battle. Seeing that his arrow had failed to slay Dunstan, Ryan bitterly cursed, "Lucky old fool. He disregarded all else and continued to lead his soldiers in climbing the siege ladder. However, the scales of war had tipped. The Iron Folk could scarcely contain the onslaught led by Ryan, as numerous West squads ascended the battlements, gradually solidifying their foothold. Chapter 47. The Fall of Old Wick. Ryan successfully led his forces atop the walls of Old Wick. With fervor, he brandished his dual weapons, ruthlessly cutting down the surrounding Iron Folk soldiers, and soon, an increasing number of West soldiers stood upon the ramparts of Old Wick. Dennis, once again confronted by the visage of Ryan, whom he loathed day and night, was reminded of his tragically deceased brother. Coupled with Ryan's coercive actions forcing the citizens of Old Wick to slaughter one another, a fiery rage surged within him, threatening to erupt. No longer mindful of the disparity in combat prowess, Dennis gripped his axe tightly and swung it at Ryan. Upon recognizing Dennis, an old acquaintance, Ryan couldn't help but sneer. A fool blinded by rage. With effortless grace, Ryan deflected Dennis's full-force strike using his two-handed sword, a testament to his extensive battle experience that had significantly transformed his attributes. Dennis, who was never a match for Ryan, was even less so now. As Ryan blocked the attack, he let out a furious roar and exerted his strength, sending Dennis's battle axe flying before delivering a powerful strike aimed at Dennis's chest. The blow cleaved through his leather armor, leaving a gaping, crimson wound. The impact of the strike jolted Dennis back to reality, clearing the bloodlust from his eyes, but it was too late for him to retreat. Ryan swung his heavy sword in a dazzling display, advancing upon Dennis. Despite the excruciating pain in his chest, Dennis desperately attempted to parry Ryan's relentless assault with his axe. Yet, even with all his might, he was forced to retreat under the onslaught of Ryan's storm-like attacks. Ultimately, Dennis stumbled, and Ryan seized the opportunity to disarm him again. Just as Dennis attempted to lift his axe with one hand to strike back, Ryan's gaze turned icy. With all his strength, he severed Dennis's left hand, which still clutched the black iron axe. The severed limb fell from the ancient walls of Old Wick, crashing down and injuring an unfortunate soldier from the Lion Fang Legion. A wave of searing pain enveloped Dennis, prompting a heart-wrenching cry. Yet, true to his lineage as the proud eldest son of Bloodhand Dunstan, he quickly suppressed his agony. Roaring as he attempted to embrace Ryan and leap from the walls of Old Wick, seeking mutual destruction. However, Ryan would not grant him such a chance. He swiftly raised his left leg and delivered a powerful kick that sent Dennis sprawling backward. Following this, Ryan unleashed another strike, slicing through Dennis's left calf, rendering him unable to stand. With a final, forceful kick, he knocked Dennis down completely, piercing his other leg to ensure he could no longer move. Ryan then pressed his foot heavily upon Dennis's anguished face, slamming the back of his head against the ground, causing him to lose consciousness. Had Ryan not been awaiting Dunstan's exchange of his son for the Red Rain, he would have already slain Dennis on the battlefield, avoiding such complications. Without so much as a glance at the incapacitated Dennis, Ryan ordered him to be bound and taken to the camp. Behind him, Saad lifted the unconscious Dennis and roughly tossed him to the soldiers following. Ryan continued to lead the assault on the walls of Old Wick, which were on the brink of collapse. Dunstan, despite his wounds, managed to slay several soldiers from the west. However, the sight of his captured son Dennis, with an arm severed, exacerbated his injuries. For a fleeting moment, this seasoned warrior hesitated as he watched his severed arm tumble from the walls, providing a nearby West soldier the perfect opportunity to strike. The soldier's blade found its mark on Dunstan's thigh, disrupting his balance, while another West soldier aimed to deliver a fatal blow. The Ironborn guards surrounding Dunstan swiftly advanced, dispatching the two Western warriors with brutal efficiency. Among them, Laverstone House, witnessing the walls of Old Wick nearly overwhelmed by Western soldiers, could only roar in frustration. Damn it, we can't hold this position. Quickly, escort Count Dunstan away from here. The Ironborn guards surged forward, enveloping the still-rising figure of Count Dunstan and whisking him away from the ramparts. Enclosed by his protectors, Dunstan bellowed, "Release me, you wretched bastards. The soldiers need me. I will slay those Western scoundrels. Let me go." Yet, the guards paid no heed to the furious protests of Count Dunstan as they pressed on toward the inner keep of the city. Whether to safeguard him or to escape the gruesome slaughter of the battlefield remained uncertain. Once Dunstan and the other nobles had retreated, the Ironborn soldiers lost their resolve. Their morale shattered, leading to a one-sided massacre at the hands of the Lion Fang Legion. In a short span, the smooth walls of Old Wick became stained with the blood of the Ironborn, littered with their fallen comrades. Rain, with a grim expression, wiped the blood from his sword using his dark crimson cloak, the very hue of his lion armor, now eerily tainted by the blood of the Ironborn. A testament to the number he had slain. Beside him, Gino reported the casualties with a hint of satisfaction. My Lord Rain, we deployed a total of 3,500 soldiers for this siege, and we suffered only around 400 losses, while we have dispatched over 1,000 Ironborn. Old Wick is nearly under our control. Aside from the inner keep, the rest lies firmly in our grasp. Moreover, according to the testimonies of the captured Ironborn, there are likely no more than 200 soldiers within the inner keep. Its defenses are far inferior to the outer walls of Old Wick. I estimate that only about 500 Lionfang warriors would be sufficient to seize it. Despite the losses on their side, Gino's good spirits were undeterred, for in siege warfare, one typically must expend several times the number of defenders to capture a stronghold. Their forces had achieved this with less than half the defenders' number. Taking the fortress composed of sea rock, Rain cast a cold glance at Gino and commanded, Gino, our battle is far from over. Order the soldiers to encircle the inner keep and seize Old Wick with renewed vigor. At that moment, Palliber stepped forward, his voice low, My Lord Rain, what shall we do with the captives? Rain regarded the captured Ironborn with indifference, stating, We do not require so many prisoners. He then resumed his advance toward the inner keep with his soldiers. Palliber, taken aback, was reminded by Rick, What the Lord means is we do not want prisoners, Palliber. Realization dawned on Palliber as he gazed at the kneeling Ironborn pleading for mercy. Initially hesitant, he steeled himself when recalling the atrocities committed by the Ironborn in the West. With determination in his eyes, he shouted and drew his sword, charging at the Ironborn. The surrounding Lionfang soldiers joined in, slaughtering the Ironborn as one would cull livestock, disregarding their pleas for mercy and their wails, much like they had once ignored the cries of the people of the West. Ryan led his soldiers to encircle the last bastion of Old Wick City. As he gazed upon the inner fortress, constructed from countless sea rocks, a cold smile escaped his lips. However, for the sake of Red Rain, Ryan resolved to grant Dunstan and the others one final chance, dispatching side with the unconscious Dennis to negotiate their surrender. Chapter 48. Red Rain within the inner fortress. Dunstan endeavored to rouse the dwindling morale, bellowing that they had reached a critical juncture of life and death. He urged everyone to hold on just a little longer, for the rabble from the west would not linger here for long. Raphar stepped forward, his face ashen, his blood-red eyes fixed intently on Count Dunstan, and spoke coldly, My lord, we are at the end of our rope. Continuing this futile resistance will lead us only to our demise. Dunstan, taken aback by this, erupted into laughter, slowly pushing aside his surrounding guards as he approached Raphar. Standing before him, he seized Raphar by his leather armor and roared, Raphar Stonehouse, have you forsaken your iron blood? You would consider surrendering to those who invade our home and slaughter our brethren? Do you truly believe that by groveling before that mongrel black-maned lion, you can secure your own life? Stop dreaming, Raphar Stonehouse. That lion has long been awaiting our demise. Look outside, you fool. The blood of our brothers and sisters is nearly staining Old Wick City crimson. Rendered speechless, Raphar could only reflect on Ryan's brutality, which they had all witnessed. No one could guarantee they would receive favorable treatment upon surrendering. Even the simplest hope of survival seemed elusive, and the previously wavering guards fell silent. At that moment, someone burst into the council chamber, causing the already tense assembly to draw their swords, pointing them at the intruder. The newcomer trembled in fear and quickly exclaimed, My Lord Dunstan, the lion has sent envoys to negotiate at the gates of the inner fortress. Moreover, they have captured Lord Dennis, and they also said. Raphar, unable to contain himself, seized a soldier and shouted, Speak quickly. What else did they say? The soldier, sensing Raphar's fierce gaze, hurriedly continued, They said if Lord Dunstan does not accept the negotiation, they will first take Lord Dennis's head as a trophy, then set the inner fortress ablaze with timber and oil, burning us alive. Dunstan, initially inclined to dismiss the messenger, caught sight of the eager eyes around him and let out a resigned sigh, stating, Let him enter, but tell them only one may come in. However, uttering this command aged Dunstan by decades, leaving him somewhat unsteady on his feet. Ultimately, Side entered the inner fortress bearing Ryan's orders, casting a disdainful glance at Dunstan and the others in the hall. The iron men surrounding Sade gazed at him with eager, almost pleading eyes, while Dunstan remained firmly seated in his stone chair, motionless. Ultimately, it fell to Laver to muster the courage to step forward, addressing Sade with a flourish, My lord, we welcome your presence. May I inquire about Lord Rian's terms? Sade regarded these once indifferent nobles, who now bowed and scraped before him, their flattery palpable. In that moment, he perceived that the lofty earls were not so formidable after all, but rather akin to ordinary folk. Yet, Sade was acutely aware that the respect he commanded was a direct gift from Lord Rian, which only deepened his admiration for the man. He then casually accepted the salt wine offered by Laver and took a measured sip before proclaiming, "Lord Rian demands your unconditional surrender before sunset. Should you capitulate, we shall guarantee your fundamental rights, and thereafter, through acts of valor or the payment of ransom, Lord Rian can restore your freedom." Upon hearing this, Laver promptly interjected, "We are willing to pay the ransom. We merely seek Lord Rian's mercy." Sade, astonished, retorted, "Do you truly possess gold dragons for your ransom?" Laver quickly replied, "Yes, indeed. The Stonehouse family has long transferred the majority of our wealth to Old Wick. We have the means to pay." Sade interrupted, "Do you not understand? Not only your family, but all of Old Wick belongs to our Lord Rian, including your assets. To secure your ransom, you must join us in attacking the other noble houses of the Iron Islands, plundering their wealth, or achieving military glory to redeem yourself and your kin. Do you comprehend?" After a moment of silence, Laver ultimately nodded in agreement to Sade's stipulations. At that moment, Dunstan burst into laughter, derisively mocking, "Ha! You would so eagerly accept such terms. Your ancestors must be proud of you, you cowardly wretch." Laver bore Sade's insults with stoicism, motivated by the desire to protect his family, but could not tolerate Dunstan's affront to his forebears. Coldly, he retorted, "Dunstan, we are no different. You are just like us, you wretched old fool." Dunstan paid no heed to Laver's indignation, fixing his gaze on Sade with a sneer. "I trust there is more to your demands. Speak your terms, boy." Sade met Dunstan's gaze, smirking, truly worthy of the Bloodhand. "Lord Rian demands you offer your Valyrian steel sword, Red Rain, in exchange for the life of your firstborn, Dennis. Should you surrender Red Rain, Lord Rian might even return Old Wick to you, along with 500 gold dragons as a bargaining chip." Dunstan scoffed. "You think to trade my own castle and a paltry 500 gold dragons for a sword that has been passed down through generations of my family? The Lannisters are not only adept at hoarding gold, but also excel in commerce. No wonder you are so wealthy." With a cold expression, Sade warned once more, "Dunstan, Old Wick is now in the possession of our Lord Lion. Furthermore, let me remind you that you have only one heir left. Dennis, your younger son, Marlon, has perished in the Westlands, and a dilapidated inner keep cannot endure for long. Once Lord Lion gives the command to besiege, both you and your Red Rain shall become spoils of war." Whether it was the revelation of his son's demise or his obsession with Red Rain that ignited Dunstan's fury, he roared in response, "Very well, I shall await that mongrel lion. Tell him, if he desires Red Rain, he must come and take it himself." Sade, equally enraged, retorted coldly, "I hope your inner keep proves as resilient as the stubbornness of Count Dunstan." Ignoring the pleas of Laugh and the others behind him, he swept away in a flourish. Approaching Lion, Sade recounted the conversation in its entirety. Lion showed no sign of surprise. While Gino inquired whether preparations should be made for an assault on the inner keep, Lion merely shook his head with a faint smile. "Wait a moment. The gates of the inner keep will open of their own accord." As everyone stood in confusion, Laugh and his companions arrived, escorting a disheveled Dunstan to the camp of Lion. Laugh immediately presented Red Rain to Lion, respectfully stating, "My lord." This old rascal Dunstan even contemplated casting Red Rain into the sea. Fortunately, I intervened and apprehended him, returning Red Rain to its rightful owner. Looking at Laugh, who knelt before him, Lion smiled. "Well done, Lord Laugh. You have made a wise choice." Laugh murmured his gratitude. "Thank you, my lord." Lion then disregarded Laugh and took hold of Red Rain, admiring its unparalleled sharpness, though lamenting that it was a hybrid sword rather than the two-handed sword he usually wielded. Nevertheless, it fulfilled the long-held desire of his father, Tywin, to possess a Valyrian steel sword, thus remedying the Lannister family's lack of such a weapon. Chapter 49. Control of Old Wick. Lion gazed at Red Rain, briefly appreciating its beauty before beginning to swing it, even utilizing a steel shield for testing. He swiftly struck several blows, and the terrifying sharpness combined with Lion's immense strength soon overwhelmed the shield's defenses, cleaving through with ease. While the blade of Red Rain remained unscathed, it is no wonder that every warrior yearns for a Valyrian steel sword. It symbolizes not only noble status, but also significantly enhances a warrior's combat prowess. Lion replaced his two-handed sword with Red Rain. Although it possessed characteristics of both a one-handed and two-handed sword, it was not the familiar two-handed sword he was accustomed to. Due to his unfamiliarity, his combat effectiveness might diminish slightly. However, the sword's Valyrian steel nature compensated for this decline. Just as Lion continued to test Red Rain, Dunstan, who had been subdued, laughed heartily, exclaiming, I never imagined that after years of companionship with our Targaryen family, Red Rain would slip from my grasp and fall into the hands of you. The mongrel lion. Beside him, Seed could no longer endure the insults hurled by the aged man. He swiftly delivered a fierce kick to the elder's abdomen, causing the already injured Dunstan to collapse onto one knee, retching the remnants of his recent meal. Nevertheless, Dunstan mustered the strength to rise, his gaze fixed fiercely upon Ryan, gritting his teeth as he declared, "As long as a single member of the Dorgo family remains, we shall never relinquish our claim to the Red Rain. You scoundrel." Ryan observed Dunstan before him, poised to eliminate the threat entirely. However, out of caution for any potential Dorgo survivors still at large, he considered the might of House Lannister, which need not fear the relatively insignificant Dorgo family. Yet, forcibly seizing another ancestral Valyrian steel sword would undoubtedly incite panic among the other families possessing such blades. After all, even powerful houses like the Lannisters and Baratheons had only sought to acquire Valyrian steel through purchase. Furthermore, should the Dorgo family seek redress from the Iron Throne after quelling the Iron Islands rebellion, it would pose complications for the Lannisters, considering the need to appease other families wielding Valyrian steel. As for Tywin's decision to melt down the Stark family ice to forge a Valyrian steel sword for his own house, it was a consequence of the Lannisters not only defeating the Starks but also sitting upon the Iron Throne. Joffrey, after all, was merely a lion clad in the skin of a Baratheon, no longer needing to tread carefully. Suddenly, Ryan's gaze fell upon Laffer, and an idea sparked within him. Laffer hailed from House Stonehouse, the second most prominent family on Old Wick Island after the Dorgos. Given Laffer's betrayal of his liege, it was likely he would fear retaliation from the Dorgo family. Thus, Ryan considered pushing him forward to eliminate the Dorgos once and for all. If the Dorgo family were not vanquished by Ryan's own hand, the other families possessing Valyrian steel would be left with no recourse against the might of House Lannister. Ryan approached Laffer with a serene smile, saying, "My dear Lord Laffer, the Lannisters have always honored their debts. Since you have brought me the Red Rain and the allegiance of the Inner Keep, my promise remains unchanged. You have delivered Red Rain to me. You shall become the new lord of this ancient Old Wick castle. I shall even bestow upon you 1,000 golden dragons to aid you and your captives in the restoration of Old Wick Castle." Though Ryan had contemplated seizing Old Wick Castle for himself, he recognized the island's vast size belied its scarcity of resources. It was primarily endowed with iron mines, while the land had become increasingly barren due to prolonged erosion by seawater. This scarcity had given rise to the Iron Islands families, who embraced the creed of plunder over toil. Even if Ryan were to invest heavily in transforming it into a trading port, the surrounding Iron Men would hardly facilitate commerce. Thus, Old Wick Castle represented a territory far too challenging to govern, where the costs of investment would far exceed any potential income, making conquest unnecessary and more suited to plunder. However, the situation was markedly different for Laver, a native of Old Wick Island, who belonged to both the Ironborn and the nobility, enjoying a natural support and a suitable existence in this land. Rather than squander his gold dragons on feudal investments, it would be wiser to make a strategic move, for it might prove beneficial in the future. At that moment, Laver was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and expressed his gratitude, proclaiming, "My lord, I shall never betray your trust. The Stonehouse family will henceforth pledge their loyalty solely to House Lannister." Rebuffing him with a dismissive snort, Laver hastily corrected himself, realizing the connection between his lord and his own family, stating instead, No, it should be loyalty to Lord Ryan, loyalty to House Lannister." This earned him a satisfied smile from Ryan, who seemed to genuinely care for his well-being, and he spoke earnestly, "You need not publicly swear fealty to me. Your heart's loyalty suffices, particularly to ensure your dominion over Old Wick. However, you have betrayed your liege lord, and the former masters of Old Wick, the Drum family, still exist in this world. Your ambition to rule Old Wick will undoubtedly present considerable challenges. I wonder if you can withstand the retribution of the Drum family." At that juncture, Gino tossed a sword at Laver's feet, making it clear that Ryan demanded he prove his loyalty through action. Resolute, Laver picked up the sword and approached Dunstan, thrusting it directly into his chest. In his final moments, Dunstan fixed a piercing gaze on Laver and weakly declared, "I shall await you in the depths of the Drowned God's hell, you cur." This incited Laver's fury, and he withdrew the blade only to thrust it repeatedly into Dunstan until he lay utterly still. Only then did Ryan approach Laver, gently patting his shoulder and expressing, "Congratulations on making the right choice once more. Your descendants will take pride in you, Count Laver." At that moment, Ryan turned his attention to the gradually awakening Dennis, subtly signaling Laver with a glance. As Laver prepared to approach Dennis with the sword, Ryan intervened, stating, "You cannot manage Old Wick alone." He then gestured to Gino, who led Laver to their prisoner camp, urging him to recruit others, yet less than a third were willing to join Laver's ranks. Consequently, Laver took the initiative to strike at the heir of the Drum family, forcing the others to act against Dennis, thereby binding him to Laver's faction. Per Dennis, just regaining consciousness, was mercilessly hacked to pieces. Ryan issued new orders for Laver to deal with the remaining captives. Having already done so much to survive and claim Old Wick, Laver felt no hesitation in this grim task. Those who had once fought alongside him were now transformed into enemies, and beneath Laver's onslaught, the unarmed Ironborn could only wail in despair as they met their tragic end. After enduring this series of trials, Ryan departed contentedly with the Black Lion fleet, laden with gold and spoils of war. All that remained was the desolate and silent Old Wick castle, accompanied by 1,000 bloodied golden dragons, surrounded by countless corpses of Iron Men and pools of blood. Beside him, Rick expressed his concerns in a hushed tone. "My Lord Ryan, leaving Old Wick Castle to that fellow could lead to future rebellions, potentially causing us some trouble." Ryan smiled faintly, replying, "He will not dare, for now. Apart from me, he has no one else to turn to. Moreover, he will thoroughly eradicate the Zhou family for me, alleviating my worries. He, will only grow more loyal. Besides, if Old Wick Castle dares to rebel again, we can simply conquer it once more. With their current troop strength, they cannot even mount a defense." Chapter 50, Conquest of Oak Island. After a mere 2 days, Ryan led the Black Lion fleet to Oak Island, a primary manufacturing site for ships in the Iron Islands. It was not only more prosperous than the other islands, but the necessity of extensive oak tree cultivation meant that the Iron Men possessed very little land of their own. However, the wealth brought by the oak allowed Oak Island to host the formidable Oakwood and Tony families. Furthermore, it boasted 2 military fortresses, Pine Castle and Nettle Castle, whose combined military might surpass that of Old Wick Castle. Ryan's prior assault on Old Wick Island had already made it known that he had utilized the families of Iron Men to capture Old Wick Castle, prompting both the Oakwood and Tony families to urgently gather all the civilians outside the city, concentrating them in Pine Castle and Nettle Castle, disregarding the consumption of resources. Although this would deplete a considerable amount of food, it would also secure the unwavering loyalty and morale of the soldiers. Once Ryan breached the city gates, the fate of their families would be sealed in death, making the conquest of Pine Castle and Nettle Castle a formidable challenge. While both the Oakwood and Tony families aspired to vanquish each other to become the true rulers of Oak Island, they had, through prolonged struggles, established a peace through alliances, jointly managing the island. Hence, during an offensive, caution was required to avoid being caught between the two sides. Additionally, Ryan speculated that the combined military strength of the Oakwood and Tony families would not exceed 3,000 troops. As long as he remained vigilant against ambushes during the siege, he need not worry about other matters. Ryan first directed his attention to Nettle Castle, situated at the southernmost tip of Oak Island, which boasted somewhat weaker defenses. After arranging his Lion-Tooth Legion to encircle the castle, Ryan began to scrutinize the small fortress of war. Thanks to the wealth from the oak, it was constructed with robust coastal rocks, ensuring its fortitude. However, what distinguishes Haiyan from the smooth and humid Waikacheng is that the surrounding area, due to the growth of oak trees, has become somewhat arid. An idea struck him. He would employ fire as a weapon. As was customary, Ryan first dispatched envoys to Shuanma City to persuade its inhabitants to surrender. Yet, as soon as the envoy uttered the words of capitulation, promising them the preservation of their most fundamental noble rights, Baron Tunney appeared atop Shuanma City. He responded to Ryan's overture with a sharp arrow, striking down the envoy on the spot. Witnessing the fallen soldier of the Lion's Tooth Legion, Ryan's gaze turned frigid, and he promptly commanded the soldiers nearby to fell the oak trees and gather all combustible materials. Simultaneously, he assigned Rick to lead 800 infantrymen to guard the rear. Meanwhile, Polly Ber led 500 cavalrymen, concealed in the shadows, awaiting the approach of the Oakwood family to ambush and decimate their reinforcements. Once a sufficient quantity of flammable materials was amassed, Ryan, at the helm of the Lion's Tooth Legion, initiated a formal assault. Initially, long-range soldiers unleashed a barrage to suppress the defenders within Shuanma City, leveraging their formidable firepower. Subsequently, Ryan personally oversaw the transport of a substantial amount of oak and combustible materials to the base of Shuanma City, whereupon he produced a significant portion of the fleet's oil. With a mere flick, the oil was poured over the oak and an abundance of flammable materials. In an instant, a roaring inferno erupted, engulfing the vicinity in thick black smoke. Baron Tunney, naively believing that Ryan aimed to suffocate them with smoke, hastily directed his men to fetch water to extinguish the flames. Ryan, however, issued a direct command to resume the long-range assault, preventing any attempts at firefighting, as bolts and arrows ignited chaos within the city. In a bid to avert the destruction of Shuanma City, Baron personally led a contingent, shielding against the onslaught of the Lion's Tooth Legion, and commenced directing a counterattack. Observing that the time for the flames to burn was drawing to a close, Ryan gradually ordered the crossbowmen to cease their fire and focus on extinguishing the flames. This cycle of burning and dousing with cold water was repeated multiple times, subjecting Shuanma City to the relentless alternation of extreme heat and cold. Within a mere 3 hours, Shuanma City had been repeatedly enveloped in flames, only to be extinguished by torrents of water. Baron, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but laugh derisively, addressing Ryan as a mere scruffy lion, proclaiming that he could not possibly consume them with flame as a dragon would. Ryan regarded Baron with the indifference reserved for the dead, for he had observed fine cracks beginning to form on the city walls, including the stone gate. As soldiers from the Tunney family rushed forward with buckets of water, they were met with Ryan's Lion's Tooth Legion, who also bore water carts, but their intent was not to extinguish the fire. With a barrage of water buckets hurled at the gates of Shuanma City, the already high-temperature stone gates were suddenly exposed to cold water, resulting in rapid thermal shock that caused numerous fissures. If Baron possessed even a modicum of knowledge regarding siege warfare, he would understand that after employing fire as a tactic, one should refrain from immediately dousing with water. Rather, one ought to wait a few moments before doing so. Otherwise, while iron may withstand it, stone is prone to cracking, especially given that Haiyan is not composed of particularly robust rock. Baron also sensed the impending danger and immediately bellowed for everyone to halt. All paused, but it was too late. Saad, shield in hand and flanked by a cadre of loyal guards, emerged from the cover of the black smoke, wielding a rudimentary siege hammer crafted from oak. With furious shouts, Saad and his men brought the hammer crashing down upon the already beleaguered city gates. After several resounding blows, a sizable breach was created in the stone gates. Upon witnessing the gates breached, Ryan swiftly led the Lion's Tooth Legion into the heart of Nettle City, while Baron, disregarding the chaos above, hurried to rally his guards to defend his stronghold. At that moment, the long-anticipated arrival of Count Ellen Oakwood and his soldiers came to fruition. Ellen, possessing a modicum of military acumen, understood that Ryan would be vigilant against his assault. Thus, he opted to strike after Ryan had breached Nettle City, hoping for a pincer movement that would not only envelop Ryan's forces but also inflict significant damage, to prevent Ryan from fortifying his defenses or laying traps. Ellen audaciously divided his troops, leading the majority in a frontal assault to attract Rick's attention. Meanwhile, he entrusted his brother, Elon Oakwood, to command the remaining forces in a flanking maneuver against Rick, aiming to dismantle Ryan's established defenses. However, he did not anticipate that Ryan would share his intentions. Upon discovering the enemy encroaching from the flank, Palliber immediately charged forth with 500 cavalry. Leveraging their high mobility, they intercepted Elon's forces before they could reach the battlefield, inflicting severe casualties in a single charge and even slaying Elon on the spot. Seeing his brother's forces detained by the cavalry, Ellen realized his plan had unraveled and hastily organized a retreat. Yet, Rick would not grant him such an opportunity, relentlessly pursuing Ellen's troops. Coupled with the superior quality and equipment of the Lion's Tooth Legion, Ellen's forces were gradually overpowered as the battle wore on. Ultimately, Ellen managed to escape with a handful of loyal guards, fleeing towards his family's Pine Cypress City. Meanwhile, Nettle City had fallen into Ryan's grasp. The once mocking Count Baron Tony had transformed into the first noble casualty at Ryan's hands. The banner of the Tony family, emblazoned in red and black on a white field, was severed and replaced with Ryan's Black Lion flag. After plundering and managing the spoils of Nettle City and its iron citizens, Ryan set his sights on Pine Cypress City. Yet, Count Ellen Oakwood was considerably more astute. Following his failed ambush, he recognized that with a mere 400 soldiers left within Pine Cypress, he could not possibly withstand the might of the Lion's Tooth Legion, which numbered around 5,000. The city's fall was merely a matter of time. Given the recent defeat and the demoralization of his troops, holding out seemed futile. Surrendering for a chance at survival appeared to be the wisest course of action. Upon accepting Ellen's surrender, Ryan did not overly burden the Count, but instead proceeded to thoroughly plunder Pine Cypress City. After slaying yet another half of the Oakwood soldiers, Ryan departed with the deep green coniferous banner emblazoned on a yellow field of the Oakwood family. Thus, he completed the conquest of Old Wick Island and Oak Island, and set his sights on Pike Island. Chapter 51. Arrival at Pike Island. Robb sat in his military tent, roaring in frustration. Damn it. How many times have we besieged this city with scarcely any progress? We are merely wasting our soldiers. He continued. I had already insisted on leading the charge myself. We would have taken this wretched city by now. Beside him, Ned, unyielding on the battlefield, retorted, Robb, you are now a king, not a warrior. Your duty is to hold the camp. If anything were to happen to you, it would spell disaster for your dynasty. Robb rose, slamming his hand on the table, shouting, Damn it, Ned. I was a soldier long before I became a king. If you want me to hold the camp, then take that accursed castle sea stone, rather than allow it to trap us here. As the stag and the direwolf bickered, a knight from Storm's End abruptly entered the tent, interrupting their quarrel. Withstanding the tension between them, he hastily announced, Your Majesty, Duke Ned. The Black Lion fleet belonging to House Lannister has arrived at Pike Island. Sir Ryan leads the Lion's Tooth Legion, requesting to join the coalition in the assault on Pike Island. Robb furrowed his brow, incredulous. Ryan? Did I not instruct him to attack Old Wick Island and Oak Island? How could he have accomplished that in just a few days? Bring him in. Ned suppressed his own anger and coldly replied, Thank you, Sir Mark. Please allow Sir Ryan to enter the tent. He then assigned Sir Hermon Tohar to arrange accommodations for the Lion's Tooth Legion. Before long, Ryan entered the tent. Observing the weary visages of Robb and Ned, worn from days of battle, Robb, seated upon his throne, sipped a cup of wine and coldly stated, Sir Ryan, I hope you bring good news. Ned added, Sir Ryan, your arrival at Pike Island. Did you encounter any difficulties on Old Wick Island or Oak Island? Ryan smiled faintly and then commanded Side to bring forth the red shield of House Trogger. Along with it came the nettle whip banner of House Tarley and the deep green coniferous banner of House Oakwood, as well as a number of other banners from the remaining Iron Islands nobility of Old Wick Island and Oak Island. With a multitude of Iron Islands banners now laid upon the floor of the tent, Ryan began, by the grace of His Majesty the King, I have successfully captured Old Wick Island and Oak Island, and I have come to Pike Island to join His Majesty in the assault on Pike Castle. Robb could not help but laugh, exclaiming, Well done, young man. You are indeed a knight worthy of my promotion. This young lion of yours is far superior to those damned bastards of the Riverlands, managing to conquer both Old Wick Island and Oak Island in such a short time. You are quite the capable fellow. I find myself envious of your father, that old lion, for having such a son as you. Ryan, you have earned significant merit in this battle, and I shall reward you, lad. Lionel immediately bowed in gratitude to the king, then solemnly declared, Your Majesty, I require no rewards, for alleviating your burdens is the sacred duty of us vassals. I humbly request to lead the Lionfang Legion into the siege forces. The Iron Islands have inflicted too much suffering upon the Westerlands. This debt shall be repaid in iron-born blood. Robert took a deep swig of wine and boomed with laughter. If all men thought as you do, this petty Iron Islands rebellion wouldn't require a king's personal intervention. His gaze then fixed intently on Lon, pledging solemnly, Rewards are inevitable, and vengeance shall be yours as well. I grant your request, for I trust this young lion shall deliver quite the surprise to that old Kraken Balon. Keep your fury burning, my lord. Ned also allowed a faint, almost imperceptible smile to grace his features before instructing, Sir Lion, you may retire to rest for now. Later, you shall join the siege contingent. Await the sounding of the war horn, and then you may advance upon Pike alongside our forces. Lion responded with solemn gravity, As you command, your grace, Lord Eddard. Just as he was about to depart, Lion was halted by Robert's call. With a hearty laugh, Robert remarked, Lad, your ability to conquer two major islands in such swift succession has demonstrated military prowess that rivals even Lord Randall's. Come, join us in strategizing how to seize this damn Stonedance castle. Ned remained silent in acquiescence for two reasons. Firstly, their advance had indeed been halted by Balon's pike. Secondly, he wished to witness what ingenious strategy Lon might devise to spare further futile sacrifice of their Northmen and Stormlander warriors. Long before their arrival at Pike, Lon had studied the fortress meticulously. Pike stood as a war-sculpted citadel, hewn from colossal sea-worn rocks, perched upon 3 barren isles and 12 towering stone pillars. Not only was it nigh impregnable to assault, but should the tides rise, even their current encampment would be swallowed by the sea, forcing the entire allied host to retreat to their fleet. To seize Pike, their options were grim, either a protracted siege or a bloody frontal assault. Even if they breached the gates, they would have to swiftly capture the gatehouse and storm the drawbridge leading to the bloody keep, lest the Ironborn cut it down and force them to begin anew. Yet fortune favored them. As Lon approached Robert's position, He noted that the southern tower of Pike bore visible cracks from relentless bombardment. Concentrating their forces and siege engines upon this weakened point might just carve an opening. After a brief study of the war table, Lon addressed the king. Your Grace, my observations reveal fractures in Pike's southern tower. If we press our assault with full might upon the southern wall and tower, we may breach a narrow passage. Then, dispatching an elite vanguard to secure this foothold within the city would allow our forces to flood in and strike at Pike's heart. Yet holding such a passage would be no simple feat even if the drawbridge could bear but few warriors at once. They would face relentless counterattacks, ironborn surging from the bridge, the gatehouse, and the ancient towers above. Thus, this elite squad not only faces the relentless onslaught of numerous foes, but must also navigate the narrow confines of the suspension bridge to subdue the enemy, allowing more soldiers to join the fray. Robert and Ned gazed upon the sand table before them, recognizing that Ryan's strategy was indeed the most optimal under the circumstances. However, the warriors tasked with traversing this perilous passage would undoubtedly confront an environment fraught with peril. Should this plan falter, it would render barren Pike Island all the more vigilant, necessitating an influx of additional soldiers to fill this war-ravaged void in order to conquer Pike City. Ultimately, Robert pounded the table with determination, declaring, "Let it be so. I refuse to believe that the seafaring folk, who ravage only the waters, can best the warriors of the Seven Kingdoms upon land." He then bellowed to a nearby attendant, commanding, "Summon all the skilled fighters from every realm into the war tent. I am to select a contingent composed of true warriors." In an instant, countless renowned warriors from the Seven Kingdoms surged into the tent. Robert, surveying the burly figures before him, thundered, "Warriors of the Seven Kingdoms, we have been obstructed by this crumbling city for far too long. Now, I demand that you wield your swords to breach the walls of this wretched seaside fortress. For me, drag this foul sea creature, Baron, from his decaying throne and deliver a sound thrashing to him. Who among you will rise to the occasion?" Ryan was the first to step forward, roaring, "Your Majesty, grant me this mission." After all, even the young Ryan, esteemed heir of Castle K, had taken a stand. How could the venerable veterans of the Seven Kingdoms display any semblance of timidity at such a moment? The others, inspired by Ryan's fervor, echoed in unison, "Your Majesty, please assign me this mission." Chapter 52. The battle commences. Robert looked on with satisfaction at the assembly of warriors from the Seven Kingdoms. Yet, this undertaking would require more than mere valor. As Ryan had articulated, the adversaries faced would not only emerge from the towers but would also swarm from the suspension bridge. The soldiers would need to stand firm, suppressing foes from all directions to carve out a foothold for more warriors to join the fight. At this juncture, Balistan emerged from the throng, parting the crowd with his presence. Those who beheld the fearless Balistan made way for him, drawing his sword from his side and kneeling. He solemnly stated, "Your Majesty, please bestow this honor upon me. I shall bring glory and victory to your Majesty." Robert nodded in acknowledgement. Despite Balistan's advanced years, he remained a formidable warrior. His valor was legendary. During the Battle of Dusk Valley, Balistan single-handedly fought through enemy lines to rescue the Mad King. An act of courage that spoke volumes. Without hesitation, Robert acquiesced to Balistan's request. At that moment, a towering figure from the north emerged. Jorah Mormont from Bear Island stepped forward, stating gravely, "The warriors of Bear Island can stand against 10 foes. Those mere ironborn from the Iron Islands will pose no challenge to me. Please grant me this honor." "Your Majesty, Lord Ned." Robert turned to Ned, who nodded in agreement, acknowledging Jorah's valor. "It is Jorah Mormont from Bear Island," Robert continued. "I have faith that the valiant warriors from the north will undoubtedly vanquish this pack of ironborn scoundrels." At that moment, a somewhat inebriated warrior, clad in armor distinct from that of the Knights of the Seven Kingdoms, stepped forward from the crowd. He laughed heartily, addressing the gathered nobles. "Might I also partake in this glory? After all, His Highness, the Lord of Light, would be most pleased to allow me to deliver a sound thrashing to these blasphemous fiends." Robert, perplexed, inquired, "And you are?" The man offered a simple bow, then replied with a grin, "Your Majesty, I am Sorrows from Myr. I have heard tales of your bravery and generosity, not to mention your fondness for drink. Thus, I joined this expedition against the Greyjoy Rebellion, hoping to attain both wealth and renown. Ideally, a bounty of gold dragons to settle my debts accrued in the taverns and brothels of King's Landing. More importantly, it is all under the guidance of the Lord of Light, which has led me to your service to alleviate your burdens." The assembly regarded the somewhat tipsy and seemingly erratic warrior with skepticism regarding his capacity for such a task. Yet, Robert found himself inexplicably drawn to this fellow, whose temperament resonated with his own. He decided to afford him an opportunity, laughing heartily. "Very well. Let me witness the prowess of this warrior devoted to the Lord of Light." He then surveyed the crowd, seeking any who might wish to gauge this man's mettle. At that moment, Sir Mark stepped forward, solemnly declaring, "Your Majesty, please entrust this task to me." Soros, swaying slightly, cast a disdainful glance at Sir Mark, suggesting he draw his sword first. Sir Mark, irked by such contempt, huffed in annoyance and swiftly unsheathed his sword. Soros, unfazed, extended his hand towards Sir Mark as if beckoning him, inciting a furious roar from Mark, who unleashed a flurry of strikes towards Soros. However, Soros deftly evaded the assaults, even teasingly ruffling Sir Mark's hair. Unable to endure such an affront, Mark disregarded the potential consequences of his actions and unleashed his full might. Soros, no longer treating the encounter lightly, revealed a subtle smile as he grasped the hilt of his sword. In an instant, he drew an unusual two-handed sword, which ignited with fierce flames, resembling a warrior in the service of the divine. Mark was momentarily taken aback by the dazzling flames, causing a disruption in his composure. Seizing the opportunity, Soros unleashed a series of strikes, each imbued with the ferocity of the flames, charging towards Mark. Mark was swiftly disarmed, his sword wrenched from his grasp, and a blazing blade was held menacingly against his throat, the searing heat of the flames scorching his visage. Soros, wearing a faint smile, jested, "My lord." Despite Mark's lingering defiance, it ultimately transmuted into a resigned sigh as he conceded, "I have lost." Meanwhile, Robert, witnessing the fervent clash before him, felt compelled to take to the field and test the prowess of Soros, hailing from Meereen. Although Soros' flaming sword had indeed unsettled Sir Mark, it was evident that this warrior, serving under the King of Light, possessed formidable swordsmanship, even verging on the formidable. Without a moment's hesitation, Robert laughed heartily and declared, "Soros of Meereen, congratulations on proving your valor and earning this opportunity. And Sir Mark, you too are a powerful warrior, merely unaccustomed to this style of combat." Seeing Robert extend an olive branch, Mark gratefully nodded and returned to his ranks. Soon, an elite squad was formed, comprising 9 valiant knights led by Balistan. Yet notably absent was the name of Ryan. Observing this, Ryan stepped forth once more and implored, "Your Majesty, allow me to join this illustrious company." Robert regarded Ryan with a degree of exasperation. Although Ryan had secured numerous victories throughout their journey, showcasing his commendable military prowess, he was still rather young, casting doubt on his capacity for formidable strength. Furthermore, Ryan had primarily engaged in skirmishes against petty brigands. Even his triumph in the Battle of the Bay against the Iron Fleet, and his conquest of Old Wick and Oak Islands for Robert, did little to assure Robert of Ryan's capability for this mission. Not to mention, Ryan was the heir apparent of Casterly Rock and the future protector of the Westerlands. Should any calamity befall him in Pike, his father, Tywin Lannister, would undoubtedly react, potentially igniting unrest in the already tumultuous Baratheon dynasty, risking the stability of Robert's rule, and possibly leading to war across the Seven Kingdoms. Before Robert could devise a suitable refusal, Ryan interjected, "This plan was my suggestion. My execution will ensure its reliability. Moreover, Your Majesty, you promised me that the Westerlands would see their desires fulfilled and that the Greyjoy family would face retribution." Robert, pained by Ryan's unwavering gaze, glanced at Ned, who shared a look of resignation. The two exchanged silent understanding, ultimately yielding to Ryan's request. Thus, the elite squad tasked with the subjugation of the Greyjoy family was duly formed. Chapter 53. The assault on Pike. After assembling the elite squad, Robert dismissed the remaining personnel, retaining only Ned to discuss the forthcoming war arrangements. As Ryan returned to the camp, he was greeted by his intrepid mentor, Balistan, who had awaited his arrival for quite some time. Upon seeing his long-lost teacher, Ryan could not help but smile and remarked, "It has been a while, teacher. I never anticipated our reunion would occur in such a manner." Balistan, however, forwent pleasantries and swiftly conveyed his purpose, stating with gravity, "Ryan, you have become a source of pride for the people of the West, the heir of Casterly Rock. Why would you choose to engage in such a perilous battle? It is not too late to withdraw. If you simply speak to King Robert, he would surely acquiesce." Ryan let out a self-deprecating laugh and replied, "Ah, teacher, perhaps those unaware might hold such beliefs, but do you not understand my situation? The title of heir to Casterly Rock is merely a laughable moniker to me. In my father's eyes, there is but one true heir to Casterly Rock, my brother. If not for my relentless efforts to bring glory to our family and the West, I would forever be nothing more than a mere mascot of Casterly Rock. Perhaps I might have already been disowned by my father." Upon hearing Ryan's self-mockery, Wallistan fell into a contemplative silence, for in his time teaching Ryan, he had come to understand that Tywin indeed held such sentiments and acted accordingly. Ryan was merely regarded as an ordinary member of House Lannister, afforded superficial privileges. Wallistan then spoke with seriousness. Yet you have already secured victory for the West in the Battle of the Bay, and even captured Old Wick and the Arbor. Such monumental achievements, are they not enough, Ryan? You need only command your own forces from the safety of the camp. Such matters should be entrusted to others, not risked by yourself. Once we conquer Pike, you may return home adorned in honor. Ryan replied placidly, Teacher, you do not comprehend. My father has declared that only when I return to Lannister with ample glory and the head of a Greyjoy will he grant me an opportunity, a fair chance to compete. Wallistan coldly interrupted, Do you truly believe such childish tales, Ryan? Ryan, with a sense of resignation, stated, Whether I believe or not is inconsequential, Teacher. I know this is an opportunity. I must at least try. As he spoke, his gaze grew resolute. Even if my father does not grant me this chance, I shall return to Lannister with sufficient glory and the blood of the Iron Islands. I shall seek vengeance for the entire West. Even if my father denies me, I can contend for the title of heir to Casterly Rock alongside my brother, rather than remain a mere Fade. Once I capture Pike, the people of the West will recognize who the true lion is, who can genuinely safeguard them in the future. Moreover, dear teacher, have you forgotten when I once inquired about your thoughts during your endeavor to rescue the Mad King? You revealed to me that you had no thoughts at all, save for the recognition of it as an opportunity, a genuine opportunity belonging solely to you. Even though this opportunity was fraught with peril and uncertainty, it was a chance you felt compelled to seize, for at that time, you possessed nothing else. I have never forsaken the identity of being a bastardy child, which constantly serves as a reminder that I could lose everything at any moment. Thus, even if the chance to assault Pike City is perilous, I must still pursue it. To strive is, in itself, an opportunity, dear teacher. Wallistan gazed at the resolute gaze of Ryan before him, and, for reasons unknown, felt as if he were witnessing his own solitary journey to Moonglade City to rescue the Mad King years ago. He understood that he could not sway this young lion, just as he had been unable to do in his own youth, and ultimately could only sigh in resignation. He then regarded his disciple with gravity, solemnly instructing him to remember to stay close by his side tomorrow, emphasizing that this was a command from his teacher. Ryan, observing his serious and determined mentor, understood that even if he did not acquiesce, Wallistan would still ensure his safety. It was better to agree than to distract him during battle, so he smiled faintly and replied, Yes, teacher. Satisfied, Wallistan departed from Ryan's military camp. Subsequently, Ryan briefly outlined the forthcoming arrangements for his Lion's Tooth army. Command of the Lion's Tooth army was entrusted to Palabot, who would assume unified command for those in Ryan's ranks, such as Gino and others, hailed merely from ordinary knightly families, or even landed knights at best. Despite Ryan's intentions to cultivate their potential, they could only be considered marginally capable leaders, able to manage a few hundred or, at most, 1,000 troops. However, to command a force of approximately 5,000 soldiers was beyond their capabilities. As long as Palabot, the future heir of Golden Tooth City, had been trained in such abilities by the system, even without prior experience commanding such a large legion, he could draw upon the knowledge gleaned from books to manage the situation. Furthermore, Ryan had only delegated command of the Lion's Tooth army to him. The overall force would still heed the orders of Lord Ned. Given Lord Ned's noble character, he would never willingly treat Ryan's Lion's Tooth army as mere cannon fodder. Although Ned's political acumen was moderate, having joined Robert in rebellion and achieved success, his military prowess would undoubtedly equal that of Ryan. This assurance allowed Ryan to entrust command of the Lion's Tooth army to Palabot. After addressing matters concerning the Lion's Tooth army, Ryan felt at ease to rest, preparing to devote himself entirely to the battle ahead. At dawn the following day, Robert led the army in a fierce assault on Pike City. Accompanied by the thunderous roars of the coalition forces, a dozen trebuchets operated with fervor, hurling countless boulders toward the Moonwatch Tower of Pike City. After several rounds of operation, the trebuchets finally succeeded in breaching the already damaged tower, creating a passage barely sufficient for transit. Ned immediately commanded his soldiers to charge, while Ryan and the others blended into the throng of charging warriors. Ultimately, Soros Framir was the first to reach the cave entrance. However, the passage that was originally wide enough for a single individual to pass through was now partially obstructed by rubble, requiring one to stoop low to get through. At that moment, Soros let out a furious roar, proclaiming, "For the King of Light." He then swung his blazing sword towards the entrance, and with a surge of flames, the intense fire exploded the debris aside, albeit only just enough to restore the passage to its previous state. Following this, Soros bellowed once more, brandishing his fiery sword as he plunged into the cave, closely followed by Jorlimer from Bear Island. Next came Ballystan, with Ryan trailing behind him. As Ryan arrived inside the tower, he prepared to discreetly summon soldiers through the system at the entrance. However, upon opening the system's marketplace panel, it indicated that due to the influence of the Outer God's submerged power, he was unable to summon any soldiers. It turned out that Pike City, established since ancient times, was imbued with magic, further enhanced by the submerged deity's power. Consequently, aside from physical means, future forces like the system would be suppressed. Observing the overwhelming tide of iron-born soldiers approaching, Ryan, who had always been skeptical of the divine, could only utter a prayer for the seven gods' protection before fully immersing himself in battle. Chapter 54, Charge. Charge. Ryan and his companions understood that this moment represented their peak physical condition, and they must do everything in their power to carve out a bloody path for more warriors to enter. Otherwise, if the soldiers inside Pike City reacted, even though they were powerful warriors from the Seven Kingdoms, they would be overwhelmed and crushed by the densely packed enemies. Thus, the time had come to fight desperately. Soros led the charge, wildly swinging his flaming greatsword, felling enemy after enemy in an effort to clear more space for additional warriors to surge in. Jorlimer from Bear Island, clad in steel armor, mirrored his fervor, wielding his greatsword with equal ferocity. Like a robust bear in its prime, their family crest, he roared incessantly as he relentlessly mowed down the surrounding Ironborn. Ballystan showcased his exceptional swordsmanship, managing to achieve victory even against multiple Ironborn attackers. Although Ryan did not possess their level of skill, his formidable strength of 15 points, combined with the Valyrian steel sword, Red Rain, allowed him to charge into the fray like a lion among sheep, tearing through the enemies before him with his sharp claws. In a remarkable turn of events, this elite squad managed to carve out a space, allowing countless coalition soldiers to seize the opportunity to enter the passage and engage in fierce combat. However, Maureen Greyjoy, stationed within the Moonwatch Tower, witnessed the breach of their defenses and, seeing more and more coalition soldiers flooding in, bellowed in fury, "You bastards!" quickly suppressed them from a distance. Under Marlin's command, countless flammable oil containers were hurled into the battlefield, followed by a barrage of flaming arrows that whistled towards the coalition forces. In an instant, the raging inferno obstructed the advance of the Allied troops. Robert bellowed, "What are you waiting for? Charge through the fire and seize that crumbling tower before us." Yet Ned's gaze wavered, for he understood that it would be exceedingly difficult for the coalition to surge towards the moonlit tower in the short term, and he was uncertain how long Ryan and the others could hold out. Seizing the opportunity, Marlin turned and shouted furiously at the ironclad commander within the tower, "Slay them all." The coalition's assault faltered, most adversely affecting Ryan and his comrades. Just as they had managed to bring in a portion of reinforcements, their numbers were relentlessly diminished under the encirclement of the ironclad forces. Ryan and his companions persevered, but the intensity of the combat took its toll, leaving Ryan with multiple wounds. His once resplendent red lion armor was now tattered and worn, had it not been for his Valyrian steel sword, Red Rain, which had begun to dull from the constant clashes. He might have already succumbed to exhaustion. Although Barristan and the others wielded equally formidable swords, the prolonged, intense fighting had also begun to take its toll on their weapons. Ryan, fatigued from the relentless battle, failed to notice an incoming arrow. In an instant, a bolt sped towards him, propelled by a fierce wind, piercing through his shoulder armor. Ryan winced in pain, and his grip on Red Rain faltered. Seizing the moment, one of the ironclad soldiers evaded Ryan's attack and delivered a powerful kick to his chest, sending him sprawling to the ground. Instantly, a multitude of ironclad soldiers surged forward, raising their pikes to deliver a fatal blow to Ryan, who could scarcely afford to retaliate as he rolled to evade their strikes. At that moment, Barristan had just vanquished 3 ironclad soldiers when he turned to see Ryan besieged by countless foes wielding long spears, seemingly on the brink of death. With a roar of fury, Barristan snatched a spear from the ground and charged towards Ryan, impaling one of his assailants on the spot. Then, wielding his shield, Barristan plunged into the ranks of the ironclad soldiers, disrupting their formation, and with remarkable speed, he swung his sword, severing the throats of 5 adversaries. In an instant, a torrent of blood erupted, staining Barristan's white armor crimson. Capitalizing on the momentary lapse in the ironclad soldiers' assault, Barristan swiftly pulled Ryan to his feet, fixing him with a determined gaze. "You cannot afford to fall, Ryan. Otherwise, your demise will come swifter than you can imagine." Ryan gritted his teeth against the pain and yanked the arrow from his shoulder, although this would result in substantial blood loss. Failing to remove it would severely hinder his mobility. In such a fierce battle, any misstep could only lead to a fatal outcome. Observing Ryan's still compromised state, Barristan tossed his shield to him and instructed, "Stay close to me, Ryan. You shall defend while I take the offensive." Ryan understood that the teacher spoke thus to protect himself, for he too was quite fatigued. However, the battlefield was not solely grim for Ryan. Even the flaming sword in Soros's hand had diminished in power due to the overwhelming bloodshed it had absorbed. Jorah Mormont was equally exhausted, his hand trembling uncontrollably around the sword, barely able to sustain himself any longer. The surviving coalition forces were scant, numbering fewer than 20, with the originally 10-strong elite reduced to a mere 6. Observing the dire situation unfolding, Ryan resolved to take a gamble, preparing to unleash his final life-saving skill, the power of leadership. He hoped that the coalition could regain some morale and charge once more. With a thunderous roar akin to that of a lion, Ryan's voice reverberated across the battlefield, reaching the ears of Soros and the others still engaged in battle. They felt their wounds mend slightly, their stamina replenished, and even the sword ablaze in Soros's grasp reignited with vigor. Soros, believing this to be a miracle of the Light King, fervently praised his name, then charged with renewed fury towards the Ironborn. Joram and the others similarly cried out, rushing towards the enemy, while Ryan felt the pain in his shoulder ease considerably, allowing him to move normally again. Outside the Moonwatch Tower, the morale of the coalition forces was revitalized, prompting another charge towards the tower. Although Ned was unaware of the specifics, his keen military instincts signaled that this was the opportune moment to assault the Moonwatch Tower. Such opportunities were rare. Drawing his icy sword, he bellowed, "Warriors of the North, charge with me." He led the charge towards the tower, and the northern soldiers, seeing their lord at the forefront, could not succumb to fear, joining him with their own battle cries. Meanwhile, Robert, steadfast at the front lines, recognized this as an opportunity. His thirst for battle intensified by the skirmish. Witnessing his dear brother lead the charge, he disregarded the surrounding Kingsguard's attempts to restrain him. Soldiers, let us seize this crumbling fortress. Let these sea monsters feel the wrath of our flames." He donned his antlered helm and wielded his massive antlered hammer, leading the way into the fray. The coalition, inspired by their king's audacity, rallied with renewed vigor, shouting fiercely as they raised their shields against the rain of arrows, forcing their way through the inferno to launch their assault. Chapter 55. The crumbling throne. Ned, like a charging wolf, swung his colossal sword, Ice, effortlessly cleaving through the advancing spears. In a single stroke, he severed the heads of 3 Ironborn, then led the Winter Wolves and Ryan's Lionfang army in a fervent assault on the Moonwatch Tower. Ned boldly led his personal guard into the passage, leaving Palliber to organize the defense and execute ranged counterattacks. Upon witnessing his brother charging into the corridor, Robert wielded his enormous hammer with fury, repelling and slaying the Ironborn before him. He then forged a path, brutally dispatching the Ironborn soldiers obstructing his advance with his mighty antlered hammer. Just as he was about to follow Ned into the passage, he realized that the narrow confines were not conducive to his larger stature, potentially leaving him stuck. Infuriated, Robert bellowed, "Cursed hole!" And with all his might, he struck the small passageway, astonishingly widening it somewhat. As he prepared to enter, he was firmly obstructed by a member of the King's Guard, who gravely warned, "Your Majesty, the battle within is far too perilous. Should anything happen to you, and with Prince Joffrey still so young, chaos will ensue throughout the realm." Robert's eyes flickered uncertainly, ultimately transforming into a resigned sigh as he forcefully pushed aside the King's Guard. With a fierce swing of his hammer, he crushed an Ironborn warrior, continuing to command his soldiers in their assault on the Moonlight Tower. Meanwhile, Sir Cedric of the Lion's Tooth Legion led an elite squad to the entrance of the passage, roaring, "Lord Lane needs us," as they successfully entered the corridor. Inside the Moonlight Tower, Lane and his companions were bolstered by the arrival of the allied forces, no longer trapped in dire straits. Additionally, Lane's skills aided in restoring some stamina and healing to his comrades, altering the tide of battle. With Ned leading his personal guard into the fray, significant reinforcements were provided to Lane and his allies. Conversely, Marlon and his faction within the Moonlight Tower found themselves unable to repel Robert and the allied forces at the forefront, nor could they swiftly quell the disturbances caused by Lane and his companions within. They were thus ensnared in a predicament of being besieged from both within and without. Though Marlon was the second son of Balon, he was a nobleman trained in military strategy and recognized that their downfall was merely a matter of time if things continued as they were. Casting aside his longbow, he seized a 2-handed battle axe, exclaiming, "Shambot, this is your domain. I shall personally descend to deal with those damned rats. Shambot, maintaining his longbow, retorted with a cold smile, "Fear not, Lord Marlon. It is high time I settled the score with this stag for burning my king's landing." Marlon then rallied his personal guard and set forth towards Lane and his companions. Along the way, he spotted the Stark family's sigil of the dire wolf and a broad two-handed sword named Ice, immediately confirming Ned's identity. A cruel smile crept upon his face as he declared, "It is time for that stag to feel pain. I will personally slay his brother, sever his wolf's head, and cast it forth to demonstrate that our Greyjoy stronghold of Pike shall never fall." With his personal guards in tow, he charged directly towards Ned and his companions. Yet he overlooked the fact that while Ned's defeat of the Dawnblade was somewhat exaggerated, it did not diminish the truth that Ned remained a formidable warrior hailing from the north. The weight of the ice, which he wielded with such ease, was hardly lighter than Robert's antlered hammer, and yet he brandished it as if it were an ordinary longsword, a testament to Ned's prowess. Meanwhile, Rain finally identified his target, Euron Greyjoy. Rain's certainty stemmed from Euron's naturally damp hair, coupled with the unmistakable golden kraken armor of House Greyjoy. Concurrently, Rain, along with the elite knights of the Lion's Tooth Legion, rushed to provide support to Ser Cedric, and at Rain's command, they charged towards Euron. At that moment, seated upon the Iron Throne in the main castle, Balon unexpectedly drifted into slumber. In his dreams, he transformed into a colossal golden kraken, yet found himself ensnared upon an island, unable to move. Surrounding him were 4 smaller sea creatures, which he sensed were his kin, while a myriad of ferocious beasts fixated their gaze upon him and his family. Leading the menagerie was a towering stag, flanked by a black ice wolf, and beneath them, a young black-maned lion glared with animosity. With a sudden roar from the stag, the black ice wolf lunged at one of the smaller sea creatures, attempting to offer assistance. However, its tentacles could not reach the foe, and it could only watch helplessly as the golden sea creature was torn apart, issuing a dreadful wolf howl and locking its icy gaze upon Balon. The black-maned lion, long simmering with rage, targeted another slightly larger sea creature. Initially, the lion held the upper hand, but a momentary lapse allowed the creature's tentacles to ensnare it. Ultimately, the lion broke free from the bindings, crushing the creature's skull with a thunderous roar, before turning its fierce gaze towards Balon. Just as Balon seethed from the loss of 2 kin, the stag charged forth, disregarding the encroaching tentacles, and pierced his body with its cold, sharp antlers. The surrounding ice wolf and lion surged forward to latch onto him, while the predatory beasts poised to pounce prepared to rend him apart. At that moment, Balon jolted awake, his decayed wooden crown tumbling from his head. Yet he quickly reclaimed it, as if to bolster his own resolve, muttering fervently, "No, no, no one shall take my pike. I remain the king of the Iron Islands, the lord of the sea and the isle. My throne cannot be usurped. I will defend my reign, indeed, indeed." However, the battle within the Moonlight Tower confirmed Balon's nightmare, as his second son, Marlon, fell victim to Ned's ice, which pierced through his abdomen. Ned drew forth the frost blade, and a torrent of blood mingled with remnants of food flowed forth as he decisively severed Marlon's head, thus ending his suffering. Meanwhile, Ryan relentlessly pressed on, forcing Ellen and his companions to retreat in disarray. Realizing that their fortunes had turned, Ellen hastily made his way toward the sea tower, hoping to withdraw. However, Ryan clung too tightly to his pursuit, leaving Ellen no choice but to escape into the cave beneath the Moonwatch Tower. This cave, a discovery made inadvertently by Ellen, had been discreetly concealed with the intent of harboring soldiers until his brother Balon's demise, allowing them to seize the sea stone position. Should they fail, he could always flee to the seaside and depart by boat. Before Ryan could catch up, a massive bolt suddenly shot forth from the cave's entrance. No one anticipated that a scorpion crossbow lay hidden within, and it seemed Ryan would be pierced by the enormous projectile. At that moment, a figure lunged forward, pushing Ryan aside, while taking the bolt through himself. Ryan quickly rose to inspect the wounded figure, who turned out to be his loyal guard, Cedric Payne, a steadfast companion since the Battle of King's Landing. The middle-aged knight, who had always believed in Ryan, looked upon him with a measure of relief, uttering, "My Lord Ryan, I believe you are a warrior descended from the heavens, the true king of our western realm." Ryan hurried to staunch Cedric's bleeding, yet the wound was grievous, having pierced his spine, leaving little hope for survival. Nevertheless, Ryan continued to offer words of comfort, urging Cedric to hold on, assuring him that victory was near, and he would summon the finest scholars and healers to tend to his wounds. "You have always aspired to be a count. Once I become Duke of Kalich, I shall build you a grand castle and elevate you to that title. We will win more battles together and return home. Do not perish, Cedric Payne. Your liege commands you. Do not die, you scoundrel. Yet, Cedric had entered his final moments, weakly murmuring, My Lord Ryan, I cannot hold on any longer. Alas, I cannot accompany you home. And then he breathed his last in Ryan's embrace. Overcome by sorrow, Ryan trembled uncontrollably. But this grief soon transformed into a tempest of rage. Slowly, he rose, entering the cave alone. Chapter 56. Suppression of the Greyjoy Rebellion. Upon entering the cave, Ryan observed 3 Ironborn intent on continuing their assault with the Scorpion crossbow, while 5 others guarded the entrance. Seeing Ryan alone, they surged forward. Yet, how could an enraged lion be thwarted by mere rabble? Ryan charged forth, evading their attacks, and swiftly unleashed his sword, decapitating one of the Ironborn. A fountain of blood gushing from the severed neck. The cave entrance soon became a rain of crimson, heralding an even bloodier conflict awaiting Ryan. Then another Iron Warrior attempted a surprise attack on Ryan, only to be met with an unexpected response. Ryan seized the spear from the lifeless soldier that had fallen moments before and thrust it backward with formidable strength. The spear, propelled by his immense power, easily pierced through the Iron Warrior's leather armor and penetrated his abdomen. The remaining 3 Iron Warriors exchanged glances, launching their assault from the front, left, and right simultaneously. In an instant, Ryan charged forward, repelling the warrior attacking from the front with a single strike. He then delivered a powerful kick to the abdomen of the warrior approaching from the right, sending him flying. Grabbing the wrist of the warrior on his left, he firmly restrained him while driving his sword into the warrior's belly. With a swift motion, he drew Red Rain and aimed it at the recently repelled warrior. The Iron Warrior hastily raised his battered one-handed sword in defense, but it was futile against Ryan's onslaught. The sword was knocked from his grasp upon impact. The worn leather armor on his body was cleaved apart by the sharp Red Rain, and his innards spilled forth, resulting in instant death. Witnessing Ryan's terrifying prowess, another Iron Warrior lost all courage and turned to flee, oblivious to the folly of exposing his back to a furious lion. Ryan swiftly picked up the fallen one-handed sword and hurled it with all his might, the blade soaring like a shooting star, piercing the man's thigh and causing him to lose balance and fall. Seizing the opportunity, Ryan prepared to sever his throat. At that moment, the Scorpion crossbow was reloaded and unleashed a massive bolt aimed directly at Ryan. He yanked the Iron Warrior in front of him as a shield, kicking the bolt away, impaling the man against the wall, resulting in his immediate demise. Ryan deftly evaded the projectile, regaining his composure, and coldly uttered, "Damn coward." He then charged forward, picking up a spear mid-stride and casting it at the crossbowman, striking him down. With swift steps, Ryan leapt onto the Scorpion crossbow, trampling the Iron Warrior who dared to resist before taking him down with a single blow. The final Iron Warrior attempted to flee, but Ryan descended upon him like a hawk, cleaving him in two with Red Rain from above. The torrent of blood that followed brought Ryan a moment of clarity. Yet, he understood that he must pursue. Otherwise, that accursed sea monster, Elon, would escape. Rising, he took a deep breath and slowly entered the cave in hot pursuit. Elon and his comrades had initially planned a swift retreat, but Ryan's relentless chase had already claimed the lives of 8 of his guards. If this continued, wouldn't he be left isolated by the sea? Elon coldly declared, "Since this lion is determined to fight to the death, let us eliminate him first before we depart." He then arranged his men to conceal themselves nearby, preparing to strike Ryan down in one decisive blow. As Ryan arrived at Elon's location, he sensed something amiss and immediately heightened his vigilance. In an instant, a flurry of throwing axes whirled towards him. Ryan hurriedly raised his defenses, yet he still sustained significant injuries amidst the relentless barrage of axes. Surrounded by iron men from all directions, Ryan hurriedly wielded the Red Rain in battle. However, the sudden onslaught of enemies was overwhelming. Despite his desperate struggle, he bore numerous wounds. Yet, even in such dire circumstances, Ryan managed to slay 4 formidable iron men. Elon, with a sinister grin, remarked on the ferocity of this lion, noting how he had managed to take down so many of his soldiers, yet lamented his foolishness. With a sudden swing of his massive axe, he charged at Ryan, who, dragging his injured body, barely managed to block the blow with Red Rain. Oh, the old relic of the Zhou family's Red Rain. How fortunate you are to possess such a treasure, Elon taunted, swinging his axe again with all his might towards Ryan. Once more, Ryan raised Red Rain to defend himself, but this time, he could no longer withstand the assault. The weapon fell from his grasp. Elon kicked him down, pinning him beneath his foot. Looking at the disheveled Ryan, he mocked, "I shall sever your head and present it to your father." I almost forgot. You are merely a bastard. Surely that old lion will thank me for ridding his lineage of a stain. It appeared that Ryan's head would merely serve as a trophy for the ship of the abyssal god. He pondered what sort of wretched creature could spawn a black-haired mongrel like him. When I have the time, perhaps I shall seize a woman from the Lannister family to see if her offspring turn out as disheveled as you. He laughed heartily, raising his battle axe to behead Ryan. Though Ryan had been drained of all strength, the vile insults aimed at his mother ignited a surge of fury within him. Desperately, he fumbled around, seeking a weapon to take Elon down with him. Suddenly, his hand grasped the hilt of a sword buried in the sand. Without a moment's hesitation, he roared and lunged at Elon, thrusting the blade forward. To everyone's astonishment, the two-handed sword, concealed beneath the mud, easily pierced through Elon's leather armor, impaling his chest. Elon immediately felt the strength drained from him, yet he sought to muster his last breath to kill Ryan. Seizing the opportunity, Ryan kicked the wounded Elon away and lunged at him, relentlessly stabbing with the two-handed sword until he ultimately ended Elon's life. Bloodied and battered, Ryan turned to face the Iron Men warriors who had dared to approach. However, the once bold Iron Men, witnessing Ryan's blood-soaked visage and crimson eyes, were struck with terror at the sight of him still standing ready to fight. Coupled with the death of their leader, Elon, they fled in panic, abandoning all thoughts of battle. Ryan, relieved to see the enemy retreat, exhaled deeply. He had exhausted every ounce of his strength. Had those Iron Men not been frightened, death would have surely awaited him. At that moment, Ryan received the news of his level up. He swiftly allocated his newly acquired attribute points to vitality, thereby recovering a portion of his stamina and enhancing his injury recuperation abilities. After completing his attribute allocation, he reclined beside the lifeless body of Aaron, regaining his strength. The blood that gushed forth from Aaron served to cleanse the sword, previously eroded by seawater and silt. To Ryan's astonishment, he discerned a golden lion intricately engraved on the hilt, and the blade appeared to be forged from Valyrian steel. His heart raced as he contemplated the sword's identity. Hastily, he consulted the system to examine its attributes, revealing that this Valyrian steel sword was none other than the long-lost Dawn of the Lannister family, vanished for a century. Weapon, Dawn, Valyrian steel sword. Attributes, incredibly sharp, requires no honing, capable of countering certain peculiar creatures and magic. Origin, the Blade of Dawn houses the spirit of a proud golden lion king, imbued with the souls of several Lannister Kingsguard, rendering it as regal and proud as a lion. After the Lannister family lost their Kingsguard throne, Dawn was destined to vanish, awaiting a worthy master to wield it. Tommen too led a golden fleet to explore the ruins of Valyria, ravaged by cataclysm, where it lay lost to the sea for centuries. Ultimately, it was delivered to this dark cave, quietly awaiting the arrival of the next king capable of mastering it. As Ryan gazed at Dawn, a smile crept upon his lips, and he felt as though his wounds had begun to mend. He slowly rose, reclaimed Red Rain, fastening it to his waist, and severed Aaron's head, making his way toward the cave's entrance. When Gino and the others finally arrived, they beheld Ryan emerging under the blazing midday sun, resembling a lion drenched in blood. In one hand, he wielded Dawn, while the other held Aaron's severed head. The sight was so imposing that Gino and his comrades instinctively knelt on one knee, paying homage to Ryan as their sovereign. The entire Lion's Tooth Legion followed suit, kneeling in reverence to their warrior of the West, a formidable king of battle. Ryan's ears resonated with the loyalty of Gino and the others, reaching a staggering 99, pledging unwavering allegiance and support, akin to the previous sod. Initially, aside from the original members of Ryan's Lion's Tooth Legion, the newly joined warriors from the West had sought vengeance and gratitude in their allegiance to him. However, at this moment, they were utterly captivated by Ryan's formidable presence, achieving a remarkable loyalty level of 95 within the entire legion, fully devoted to Ryan's command. As the Moonlight Tower fell, Robert and his allies swiftly captured Pike, in a manner reminiscent of the original tale, Balon. Fearing the visions that haunted his dreams and his very survival, inexplicably stripped bare and knelt before them, offering his decayed crown. Robert surveyed the smooth, fish-like form of Balon before him, mocking and ridiculing him without restraint. However, considering the peculiarities of the Iron Islands and Balon's current terror-stricken demeanor, Robert was compelled to deliberate. After the battle, Robert believed that the Iron Islands would lack the capacity for rebellion for at least a decade. Their leader, the cowardly Balon, ultimately decided to remain in his role as the ruler of the Iron Islands, the Lord of Pike. However, mere possession of the Iron Islands' wealth was insufficient. An additional sum of 200,000 golden dragons was demanded as reparations, alongside the provision of 50 great ships for the royal fleet. In a bid for survival, Balon acquiesced to all of Robert's terms, further inciting Robert's disdain for this feeble sea monster. Even in the wake of his son's demise, Balon dared not express any discontent, prioritizing his own security. This adherent of ancient customs swore an oath in the name of the drowned god, declaring that as long as Robert reigned, the Iron Islands would forever remain subservient at his feet. To guard against any unforeseen circumstances, Robert instructed Ned to take the mere 10-year-old Theon Greyjoy as his ward. Subsequently, Robert and his entourage plundered the accumulated wealth within Pike, leaving behind an empty castle and a solitary girl for Balon. Chapter 57. The attributes of Rain at this moment. Rain's attributes are as follows. Name: Rain Lannister. Age: 16. Level: 28. 240-002-3800. Health: 250-0290. Severely injured. Strength: 16. Normal human. 10. Agility: 14. Normal human. 10. Stamina: 16. Normal human. 10. Intelligence: 14. Normal human. 10. Vitality: 16. Normal human. 10. Charisma: 16. Normal human. 5. Weapon mastery: shield defense: 5. Archery: 5. Throwing: 2. One-handed sword proficiency: for 32. Two-handed sword proficiency: 550. Archery proficiency: for 180. Polearm proficiency: 510. Horsemanship: 5. Capable of riding most warhorses. Social skills: command: 8. Leading 8,000 men. Trade: 3. Persuasiveness: 8. As a noble and esteemed knight, you possess greater persuasive power. Management: medicine: 4. First aid: 4. Engineering: 6. Troop morale: 43400021200. Highly loyal, morale exceedingly high, and will not drop below elevated levels. Wealth: 35,420 golden dragons, 13,125 silver stags, 20980 copper stars. Reputation: 4340. The name of the Black Lion is renowned throughout the Seven Kingdoms, with even those in distant Dorne aware of your illustrious title. In the Westerlands, your fame is widespread, with nearly a third of the noble houses willing to support your ascent. The lesser nobility are countless, and you have become a benchmark for knights who yearn for battle and glory. Chapter 58. Aftermath. Robert directly convened in the Hall of Sea Rock within Pike to announce their victory and began distributing the rewards. Additionally, he appointed Balon as the cupbearer for the meeting, thereby humiliating the former king of the Iron Islands and making him acutely aware of his diminished status. Baron had long since lost his former pride. Clad in tattered garments, he humbly stood by to pour wine for Robert. Robert, however, paid no heed to the Baron at his side, addressing the assembly of Lannisters with great proclamation. We have amassed a total of 184,000 golden dragons, 430,000 silver stags, and an incalculable number of copper stars. To the valiant warriors of the Seven Kingdoms, I, Robert, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms, along with my myriad titles, declare, my promise remains unaltered. You have brought me victory in war, and thus I shall bestow upon you honor and rank. Then, turning his gaze to Ned, he added with a smile, Ned, my brother, my dear friend, you have journeyed from the frigid north to fight alongside me upon the seas. I shall grant the Stark family 400,000 golden dragons as a reward for the entire North's contribution to this campaign. Ned offered a simple bow and replied with a serene smile, Thank you, your grace. Whenever the Iron Throne is in need, the Stark family and the North shall steadfastly uphold its rule. The Stark family and the North shall forever stand by your grace, safeguarding your reign. Robert laughed heartily. My brother, you are ever so serious. It has been ages since I have seen you smile. Today, we shall not depart without inebriation, old friend. Ned smiled faintly in agreement. Robert then continued to bestow rewards upon the remaining attendees. His brother Stannis received a mere 200,000 golden dragons as a reward. While Robert had never considered claiming the lands of the Iron Islands, nor did he intend to alter the nobility's divisions there. After all, Robert accepted the Greyjoy family's surrender, continuing to appoint them to govern their own territories. The primary reason for this decision lay in the difficulty of controlling the Iron Islands. Most capable lords regarded these lands with disdain, preferring the tangible allure of golden dragons. Moreover, Robert was disinclined to allow other powerful families to occupy the Iron Islands. Though barren and challenging to govern, they represented a formidable maritime force, capable of launching assaults upon the entirety of Westeros through sea and river. governed by those unsophisticated Ironborn. They were not particularly powerful, yet ancient and noble families would certainly wield greater strength. With this in mind, Robert awarded 400,000 golden dragons to the fleets and nobles from the Riverlands, the Reach, and Old Town. The Lannisters, being the principal architects of the Conquest of Pike, each received 30,000 golden dragons as their reward. The Northmen, Jorah Mormont and Ser Jorah, were knighted by Robert. After the honors were conferred, Robert called upon Lannister alone, his face alight with satisfaction. "Lannister," he boomed, "you are truly worthy of the Lion's name, having not only avenged the West, but also exemplified the Lannister creed that debts must be repaid. You are the pride of the entire Westerlands and certainly deserving of the title of Knight of the Seven Kingdoms. For you have significantly contributed to my victory in the Battle of the Bay. With unparalleled determination, I single-handedly secured Old Wick, Oakenshield, and made remarkable contributions to the Conquest of Pike. Ha ha ha, you cheeky rascal, you've even made me a bit envious of your prowess." Ryan smiled slightly and said, "Everything is for His Majesty and the Westerlands. It is my duty as a knight of the realm and the heir of House Lannister." "Your Majesty." Robert looked at Ryan with a playful scowl, calling him a slippery-tongued scoundrel, yet added fondly, "But I do admire your spirit, lad. As a reward, I shall bestow upon your Lion's Tooth Legion 80,000 golden dragons." Ryan smiled, bowed, and replied, "The Lion's Tooth Legion shall always fight for you, as the sharpest fangs and beasts at your side to confront all who oppose you, Your Majesty." Robert exclaimed thrice, "Good." Then, addressing the surrounding nobles and warriors, he joyfully proclaimed, "With such renowned warriors from the Seven Kingdoms defending me, not even the resurgence of dragons shall shake my dominion. Now, let us raise our cups in celebration of this glorious victory. Cheer on, my warriors." Upon our arrival at Lannisport, I shall host a grand tournament to commemorate this momentous triumph with all of the Seven Kingdoms. Under Robert's leadership, the revelry commenced. However, being a seasoned warrior, Robert remained vigilant even against the now defenseless Greyjoys, arranging for sentinels in and around Pike, just in case. After a week of festivities, Robert finally departed Pike with the allied forces, heading to Lannisport for the tournament. Meanwhile, Ryan took a detour to Oakenshield, gathering substantial amounts of giant oak to aid in the reconstruction of Lannisport. He also set a great fire on Oakenshield, ensuring that the Iron Islands would struggle to assemble a fleet to disrupt the restoration of Lannisport for years to come. After several days at sea, Ryan at last returned to the cherished Westerlands. The previously desolate Lannisport, under Tywin's stewardship, began to flourish anew. Although Ryan's brother, Tyrion, had made considerable contributions, his efforts were largely overshadowed. Upon reaching Lannisport, Ryan hastened to Casterly Rock. Gazing at the magnificent edifice, he hesitated but ultimately concealed Lightbringer, presenting only the heads of Red Rain and Euron to his father. Tywin examined the Valyrian steel sword, Red Rain, and a rare smile graced his face. He directly commended Ryan, saying, "You have not only brought the wrath of the Westerlands upon the Iron Islands, but have also fulfilled a long-held wish of House Lannister. Since the disappearance of Lightbringer, we have lacked a vessel to embody our family's ancient and glorious legacy. Today, you have rectified that deficiency for us." As for Euron's head, it was naturally overlooked by Tywin in the presence of Red Rain. Ryan perceived a certain unnaturalness in Light's words, yet he spoke up, declaring that all was for the Lannister family, for the entirety of the Westerlands, and for your father. Tywin reluctantly set aside the great sword, Brightroar, regaining his solemn demeanor before turning to Ryan. With gravity, he stated, "Ryan, you have brought honor to me, to the Lannister family, and to the Westerlands. Your reward will be announced at the upcoming tournament, so that all the Seven Kingdoms and the Westerlands may take note. Now go and rest. I must prepare for the tournament, the expenses of which shall be borne by us Lannisters." With a sense of resignation, Ryan withdrew, while Brightroar remained in the Hall of Castamere. Chapter 59. Father and Son's Rift. For several consecutive days, Tywin busied himself with the preparations for the tournament, never once summoning Ryan. The only visitor had been his brother, Tyrion, who came to offer his congratulations, which stirred a sense of unease within Ryan. He felt a heaviness in his heart as he resolved to return to his stronghold, Lionheart City, just in case. To Ryan's surprise, upon reaching the Lion's Gate, he was intercepted by the Mountain and his entourage. The Mountain coldly declared, "My Lord Ryan, Lord Tywin has commanded that you remain in the Hall of Castamere to rest and recuperate, awaiting the tournament to bring glory to the Lannister family." Ryan glared at the imposing figure blocking his path and retorted icily, "Step aside, Mountain." His hand instinctively moved to his sword, while his elite knights subtly prepared for confrontation. However, the mountain exhibited none of his previous impulsiveness, seemingly waiting for something. Although Ryan lacked the enhancement of Light's presence, his current combat prowess was sufficient to either defeat the mountain or at least hold his own against him. Moreover, as the heir to Casterly Rock, he was not merely an ordinary member of House Lannister. Should the mountain engage him, Ryan could very well end the mountain's life. The mountain would be compelled to consider Ryan's status during their encounter, and should he reveal any vulnerability, Ryan would not hesitate to ensure an early demise. Contemplating this, Ryan drew his sword, directing it toward the mountain, and coldly stated, "I shall grant you one more opportunity, step aside." His elite knights drew their swords, readying themselves for battle, while the guards at the Lion's Gate, albeit reluctantly, drew their weapons as well. At that moment, 2 squads of crossbowmen from the Westerlands emerged, aiming their crossbows at Ryan and his company. Though Ryan's personal guard consisted entirely of elite knights from the Westerlands, their numbers were merely 10, insufficient to survive such a concentrated barrage of bolts. Ryan felt a surge of frustration at his own carelessness. Had they possessed shields, they might have had a slim chance. Given their formidable combat skills, if pressed to the brink, even at the cost of revealing his system, he would seize control of Casterly Rock, prioritizing survival against the remaining factions thereafter. At the moment when tensions were at their peak, Tyrion's voice erupted from behind, demanding that everyone cease their hostilities. "Do you wish to kill the hero of the Westerlands?" The surrounding crossbowmen gradually lowered their weapons, and Tyrion approached Lancel, offering a resigned smile. "Lancel, return. With so few of you, you cannot escape from Casterly Rock. Father has issued a death warrant against them. He will not allow you to leave. Persisting in this manner will only lead you into further peril. I assure you, no harm will come to you, Lancel. Our father Tywin, though cold-blooded, loves his family. He loves you, Lancel. Such an act of fratricide will not occur." Lancel glared at Tyrion with the fury of an enraged lion, sneering. "Am I still Tywin's kin? Am I still his son? If he is so wary of his own offspring, I must confront him and demand clarity." Tyrion observed his furious brother, empathizing with Lancel's feelings. After all, he too had fought valiantly for a fair opportunity, risking everything for the Lannister name and the entire Westerlands, only to be met with such treatment. Tyrion could not help but recall his former love, Shay. But the immediate priority was to dissuade his brother. He knew well the lengths to which their father Tywin would go. Any confrontation in Casterly Rock would leave Lancel with no chance of success. "Lancel, father will not meet with you, but he has assured me that once the tournament concludes, you will be free to come and go from Casterly Rock. Until then, return with your men." After a moment of silence, Lancel gradually regained his composure, realizing that even if Tywin were to disregard familial bonds and seek his death, he would still consider Lancel's reputation in the Westerlands. Moreover, Lancel believed his father was not so foolish as to resort to such methods for resolution. Yet, he remained uncertain of Tywin's true intentions. With a meaningful glance towards the mountain, Lancel noted the latter's fearless and even provocative demeanor. Unbeknownst to him, Lancel had already consigned him to the ranks of the dead. With a cold huff, Lancel turned and departed with his guards, leaving Tyrion to contemplate the widening rift between his brother and their father. As Lancel made his way to his chambers, he gazed upon the familiar steps of Casterly Rock, feeling an unsettling chill and a sense of estrangement. This place no longer felt like a sanctuary. It felt as though he had fallen into the gaping maw of a ferocious lion, evoking a profound sense of despair. Upon returning to his quarters, Lancel's first act was to dismiss all those surrounding him, retaining only his loyal men, and then he practiced his swordplay alone in his room. After fulfilling his duty to persuade Lancel, Tyrion returned to the Great Hall to report, recounting the confrontation between Lancel and the Mountain. Tywin merely responded coldly with a curt acknowledgement, allowing Tyrion to depart from the Great Hall of Casterly Rock. Despite the considerable age difference between Tyrion and his brother Lancel, Lancel had grown up in Casterly Rock and held a profound respect for his misshapen elder brother. Unlike others who regarded him as a family disgrace and avoided him, Lancel recognized Tyrion's worth. After a moment of contemplation, Tyrion chose not to leave the Great Hall. Tywin glanced up and noticed that Tyrion remained in his place. If there were anyone more suited to address the conflict between him and Lancel, he would not wish to see the dwarf who had caused his wife's demise and brought him such humiliation. He spoke in a frigid tone. "Have I not made myself clear enough? Tyrion, leave this place." Tyrion summoned his courage and softly inquired, "Father, about Lancel?" Only then did Tywin lift his gaze, casting a dispassionate glance at Tyrion, and coldly proclaimed, "He is my son, a hero of the Lannister family and the Westerlands in this conflict against the Iron Islands. Do you understand?" Now begone." He then resumed his business regarding the tournament, not uttering another word. After receiving his father's response, Tyrion understood that Tywin would never act against Lancel, and thus left with a semblance of satisfaction. As for Lancel, his life continued as before, unchanged. Meanwhile, Cersei, upon learning that her hometown was safe, seized the opportunity to return to the Westerlands, reveling in the glory of victory alongside Robert. The stench of King's Landing repulsed Cersei, and had it not been the seat of power over the Seven Kingdoms, she would have hastened back to her homeland long ago. Following the receipt of his father's letter, Jaime accompanied his sister back to the Westerlands, eager to revisit their hometown of Casterly Rock. He also aimed to prove himself in the upcoming tournament, as the praises of Lancel had reached even his ears in distant King's Landing. Chapter 60, A Father's Love After a Week's Time. A grand tournament was finally convened at the reconstructed Lannisport. Cersei and the others arrived at Casterly Rock the day before the tournament commenced. Tywin hosted a modest dinner for his long-absent daughter and son, although he was reluctant to include Tyrion in the gathering, as he found Lancel, who could still bring him glory, more palatable than the dwarf who had caused his mother's death and brought shame upon the family. He ultimately had no choice but to allow Tyrion to participate, given that he was also a member of House Lannister. Lancel, too, received a summons from his father to attend the dinner, as Tywin insisted on the presence of all family members for the sake of their public image and internal unity. During the dinner, even Cersei, who typically harbored animosity towards both Lancel and Tyrion, refrained from making biting remarks under Tywin's imposing presence. However, Cersei continued to mock Lon in both overt and subtle ways, suggesting that he should not presume that his accomplishments entitle him to possessions that do not rightfully belong to him. The entire banquet unfolded in an atmosphere of stifling tension, nearly devoid of sound. Just before departing, Lon cast a significant glance at Cersei and coldly remarked, "May our Queen Cersei, the beacon of the West, forever secure her throne." He then drained his goblet in one swift motion. Although Cersei sensed Lon's insincerity, his words contained no apparent flaws. She slowly raised her own cup and, with a chilly smile, replied, "Thank you for your blessing, Sir Lon." After taking a delicate sip, Tyrion and Jaime attempted to intervene, yet their efforts proved futile. Particularly, Jaime had felt that Lon's gaze towards him was peculiar, imbued with both pity and envy. However, now Lon regarded Jaime with the indifference one might reserve for a corpse, eliciting an extreme discomfort within Jaime. After exchanging brief farewells with Tywin, Lon exited the banquet. Cersei, likewise feeling overwhelmed in her father's presence, excused herself under the pretense of having indulged too much in drink and needing rest after her journey. Tyrion, understanding his father's long-standing disdain for him, chose to leave the gathering as well, not wishing to subject himself to further humiliation. This left Jaime and Tywin as the last remaining participants. Despite Jaime's deep affection for his family, being alone with Tywin intensified his sense of pressure. As the banquet neared its conclusion and the food was nearly consumed, Jaime prepared to take his leave. At that moment, Tywin called Jaime back and ordered the presentation of a finely crafted weapon box, gesturing for Jaime to open it. With a hint of confusion, Jaime slowly lifted the lid, revealing a subtly crimson Valyrian steel sword, its blade adorned with the image of a roaring golden lion, with sharp blades emerging from its mouth. Jaime was instantly astonished. After all, this was a Valyrian steel sword, akin to discovering a rare treasure, and he picked it up with great care. Reluctantly, he set it down, his face alight with excitement as he exclaimed, "Father, could this be our family's Dawnbringer? How was it found?" Tywin explained that Dawnbringer had been lost for many years and was thought to be beyond recovery. "This Valyrian steel sword was seized by your brother Lon from the Drum family. I had it reforged for you. Do not fret about the Drum family. Your brother Lon has assured that they will never trouble us again. Moreover, this sword was not forcibly taken, but rather offered to him by other noble families of the Iron Islands. Therefore, even if some of the Drum family remain alive, not even the Iron Throne can alter the fact that this sword belongs to House Lannister." Although Jaime longed for a Valyrian steel sword of his own, he felt a certain reluctance to claim this one, knowing it was a trophy belonging to his brother Lon. Tywin discerned his son's intentions and spoke calmly, "Jaime, I am aware of your long-standing desire to possess a Valyrian steel sword. The opportunity has now presented itself. You need no longer envy those families that already wield such blades. This sword, I intend to designate as the ancestral sword of House Lannister, a testament to the grandeur of our ancient lineage. Now, bestow a name upon it, Jaime." Jaime hesitated, for this was, in essence, a trophy of lions, theoretically belonging to him. Tywin's voice turned cold as he asserted, "Jaime, you are the future patriarch of House Lannister. the heir to our entire lineage and the Westerlands. You possess the right to determine the spoils of House Lannister, even those claimed by Lion. Moreover, as the family sword, it may only be wielded by the heir. You are the rightful owner of this Valyrian steelblade. Jaime's gaze was clouded, yet thoughts of his sister Cersei, his nephew Joffrey, and the innocent Myrcella, along with the recently born Tommen, steeled his resolve. Father, he said solemnly, I have declared myself a member of the Kingsguard, donned the white cloak, and vowed never to marry or inherit any lands. Tywin fixed his gaze on Jaime, his expression unyielding. You are indeed my son. Understand this. Your reluctance to claim Casterly Rock cannot lead me to bequeath it to a bastard or a dwarf. Lion has held the title of heir to Casterly Rock for many years and has proven his worth, especially during the Greyjoy Rebellion, earning the admiration and support of the entire Westerlands. While I still hold sway over him, you must return and claim Casterly Rock, shedding that cursed white garb. Otherwise, upon my demise, inheriting Casterly Rock will prove exceedingly difficult for you. Do you grasp this, Jaime? Jaime recognized the gravity of the situation. The name Lion Lannister had indeed resonated throughout the Seven Kingdoms. Particularly in the Westerlands, he had heard countless expressions of the people's affection and reverence for Lion. Even the nobles he had once grown up with no longer regarded him with the same adoration, and a hint of distance had emerged. Yet, Jaime's focus remained solely on his sister and nephews, and he coldly reiterated, Father, my convictions remain steadfast. This provoked Tywin's fury, and he hurled his wine cup at Jaime. Unflinching, Jaime allowed the liquid to drench his face, his determination unwavering. Tywin's voice was icy as he commanded, Take your sword and leave the hall. Jaime, I require you to defeat Lion at the tournament to prove yourself before the people of the Westerlands. Once the event concludes, I shall arrange for Lion to inherit Casterly Rock, becoming the Earl of Casterly Rock, and I will alter the line of succession, allowing that damned dwarf to temporarily fill his role. Do you understand? Defeat Lion, Jaime. Do not tell me that a Kingsguard like you cannot accomplish this. Jaime understood that he could no longer defy his father. He could only nod in acquiescence before departing with his sword in hand. Chapter 61. The tournament commences in the ensuing days. Ryan abstained from attending the evening feasts, and Tywin made no demands for his presence. The father and son maintained a rare semblance of tacit understanding. However, during one occasion when Ryan received food from the kitchen, he sensed something amiss. While others might remain oblivious, Ryan, endowed with a unique system, could detect a fluctuation in his vitality and quickly consulted the system panel. There, he saw the ominous message, Ryan Lannister, vitality, 880-290, mildly affected by hallucinogenic poison. Symptoms will gradually manifest over several days. Strenuous activity may result in muscle weakness. Chronic toxin, prolonged exposure poses a threat to life. Upon viewing the panel, Ryan's countenance turned a ghastly shade. He recognized the insidious hallucinogen for what it was. It had likely been administered by his father to ensure that his brother Jaime would secure victory in the forthcoming battles. Yet, Tywin would never resort to poisoning his own son. After all, Ryan was still his offspring. Given Tywin's character, he would never commit such an act of familial treachery, especially not at this juncture. Ryan remained the hero of the Westerlands, and for the sake of public sentiment, Tywin would never harm him. Others either had no access to Ryan's food or lacked the audacity. Those with even a modicum of intellect would never employ such vile means. The only individual capable of such an act, possessing both the power and the unthinking audacity to do so, was the self-absorbed Cersei. This headstrong lioness had never regarded Ryan as family, and thus felt no qualms about the notion of fratricide. Even in the case of Tyrion, Cersei would not have chosen this method. Despite Tyrion being the disgrace of House Lannister and a dwarf, he was still her mother's son, a true blood relation. Ryan, on the other hand, was merely a bastard granted a surname, and in Cersei's eyes, he was not truly kin. Moreover, with Ryan now vying for the position of heir to Casterly Rock alongside Jaime, it only made sense that she would resort to such treachery against him. Ryan's face darkened, and he muttered curses at the vile harlot. He hastily induced vomiting to expel the recently ingested food. Following this, he consumed copious amounts of milk to cleanse his stomach, repeatedly purging until he had eliminated most of the poison and weakness. What remained would rely on his extraordinary vitality of 16 points, which conferred a remarkable recovery ability. As long as he refrained from ingesting any further tainted food, he would be fine. However, the entire Casterly Rock was now enveloped in Tywin's grasp, making it exceedingly difficult to procure food that had not been tampered with. After much deliberation, Ryan ultimately resolved to employ the covert network he had established within Casterly Rock. Since his arrival, He had periodically summoned a warrior or conscript to discreetly integrate into the castle, and over the years, this had formed a clandestine alliance. Originally, the intention was to wait until Tywin's demise before launching an assault on Casterly Rock, so that this plan could be executed. Given the current circumstances, however, it is imperative to activate my clandestine network to ensure at least a few days of food security, disregarding other matters for the time being. After employing his secretive contacts, Ryan's food was consistently replaced surreptitiously by his men, with all toxic provisions discreetly disposed of. Yet, even with these precautions, Ryan would still test each meal by first offering it to a rat, observing its reactions before consuming the food himself. Even then, he would check the system panel to confirm his status. Ryan increasingly felt that Casterly Rock resembled a cold, unfeeling prison, bearing no resemblance to a home. Here, he felt akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. However, it was not entirely hopeless, for if necessary, Ryan could summon the forces of his system to forcibly seize Casterly Rock and potentially conquer much of the Westerlands. Yet, he was aware that such an action would likely incite rebellion from many lords in the West. The feudal system of the Western nobility differs significantly from that of ancient China, and beyond that, Ryan would have to contend with the remaining 6 realms in a coordinated assault. One should not assume that overcoming these territories would be a trivial task. The scenario is far removed from the War of the Five Kings. Robert, the ruler of the 7 kingdoms, has not yet perished and is at the zenith of his power, with the entire Baratheon dynasty enjoying a period of strength. Moreover, Westeros truly possesses magic, sorcery, and formidable deities that could pose significant challenges, and Ryan could not guarantee that his system would prevail against them. Thus, it is wiser to observe the unfolding events, awaiting the War of the Five Kings, seeking ways to capture the Westerlands, and subsequently assimilating the battered territories. As for the succession system of the Xuanwu Gate, in the face of choices, Ryan would refrain from pursuing such a path. After a full week, Ryan finally arrived at the tournament hosted in Lannisport, representing House Lannister. This opportunity allowed him to depart from Casterly Rock and journey to Lannisport. Robert and his allies had already celebrated for 2 weeks in Lannisport, and the expenses for the entire alliance had consumed a staggering 50,000 golden dragons from House Lannister alone. This does not account for the burdens of the tournament and the reconstruction of the harbor, which had already cost the beleaguered Westerlands an additional 100,000 golden dragons. Fortunately, due to the Lannisters' substantial wealth, they were able to successfully host the tournament. However, Ryan could not afford to dwell on these matters any longer. He hurried back to his Lion's Tooth army, which provided him with a semblance of security. 2 days later, the sound of countless horns echoed as warriors from the Alliance and across the 7 kingdoms converged upon Lannisport. Amidst the cacophony of blaring horns, a somewhat inebriated Robert ascended the platform, surveying the throngs of warriors and the myriad banners of nobility gathered below. Unable to suppress a hearty laugh, he proclaimed, "Brave warriors from the 7 kingdoms, let us celebrate this glorious victory together. The champions of the team battle shall be rewarded with 50,000 golden dragons, while the second place shall receive 10,000 golden dragons, and the third place 5,000 golden dragons. In the individual competition, the victor of the mounted combat shall earn 20,000 golden dragons, with 8,000 for the second place and 5,000 for the third. The archery contest will grant 5,000 golden dragons to the winner, 3,000 to the second, and 2,000 to the third. Now, let the warriors wield your swords and seize your glory, delighting your king with your triumphs. I hereby declare the tournament officially commenced." A multitude of warriors drew their swords, raising their weapons high and letting out a resounding roar. In an instant, the air in Lannisport was filled with the battle cries of warriors, and Robert found himself swept up in the fervor, yearning to partake in the fray. Yet, as king, his presence would only instill hesitation among the fighters, rendering the tournament counterproductive. Thus, Robert could only sulk in the stands, drinking his sorrows away. Once a devoted participant of such tournaments, a champion in his own right, he now felt shackled by the throne. Despite Robert's melancholic demeanor, it did not dampen the spirits of the warriors below. The first event, the somewhat mundane archery competition, saw Lon participate personally. However, even with years of dedicated practice, Lon could only manage a third-place finish in the final round of the 100 paces archery contest. The second place was claimed by a contender from the Riverlands, while the champion was an unknown archer from Dorne, named Ongai. The fourth and fifth places were taken by Sir Baron Swan and Jorah Mormont, respectively. Lon noted that both Dorne and the Riverlands produced exceptional archers, with the latter potentially possessing even greater prowess. The humid environment and nutrient-rich soil of the Riverlands fostered not only abundant resources, but also a multitude of small creatures. contributing to the region's reputation for skilled archers. However, this same environment hampered the effectiveness of their infantry and rendered their cavalry among the weakest in the Seven Kingdoms. The inept leadership of Edmure had led to the Riverlands being penetrated by Jaime, turning it into a supply station for the Westerlands. After the competition, Lon sought to recruit Ongai, the sharpshooter, but the latter, after receiving his 5,000 golden dragons, showed little enthusiasm for Lon's offer. Chapter 62, Mounted Combat. Lon returned to his tent with 2,000 golden dragons. Though not a substantial sum, even the smallest morsel is still sustenance. It would suffice to sustain his 4,000 troops for approximately 2 months, barring any warfare. Following the rather uneventful archery contest, the nobleman eagerly anticipated the mounted combat. An event that, unlike archery, required not only the ability to ride, but also a significant level of accomplishment in horsemanship, a feat almost unattainable for those of non-noble birth. Equestrian pursuits necessitate not only exceptional steeds, but also fine equipment, and often the presence of a squire to assist in the management of the horse. Consequently, mounted combat has emerged as a pivotal aspect of the tournaments held across the realm of Westeros, serving as a platform for countless nobles to showcase their martial prowess. The victors are bestowed with a crown woven from the season's freshest blossoms, a symbol of love and beauty, which is presented to the eligible maidens in attendance. No maiden can resist the allure of this diadem, emblematic of affection and grace. Indeed, many knights within Westeros have successfully wed the daughters of great houses through this very means, thereby reviving their own lineages. However, this crown has also been the source of considerable strife, most notably contributing to the downfall of the Targaryen dynasty during the fateful spring. Yet, despite such tumult, the crown continues to symbolize love and beauty, representing the valor of knights and the allure of maidens, while simultaneously serving as an opportunity that entices numerous knights throughout the realm to compete fervently. As the tournament is officially declared open by King Robert, countless nobles prepare themselves for the contest. Renowned knights from the Seven Kingdoms eagerly enlist, and after several rounds of eliminations, only a few remain: Lon, Yora, Jaime, and Gregor, along with Sir Archibald of House Ironwood from Dorne, Ser Brynden Blackfish Tully, Ser Beric Dondarrion from Blackport, and Ser Lyn Cobury from the Vale. Lon finds himself pitted against the formidable Blackfish from House Tully. Prior to the contest, Lon offers a courteous warning to Ser Brynden: combat knows no mercy, and caution is advisable. However, Blackfish interprets this as a provocation and retorts coldly, advising Lon to worry about himself instead, declaring that he is far from incapable of wielding a lance, despite Lon's youth. With that, he dons his Tully crest and strides away with a dismissive snort. Lon, undeterred by Blackfish's disdain, can only chuckle wryly before donning his dark crimson lion helm and mounting his eager warhorse. Grasping a shield adorned with a golden lion's mane, he receives a lance emblazoned with golden filigree from Gino and charges forward, with Lon's impressive riding skills enhancing his mount's capabilities nearly to their fullest potential. He surges forward with astonishing speed. The two figures collide upon the field, akin to two small chariots crashing into one another. To Lon's astonishment, Blackfish withstands his full-force assault. Typically, knights would underestimate Lon's strength due to his youth. With Lon's formidable equestrian prowess and extraordinary might, most opponents would be unceremoniously unseated. After all, Lon's current full-speed charge could likely overwhelm even the mountain himself. Yet the aged Blackfish absorbs the impact of Lon's vigorous thrust. While this is accomplished through skillful maneuvering, utilizing his shield to deftly deflect the lance's force, such finesse demands exceptional technique. Thus, it becomes evident that Blackfish's combat prowess is indeed formidable, living up to his illustrious reputation. In stark contrast, Ryan appeared remarkably at ease, while Blackfish Brynden was far from sharing his composure. The hand gripping the shield trembled slightly, as he was inwardly astonished by the sheer prowess of this young warrior, whose equestrian skills were nothing short of extraordinary, and whose strength was equally formidable. Fortunately, after observing several skirmishes, he had discerned the remarkable power Ryan possessed. He had not anticipated that such strength, combined with exceptional riding skills, could be so terrifying. Had it not been for his timely manipulation of the shield to alter Ryan's trajectory of attack, he would have been unseated in mere moments. Henceforth, he would need to remain utterly vigilant. As Ryan noted that Blackfish was poised to continue, he charged once more, and the two collided like arrows released from a bowstring. After a series of fierce charges, Blackfish, succumbing to the toll of age and fatigue, was ultimately unseated by Ryan. Although Ryan intended to assist him in rising, Blackfish brusquely shrugged off Ryan's hand and stood up slowly, coldly declaring, I am not yet at the point of requiring assistance." He then produced a pouch of coins from his cloak and tossed it to Ryan as a form of ransom. The reason why mounted combat is often dubbed the contest of nobility is due to the dire consequences of defeat. Upon losing, all of one's armor, weaponry, and steed are forfeited to the victor, necessitating a portion of ransom to reclaim one's possessions. Most well-to-do knights could scarcely bear such a loss. Failure could obliterate years of income from their estates, which is why knights of lesser renown typically shun such competitions. Ryan, not wishing to press the matter, accepted the pouch, stowing it away in his own garments, signifying his acceptance of the ransom and allowing Blackfish to reclaim his gear. After a moment of hesitation, Blackfish muttered a low thank you, for he was a knight of considerable repute across the Seven Kingdoms, and having his equipment withheld would be a most humiliating fate. He mused that had he been a few years younger, Ryan's victory might not have come so easily. Alas, against the relentless march of time, no one can prevail. After basking in the cheers of the Westerlands populace, Ryan departed the arena, as the next bout was set to feature the Mountain against Ser Archibald of House Elenwood from Dorne. The atmosphere was charged with animosity, for the Mountain's actions towards Princess Elia had incited the entire realm of Dorne to harbor a deep-seated loathing for this hound of Tywin Lannister. Nevertheless, the Mountain had earned his reputation as Tywin's fiercest hound through his formidable combat prowess. Even the vengeful Ser Archibald, fueled by hatred, could only capitulate after several exchanges. However, in his bloodlust, the Mountain, oblivious to the consequences, lunged forward with his spear aimed directly at Ser Archibald, intent on delivering a fatal blow. The more timid maidens in attendance braced themselves, shutting their eyes against the prospect of such a gruesome spectacle. Just as the Mountain's spear was about to strike its target, a swift arrow shot forth, forcing the Mountain to hastily raise his shield to deflect the incoming projectile. It was this decisive blow that afforded Ser Archibald the opportunity to utter his surrender, hastily conceding to prevent the Mountain from inflicting further harm upon him. The Mountain, witnessing this insufferable wretch being rescued, cast an infuriated glance at the crowd, seeking the audacious individual who dared to interrupt his battle. The archer responsible for the shot was none other than Lion, who, bow in hand, met the Mountain's blood-red gaze, their eyes locking for an extended moment. Ultimately, the Mountain was compelled to restrain his rage. After all, Lion was the son of Tywin. The death of Ser Archibald was of little consequence to the Mountain, as he was merely the nephew of the Earl of Elenwood. Moreover, even if the Mountain spared him, the discord between the Westerlands and Dorne was irreconcilable. The release of one Ser Archibald would bear no fruit. Lion's intervention was motivated by two factors: to avenge the insults suffered at the Lion's Gate, and to demonstrate to the Westerlands, and indeed all Seven Kingdoms, that he could subdue this vicious beast, affirming that he was the true Lion of House Lannister. After being rescued by Lion, Ser Archibald quickly expressed his gratitude and hurriedly paid the ransom to the Mountain, anxious about another outburst. The man known as the Big Name wished desperately to vanish into the crowd. After the skirmish, Lion and his companions were soon joined by Jaime and Baratan Dorian from the Dornish city of Blackport. Jaime, clad in golden armor adorned with the sigil of the Golden Lion, donned a white cloak emblematic of the Kingsguard, and at his waist hung a red bastard sword, etched with the roaring lion. Lion instantly recognized this sword as the fabled Red Rain, belonging to House Drum. Unlike other Valyrian steel swords, Red Rain bore its name due to its entirely crimson blade. Tywin, unable to find a craftsman to reforged Red Rain in a short time, could only make minimal alterations. This allowed Lion to identify it immediately, as only the hilt had been modified, while the blade remained a deep crimson. Seeing the Valyrian steel sword he had painstakingly seized from House Drum so easily displayed by Jaime, Lion could not help but coldly remark, "Tywin, your fairness is truly commendable." He tightened his grip around his own sword, his gaze towards Jaime now laced with murderous intent. Although Jaime's actions were undeniably despicable, even Lion had to concede that Jaime was indeed a formidable knight. Despite sharing a similar hatred, Baratan Dorian was unseated by Jaime in mere moments. Jaime, aware of the irreparable rift between House Lannister and Dorne, shamelessly distributed the ransom offered by Dorian to the spectators of the match, seeking their applause. However, this act of humiliation incited the fury of the Dornish knight. Baron unsheathed his long sword from his waist, directing it at Jaime, and roared, "Damn you, regicide. You truly embody the essence of dishonor." Initially, Jaime had intended to disregard the barking of this worthless cur. Yet being publicly dubbed a regicide by Baron in front of all the warriors of the West and the Seven Kingdoms ignited a furious blush upon Jaime's face. He swiftly drew his side sword and coldly retorted to Baron Targaryen, "You, the bastard from Dorne, are courting death. Upon witnessing the Valyrian steel sword in Jaime's grasp, Beren was momentarily taken aback. Valyrian steel? How can this be? Jaime scoffed. There is no mystery to it. It is unfortunate that my first target is a wretch from Dorne. Beren quickly regained his composure and sneered. It seems I shall acquire a Valyrian steel sword as my new sidearm. Jaime smirked and replied, Is that so? We shall see how capable you truly are. With that, he launched himself at Beren. The two engaged in combat, but Jaime, having joined the Kingsguard at a young age, was as skilled with the sword as he was with horsemanship. Even as Beren exerted all his effort, after merely dozens of exchanges, Jaime bested him. Just as Jaime prepared to deliver the fatal blow, Robert intervened, hurling an exquisite wine goblet from the elevated platform towards Jaime. Get down, regicide! Robert bellowed. I refuse to witness a death upon my arena. Jaime cast a cold glance at Robert, provoking Robert to nearly rise and challenge him, yet ultimately, Jaime conceded and turned away. However, Cersei could not bear to see her dear brother subjected to such indignity. Enraged, she erupted like a lioness, roaring at Robert. You drunken fool! How dare you treat my brother thus? I wish you had sunk to the depths of the sea in the previous war, you wretched stag. In response, Robert delivered a resounding slap to the frenzied lioness, declaring, I am the king, not you, harlot. It is only your Lannister fleet that should sink to the bottom. You wench. Cersei, taken aback by Robert's audacity to strike her in public, coldly remarked, This slap shall be regarded as a scar of my honor. Robert, regarding Cersei with a strange look, responded, What a mad woman. Why is my queen this creature? As she observed the peculiar gazes of the noble lords and the waning admiration of the people of the West, Cersei felt their respect transform into silence. Even some of the noble women of the West regarded the once proud lioness with a mocking glint in their eyes after witnessing her husband strike her. Cersei shot a venomous glare at Robert before sweeping away in a huff, leaving him unfazed by her departure as he continued to drink. Let the competition proceed, he commanded. Following several rounds, Lann and the Mountain faced off, and at last, the long-standing conflict between them had an opportunity to erupt. The Mountain, with cruel contemplation, realized that while he could not kill Lann, he could inadvertently cripple him during the joust. After all, accidents during mounted combat were commonplace, and he had a foreboding that if Lann were to be harmed, as long as he survived, he would not face severe repercussions. Moreover, Queen Cersei's disdain for her so-called brother had reached a considerable extent. Perhaps she would even reward him. Lann, harboring an intense animosity towards the Mountain, sought to seize this opportunity to eliminate him. Even if he could not end the Mountain's life, he intended to demonstrate to this monstrous hound who his true master was, asserting his dominance as the strongest warrior in the Westerlands. With this thought, Lann slowly donned his dark crimson lion helmet and accepted the lance from Gino. Gino, concerned for Lann, knew well the formidable nature of the Mountain. Regardless of Lann's usual bravery, he needed to exercise utmost caution against such a beast. Perceiving Gino's anxiety, Lann reassured him, I shall prevail, as I have in the past. He then turned and mounted his black steed, fixing his gaze intently on the distant mountain. Both combatants prepared and charged simultaneously. Lann, fueled by the anger of having his spoils taken by Jaime in the previous conflicts in Casterly Rock, felt a surge of rage. He urged his steed to accelerate and gripped his lance with increasing intensity. The Mountain, equally intent on incapacitating Lann, commanded his mount to surge forward with full force, aiming to crush Lann in one decisive blow. As they neared collision, Lann recalled the technique Blackfish had employed against him, which proved effective against stronger foes. He slightly tilted his shield, and upon impact, the tremendous force caused both lances to crack. Lann adeptly redirected much of the Mountain's power with his shield, and due to the Mountain's lack of agility compared to Lann, his massive frame was thrown off balance. In mere moments, he was unseated from his horse by Lann's full force. The spectators were left in awe. Lann's strength had subdued the infamous Mountain of the Seven Kingdoms in a single exchange. The outcome was a result of Lann's strategic finesse, combined with his formidable strength and a stroke of fortune. If given another chance, the Mountain would not fall so easily. Yet, alas, there were no second chances in this contest. After a brief moment of astonishment, the crowd erupted into deafening cheers and applause. Robert, unabashed in his praise for Lann, bellowed, Now that is a true lion, not that regicide. Meanwhile, Tywin stood by, his countenance darkened, silent and brooding. Chapter 64. A clash of titans. The Mountain surveyed the jubilant crowd of the Seven Kingdoms, noting how the nobles no longer regarded him with fear, but with mockery, igniting a furious rage within him, rendering him indifferent to any lingering loyalty to the Lannisters. With a thunderous roar, the formidable Mountain drew his massive two-handed sword and swung it toward Ryan's steed. However, Ryan was no mere flower knight. He swiftly yanked the reins, evading the mountain's crushing blow. Utilizing the momentum from his horse's descent, he thrust his heavy spear forcefully against the mountain's breastplate. The tremendous impact reverberated through the mountain's armor, sending the colossal figure staggering back several paces until he crashed into the nearby railing and fell to the ground. Ryan, poised to deliver another punishing strike that would surely incapacitate his opponent, hesitated. The intense battle had left his oak spear marred with numerous cracks, and the risk of it shattering in the heat of combat was a grave concern. Moreover, Ryan aimed to publicly teach this ignorant hound, unaware of who truly held dominion, a lesson before the entirety of the West, and indeed the Seven Kingdoms. Dismounting swiftly, Ryan unsheathed his sword and approached the mountain with measured strides. The mountain, feeling a sharp pain in his chest, managed to rise, only to see Ryan charging at him with his gleaming sword. Instinctively, he raised his massive weapon to block. Yet, Ryan had no intention of granting him a moment's respite. His onslaught fell upon the mountain like a torrential downpour. Indeed, the mountain was no ordinary beast. Despite his swordsmanship being lacking, his immense strength made him a formidable adversary. Even Ryan, endowed with an astonishing strength rating of 16, found himself momentarily subdued by the mountain's sheer might. In a battlefield scenario against ordinary soldiers, the mountain would be an unstoppable meat grinder, which explained Tywin's fondness for this loyal hound. Most would find their ribs shattered and combat effectiveness lost after enduring Ryan's full-force strike. Yet the mountain merely felt discomfort in his chest, showcasing his terrifying physical resilience. However, amidst the fierce confrontation, Ryan discerned a critical flaw: the mountain's lack of agility. This weakness, concealed against average knights or soldiers, became glaringly evident when faced with a skilled swordsman. As the battle raged on, the mountain's injury began to hinder his movements. Seizing the opportunity, Ryan dodged the mountain's attack, pivoted swiftly, and delivered a powerful cut to the back of the mountain's calf, causing him to lose balance and kneel. The mountain attempted a sweeping strike to repel Ryan and catch his breath, but Ryan would not grant him such a reprieve. He braced against the mountain's assault and unleashed his full strength, pushing him back. With precision, Ryan thrust his sword into the joint of the mountain's sword arm and swiftly withdrew it. He then delivered a swift kick that sent the mountain sprawling. Raising his sword high, poised to penetrate the gap in the mountain's helmet and pierce his throat. Just as Ryan's blade was about to meet its target, Tywin's voice rang out from the stands. "Ryan, this is merely a contest." Ryan cast a cold glance at his father. At that moment, the mountain seized the opportunity, preparing to grasp Ryan's ankle with his other hand. However, Ryan was no mere red viper. He had long anticipated this maneuver. As he evaded the mountain's colossal hand, he swiftly thrust his sword into the creature's eye socket, blinding one of its eyes instantly. Tywin could no longer restrain himself and coldly declared, "Ryan, you have already triumphed." Although Robert harbored a deep disdain for the cruel mountain, he acknowledged that the brute had once sacrificed for the remnants of Targaryen. Furthermore, Robert did not wish to see bloodshed on such a festive occasion, especially since the tournament was entirely sponsored by House Lannister. Reluctantly, he uttered, "Ryan, you have won." Ryan shot a frigid look at his father, Tywin, before forcefully drawing his sword, still stained with the mountain's eye. A surge of intense pain coursed through the mountain's body, eliciting a chilling scream. Ryan then coldly commanded, "Silence," and swiftly delivered a kick to the mountain's chin, rendering him unconscious. With the mountain incapacitated, Ryan sheathed his sword and strode towards the edge of the arena. Tyrion stood on a nearby platform alongside Jaime, sipping wine and admiring Ryan's recent battle. With a wry smile, he remarked, "My dear brother Jaime, it seems our Black Lion has harbored a long-standing fury towards our father. Just look at his formidable minion. Even Father's beloved hound is no match for him. I genuinely worry for you, Jaime, for you must face a furious and youthful lion." Jaime observed Ryan from the sidelines with keen interest, recognizing that Ryan's swordsmanship was on par with his own. Such a worthy adversary ignited his competitive spirit. Confident in his ability to best Ryan, he aimed to prove to the people of the West who the true lion was. Raising his wine glass slowly, he remarked, "Ryan is indeed impressive, yet he is still too young. The mountain's downfall was due to his overconfidence, a folly I shall not commit, Tyrion." Tyrion took a sip of his wine and replied with a chuckle, "Let us hope so, brother." Soon, the equestrian tournament commenced. Culminating in the final match, Yora faced off against Ser Lyle of House Corbray from the Vale. The two engaged in merely 10 rounds before Yora managed to unseat Lyle due to his exhaustion. The second match pitted Ryan against Jaime, both champions of the illustrious Lannister family. One was the renowned Kingsguard, the Kingslayer Jaime Lannister, who had once received tutelage from the legendary Dawn. The other was Ryan Lannister, who had endured the Battle of King's Landing since his youth, earning the moniker Black Lion. Following this, he had led a vigorous campaign against banditry throughout the Seven Kingdoms, swiftly restoring order and prosperity for the Baratheon dynasty. Moreover, during the Greyjoy Rebellion, he had preserved the last vestiges of strength for the West. Later, he independently conquered Old Wick Island and Oak Island, capturing Pike City, demonstrating to the Greyjoy family the meaning of the Lannister adage, a Lannister always pays his debts. Moreover, Lion's mentor was none other than the renowned and fearless Barristan Selmy, whose prowess was frequently compared to that of the legendary Dawnbringer, Arthur Dayne, in discussions among knights across the Seven Kingdoms. However, Arthur Dayne had long since passed, and even had he lived, Barristan's age surpassed that of the Dawnbringer, rendering a true comparison of their respective martial capabilities impractical. Now, their student, Lion, faced off against Jaime, seemingly fulfilling the aspirations of the people of the Seven Kingdoms, resulting in a gathering of knights from across the realm. As Lion surveyed the crowd, he recognized that his competition with Jaime had garnered widespread attention, a phenomenon he believed was significantly influenced by Tywin's machinations, using this opportunity to firmly establish who the true heir was in the minds of the populace. Jaime was poised to reap the prestige associated with defeating Lion, yet unbeknownst to him, Lion viewed this encounter as a pivotal opportunity. By decisively vanquishing Jaime in front of the Seven Kingdoms, Lion would solidify his reputation and deeply root himself in the hearts of the Westerlands, making it nearly irreparable. Both Lion and Jaime were resolute in their ambition to claim victory in this contest, slowly donning their helmets. Jaime adorned his head with the traditional golden lion helm of House Lannister, while Lion wore his own dark crimson lion helm. The two mounted their steeds simultaneously. Jaime rode a tall, white warhorse from the Vale, while Lion sat astride a robust, black stallion from the Riverlands, embodying the fierce dichotomy of their natures. Lion grasped his lance, adorned with a black-maned golden lion, while Jaime took hold of his lance, featuring the traditional golden lion of House Lannister. Both men fixated on one another. As the twin roars of lion horns echoed, both surged forward, a red and black figure charging towards one another with fervor, paralleled by a white and golden form racing towards its foe. Chapter 65, The Duel of the Two Lions. With their battle cries reverberating, the dark crimson figure collided with the platinum one. Jaime, employing the techniques of Blackfish, sought to deftly utilize his shield to absorb Lion's onslaught. However, Lion had already encountered this tactic and, during his charge, deliberately moderated his force while targeting the inner side of Jaime's shield, attempting to slide his attack down onto Jaime's breastplate. Yet Jaime, a seasoned knight, sensed the shift in momentum the moment they clashed, swiftly adjusting the angle of his shield, thwarting Lion's attempt. Even so, Jaime felt the tremendous force of the impact, yet he quickly regained his balance through his exceptional horsemanship. Lion, too, experienced the overwhelming force of their collision, albeit one that felt merely stronger than that of an average opponent, though not as astonishing as the Mountain of Magic. The angles of attack were exceptionally cunning and troublesome. A moment's inattention could result in being unseated by a lance. As they crossed paths, both combatants returned to their respective ends, with James's eyes brimming with combat fervor as he laughed heartily, declaring, "Now this is what battle truly means. Come on, my brother." In stark contrast, Ryan, who would typically exchange pleasantries with him, maintained a gaze as cold as ice, for he had never forgotten the words of his mentor, Barristan. In the face of formidable opponents, anger accomplishes little, it merely exposes vulnerabilities. In dire situations, one must learn to remain composed, to channel their fury with clarity, and to seek out their adversary's weaknesses. James attempted to provoke Ryan further, sneering, "I thought you would embody the spirit of a lion, not the meekness of a lamb. Indeed, you are merely a fairy draped in a lion's skin, forever incapable of becoming a true lion." Ryan remained silent, his eyes fixed intently on James, seizing the moment to charge. Cursing inwardly, James acknowledged, "Damn it, no wonder he is Ballistan's disciple. He mirrors that taciturn old man perfectly." Realizing he could not incite Ryan's anger, James too fell silent, focusing on the battle, regulating his breath and his steed's readiness. Unfortunately, Ryan offered him no respite, launching into a charge, compelling James to respond in kind. Otherwise, he would not be able to harness his full potential due to insufficient distance. Once more, the two collided. Throughout their numerous charges, neither Ryan nor James could claim victory, with both their expertly crafted lances shattering 4 in total. The black lion shield of Ryan bore countless dents from the lance's impacts, while James's situation appeared even graver. Not only did Ryan possess marksmanship and horsemanship that rivaled his own, but his strength also far exceeded that of ordinary men. The exquisite golden lion shield that James wielded now bore not only numerous indentations, but also a terrifying crack. Should the battle persist, it was likely that the shield would fail him, yet his pride forbade him from seeking a replacement. Taking a deep breath, Ryan forcibly steadied his chaotic breathing. His eyes, though obscured by sweat, remained fixed on James. Once his steed grew calm, he charged anew. James, too, struggled to steady his trembling hand, gripping his lance tightly and roaring, "Go!" as he launched into another charge. The once vibrant arena fell eerily silent. All eyes fixated on Ryan and James, as if afraid to disturb the tension with their breaths. As the crimson figure collided with the platinum one once more, James's shield ultimately succumbed. In the instant Ryan's lance struck, the crack widened dramatically and the shield shattered. A dark red lance pierced through the remnants of the shield, delivering a resounding blow to James's breastplate. Simultaneously, James exploited Ryan's opening, angling his attack to breach the shield and target Ryan's armor. Yet at that moment, James felt an overwhelming force strike him, sending him hurtling through the air. The sheer force of his strike merely left a dent on Ryan's dark crimson lion armor, signifying the clear outcome of their duel, which was met with a resounding cheer akin to a tsunami. In the moment James fell, he remained incredulous that he had lost. Struggling to rise, he drew his dagger from his waist, aiming it at Ryan, who was turning to depart. He bellowed in disbelief, "How can this be? You wretched bastard! The illegitimate son! Our battle is not yet over. Continue fighting." Upon hearing the term bastard, Ryan halted the steps of his steed. Dismounting, he unsheathed his two-handed sword, wrapped in black cloth, and coldly replied, "As you wish, Kingslayer." The final veil of civility between them had been torn asunder, leaving no room for reconciliation. Both stood poised with swords drawn. James, aware of his diminished state, sought to further provoke Ryan, sneering, "Behold the Valyrian steel blade in my hand. Is it not familiar?" "Bastard?" Ryan smirked faintly. "Huh? Is this not my trophy, Red Rain? Had I known it would fall into the hands of someone like you, I would have long cast it into the sea, Kingslayer." Taken aback by Ryan's sharp retort, James faltered, yet summoned the last remnants of his strength to charge at Ryan. Ryan, having grown weary of the accursed Kingslayer, unleashed a full-force swing, their swords colliding with a thunderous metallic clash. In that fleeting moment, James realized that Ryan's weapon was also a Valyrian steel sword, exclaiming in shock, "Valyrian steel? How can you possess two?" Ryan, with a sudden surge of power, repelled him, sneering, "Nothing is impossible, for Valyrian steel chooses its rightful master, Kingslayer." Seizing the moment while James struggled to regain his footing, Ryan pressed the attack, their blades clashing incessantly. Ultimately, due to the injury on his chest, James's movements slowed for an instant, allowing Ryan to disarm him, pressing the blade of light whisper against James's throat. Ryan coldly stated, "You have lost, Kingslayer." Feeling the chill against his neck, James recognized the bitter truth of his defeat, his spirit crushed as he murmured, "I concede, Ryan." Though Ryan was momentarily tempted to feign surprise and slay James, thus securing his claim as the heir to Casterly Rock, he realized that committing fratricide before the public eye would not only forfeit his claim to Casterly Rock, but also obliterate the reputation he had painstakingly built. After all, fratricide is a grievous crime in Westeros. Should Ryan kill James in broad daylight, he would inevitably be forced to don the black garb and march to the wall. At this juncture, Ryan had already achieved his objective, as the black cloth that had shrouded the sword now revealed its true form. The hilt, adorned with a golden lion, unmistakably attested to his lineage, the former sword of the king of Casterly Rock, the ancestral blade of House Lannister, Light Whisper. Jaime's expression was one of sheer astonishment as he exclaimed, "Could it be Dawn?" Those seated in the stands, including Tywin, recognized the sword. And even the grand nobles of the Westerlands were aware of the blade in Lion's possession. The once mighty Lannister family had made numerous attempts to send their vassals in search of Dawn, thus they were familiar with its appearance. Observing that the crowd around him had identified the sword, Lion raised it triumphantly, simultaneously unleashing his innate skill, the leadership aura. A roar akin to that of a lion reverberated throughout the arena. From the shadows, Gino and others joined in the uproar, chanting "Black Lion, Black Lion." The nobles and common folk of the Westerlands were swept up in the fervor, echoing the chant. Warriors from across the Seven Kingdoms joined the chorus, and in an instant, Lion's name, the Black Lion, filled the arena. Even Tywin, who had intended to discredit Lion, could only swallow his dissatisfaction upon witnessing the unwavering support and admiration of the Westerlands people, especially after Jaime's recent defeat. For the first time in many years, Tywin felt the grip he had over the Westerlands slipping away. Meanwhile, Jaime, amidst the cheers of the crowd, numbly discarded his sword, shedding his golden lion armor as he walked away, draped in the last vestiges of his honor. A white cloak that rendered him akin to a defeated lion retreating from the arena. Lion, however, remained unfazed, reveling in the adulation of the people of the Seven Kingdoms. Chapter 66. The champion. The final duel pitted Lion against Jorah Mormont, who had crafted a suit of armor from the spoils of the Greyjoy Rebellion specifically for this tournament. Adorning his chest was a rare white rose, gifted by his beloved, Lanness Hightower, a token from the Reach. This white rose indeed bestowed upon the Great Bear both courage and fortune, aiding him in overcoming numerous adversaries to reach the finals. As Lion approached, he remarked with a smile, "I did not expect my opponent to be you, Ser Jorah." Jorah chuckled in response. "It is surprising that we fought side by side not long ago, and now we must clash in the arena. Your recent duel with the Ser Jaime was nothing short of spectacular. I find myself at an advantage, given your recent exertions. Yet, Ser Lion, I too have my reasons for engaging in this battle. So I must apologize." He cast a fleeting glance at the white rose on his breastplate. Lion waved his hand dismissively, assuring him, "No offense taken. Ha ha. A competition is akin to true warfare. No one will show leniency simply because I have just emerged from a fierce battle. So, fear not, Ser Jorah. Let us showcase our true prowess to determine the champion of this tournament. In honor of Robert and the people of the Seven Kingdoms, Ser Jorah." In the realm of time travel novels, the recent surge of Leader's power not only rejuvenated Ryan's stamina, but also significantly healed the injuries sustained from his battle with James, enabling him to engage in combat once more. With a hearty laugh, Jorah boldly declared, "Let us open their eyes." At this juncture, Jorah had yet to encounter numerous tribulations. He remained the heir from Bear Island, a gallant warrior of the North, a champion driven by love. As the clarion call of the duel resounded, the two men strode towards their steeds. Jorah donned his imposing bear helmet with a sense of purpose. Wielding a white-gray lance in his right hand and gripping a simple yet sturdy shield emblazoned with the sigil of the Mormont family, a great bear, in his left. He mounted a magnificent dark gray steed hailing from the north. In contrast, Ryan adorned himself with his dark crimson lion armor, lowering his visor just enough to reveal his piercing eyes. He accepted a pristine white lance from Gino and grasped a shield engraved with a golden lion's head, then mounted his own warhorse. As two distinct horns sounded, they briefly steadied their breaths, aligning themselves for the imminent clash. With fierce resolve, they locked eyes, and with a simultaneous roar, their steeds galloped towards one another. The lances met with a resounding boom, and the two warriors separated instantaneously, retreating to opposite sides. The first round concluded in a stalemate. They quickly recalibrated their breathing and charged again, their figures intertwining in a breathtaking display of skill, producing another astonishing clash. Yet, once more, no victor emerged as they collided time and again, shattering 7 lances without yielding an outcome. In terms of mounted combat, Ryan's prowess surpassed that of the northern-born Jorah. Yet, inexplicably, perhaps due to the power of love, Jorah matched Ryan blow for blow, even narrowly escaping defeat on several occasions. Bolstered by his indomitable spirit. At this moment, beneath his helmet, Ryan's handsome visage was drenched in sweat, droplets cascading like rain, while he clutched a brand new lance. His shield, adorned with the black-maned golden lion, had become battered and riddled with dents. Jorah, too, was far from unscathed, gasping for breath, his armor soaked with perspiration, sustained solely by his love for Lanness. Gazing down at the white rose pinned to his breastplate, Jorah felt as if this flower bestowed upon the Great Bear an endless reservoir of strength. Taking a deep breath to steady his chaotic breaths, he fixed his gaze upon Ryan and murmured, "Hiya, hiya." The northern steed seemed to grasp its rider's intent, whinnying as it charged towards Ryan. In response, Ryan, disregarding any need for further adjustment, inhaled deeply and commanded his steed to surge forth in pursuit of Jorah. This time, Ryan did not tilt his shield, for his condition was poor, making it difficult to maintain control of his technique. Should the angle of the tilt be incorrect, it would be all too easy for Jorah to breach his defenses and bring him down in a single strike. Both knights understood that they could not withstand another charge, and thus they summoned all their strength to rush at one another. Their lances collided with great force against each other's shields, each attempting to pierce the other's defense. With a resounding crash, both Ryan and Jorah were unseated, crashing heavily to the ground. The audience held its breath, fearful of disturbing the fierce confrontation between the two formidable knights. Even Robert, seated high above, set down his goblet and rose to witness the outcome of this contest. After a moment, Jorah staggered to his feet, and the nobles and soldiers hailing from the north erupted into a tremendous cheer, calling out the name of the Great Bear. However, before the northerners could revel in their joy, a hand clad in crimson armor grasped the railing for support, as Ryan too struggled to rise. The crowd from the west once again erupted in fervor, shouting the name of the Black Lion. Ryan fought against the waves of dizziness coursing through his head, slowly reaching for his sword, the Lightbringer, and with all his might, he drew it forth, aiming it at Yora. Yora, equally unsteady, unsheathed his own sword, swaying as he advanced toward Ryan. These two knights, once renowned across the Seven Kingdoms, now appeared as two intoxicated brawlers, staggering and flailing their weapons at one another. Yet, no laughter erupted from the crowd, for both were true warriors, and soon they bore numerous wounds upon their bodies. Yora suffered more grievously, as Ryan wielded a Valyrian steel sword. The Mormont family possessed Valyrian steel, but their ancestral blade, Longclaw, was currently in the possession of his father, Count Jorah Mormont. Thus, Yora found himself at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, his indomitable spirit drove him to continue fighting fiercely, despite his injuries being more severe than Ryan's. As the two valiant knights approached the brink of life and death, Robert, who had remained steadily positioned on the high platform, finally spoke, bellowing for them to halt. Upon hearing Robert's command, Ryan and Yora reluctantly parted, though both were at their limits, relying solely on sheer willpower to remain standing. Robert proudly surveyed the crowd, proclaiming that they had brought forth an extraordinary display of combat, not only for himself, but for the entirety of the Seven Kingdoms. Their bravery had sufficiently demonstrated their strength. And to prevent the realm from losing either of these mighty warriors, he, Robert Baratheon I, protector of the Seven Kingdoms, decreed that this jousting tournament would crown two champions. Now, let the people of the Seven Kingdoms cheer for these two illustrious warriors, expressing their gratitude for the magnificent spectacle they have provided. Jola and Ryan exchanged a glance and concurred with this sentiment. However, with only a singular crown of love and beauty available, and Ryan lacking a beloved, he generously bequeathed it to Jola. In turn, Jola joyfully dedicated the crown to Lenny's Heidel and seized the opportunity to seek Lord Leighton's approval, which he graciously granted. Meanwhile, Ryan once again raised his banner, basking in the adulation of the Seven Kingdoms and the affection of the entire West. Chapter 67. The Earl of Lionheart Castle following the bestowal of the crown. The team competition commenced. However, after enduring several fierce battles, Ryan found his condition waning, rendering him less capable of enduring the rigors of intense combat. Intent on cultivating a commander, he appointed Palaber as the chief, with Gino and Rick leading 8 of the most exceptional knights from the Lion's Tooth Legion into battle. Under Ryan's deliberate mentorship, Palaber had begun to display the qualities of a competent leader, complemented by the high military standards of the Lion's Tooth Legion. Under Palaber's command, through relentless rounds of combat, the Lion's Tooth Legion once again validated their status as the mightiest force in the West, triumphing in the team competition and securing a reward of 50,000 golden dragons. The tournament at Lannisport thus concluded, and Ryan personally garnered 22,000 golden dragons. With the additional 50,000 golden dragons from the team victory, Ryan amassed a total of 70,000 golden dragons from this single grand event. Akin to conquering the Isle of Oak, it is no wonder that knights across the Seven Kingdoms fervently participated in tournaments. Gaining even a single accolade could secure a lifetime of prosperity. It is also no surprise that Robert was beloved by the knights of the Seven Kingdoms, though it came at the expense of the common folk. The 50,000 golden dragons awarded to Palaber and his companions were entirely entrusted to them, while Ryan, having received 22,000 golden dragons, contributed a total of 50,000 to alleviate the suffering of the people of the West, an act which significantly endeared him to the populace. Robert stood atop the platform, reveling in the cheers from the warriors of the Seven Kingdoms. He ultimately proclaimed with a hearty laugh, "You are the true instruments of stability for my realm. Let us celebrate the conclusion of the tournament. Warriors of the Seven Kingdoms, let us rejoice in the birth of our champion and drink to our heart's content." The warriors of the Seven Kingdoms resounded in unison, chanting, "Long live King Robert." Even Cersei, who had departed the previous day, returned to the arena, sharing in the affection of the people alongside Robert. Accompanying her was a rejuvenated Jaime, who, comforted by Cersei, had shed the despondency he bore the day before. Observing the throngs of people from the Seven Kingdoms, particularly those from the West who adored and revered Ryan, Tywin felt a headache brewing. Slowly, he stepped forward and addressed Robert, saying, "Your Majesty, please allow me to bear witness." Robert, puzzled yet intrigued by Tywin's intentions, nodded in agreement. Before long, Tywin slowly approached the center of the elevated platform, casting his gaze around. Kevin signaled for those present to quiet down. And under the imposing presence of the old lion, the crowd gradually fell into silence. Once satisfied with the stillness, Tywin proclaimed, "Warriors from the Seven Kingdoms, we, the Lannister family, stand proud with our own, Lion Lannister. During the invasion of the Iron Islands, he resolutely led our soldiers into battle, emerging victorious not only in the Battle of the Bay, but also ensuring that the Greyjoys faced their due retribution. Hence, in the presence of the populace of the Seven Kingdoms, I hereby bestow upon Lion Lannister the title of Earl of Casterly Rock, with lands encompassing a radius of 50 miles from the heart of Casterly Rock designated as his domain." Although Lion harbored dissatisfaction with this outcome, 50 miles of land, while somewhat modest for Casterly Rock, was still barely sufficient. He realized it would not suffice to sustain his Lion's Tooth Legion. Over the years, without the elimination of bandits and the gains made within King's Landing, it would have been exceedingly difficult for Lion to rely solely on Casterly Rock to support his forces. Moreover, the Lion's Tooth Legion had now swelled to approximately 4,500 soldiers, a significant increase from the mere 2,000 of the past. Yet this moment presented an opportunity to escape Tywin's control. The first step was to break free. Lion advanced slowly, kneeling on one knee, and declared loudly, "Lord Tywin, you shall not regret today's decision." Although Lion refrained from addressing Tywin as father, the latter was unconcerned, as he too had not referred to Lion as his son. Thus, Lion was formally recognized as the Earl of Casterly Rock. Tywin had originally intended to revoke Lion's claim to Casterly Rock following the bestowal of his title. However, with Jaime's unexpected defeat, the people of the West now held Lion in high regard, making it untenable for Tywin to unjustly strip him of his inheritance. Nevertheless, as a seasoned veteran in the game of power, Tywin quickly devised a new strategy following Jaime's failure, biding his time until Lion had assumed control of Casterly Rock. After the ceremony, Lion prepared to lead his Lion's Tooth Legion back to their encampment, having not even entertained the thought of returning to Casterly Rock. Just as Lion was readying his forces for departure, Sandor Clegane, known as the Hound, arrived in place of his brother, the Mountain, who remained incapacitated in the Maester's care. While Lion held a certain fondness for Sandor within the narrative, he recognized that anyone obstructing his path would meet a grim fate, including the Hound before him. Without hesitation, Sandor declared, "Lord Tywin commands that you relinquish Longclaw and Oathkeeper. In return, you shall receive 200,000 gold dragons as compensation." Lion scoffed, fully aware of the significance of Oathkeeper to the Lannister family and the entire West. He would never surrender it. Lion cast a fleeting glance at Sandon and the heavily armored knight behind him, coldly stating, "You may take the tooth, but the Lightbringer is non-negotiable. Inform Duke Tywin that, as the heir to Casterly Rock and a member of House Lannister seeking the return of the Lightbringer, I rightfully deserve it. If you desire the Lightbringer, let Jaime come to Lionheart Castle himself. Should he best me, I shall gladly surrender the Lightbringer. As for now, vacate my sight." Sandon had not anticipated reclaiming the Lightbringer. Being able to retrieve the tooth was already considerable, sufficient to meet his obligations. Thus, he refrained from further obstructing Lion and, as he departed, expressed his gratitude. Lion watched Sandon's retreating figure and couldn't help but muse. Whether it be the Mountain or Sandon, they are not unlike myself, Jaime, and each other. Beside him, Gino chuckled, "How can that be? Neither the Mountain nor Sandon can compare to a knight of your caliber." Lion did not respond to Gino's remark, merely smiling faintly and shaking his head. Subsequently, while Robert and the others continued their celebrations, Lion departed from Lannister Harbor. Along the way, he encountered the archery champion, Ange. Gazing at Lion with a smile, Ange said, "My Lord Lion, I wish to join your ranks." Lion chuckled, aware that the time for retribution against the Mountain had come, jesting, "Has the reward been spent so swiftly?" Ange replied with a grin, "Though expenses at Lannister Harbor are high, it is not to that extent. I believe that only in the company of a lord as formidable and benevolent as you can I truly realize my potential, hence my desire to join your cause." Lion heartily welcomed him, exclaiming, "Welcome aboard, Sir Ange. I shall entrust the archery unit to your command. I look forward to witnessing their prowess flourish." Ange, taken aback by the trust bestowed upon him so soon after joining, felt a wave of emotion, affirming, "You shall not be disappointed, my lord." After securing Ange's allegiance, Lion led his Lion's Tooth Legion towards Lionheart Castle. Chapter 68. A father-son confrontation. Sandon returned to Casterly Rock to report Lion's response to Tywin. He slowly set down his paper and quill, rising to accept from Sandon the weapon case containing the tooth. He opened it briefly to behold the exquisite weapon before shutting the case with a forceful snap and tossing it onto the table, coldly commanding, "Sandon, you may leave." Observing Tywin's evident fury, Sandon hastily exited the great hall of Casterly Rock. Tywin resumed his seat, staring at the golden lion before him, his mind drifting back to his own youth when he gradually usurped power from his father, the Laughing Lion. Now, he faced the cycle of fate. His son Lion was similarly challenging his authority. However, Tywin had reigned over the Westerlands for over 30 years. An inexperienced young pup was no match for him. After a brief moment of contemplation, Tywin began drafting letters to the prominent families of the Westerlands, notably including House Lydon of Gold Tooth, House Farman of Fair Isle, House Crakehall of Crakehall, and House Westerling of the Crag. Ultimately, according to the reports from the spies hidden among the noble families of the Westerlands, many have openly or covertly aligned themselves with Lon. Coupled with the 5,000 troops at Lon's disposal in Lionheart City, along with the admiration from the lesser nobles and landless knights of the region, his son has unwittingly secured 1/3 of the total power in the Westerlands. Should Lon raise his banner, he would command no less than 20,000 soldiers, although he currently holds authority over them as their liege lord and can suppress them. Should Jaime inherit the mantle in the future, it could ignite a civil strife akin to the Blackfire Rebellion, depleting the strength of House Lannister. This might even provide an opportunity for those with ulterior motives to undermine the Lannister family's dominance over the Westerlands. However, for now, Tywin cannot act against Lon without cause. Thus, he prepares to wage a war devoid of smoke and fire, using ravens to secure his victory. Tywin first seeks to apply pressure on the families of the Fairmen of Ferrymount and the Lannisters of Goldtooth, as well as the various other families who have covertly pledged their allegiance to Lon. He then sends the Marblands of the Marbland family and the Sarsfield family of Sarsfield to seize control of the territories surrounding Lionheart City, preventing others who wish to join Lon's cause from approaching. This not only stunts the growth of their territorial power, but also impacts even the most basic agricultural yields. By severing the family's support for Lon and effectively sealing off the vicinity of Lionheart City, the dueling grounds and gambling establishments that sustain Lon's livelihood will struggle to operate. Solely relying on Lionheart City and the surrounding lands, which are sparsely cultivated, cannot sustain such a large army. Moreover, Lionheart City requires approximately 50,000 gold dragons to reach completion. Even if Lon gains something from this war, it will not last long. Thus, Tywin can gradually erode the very foundation of Lon's power, the Lion's Tooth Legion. Tywin is confident that within a decade, Lon's forces will dwindle to a mere 2,000, and the inability to support his own army will further weaken him. Eventually, this discontent may lead to a mutiny, not only diminishing Lon's power, but also tarnishing his reputation. This could serve as a pretext to argue that if he cannot manage Lionheart City, he is unfit to govern the entirety of the Westerlands, thereby stripping him of his claim to succession. By the time Tywin passes, Jaime will inherit a complete and stable Westerlands, free from the burdens posed by Lon. After sealing Lon's fate, Tywin arranges for personnel to personally greet the Lannisters of Goldtooth, confident that his loyal ally, Count Crollo, will understand the course of action required. Next, he turns his attention to Lon's maternal family, the Fairmen of Ferrymount. A mere gentle admonition will prove ineffective against them, especially as the Westerlands still rely on the fleet from Ferrymount to safeguard their maritime defenses. Tywin pondered for a moment before deciding to secure the safety of the entire Westerlands by leasing a substantial portion of the Fair Isle fleet with gold dragons. His intention was to gradually replace members of House Fry with his own loyalists to ensure maritime security. Concurrently, he would assign Count Cess to lead the remaining fleet on perilous or tedious missions to deplete the strength of House Fry. Otherwise, once House Fry had fully capitalized on its gains from the recent conflict, they would become increasingly formidable. Should House Fry resist his commands, he would deploy troops directly to diminish their power and confine the Fry lineage, replacing them with collateral branches, thereby significantly undermining their support for Lannister. Once his plan was complete, Tywin commenced its execution, and it was not long before, far away in Lionheart City, Lannister found himself swiftly outmaneuvered by Tywin's strategic use of ravens and letters. After all, Lannister's commands and authority inherently ranked below those of his father, Tywin, who was the true lord of the Westerlands, making it difficult for Lannister to break through the encirclement. Even families that had once steadfastly supported him began to waver, for the Lord's orders held precedence, and as the heir, Lannister could not compel Palaber to remain, especially since Count Krolov had ordered him home now that the war had concluded. As Palaber was the heir to Goldtooth City, Unlike other ordinary retainers, Lannister could not force him to stay, lest it create a rift in their relationship. Ultimately, Lannister summoned Palaber and, after a brief exchange, they devised a performance. Lannister would feign an attempt to retain Palaber before the gathered assembly, but Palaber would insist on departing. This would lead to a heated exchange, culminating in a quarrel that escalated to physical confrontation, resulting in Palaber storming out of Lionheart City to return to Goldtooth City, thereby concluding their act. As for Lannister's uncle, Cest, he wrote to advise him against rash actions, suggesting he acquiesce to Tywin's demands and undertake some remote assignments, employing a strategy of passive resistance to preserve the strength of House Frye. Once House Frye had fully assimilated its recent acquisitions, they could then consider further plans. Meanwhile, Lannister intended to covertly utilize the Black Lion fleet to transport Oak from Oak Island to Fair Isle, confident that the Fair Isle fleet would soon regain its former prowess. However, Lannister found himself at a loss regarding Tywin's border blockade. Thus, he resolved to abandon any attempts to breach the borders and instead focus on developing maritime strength, vigorously enhancing the Black Lion fleet and constructing more vessels from the resources harvested at Oak Island. As the Earl of Lionheart City, Lannister was also entitled to appoint a scholar to assist him. He wrote to the Academy, specifying that he wished for Scholar Coben to join him as the Scholar of Lionheart City. Upon Coben's arrival, they collaborated to create soap, facilitating trade with other realms and even the continent of Essos. Simultaneously, he instituted a land cultivation policy, integrating soldiers into agricultural teams to ensure that Lionheart City could sustain its basic food requirements, leveraging the wealth generated through trade to sustain his army. There is no need to further deplete Ryan's savings. The reason why the formidable weapon of perfume was not wielded from the outset is that Ryan has yet to master such a powerful tool. Ultimately, Ryan secured his military strength through maritime trade and the system of agricultural settlements, resulting in a stalemate between Tywin and Ryan in this battlefield devoid of gunpowder. In Chapter 69, titled The Lion, Ryan learns in Lionheart City that the Mountain has audaciously led his troops to pillage the vassals surrounding the Hall of Young Chickens. The Mountain's brutality is notorious. He not only slaughters his own subjects indiscriminately, but also enforces the right of the First Night, compounded by heavy taxation that drives many of his vassals to seek refuge within the realm of the Hall of Young Chickens. The Mountain's solution is equally savage, as he directly plunders the subjects of nearby minor nobles, often choosing the harvest season to seize both people and their valuables. The surrounding minor nobles, unable to endure the harassment, sought the aid of their lord, Count Roland de Cre. However, Roland found himself in a precarious position, reluctant to lead his forces into battle against the Mountain, who is well known to be a vicious hound bred by Tywin. Though now one-eyed, he remains a formidable beast. Roland could only muster his personal guard to confront the Mountain, but to his surprise, this mere baron showed him no respect and even mocked him. This provocation ignited the already fiery temper of Roland, leading him to engage in combat with the Mountain. Yet, even with one eye lost, the Mountain's prowess in battle ranks him among the finest knights of Westeros, easily defeating Roland. With no choice but to allow the Mountain to depart unscathed, Roland's failure emboldened the Mountain, who continued his rampage against the treasures of minor nobles. The nobles, unable to swallow their indignation, united and rode through the night to reach Casterly Rock, where Duke Tywin offered a paltry sum of gold dragons as compensation. Unable to endure this insult, they banded together to seek out Ryan in Lionheart City, as he is the future protector of the Westerlands and possesses the legal standing to intervene in disputes among vassals. Furthermore, Ryan has maintained a commendable reputation among the minor nobles, having previously bested the Mountain in a tournament. Thus, these beleaguered nobles sought Ryan's assistance. Ryan summoned these minor lords, and the leader, Rotak Karala, promptly articulated the Mountain's transgressions before beseeching, "My lord Ryan, we hope you will intercede on our behalf." Ryan, perplexed, inquired, "Have you not sought the aid of Count Roland or Duke Tywin for justice?" After a moment of hesitation, Rotak replied, "Count Roland was defeated by the Mountain in their duel and is thus unable to address these matters. Duke Tywin has advised us that, as lords, we must learn to protect our own subjects rather than seek assistance too readily, providing only a few gold dragons as recompense. However, we can no longer endure the oppressive tyranny of that wretched hound over our subjects and the indignities inflicted upon our family. Thus, we sought the assistance of Lord Rain to seek justice on our behalf." After a moment of silence, Rain gazed at the somewhat apprehensive Rhoda and his companions and spoke, "I shall address this matter. Yet you have never set foot in Lionheart City. If you had crossed Tywin to find me, and he were to learn of it, I would not wish for you and your kin to mysteriously vanish from the Westerlands." Upon receiving Rhaen's response, Rhoda and his companions hurriedly took their leave, departing Lionheart City under the cover of night. Nearby, Gino observed their exit and whispered, "Lord Rhaen, we have only just achieved a relatively balanced state with Duke Tywin. Acting rashly could exacerbate our tensions with him." Rhaen replied with a faint smile, "What further escalation could there be? It would merely lead to open conflict. He will not take it that far, nor shall I." He then cast his gaze upon the map of the Westerlands before him and coldly remarked, "Ever since he sealed off my lands, how long has it been since the great nobles of the Westerlands, who once allied with us, have contacted us? He seeks to entrap us. Now that maritime trade has stabilized, we have remained inactive for too long. It is time for the entire Westerlands to witness once more the ferocity of the lion's fangs. Rick, by dawn tomorrow, assemble a squad of 50 elite knights for me. I intend to journey to Castle Craggern and deliver the punishment that dog deserves." Rick promptly stepped forward and replied earnestly, "As you command, my lord." At dawn the following day, Rhaen set forth with his cavalry squad towards Castle Craggern, only to unexpectedly encounter the Mountain, who was leading a raid on Rhoda's territory. Sir Rhoda was valiantly attempting to resist with his meager militia, yet was being steadily overpowered by the Mountain's forces. Upon witnessing this, Rhaen charged forth with his men, personally engaging in battle against the Mountain. The Mountain had presumed his earlier triumph was due to Rhaen's negligence, unaware that over the past year, Rhaen's abilities had grown significantly. And mounted on his steed, he swiftly subdued the once mighty adversary within mere rounds. Subsequently, Rhaen pressed on, capturing Castle Craggern, plundering its treasures, and distributing the spoils to the afflicted nobles nearby. He ensured that the subjects who had been forcibly appropriated were returned to their rightful lords. The Mountain's henchmen received a thorough beating and were unceremoniously discarded at the castle gates, while the Mountain himself was taken back to Lionheart City under Rhaen's custody. On the journey back, Rhaen's men stumbled upon a feeble lion cub on the brink of death. Rick, upon seeing it, deduced, "My lord, it is likely that this cub, being too frail, was abandoned by its mother and left here to perish." Observing the ailing cub before him, Rhaen could not help but reflect on the similarly strained relationship with his own family, and thus resolved to adopt the little creature. Rick, standing nearby, cautioned, "My lord, although the lion is the emblem of your family, this wild creature is notoriously difficult to tame. Once it reaches maturity, it becomes even more unruly. Moreover, this particular lion is rather feeble. Should it perish under your care, it would undoubtedly tarnish your reputation." Unbeknownst to him, upon deciding to adopt the creature, Ryan received a notification from the system indicating the successful subjugation of the magical creature, the mountain lion, variant. This not only resolved the taming issue, but also safeguarded the life of the young lion. Ryan chuckled, assuring, "That will not happen. He shall grow to be a formidable lion like myself. I shall name him Breeheart, signifying a courageous heart." Seeing Ryan's determination, Rick ceased his objections. Remarkably, the little lion gradually regained its vitality in Ryan's presence, and this event was celebrated by the people of the Westlands, who proclaimed Ryan to be the true lion of House Lannister. Shortly after Ryan returned to his city of Lionheart, he received a letter from Tywin, first reprimanding him for punishing the lords under his command without permission and even chastising him for attacking the rival stronghold. Subsequently, Tywin demanded the unconditional release of the mountain. Ryan simply replied that he was merely exercising his rights to protect his subjects. After a prolonged exchange, Tywin ultimately agreed to lift some of the siege around Lionheart in exchange for the release of the mountain, thereby restoring a fragile truce between the two. Chapter 70. The Catalyst. 3 years swiftly passed, during which Ryan had not returned to Casterly Rock. Even during the new year, he did not share a meal with Tywin, their relationship akin to that of a lord and vassal who barely exchanged pleasantries. Ryan had matured from a 16-year-old youth into a true man, and the once small lion, Breeheart, had transformed into a robust black-maned lion. Whether due to the system's influence or other factors, Breeheart grew to resemble Ryan, both being magnificent black-maned lions. Ryan's reputation as a lion became even more solidified, echoing throughout the Seven Kingdoms. However, the rumors strained the relationship between Ryan and Tywin, bringing them to the brink of military conflict. At this juncture, news arrived from King's Landing regarding the passing of Duke Jon Arryn of the Eyrie, who had succumbed to illness in the Red Keep. Robert planned to journey north to the Stark family, seeking his brother Ned to assume the position of Hand of the King. Cersei intended to accompany Robert to the north, but unusually, she requested that her Lannister soldiers join them as well. Robert felt that he had already embraced enough of the Lannister spirit and was reluctant to have more of their kin in his vicinity. Nevertheless, burdened by a debt of 300,000 gold dragons to the Lannisters, and with both his queen and children bearing Lannister blood, he found it difficult to refuse. Thus, Robert resolved to choose a Lannister he favored to accompany him to the north. A decree was issued, instructing Ryan to lead 500 light cavalry northward to the Stark family, with the purpose of inviting Ned to serve as Hand of the King. Upon receiving this unusual command, Tywin, acutely aware of the political sensitivities surrounding Jon's death in King's Landing, promptly penned a letter to Ryan. In his correspondence, he reminded Ryan of his allegiance to House Lannister, emphasizing that familial ties should take precedence over any grievances or rivalries. Although he was unaware of the true circumstances surrounding Jon's demise, Tywin sensed that there was something amiss, possibly implicating Cersei. He cautioned Ryan to remain vigilant, to avert the potential downfall of the entire Lannister family. This time, Tywin refrained from making empty promises. He assured Ryan that upon the successful completion of this mission, he would be rewarded with 30,000 golden dragons, with an initial advance of 20,000. Ryan, fully cognizant of the unfolding events in King's Landing, nonetheless shared Littlefinger's yearning for chaos, as it would provide him with the opportunity to claim the Iron Throne. He responded to Tywin, but his reply contained no words, only the seal of House Lannister. Upon receiving the letter, Tywin understood that Ryan had acquiesced, for no matter how unique Ryan was, he remained a member of House Lannister, just as Tywin could not alter the fact that Ryan was like a son to him. Subsequently, Ryan set forth with his most elite knights, the Kingsguard, making haste to King's Landing. Upon arrival, he found the city much as he remembered it, though under Robert's rule. It had descended further into poverty and chaos. Entering the Red Keep, he beheld Robert seated upon the Iron Throne, a once great warrior now rendered corpulent and sluggish by a life of indulgence. Robert's eyes were shadowed and bloodshot, and he drank deeply from his goblet, betraying an inner turmoil beneath his seemingly calm exterior. The death of his foster father had plunged this once mighty warrior into profound loneliness and sorrow, akin to a child mourning the loss of a parent. Yet, as king, Robert maintained a facade of strength and dignity, striving to uphold a kingdom already teetering on the edge of turmoil. Jon's death was shrouded in mystery, and even the once vibrant Stag King sensed that all was not well. However, his long-standing habits of excess had rendered him incapable of managing the realm. He merely sought to summon his brothers to sustain his lavish lifestyle. Robert's assessments were not entirely misplaced. After all, his queen hailed from the Westerlands, and his children were also of that lineage, granting him a substantial support base within the Seven Kingdoms. Furthermore, with the impending marriage of his son Joffrey to Sansa, the alliance between the stags, wolves, and fish would be solidified once more. Moreover, he appointed the militarily adept Stannis as the Duke of the Barren Dragonstone. It is utterly implausible that reliance on a mere naval fleet could afford him an opportunity to seize the Iron Throne. Meanwhile, his ancestral territory of Storm's End was entrusted to his younger brother, Renly Baratheon, a mere figurehead. Given Robert's esteemed reputation in Storm's End, coupled with his brother's mediocre military prowess and peculiar interests, it is unlikely that the warriors of Storm's End would rally behind Renly, barring any significant issues. The Riverlands, under the management of House Tully, are not to be underestimated. However, Robert does not hold them in high regard. This family has maintained control over the Riverlands through inconspicuous alliances and petty machinations. Should House Tully falter, many formidable families in the Riverlands would vie for supremacy. Thus, despite the overall strength of the Riverlands, Robert remains unconcerned, especially with the formidable lord of the inflatable fish governing the region, posing no threat to House Baratheon. In fact, due to the Tullis' ongoing difficulties in asserting control over the Riverlands, they have become reliant on the Iron Throne, remaining loyal subjects. Under the dominion of the Lord of the Inflatable Fish, the Riverlands do not even pose a threat compared to the desolate Dorne. Dorne, with its arid lands, indeed offers natural protection but simultaneously restricts its overall power. In terms of genuine military strength, Dorne is even less formidable than the Riverlands, often disparaged as the rag of the Seven Kingdoms. Even after his demise, Robert is confident that his son, though not particularly capable, can rely on the strength of the Five Kings to quell any potential rebellion from the diminutive Dorne, thus rendering him untroubled by the future dynamics of the Seven Kingdoms. Regarding the considerable debts incurred from his indulgent lifestyle, Robert believes that as the founding monarch who has forged the entirety of Westeros, he is entitled to enjoy the fruits of his labor, considering it merely a trivial matter of coins. Nonetheless, Robert harbors concerns regarding the Targaryen family, situated far away on the continent of Essos, as they have ruled Westeros for an extended period. Numerous loyalists and ambitious individuals await the Targaryen's return to incite rebellion and instigate turmoil in his kingdom. Consequently, no matter how lavishly Robert squanders the wealth of the realm, he has never diminished the sums allocated for the pursuit of the Targaryens, driven both by his deep-seated animosity towards them and his foresight regarding the future. Furthermore, Robert recognizes his own financial ineptitude and seeks to resolve the kingdom's unrest swiftly, requiring a trustworthy individual for the task. The only candidate he deems suitable is Ned Stark, for he certainly does not trust that old lion. However, Robert never anticipated that his deranged queen would commit such acts, rendering his 3 children not his own. Chapter 71, The Foolish Lioness. Beside him, Varys roused the drowsy Robert, prompting him to slowly lift his heavy eyelids and focus on the figure of Lisa below. Upon opening his mouth to laugh, he remarked, "I never imagined that after only a few years apart, you, this black lion, have grown even more handsome and robust. The journey to the north is quite arduous, and that wretched lioness of your Lannister family dares to express concern over your safety on the road, wishing to send soldiers from your family to accompany you. I cannot fathom her intentions. Yet, in contrast to the other Lannisters, I find myself preferring you. For you are nothing like your father, that cunning lion. Rather, you evoke in me the image of a valiant stag." As Robert gazed upon the impressive figure of Lon, he could not help but think of his son Joffrey, which caused him considerable distress. Joffrey was nothing like the bold young man he once was. He had become cowardly and arrogant. It seemed to Robert that he constantly saw the shadow of the Mad King in Joffrey's demeanor. The thought of having that mad lioness by his side in the future only added to his headache. He believed it was her influence that had rendered Joffrey so weak and cruel, and he hoped that the harshness of the North could transform the boy. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Robert took a sip of summer red to quell his rising irritation and continued, "Young man, is your army prepared? I intend to set off for the north tomorrow morning." Lon slowly lifted his head, offering a slight smile. "The Lion's Tooth Legion is always ready to fight for the king." Robert laughed heartily. "Good lad, you always say what I long to hear. Go and make your preparations. We shall depart at dawn. As for your reward, we will discuss it upon our return to King's Landing." "Yes, your grace," Lon replied, departing from the Iron Throne Hall. However, as soon as he left, he was met by his brother Jaime, who had been waiting for some time, having not exchanged words in years. Jaime observed Lon and smiled faintly. "Long time no see, Lon. The Queen wishes to speak with you in the gardens about matters concerning our Lannister family." After a moment of contemplation, Lon replied, "Lead the way, Jaime." Jaime paid little heed to Lon's cold demeanor, for their relationship had soured since the battle at Lannisport, leaving even the most basic brotherly bond in tatters. Jaime had anticipated their current estrangement, yet he was relieved that Lon had not forgotten he was a Lannister. The two traversed the corridor until they finally arrived at the garden where Cersei resided. As Lon had remembered, Cersei remained as haughty as ever, sipping a fine summer red from the arbor while languidly reclining on an exquisite bench. Upon seeing Lon approach, she intended to coolly dismiss him. But Lon was no longer the solitary boy of yore. He had long since become the Earl of Casterly Rock, commanding a formidable army, and had long since fallen out with their father, Tywin. When Cersei failed to speak for an extended period, Lon coldly declared, "Queen Cersei, I have matters to attend to, and I must take my leave," before turning to depart. Cersei, upon realizing the gravity of the situation, could no longer maintain her lofty demeanor, having discerned that Jon Snow had undoubtedly uncovered something significant. Therefore, she resolved to amass every ounce of power at her disposal. For the Lannister soldiers within the Red Keep were wholly insufficient. More critically, the elite cavalry under Lon's command was paramount. Should an emergency arise, she would need their swift return to the Westerlands to safeguard herself and her children. Thus, Cersei was determined to retain Lon's allegiance. She called out to him, donning a sweet smile, and even poured a glass of wine for him before saying, "It has been quite some time since we last met, dear brother." Lon regarded the glass of summer red wine, shimmering like a ruby, but chose not to drink, merely observing Cersei's performance with quiet intensity. Noticing Lon's hesitation, Cersei laughed and remarked, "Could it be that the illustrious Black Lion dares not sip even a glass of wine?" Lon responded with a faint smile, refusing to take the bait, well aware of her past attempts to poison him. "Indeed, I have no desire to be drugged again," he said. Cersei, realizing that her previous misdeeds had been discovered, understood that any further subterfuge would be futile. She retracted her smile and laid her cards on the table. "Lon, regardless of our misunderstandings and conflicts, this matter concerns our entire Lannister family. I hope you will comprehend the gravity of the situation and that you and your troops will fully obey my commands, which Jaime will convey." Lan regarded the clumsy imitation of Tywin before him with a cold smirk. My forces heed only one command, and that is my own. Even the Duke of Tywin's orders would be rendered ineffective. As for matters concerning the Lannister family, I shall make my own judgments without your intervention, Queen Cersei. Cersei's gaze hardened as she attempted to assert control over Lan and command his troops. 2 gold cloaks stepped forward, hands on their swords, glaring fiercely at Lan in an attempt to intimidate him. However, mere lackeys would not daunt a lion. Lan coldly regarded the 2 gold cloaks, smirking. Still as foolish as ever, Cersei. He then provocatively addressed the gold cloaks, sneering, if I were you, I would refrain from such actions. Cersei, taken aback by this bastard's audacity, promptly ordered them to attack. As the 2 gold cloaks advanced, swords still sheathed, one was sent flying by Lan's swift kick. The other hastily drew his sword and lunged at Lan, yet he effortlessly evaded the strike, seizing the gold cloak's sword arm. With immense force, Lan pulled him closer and slammed him onto the long table before swiftly grasping a carving knife, targeting the gap in the armor and thrusting it into the neck. In a gruesome display, he swiftly sliced through, blood gushing forth in torrents, saturating the entire table. Even Cersei was momentarily stunned by the sudden onslaught of blood. The golden acorn, recently kicked away, hastily rose and drew his sword, charging towards Ryan. However, Ryan, without even glancing at his assailant, flung a dinner knife. The knife, initially intended for slicing bread, pierced deeply into the eye socket of the golden acorn like an arrow loosed from a bow, eliciting a piercing scream of agony that rendered him incapable of holding onto his sword. In a merciful act, Ryan delivered a swift kick to the handle of the knife, ending the acorn's suffering. The surrounding golden acorns were left in awe of Ryan's formidable prowess, especially considering that the 2 acorns who had just confronted him were among the stronger of their ranks. They had not even lasted a single exchange with Ryan, nor had they managed to draw his sword. Ryan, undeterred by the presence of the other golden acorns, fixed his gaze solely on the one remaining threat, Jaime. After a moment of hesitation, Jaime slowly released his grip on the sword hilt, recognizing that he stood little chance against Ryan, especially with Cersei so close at hand. Observing the still dazed Cersei before him, Ryan coldly remarked, I am also a Lannister. But remember, this is the first time, and I hope it to be the last, Cersei. With that, he turned to leave, taunting Jaime as he passed. You made a wise choice, brother. Chapter 72. The 3 little lions. Only after Ryan had departed did Cersei come to her senses. She quickly wiped the blood from her face and shouted at Jaime. Damn you, Jaime. Why didn't you take action? If you had subdued him, I could have sent my men to control his forces. Jaime, still fixated on Ryan's retreating figure, turned to face the furious Cersei and replied helplessly, I told you before, this plan is unworkable. This fellow's troops do not even heed Father's orders. They only follow his command. Even if we were to capture him, we could not command his forces, especially considering the exchange that just transpired between you 2. The content of this chapter is brief, and updates may still be ongoing on other sites. Subsequent corrections will be made automatically. The following content is unrelated to this book. The 3 of them sat in the cauldron, exchanging glances for an extended period, each haunted by their thoughts. Finally, with a sigh of relief, I glanced at the boundless void of the starry expanse, lost in contemplation for a long while before turning back to say, Father had it, Mother had it, why not possess it ourselves? But if the ancestors demand it, what are we to do? Hay was left speechless, and Qin Feng also found himself at a loss for words. Qin Feng inquired, did the Yellow Emperor also traverse the celestial path to the Zhou star? Hay replied curtly, that is the ancestor, not the Yellow Emperor, utterly lacking in decorum. The ancestor fought bloodily, station by station, to reach the Zhou star, which still remains embroiled in conflict. Qin Feng retorted, what ancestor? He seeks to seize our Taoyuan village's 9 tripods. Bai and Hay exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a sense of guilt. After a long pause, Bai finally exclaimed, you fool, the ancestor did not seize anything. Your words are too harsh. Qin Feng hesitated to expose his ancestors too starkly. For the blood of his forebears coursed through his veins, and after all, they had not truly usurped anything. Yet, this matter pricked at his heart like a towering tree's thorn. Observing Qin Feng's silence, the 2 clan elders understood that this issue would not easily fade. After a moment's contemplation, Elder Bai inquired, where are we headed? To Tianyuan. The 2 clan elders were taken aback, their teeth chattering in fear. Not because they were frightened to the point of losing their teeth, but rather because the shock rendered them speechless. Have you lost your mind? Elder Hay shouted, leaping up and gripping Qin Feng's shirt with an intensity that startled him. Elder Bai also stood up, spitting at his yellow attire. Qin Feng had long discarded his tattered clothing. Now he donned a splendid garment crafted from the exquisite white dragon silks and blue dragon silks he had procured from Yaoguang. Generously made for both him and Mei by Qian Mei, with 2 sets each. Immaculate and untouched by dirt or fire, the 2 elders gazed at him with envy, knowing that such fine silks were a limited treasure. This time, they could openly express their disdain and scorn. With a smile, Qin Feng addressed the 2 elders. Now, but before he could finish, a deafening crash echoed as a cloud of black dust enveloped them, obscuring their vision. Qin Feng raised his hand, saying, "It is too late to discuss anything now. We have arrived at Tianyuan." As the black dust settled, the 3 beheld a breathtaking vista before them. With a canopy of shimmering stars overhead, the celestial bodies appearing to dance around them. This realm resembled an enormous black hole, drawing countless stars into its depths. What a marvel! This sight is utterly extraordinary. Elder He, overwhelmed, let out an expletive, while Elder Bai, infuriated, was nearly in tears. They pointed accusatorily at Qin Feng, exclaiming, "You are truly ignorant and fearless. This is one of the marked death zones along the heavenly path. This place resembles a black hole, with but a single exit, the city of death that lies between Yaoguang and Tianyuan, said to be constructed from the bones of the fallen. Surviving this peril is akin to courting death. We cannot pass through. If we cannot proceed, we shall be condemned to dwell in this desolate void for eternity." "There is no altar here," Elder Bai added, driving the point home. Qin Feng surveyed his surroundings and realized that even rabbits could not survive in such an inhospitable place, let alone relieve themselves. The vast expanse of Tianyuan was boundless yet eerily silent, the stars above casting a cold, unyielding light. The atmosphere felt heavy and lifeless, devoid of any semblance of vitality. A fierce wind stirred the tumultuous black waves, unleashing a tempest of darkness. When the wind ceased, the black dust solidified, leaving an unmistakable chill in the air. Qin Feng shrank his neck, coming to the grim realization that he had made a monumental mistake. This was a one-way altar with no return. The vitality and spiritual essence here were insufficient to sustain the altar, let alone facilitate their departure. He had unwittingly led them into a dead zone. His recklessness and arrogance were glaringly evident, and had the 2 elders possessed the strength to overpower him, they would have certainly beaten him senseless. This was a desert devoid of life. "What shall we do?" Qin Feng asked timidly. Elder He scoffed and chose to ignore him, while Elder Bai, still recovering from his spitting fit, was quenching his throat with water, seemingly indifferent to Qin Feng's plight. Qin Feng exclaimed loudly to the great cauldron, "Fly towards the place brimming with vitality." Whoosh! The cauldron ascended into the air. The 2 elders of the clan wished to speak, but fell silent. Gradually, the world outside the cauldron appeared to shimmer with light, akin to dusk, yet devoid of life. Only endless barren mountains and dark rocks were visible, their countless peaks forming creases like frozen waves, stretching toward the distant golden horizon. "There is life in the distance," Qin Feng cheered from within the cauldron. The 2 elders gazed at the expansive stretches of golden sand that filled their vision, with rolling hills further away, all composed of the same uniform yellow sand. This was a realm of golden sands, an ocean of sand, where the undulating sands met the sky, rendering it impossible to fathom where the sands might end. Both elders snorted coldly, choosing to ignore Qin Feng, which only fueled his frustration. As they soared over the desolate expanse, bang, boom, the cauldron descended once more. To their astonishment, the place teeming with vitality was none other than the City of Death. Aside from the black and yellow hues, Qin Feng discerned another color, white. Mountains of stark white bones were piled high, a sight that could hardly be described. The entire expanse of Tianyuan was connected to Yaoguang by a single pathway. Here, the demonic beings and the Yaoguang people had engaged in brutal combat for countless millennia, each side constructing their respective cities of death from the bones of their fallen kin. The City of Death was impregnable. Each time, the demons surged forth from the Yaoguang City of Death, only to be repelled by the Yaoguang warriors, their forces traversing through the demons' City of Death into Tianyuan. Within Tianyuan, the Yaoguang were drained of their vitality, while the weak perished, only for the demons to be pushed back again. Regardless of the relentless battles fought, the City of Death, forged from innumerable powerful bones and their souls, stood as a formidable chasm, impenetrable by either side. The cauldron landed between the towering cities. Recently, a fierce battle had taken place, leaving the 3 in confusion as they stowed away the cauldron and surveyed the unburied corpses strewn across the ground. They endeavored to discern which side had triumphed. Unexpectedly, they were surrounded by a group of seemingly lifeless soldiers clad in animal skins, their weapons pointed at their hearts. What to do? A desperate gamble would surely result in fatalities. Qin Feng, unwilling to witness harm befall the two elders, raised his hand. The elders understood his intent. Their gazes toward him softened. The trio was escorted to a military camp, where they were prepared for interrogation and summary execution. Qin Feng sensed a pair of eyes fixated upon him. His instincts proved correct. They were not tortured, and the two elders were placed in a separate room. Qin Feng was led away by a contingent, exiting the main camp, as they mounted armored steeds and galloped towards Tianyuan. Qin Feng beheld the sweeping sand dunes, resembling magnificent edifices, exquisite indeed. After a while, an oasis materialized before their eyes. Amidst the boundless sea of sand, clusters of sand willows infused the once silent expanse with vibrant life. To survive in the arid desert, the sand willows, with their indomitable spirit, thrust their roots deep into the sandy soil, extending for dozens of meters toward the life-giving waters. In this verdant oasis, several golden houses gleam resplendently in hues of gold. Though diminutive and rather rudimentary, they are indeed fashioned from gold. This sight evokes in Qin Feng memories of the Yellow Emperor atop the golden platform in the heavens. Though seemingly unrelated, such thoughts assailed him nonetheless. A group of demons, strikingly similar in appearance to Qin Feng, escorted him to the front of one of these houses. They loosened the ropes binding him, and one of them, a burly man resembling a hill, disdainfully spat and remarked, "You pretty boy, harbor no good intentions." Qin Feng, bewildered, stood in confusion as the group turned to leave. He then gazed upon the opulent houses and felt an irresistible urge to exclaim, "Whose abode is this? May I not take a piece of it with me?" As he circled the three houses, he noticed a door adorned with a red double happiness character. To his astonishment, this quaint courtyard was evidently a wedding chamber. Qin Feng circled once more and pushed open the door, only to hear a familiar voice resound. "Once you enter my door, you belong to me." "What? Excuse me?" I said. "Once you enter my door, you belong to me." "Yao Yao?" A fiery, delicate figure leaped into his embrace, and the two held each other tightly. "Yao Yao, I have come specifically to find you. Let us leave together." "No, you are mine, and you must obey me. I desire our wedding chamber." No one knows that on the interstellar battlefield, amidst the chaos of time and space, what I regret most in the face of death is not having seen my mother one last time. That is not it. Nor is it that I did not bring you along. So what is it? What I truly regret is that we have not yet consummated our union. Ah, what? Are you unwilling? Of course I am willing, but we are not yet wed. That is nearly the same. Let us marry. Very well. We shall marry, Yao Yao. Our parents cannot perform the rites now, but they can offer their respects from afar. After exchanging vows, they entered the wedding chamber, embarking on a life of unabashed happiness. Yao Yao would vanish each day and sometimes would not return. Every time Qin Feng implored her to accompany him back to Earth, she would adamantly assert, "You are mine. You must heed my words." Even while bearing a burgeoning belly, she insisted on venturing out each day, forbidding Qin Feng from following. Their disagreements over this matter would leave Qin Feng feeling utterly defeated, though he could never bring himself to truly challenge her. Eventually, Yao Yao declared that they would discuss matters further after the child was born. Each time Qin Feng stealthily followed her, he was inevitably discovered. Ultimately, he issued her an ultimatum. If she did not provide him with a clear answer post-delivery, he would depart on his own. Yao Yao, troubled in her own right, pondered why Qin Feng was so insistent on returning to Earth, to Tywin village. As a demon, she struggled to comprehend the Chinese concept of home. After all, as the saying goes, fallen leaves must return to their roots, and home is indeed where one's roots lie. Chapter 73, Northward to Stark the following morning. Robert truly lived up to his title as the Drunken King. The planned departure at dawn was postponed to midday due to his hangover. The rotund stag did not hastily rise from his throne until the sun was high in the sky, leisurely taking his place in the carriage. Accompanied by a handful of Stormland knights and a few from the west, he set forth towards the north. During the journey, Lion meticulously documented the geography of the Riverlands and the north, uncovering why the Riverlands were often referred to as the foottraps of the Seven Kingdoms. As the scene shifted, Lu Rinshan observed Wang Feng effortlessly dispatch two zombies, contemplating whether they should tackle a residential building independently. "Well done, Wang Feng and Dr. Li. I have a task for you. See that adjacent unit? You are responsible for clearing it today." "Huh? What about you?" Wang Feng instinctively inquired. "I have my own task. While the power remains on, I need to find the keys to all the unit doors in the property management office and see if there are any useful items available." Just as Lu Rinshan began assigning tasks, the long-absent system notification chimed. Ding. Task module activation rules detected. Would you like to initiate task options? Very well, be careful. We shall proceed. Once the trio entered the neighboring unit, Lu Rinshan activated the recently confirmed task options. Ding. Task functionality has been activated, generating tasks. Ding. Task generation complete. Would you like to accept the task? Gazing at the pending task options, Lu Rinshan fell into contemplation. Green task, normal acquire the key. Task reward, unknown. Note, the neighbor's dog, Dahe, encountered a zombie attacking its owner while attempting to flee. Dahe bravely fought against the zombie, but ultimately succumbed to infection, becoming a mindless zombie dog that, in pursuit of its owner, ventured into the underground garage. Perusing the peculiar note, Lu Rinshan gently ruffled the little girl's hair. What's the matter, Brother Sean? Where are we headed next? Oh, nothing of concern. Are you afraid of the dark, Wan? Shall we go find the neighbor's husky? Brother Sean, I am not afraid. As long as I am by your side, I am brave. Is Dahe still alive? Where is he? Dahe has gone to the underground garage. Shall we go catch him? He has changed. He is no longer the Dahe you once adored. Oh, will Dahe bite people now? Brother Sean, let's hurry and catch him. We must not let him harm anyone. Having reached a consensus, Lu Rinshan guided Wan towards the entrance of the underground garage nestled within the green belt. Upon arriving at the entrance of the underground garage, Lu Rinshan gazed at the pitch-black staircase. He opened the shopping mall interface and activated the search function, in need of a powerful searchlight, preferably one with a built-in battery. In an instant, a row of products appeared before him. Lu Rinshan selected a compact searchlight and purchased it. As he retrieved the searchlight from his spatial bag, the little girl beside him looked on with curiosity, her eyes fixed on the flashlight-like device in his hand. Brother Sean, did you conjure this? She asked. What is it? Is it a flashlight? Clever girl, he replied. This is a high-powered flashlight. It shines brightly. You must help keep it a secret. Don't tell anyone that your brother can perform magic, okay? I understand. The little one nodded earnestly. He instructed her to hold on to his clothing as they descended the staircase, with the flashlight in his left hand and a knife in his right. Lu Rinshan marveled at the effectiveness of this 5-point item. The searchlight featured a telescopic rod. Once extended, it illuminated a 10-meter radius around them as if it were broad daylight. They began searching along the path. And were it not for the fear of causing a commotion in the entire neighborhood, he would have considered making noise to attract the zombies. However, their current visibility was even more pronounced than fireflies in the night. Although the zombies had lost their intellect, their senses remained intact. And soon they were discovered by the horde surrounding them. Lu Rinshan did not linger. He swiftly dispatched every zombie they encountered with a single stroke. When they reached a door, an unexpectedly activated passive skill, perception, surged within him, akin to the alerts in a game when a character is near defeat. He halted, raising his long knife to shield the little girl. Suddenly, the door creaked open, revealing a massive black dog that emerged, significantly larger than before, perhaps reaching his waist. The little girl covered her mouth with her left hand and clutched Lu Rinshan's clothing tightly with her right, terrified of making any sound that might startle the enormous creature just a few meters away. Observing the two humans before it, the zombie dog seemed to lose its patience, bending its front legs and launching itself toward the little girl. Realizing that the target was not him but the girl beside him, Lu Rinshan's gaze turned icy. Seeking death? You shall serve as a test for my blade technique. Without hesitation, he pulled the girl behind him, swinging his right hand. A crescent-shaped arc of moonlight sliced through the air, cleaving the zombie dog in half at the abdomen as it lunged within a meter of him. Ping. Experience points gained, 150. As the corpse tumbled towards him, Lu Rinshan instinctively kicked it away, sending it crashing against the wall. The sound of the blade striking the wall resonated in front, followed by the thud of the zombie dog hitting the ground behind them. Observing the debris cascading from the wall, Lu Rinshan couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. He had not anticipated the formidable power of the blade. Given the current circumstances, it seemed even a foot-thick slab of marble could be cleaved in two. Wan, hold the spotlight and stay close to your brother. Let us search for the keys here. All right, she replied, accepting the flashlight, lifting it with both hands as she followed closely behind Lu Rinshan. Lu Rinshan first approached the zombie dog. Once he received the system notification indicating an increase of 150 energy coins, he proceeded towards the adjacent door. Entering the storeroom, he discovered a severely mutilated corpse in the corner, accompanied by 3 large sets of keys. Surely, these keys must be the objective of their quest. As he stepped forward to grasp the keys, the system notification chimed. Ding, task completed. Would you like to submit? Submit. Ding, task submission complete. Rewards distributed. Lu Rinshan's consciousness entered the inventory space, and indeed, the task had been accomplished. Universal key. Beginner level. capable of unlocking all locks of green grade and below. Lu Rinshan pondered the implications of the system. Was it merely for unlocking task modules? Shaking his head, he whispered to Nuan Nuan beside him. All right, Nuan Nuan. We can head out now. The keys have been found. Yes, brother. The two retraced their steps, and upon returning to the surface, Nuan Nuan patted her small chest. Finally, we're back. It felt quite stifling down there, Brother Sean. Indeed, it was pitch black. Even with the spotlight, we could only see 10 meters ahead. Let's check in with Sister Feng to see how things are going on her end. Activating the communicator, Lu Rinshan inquired, what is the situation? Moments later, Li Qinghe's voice responded, Leader, we have cleared about half of our area. Shortly after we entered, we encountered another group. They are also clearing the apartment building, which has significantly accelerated our pace. Very well, keep me informed of any developments. Understood, Leader. After concluding his conversation with Li Qinghe, Lu Rinshan fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 74. The arena competition. Ryan approached Tyrion, whispering with a grin, long time no see, brother. What brings you here? Tyrion, taking a sip of wine, replied with a weary smile. Father was concerned about your relationship with Jon and the unpredictable actions of Cersei, fearing they might incite conflict among you. He specifically sent me as a mediator, and I also wish to see the wall, so here I am. However, I must say, you are rather slow. I departed a few days after you, yet I arrived several days ahead of you. At this rate, I may very well find myself perishing in the embrace of those fervent maidens of the north, brother. The content of this chapter is brief. Other websites may still be updating, and the subsequent sections will be automatically rectified. The following content is unrelated to this book. As Ling Yue entered the Hall of Governance, she dismissed the silver-armored guards. She understood that, given Lu Li's explosive potential, if he truly wished to harm her, these guards would be utterly inadequate to intervene. It was far better to extend him greater trust. At that moment, the countdown in the lower left corner of Lu Li's system interface showed merely half an hour remaining. Yet, Lu Li was oblivious to this detail, having forgotten it while reveling in his torment within the central tower. Seated apart, Ling Yue spoke, Lu Li, I have witnessed your combat prowess. Are there any other abilities you possess? Lu Li shook his head and replied, Your Majesty, I only mastered these abilities today. There are indeed others, but I am currently unsure how to wield them and fear that their destructive power might lead to misunderstandings. Ling Yue smiled and said, Your caution is commendable. However, I permit you to freely test your abilities. Based on your current capabilities, I bestow upon you the position of Deputy Commander of the Dark Moon Manor. Will you serve the Ancient Moon under my command? Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Li knelt on one knee and exclaimed, Thank you for your grace, Your Majesty. I, Lu Li, am willing to fight for you. He was acutely aware that, having arrived in this world and fortuitously encountered its highest authority, serving her would be the best means of integration. Moreover, he had accepted a corresponding task. Even without Ling Yue's prompting, he would have sought a position. Good. Bring forth the rewards. Grant Deputy Commander Lu Li 100 gold bars and an estate, complete with all necessary servants. The Empress was remarkably decisive, and her rewards were nearly sufficient to fulfill the side quest Lu Li had undertaken. He mused to himself. Was this reward from Ling Yue aligned with his task, or was it a task assigned by the system in accordance with the reward? All that remained was to establish a connection. Ling Yue dismissed those present and continued, Lu Li, it is evident from the current circumstances that you have been summoned from the ancient Dark Moon Scroll, which has been passed down through millennia in the ancient Moon Dynasty. Thus, it is my responsibility and duty to ensure your integration into this world. In that moment, Lu Li genuinely perceived the earnestness and kindness of the young woman before him. Though she was an empress, she considered the well-being of an unnamed commoner like himself and quickly placed her trust in him, while he had demonstrated his worth. Such fortitude and benevolence were rare qualities that not everyone possessed. He pondered whether this was the norm in the ancient moon or a unique trait of the individual before him, as both recognized each other's value. An inexplicable connection linked their foreheads, and in an instant, brilliant golden light erupted. A resonant chime echoed, deep and prolonged. Before they could react, Ling Yue witnessed a dark rift appear behind Lu Li, pulling him into its depths. With a loud thud, Lu Li landed on the ground, reflecting that had it not been for his initial enhancements over the past days, such a fall would have surely sent his former self to the hospital. He then found himself staring at the familiar skyline of towering buildings, momentarily dumbfounded. How could this be? Lu Li was astonished. He had believed he would not return to Earth for a long time, yet here he was, inexplicably back. No, something was amiss. Did I truly succumb to an illusion? Awakening from slumber, Lu Li silently recited the system's name. Upon witnessing the familiar interface, a sense of inexplicable relief washed over him. For reasons unknown, the fleeting image of Ling Yu lingered in his mind. He had just vowed to fight for her, yet she had vanished. The countdown in the lower left corner now indicated 3 days and 8 hours, and this time, Lu Li finally paid attention. Focusing his thoughts, a subpage materialized, revealing the following. Current activated summon dimension, Ancient Moon Supercontinent, summoning cooldown, 3 days, 7 hours, 59 minutes. Lu Li realized that he had indeed been summoned. Initially skeptical when Ling Yu claimed she had called him forth, he now understood the truth. Well then, discovering that he could return to Earth, Lu Li felt a wave of calm. The psychological pressure of traversing realms and being summoned differed entirely. He could afford to delay his quest for the underlying secrets and simply relish the advantages offered by both worlds. Gazing at his long robe, it was evident that some personal belongings could accompany him across realms. Thus, aside from lacking control over when he could return, being summoned was considerably more comfortable than mere traversal. After examining his skills and attributes, he noted no changes. The task page, however, did not indicate the completion of any quests. It seemed that he needed to obtain his rewards. Verbal promises of rewards did not count. Only by establishing a connection with the Empress and fulfilling the 2 conditions pertaining to his position in the Ancient Moon would his efforts be validated. Regaining his focus, Lu Li decided to return home to assess the situation. His phone and belongings had been incinerated atop the central tower, leaving him unaware of how long he had been gone. Surveying his surroundings, he realized he was not in the location where he had lost consciousness, but rather in an unfamiliar area. Exiting the alley, Lu Li approached a passerby to inquire about his whereabouts and the current date. The individual, a tall woman clad in professional attire, regarded him with a look of bemusement, pondering if this man had perhaps watched too many television dramas, wandering the streets in ancient garb to ask for directions. Yet, there was an undeniable charm about him. Clearing her throat, she glanced at Lu Li and replied, "It's September 3rd, and you're in Magic City. By the way, are you feeling all right?" Lu Li exhaled in relief. It seemed he had only been gone for a night, indicating a difference in the flow of time between the 2 worlds. He had indeed been studying and working in Magic City, yet this area was clearly not near his home. After further inquiry regarding his precise location, Lu Li made his way toward home. As he walked, he checked the system and discovered that his cultivation progress had advanced by 3%, reaching 36%. The task system, however, presented a shocking development. The mainline task for Earth was to prevent the occurrence of a collapse event. This revelation left Lu Li in a state of disbelief. Unlike the Ancient Moon Supercontinent, Earth was the place where he had lived for 22 years, where all his friends and family resided. What on earth was this collapse event? How could this calamity spread to Earth? Was it brought forth by traversing between 2 worlds? Upon examining the task details, I discovered a rather simplistic summary. Prevent the collapse of Earth within 3 months, with the reward being the qualification to summon a new world. Lu Li pondered, could both realms experience this phenomenon known as collapse within such a brief span? It seemed implausible. Just as Lu Li struggled to comprehend the situation, a startling event unfolded before him. A monstrous roar resonated, accompanied by the sound of shattering. A crimson spatial rift suddenly emerged in the center of a nearby intersection, from which an extraordinary creature crawled forth, filling Lu Li's ears with its eerie presence. Was this truly Earth? After 22 years of established beliefs crumbling, Lu Li found himself in a state of bewilderment. Had he traversed realms, activated a system, and witnessed Earth's mutation? What was happening? The creature towered over 4 meters, its body cloaked in dark green, armored skin, resembling an upright, muscular lizard. Its forelimbs were robust, nearly as thick as its hind legs. Lu Li mused. Could this be the lizard doctor? Perhaps it was merely darker in hue. At that moment, a system notification appeared. Unlocking a side quest. Earth side quest. Eliminate the Tundra Graphite Lizard 01. Reward, Elemental Supplement 10. Tundra Graphite Lizard? Lu Li scoffed internally. Yet his mental focus expanded like ripples on water. The lizard-like creature was no more than 100 meters away. He need not reveal his identity to strike it down from afar, perhaps. The Tundra Graphite Lizard had just awakened from its spatial traversal, shaking its head in confusion as it surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings, its eyes betraying a ferocious intent. It seems to be quite a formidable species. A teasing voice interrupted Lu Li's thoughts. He turned to see a golden-haired youth, wielding a long sword, approaching from a distance. By now, the crowd had nearly vanished, leaving behind abandoned vehicles and a few individuals who had been injured in a moment of shock. Upon spotting the golden-haired boy, the Tundra Graphite Lizard's pupils narrowed, and with a furious roar, it charged towards him. Luli was uncertain whether to observe or intervene. Unlike the supercontinent of Gumu, Earth had rarely encountered supernatural events. If he recklessly displayed his extraordinary abilities, could it lead to danger? In this realm, he could not access the upper echelons, and besides, the heights of this world were not occupied by charming maidens like Lingwe. Thus, Luli resolved to first ascertain whether the golden-haired youth could handle the lizard. If he succeeded, he might forfeit his task rewards. Luli realized that tasks on Earth and those on Gumu could be undertaken simultaneously, though it appeared that one could only accept one task from a single world at a time. As the golden-haired youth observed the tundra graphite lizard rushing toward him, he let out a sharp whistle, his movements precise and deliberate. He sidestepped the creature's aggressive assault, his sword gliding beneath its ribcage, leaving a shallow trail of crimson in its wake. It appeared that the youth stood little chance of victory, thought Luli, observing the boy's slender figure. He imagined that a single swipe from the colossal lizard would surely result in a gruesome demise, while the beast itself would hardly be fazed by such trivial wounds. Indeed, after sustaining a blow, the lizard only let out a more furious roar. The last vestiges of clarity in its eyes vanished, replaced by an unrestrained crimson glow. And even its dark green, armored skin began to reveal blood-red patterns of varying shades. A flurry of dazzling, swift attacks ensued, and the golden-haired youth continuously evaded. Yet his longsword found it increasingly difficult to inflict damage upon the lizard. In less than 3 minutes, the boy's agility had diminished significantly. Why was this creature so formidable? As he dodged, he pondered, feeling that he could not hold out much longer. When would reinforcements arrive? Suddenly, in a fleeting moment of distraction, the lizard flipped over and swung its massive right claw down upon the golden-haired youth. At that very instant, Luli unleashed his premeditated ability. An ice shield materialized. With a resounding crack, the lizard's claw became ensnared within the ice shield, which was notably thicker than the one he had previously used to thwart Chief Han. Luli's assaults were relentless, accompanied by piercing sounds slicing through the air. Sharp and frigid ice spikes and blades tore through the lizard's tough exterior, deeply penetrating its resilient back muscles. A piercing scream erupted from the lizard as it flailed its claws wildly, dark green blood gushing from its wounds, plunging the beast into utter madness. The golden-haired youth quickly leaped back to a safe distance, scanning the area, yet failing to discern the source of the attack. Luli, wishing to remain incognito, had concealed himself among the crowd at the street corner, manipulating the events with his mental prowess. Indeed, the human inclination to witness the extraordinary was evident, as some individuals, after fleeing a short distance, gazed in astonishment at the clash between the monster and the golden-haired boy. Just as the beast paused in its frenzied thrashing, a searing torrent of molten lava erupted from behind, cascading onto its wounds. With a mournful cry, the lizard writhed in agony, its intense suffering nearly breaking its state of frenzy. However, Luli offered no respite. A wind blade, a full meter wide, descended upon it, severing the lizard's head cleanly. Its robust body collapsed, blood surging from its neck, hitting the ground with a heavy thud. The golden-haired youth swallowed hard, contemplating that the unseen assailant was likely a formidable awakened being. If they wished to remain undetected, it was wise for him to refrain from causing further trouble and simply report to his captain. He promptly retrieved his phone to contact his superiors. As Luli lingered no longer, the time since the lizard's demise grew longer, and those nearby, initially pale and some even retching, gradually regained their composure. The bolder among them edged closer, eager to glimpse the true form of the creature. Not long after Luli departed, a black vehicle approached, led by a silver-haired maiden accompanied by 4 burly men clad in suits and sunglasses. "What is happening?" Ija, the silver-haired girl inquired. The blonde youth, referred to as Ija, replied with a hint of trepidation, "Guccio, I must tell you, that creature today was undoubtedly of platinum level. If not for the intervention of a powerful awakened being behind the scenes, you might not have seen me again." Guccio, observing the scene with a headache, realized it was yet another incident that could not be suppressed. For reasons unknown, shards of space had suddenly appeared in bustling areas around the world over the past 3 days, from which monsters of otherworldly origin emerged. Organizations that had previously remained hidden, including some concealed, superpowered individuals, were forced into the open due to these frequent malevolent events. Guccio directed the arriving armed police to clear the area. Both she and Ija belonged to the Special Security Department of Huaxia, a division that had operated covertly but was now compelled to address the escalating crisis in public. Meanwhile, Luli had returned home, and although everything appeared unchanged, he felt as if he had crossed into another realm. He sighed, realizing he too had become a traveler between worlds. His phone was gone, yet an old one from 2 years past, once charged, still functioned. Luli nodded. In this day and age, lacking a mobile device made even simple transactions troublesome. With savings of around 100,000, he anticipated not needing immediate employment. But he recognized the necessity for a sustainable income in the long run, as his journey was not a one-way trip. Moreover, should Ling Yu cease summoning him, he might find it impossible to return to the ancient moon supercontinent. It seemed the system was aware of this, prompting the establishment of a main quest even on Earth. Nevertheless, he first needed to acquire a new SIM card and procure some living essentials. Once his phone had sufficient charge, he set out. Chapter 75. The frontline. Ultimately, Brandon, as in the original narrative, succumbed to paralysis, plunging the entire Stark family into mourning. Although Ned lacked concrete evidence at that moment, he sensed something amiss. However, considering Brandon's usual behavior, he could only suppress his growing suspicions. Caitlin instinctively sought to blame Robert and others. And with the letter from Lisa indicating the Lannister family's rebellious intentions, she was convinced that Brandon's predicament was inexorably linked to the Lannisters. Furthermore, based on Lisa's descriptions of King's Landing, she was certain that at this moment, King's Landing was anything but peaceful. The content of this chapter is insufficient in length. Other websites may still be updating, and corrections will be made automatically in due course. The following content is unrelated to this book. And Ihua swallowed hard, suddenly recalling. When did I agree to this? To solve the case with you? Before he could finish, Yun Heir blinked innocently. What is the matter? You, a man of stature, are being so petty? This is all ancient history. Must you still harbor a grudge? And Ihua momentarily found himself at a loss for words, as the adage goes. It is better to resolve a feud than to deepen it. Indeed, he should not have been so earnest with a young girl. Then let us depart, Yun Heir remarked. Reaching to take in Ihua's arm, her eyes wide with feigned seriousness as she inquired, what is this? Her gaze flickered towards the treasure box in his hand. And Ihua shrugged off her hand and walked toward the tea house, retorting, this is a precious artifact to be returned to the Yujian workshop. You wouldn't comprehend. You do not speak, so I cannot understand. But if you wish to discuss it, I consider my relationship with your prince as one of collaboration. Yun Heir followed closely. Speaking up, and Ihua glanced at her, contemplating that she possessed a free-spirited nature. Regardless of her motives for being so close, she did not seem ill-intentioned. He casually replied, I care not for any dealings between you and the prince. I am solely responsible for the task entrusted to me by him. Observing that Ihua did not enter the Yujian workshop, she pressed, Ihua, did you not say you were going to return the item? Why do you not go in? The sky is darkening. We shall discuss it tomorrow, Ihua responded, reasoning that the waiter who had lent them the treasure was no longer present, so there was no urgency. Your temperament, dragging your feet on a case, will surely lead to any vital clues being squandered, Yun Heir retorted, visibly displeased. She had already harbored a prejudice against his nonchalance. And now she muttered with a tone tinged with disdain. If you are so capable, why not take the lead? I never asked you to accompany me. And Ihua seized the opportunity to elevate his tone slightly, laced with disdain. You, Yun Heir huffed, falling silent, internally grumbling, and Ihua. There will come a time when you will seek my assistance. Noticing Yun Heir had quieted, and Ihua's lips curled into a smirk, feeling a sense of triumph. Even the usually fierce demeanor of hers had moments of vulnerability. It was quite amusing. Upon arriving at the tea house, he discreetly tucked the treasure box under his arm, careful to conceal the name of the Yujian workshop to avoid drawing attention. However, he found it odd that, despite the prince's usual presence in the hall accompanied by several guards, there seemed to be a conspicuous absence of attendants today. I shall retire to my room. Will you follow me? He asked as he ascended the stairs, noticing Yun Heir trailing him to the door of his chamber. Oh, no. But if you have any plans tomorrow, do inform me, she urged, her concern evident. Enough, enough. I understand, he replied. Once inside his room, and Ihua placed the treasure box on the table and discovered a letter awaiting him. After a brief perusal, he could only describe his feelings as utterly astonished. The prince and his entourage had raced back to Guangzhou City overnight, while the daily expenses of the tea house had been settled. Even more surprising was that he had entrusted him with the imperative task he had come to Qinfeng to accomplish. The letter read, to Ihua, personally opened. Dear Ihua, in the days we have spent together, I have come to recognize your extraordinary abilities. I now assign you a significant responsibility, hoping you will not disappoint my expectations. I have received word from Guangzhou City that my father is gravely ill, and I must depart without notice. Though I leave you behind, I have arranged for your meals and accommodations, and you will have the assistance of hidden guards to ensure your safety. You may rest assured in fulfilling my earnest request. I am indeed delighted to learn of your entry into the Den of Tigers. When you return to the city in splendid attire, it shall be the moment of your elevation in rank and status. I implore you to cherish this opportunity. Beside the letter, I have left a white jade and emerald accessory, within which is inscribed the character for Crane, symbolizing the authority and identity of an Iha. This token serves as a golden talisman against death, bequeathed to him by an Iha. Although an Ihwa is perplexed by an Iha's sudden departure, he readily accepts the situation, motivated by the 8 words at the end of the letter: return in splendid attire, receive promotion and honors. Indeed, this must be a divine shortcut bestowed upon him. Knowing that Old Wu seeks collaboration with him, an Iha must have felt secure in trusting the entire matter to an Ihwa. It seems likely that an Iha's informants are thoroughly embedded within an Ihwa's circle. Yet, it remains a mystery as to why the sovereign fell ill so abruptly. As the saying goes, illness descends like a mountain, yet departs like threads being pulled. An Ihwa clutched the jade pendant on the table, repeatedly examining it. In the outskirts, an Iha and his entourage galloped swiftly, making their way back to Guangzhou City through the night. At the forefront was an Iha, closely followed by Hua Qi. My lord, are you truly at ease leaving an Ihwa alone in Qinfeng? No worries. Let him gain experience, came the reply. The following day, Lord and I, an Ihwa, having slept late after a long night, was abruptly roused by a series of heavy knocks on the door. Who is it? Lord and I. Our master has commanded you to visit the tobacco shop as soon as you arise. Rubbing his eyes, an Ihwa opened the door to find a towering figure before him. Oh, what is this? An immediate arrangement of my schedule? I have other matters to attend to. How should I proceed? An Ihwa politely inquired. Good sir, may I know your name? Replying to Lord and I, my name is Jing Zhou. Jing Zhou. Is that not rather startling? The character for Jing and the character for Zhou, an imposing name indeed. An Ihwa paused momentarily to absorb this. Jing Zhou. Please return to Old Wu and inform him that I shall first return the borrowed treasures at Yujian workshop before heading to the tobacco shop. Understood. As Jing Zhou turned to leave, an Ihwa called after him. Oh, by the way, Jing Zhou, how does one reach the tobacco shop? The tobacco shop disrupts the livelihoods of the common folk and is shrouded in heavy smoke. Thus, my lord has long relocated the production site to the outskirts. Jing Zhou stated emphatically, hands clasped across his chest. There is a temple in the outskirts. Just follow the stream below the temple. Noted. If I cannot find it, I shall inquire further, an Ihwa thought, nodding in acknowledgement as he watched Jing Zhou depart. An Ihwa lingered at the door for a while, noticing Yun Heir peering from across the entrance, bending slightly to steal a glance. Once the towering man had left, she quietly approached, sword in hand, and inquired. What is the matter? Who was that? Why must you concern yourself? An Ihwa retorted, scrutinizing Yun Heir from head to toe. Yun Heir, indignant, exclaimed, What concern? Pointing at her own nose, her eyes wide with astonishment. It was you who spoke so loudly. An Ihwa retorted, Even so, why haven't the others from the adjoining rooms come out to inquire? You. Yun Heir was rendered speechless. An Ihwa scrutinized Yun Heir once more, stating, It's not that I'm criticizing you, but are you truly going to follow me like this? We are merely mutually beneficial. Do not presume that this young lady is particularly fond of you. Yun Heir, with a hint of pride, turned her head away. Fine. I shall return some items now. Would you care to join me? After swiftly tidying up inside, an Ihwa picked up the precious box and made her way outside. Naturally, Yun Heir followed closely, as many matters required her presence. After all, she was an outsider. In the adjacent room, Sun Xiu quietly stood at the door, eavesdropping on the commotion outside. Chapter 76, Stark. Arya was gradually calmed by Ryan, then looked down at the massive bear at her feet, breaking into a smile as she exclaimed, This fellow is one I fought alongside you. Ryan, akin to a caregiver soothing a child, replied with a smile, Indeed, without your assistance. I cannot fathom how much longer I would have had to battle this creature. Now, let us return, Arya. For I have no desire to engage in another fight with the brown bear. The previous skirmish nearly left my bones in disarray. Arya, amused by Ryan's words, agreed it was time to head back, especially considering their bountiful harvest. Then Arya pointed out, the content of this chapter is too brief. Other websites may still be updating, and the subsequent issues will resolve automatically. The following content is unrelated to this book. He Yushui regarded Zhang Qiling with curiosity and inquired softly, Xiaolei, could Zhang Qiling be a child from a wealthy family? That outfit is quite expensive. However, Zhang Qiling, possessing keen hearing, candidly replied, I am not from a wealthy family. This attire was purchased by Hele. Hele couldn't help but feel exasperated, thinking, Little brother, you are truly oblivious. Your emotional intelligence is at zero. He Yushui, puzzled by Zhang Qiling's words, looked at He Lei and asked, "But Xiao Lei, why?" He Lei decided it was best to explain to He Shui how Zhang Qiling came to be with them. "Actually, he is not my friend. I merely picked him up while dining out with Old Hu this morning." Upon hearing the word picked up, He Shui expressed her confusion. "Xiao Lei, are you trafficking in people?" He Lei, somewhat flustered, responded, "Do not say such things. He chose to accompany me. I did not abduct him." Zhang Qiling silently observed as He Lei and He Shui bickered, opening his mouth, but ultimately saying nothing before turning and leaving the house. He Lei informed He Shui that he would not be home for dinner, giving her $2 to buy something to eat. Upon receiving the $2 from her nephew, He Shui cheerfully replied, "All right, you needn't worry about me tonight. Go on and do what you must." He Lei paid no heed to He Shui's ramblings and led his companion directly to the entrance of the steel mill. Upon glancing at the time, he noted it was only 10 in the morning. Just as He Lei, accompanied by Zhang Qiling, was about to enter the mill, an elderly man from the guardhouse called out, "Oh, Xiao Lei, what brings you to the factory today?" He Lei, after handing the old man a pack of cigarettes, replied, "Lu Diyi, I'm just visiting my uncle and thought I'd take a stroll." "All right, I won't keep you," Lu Diyi said. "Well then, I'll head in." He Lei responded, proceeding to the cafeteria where preparations were nearly complete. Ma Hua was busy at the serving counter. He Lei shouted, "Ma Hua, you seem quite busy today." Hearing He Lei's voice, Ma Hua turned, his eyes filled with anticipation as he asked, "Mr. He, are you planning to showcase your skills today?" He Lei chuckled, "Not today. I still need to wander around the workshop." With that, he turned and exited the cafeteria. He Lei and his companion made their way to the workshop of Yazonghai, where they informed the workshop director of their intention to find the 8th grade fitter. The director did not hinder them and allowed He Lei to enter. When He Lei located the elder, he curiously inquired, "What brings you to the workshop today, young man?" He Lei smiled and replied, "I need to use the lathe for a project." The elder, somewhat surprised, asked, "What are you making that requires a machine tool? Do you need any assistance?" He Lei, aware of Yazonghai's goodwill, politely declined. He then retrieved dozens of materials from his messenger bag and proceeded to forge them in the furnace, transforming cast iron into various components seamlessly, all while utilizing the spirit of creation. The entire workshop watched in astonishment as He Lei diligently worked alone. Someone exclaimed, "This is on par with an 8th grade fitter. This kid is extraordinarily talented." Others echoed their agreement. From his bag, He Lei produced a knife handle, sheath, and decorative elements, assembling them onto the Yuntian knife, which then emerged into existence. Upon seeing the knife, his companion trembled with excitement. He Lei handed the Yuntian knife to his companion, saying, "In a few days, I'll be heading into a tomb with the National Archaeological Team. As your bodyguard, you should have a reliable weapon." His companion tested the knife in his hands, his mind conjuring the familiar image of the black gold ancient knife. Of course, the black gold ancient knife was neither as heavy nor as sharp as the Yuntian knife. The onlookers, intrigued by the Yuntian knife in his companion's grasp, expressed their desire to try it. A tall and robust worker in the workshop asked, "Young brother, may I attempt to gauge the weight of this knife?" Although the Yuntian knife appeared light, it actually weighed over 370 pounds, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to lift. The burly man exerted all his strength, but could not lift the knife even a fraction. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone couldn't help but exclaim, "What a remarkable knife!" As the young man, adorned with the celestial blade, exited the steel mill alongside He Lei, they were greeted by the sight of a jeep at the entrance. From the vehicle emerged Shui Liang, who playfully remarked, "Brother He is truly exceptional. It appears that all of Brother He's friends are quite dashing." With a sly glance towards Zhang Qiling, she continued her banter. He Lei, not one for idle chatter, promptly inquired, "What brings you here?" Shui Liang, a hint of annoyance in her tone, replied, "Am I not allowed to seek your company without a specific reason?" He Lei, feeling slightly awkward, chuckled and responded, No, how could I refuse the esteemed Miss Yang's request? Are you preparing for an expedition into the tomb?" Shui Liang clarified today. "A leader who shares a close relationship with my father has invited me to dinner, and has also requested that I gather a few members of the archaeological team for a meeting, which is why I sought you out."